Chapter 1. A Fate Worse Than Death. Quick, stop Wen Si. She has escaped again. A thunderous roar echoed through the dungeons of the Wanma sect. Once more, Wen Si seized the opportunity as the guards temporarily unshackled her from the immortal binding chains to allow her a meal, detonating the dungeon in chaos. She fought her way through, injuring dozens of guards, her severely wounded body stumbling as she made her escape. The moment she broke free from the dungeon, Wen Si suddenly tasted a metallic sweetness in her throat, blood spilling uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. She realized her current state could not sustain her for long. If she had to flee from this place today, she could not allow these abominations to trample on her dignity. She needed to return to the Xianxia sect. She needed to. Boom! Just as Wen Si was dispatching the demon generals, on the verge of escaping the demon palace, a deafening thunderbolt suddenly struck her from the heavens. The force of the lightning was 100 times more potent than during a celestial tribulation. The moment it struck, her body stiffened and collapsed to the ground, her limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Boom! Following closely, another bolt of lightning descended, causing Wen Si's eyes to roll back, her mouth gasping for breath, her consciousness slowly fading away. In her haze, she heard footsteps approaching, growing closer until they halted before her. The man clad in a black cloak clicked his tongue, slowly crouching down to scrutinize the disheveled Wen Si. Observing her body in relentless convulsions, Mo grabbed a handful of her hair and yanked her upright, forcing her delicate face to meet his gaze, compelling her to look directly at him. This was the 5th time Wen Si had attempted to escape, but he had presumed that with each new injury compounding upon the old, she would finally submit. Yet she astonishingly managed to flee yet again. You truly possess remarkable tenacity. I must commend you, Mo remarked coldly, pinching Wen Si's exquisite face. So how shall I deal with your performance today? Kill me, Wen Si, already gravely wounded and on the brink of unconsciousness, surprised Mo by responding. However, Mo merely scoffed. I am indeed tempted to betray my master, yet that would be far too lenient for you. Even if I wished to end your life, it would require a thorough dismemberment. No, 1,000 cuts would not suffice for my vengeance. I want you to live neither fully alive nor completely dead, to exist in a state worse than death. As he vociferated his declaration, the figure before him had already rolled her eyes back, entirely losing consciousness, though her limbs continued to convulse. Thinking of how she had not heard his words, Mo, in a fit of rage, hurled her back to the ground and bellowed, "Take her back to the dungeon for treatment. Reinforce the seals. If she escapes again, I will hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, the demon generals knelt before Mo, readily confessing, "Your Excellency, she is ultimately a priestess of the Xianxia sect, a commander of the celestial realm. Her powers will recover significantly in 7 days. We are utterly incapable of restraining her." Mo remained silent for a moment, gazing down at the unconscious woman. Indeed, how could a woman devoid of strength be his master? His master remained as formidable as ever in his childhood memories. She was an invincible force. Take her away when she awakens. I shall deal with her myself. Wen Si was once again led back to the dungeon, a place that had been repeatedly destroyed by her own hands. Thus her confinement was constantly shifted. Yet, the essentials remained unchanged: the binding chains of the immortal restraint that suppressed her spiritual power, the increasingly reinforced seals, and the layers of guards surrounding her. Did that little brat, Mo, truly believe these trinkets could hold her captive? The only force she truly feared was the demonic power residing within Mo. Each attempt at escape was a gamble as long as Mo did not intervene in time. Once she departed the demon realm, he would not necessarily have another opportunity to reclaim her. Alas, fate was not on her side. It seemed as though Mo was perpetually lurking nearby, leaving her puzzled. Did this freshly born demon god have nothing better to do? Was he simply idle? Awake? Just as Wen Si pondered these thoughts, a familiar voice disrupted her reverie. She beheld Mo standing before her, his expression dark, as he sarcastically exclaimed, "Your self-healing ability is truly astonishing. I am in admiration." Wen Si forced her eyes open, taking in Mo's transformed visage, which appeared utterly different from before. Disinterested in further entangling herself with him, she spoke first. "You have imprisoned me for a month. If you wish to do something, then let it be swift. Are you eager for liberation? Unfortunately, our account can only be settled piece by piece. Chiemo stepped closer, approaching her delicate form. When Si was stunningly beautiful, he had felt an attraction the moment he first laid eyes on her. Regrettably, at that time, he could only kneel before her, gazing up in admiration. He had suppressed his feelings, convincing himself it was merely reverence. It was only after he had succumbed to darkness in the heavenly palace, and she had pierced his heart with her own hand, that he realized the folly of his admiration. What had he truly revered? She was utterly unworthy. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chiemo grasped Wen Si's chin, drawing ever closer to her. He brazenly manipulated her delicate features, prying open her mouth, completely disregarding her struggles and curses. Actually, the moment you failed to assassinate me, you should have known what was to come. This is merely the beginning. Chiemo's large hand began to descend, and Wen Si quickly understood his intentions. Her expression tightened as she lowly warned, "Do not. Stop. Stop it. Stop." On what grounds? Chiemo scoffed coldly and suddenly unleashed an inexplicable force that surged violently towards Wen Si's innards. Chapter 2. Sealing Wen Si. Reducing her to a helpless state for 5 centuries, Chiemo had never heard the anguished cries of Wen Si. She was a renowned general within the celestial realm, and whether during her tenure as the high priestess of the heavenly movement sect or in her dominion over Kunlun Mountain, he had never witnessed her furrow her brow in distress. In a fleeting moment, he contemplated a gentler approach, yet the innate ferocity of the demon god's power, when infused into her celestial body, resulted in a harrowing struggle between the two forces. As the essence of the demon god surged within her, Wen Si felt her spiritual energy rapidly deplete, engulfing her in a wave of dread and confusion. "What have you done to me?" "Sealed you, of course. Your defiance has caused me considerable concern," came the reply. "Now, should you attempt to wield your powers, you will find yourself no different from those mortals who could be easily extinguished with a mere strike." Wen Si immediately summoned her spiritual energy, only to discover that not a shred of it remained accessible. "How does it feel to have trained such a disciple? Do you regret taking me in 5 centuries ago?" Chiemo would not forget the day he unexpectedly emerged on Kunlun Mountain, where the disciples, alarmed by the dark aura emanating from him, hastily assembled to extinguish his existence. In his infancy, he could not fathom the malice directed towards him. In a desperate bid for survival, he unleashed his demonic power, causing devastation around him. He was terrified of the carnage, horrified by his own strength, and overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding him, until Wen Si descended from the heavens, subduing him with a single strike, binding his power and rendering him immobile. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld this ethereal woman, and in that fleeting moment of meeting her cool, dark gaze, he stammered, "Sister, please don't kill me. I beg you." Wen Si narrowed her eyes and promptly transported him to the celestial realm. The heavenly movement sect served as a crucial judicial authority within this realm, possessing direct influence over the fates of the prisoners confined within celestial prisons. The sect master, the divine Lord Shirlu, was the master of Wen Si. Chiemo later learned of this intricate relationship. Upon first seeing Shirlu, he was astounded to discover that this divine being was a girl scarcely taller than 5 feet. At that moment, Shirlu was reviewing documents when she heard of an unusual demon emerging from the crevices of Kunlun Mountain. After a moment's contemplation, she slowly uttered, "To kill or to spare, that is for you to decide." Kneeling behind Wen Si, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, Chiemo unhesitatingly reached out, grasping the hem of her gown with every ounce of strength he possessed. "Sister, please don't kill me. I implore you." In that instant, time appeared to freeze. Shirlu and Wen Si exchanged glances, and within the grand hall, countless eyes bore down upon Chiemo. He could almost hear a chorus of condemnation, echoing in unison. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Sister Chiemo's small hands trembled as he uttered his final plea. "Do not call me sister." Wen Si turned her head, abruptly tearing her gown from his grasp. As the fabric slipped from his fingers, despair washed over Chiemo as though he were plummeting into an abyss. However, in the next moment, Wen Si unexpectedly added, "Call me master." Upon hearing these words, Mo stood frozen in place. At that moment, he felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss, when she extended her hand and grasped him tightly. "Have you made your decision?" she inquired, lifting her chin. "I have decided. My choice is to stay." In that instant, when she bestowed upon him the gift of life, he silently vowed that from that day forth, his existence would belong to her. His future would forever be devoted to her. In his youth, Mo was lively and clingy. Apart from diligently completing the assignments given to him by Wen Si, he delighted in lingering by her side, incessantly prattling about various matters concerning her. Wen Si, akin to a mother figure, answered his myriad questions with a casual demeanor. "Master, they say your true form is the sacred beast Zhuke. What is the difference between Zhuke and a phoenix? Can you transform for your disciple to see? Master, why can't we attend the 100 Flowers banquet in the celestial realm? Master, you are so renowned in the celestial realm, yet I have never witnessed you enjoying leisure time with friends. Can we go out for some fun?" Regardless of Mo's inquiries, Wen Si always reminded him that her existence was solely to safeguard the celestial realm. For 3 millennia, her sole concern had been the tranquility of the celestial plane, leaving all other matters, be they lively festivals or outings with friends, entirely irrelevant to her. "Master, have you just turned 3,000? Do you celebrate your birthday? If no one has celebrated it for you in the past, I shall celebrate it for you every year from now on." In his childhood, Mo's heart and eyes were solely filled with Wen Si. There had never been another person in his world. Year after year, he celebrated her birthday, and as 5 centuries passed, while Wen Si's appearance remained unchanged, Mo gradually transformed into a somewhat roguish youth. As he matured, Mo no longer spoke his heart so freely to Wen Si. He learned to discreetly uncover her secrets, such as the reason she could not ascend to the status of a deity. She had lost a spiritual root during a great battle in the celestial realm, a deficiency that rendered her unable to achieve her full potential. Yet, with her stubborn disposition, she had never considered taking a century-long leave to seek medical counsel in the celestial realm. "Master is quite obstinate. I shall venture to the celestial realm to retrieve her spiritual root myself." However, that very endeavor led to an irrevocable tragedy. Mo merely wished for Wen Si to attain a celestial status, to no longer be deemed inferior. Little did he know that the presence of demons at the 100 Flowers banquet would result in public execution. That day, upon being discovered by the deities, Ki Montak incited an uproar. He intended to clarify that he meant no harm, yet the exalted deities disregarded his pleas and launched an assault, intent on his demise. In response, he unleashed his demonic power, wreaking havoc. He felled numerous divine generals, plunging the entire Golden Wand Palace into chaos. Yet, amidst the cries of the celestial beings, Mo felt as if he had returned to the day of his own birth, 5 centuries prior. However, just as it had been 5 centuries ago, when rivers of blood flowed, Wen Si once again appeared before him, standing in his defense. "Master," he rejoiced, believing she had come to rescue him, certain that she would always protect him in his moments of fear and confusion. Yet, just as Mo pondered how to explain himself to her upon their return, suddenly, Wen Si unexpectedly thrust a dagger into his heart. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Wen Si, only to hear a furious roar. "Unruly disciple, prostrate yourself and face your punishment." As the blade pierced him, black blood surged from Mo's body. He thought he was on the brink of death. But to his astonishment, in that moment of despair, he unleashed a power he had never known, transforming into a demon god amidst a swirling black mist. The gods, including the deity Shirlu, gasped in alarm. Yet what surprised them further was that Mo's first act as a demon god was to seize Wen Si by the throat. He seemed like a different person, devoid of his previous innocence and fear, his eyes radiating menace as he demanded, "How dare you strike at me? Tell me why." Chapter 3. Mo's Mishap. He played with Wen Si to her demise. Mo could scarcely believe the reality before him. For 5 centuries, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Wen Si, only to be met with her ruthless attack, offering no explanation. Why was this happening? He sought answers, Yet, the woman in his grasp remained silent, devoid of movement, the only sound being the creaking of her vertebrae. Wen Si, after what felt like an eternity, Lu's trembling exclamation snapped Qi Mo back to reality. The awakening of the demon god enveloped the entire Golden Hall in a shroud of darkness. The high-ranking deities and elders of the Tianqing sect immediately formed a defensive formation, leaving Qi Mo bewildered as to why these exalted beings seemed so fearful of him. It was only when he noticed Wen Si's head tilted back, her eyes rolled back, and her breath ceased that he came to the shocking realization of the immense power he possessed. In a moment of carelessness, he had snapped her neck. He had inadvertently killed Wen Si. Her death instantly ignited Lu's fury. She unleashed her power, striking fiercely at Qi Mo. The entire Golden Hall trembled as, for the first time, Qi Mo witnessed the true form of Lu, who had previously appeared as a young girl, transforming into an elegant maiden in the heat of battle. But Qi Mo had no desire to engage. He merely warned, "Is this the way of the Tianqing sect? I vow to annihilate your sect completely." Afterward, Qi Mo returned to the demon realm, declared himself king, and kept Wen Si in the snow lotus pool, using his own blood to revive her daily, a painstaking endeavor that lasted 49 days before she finally regained her vitality. Thus, the month of confinement in Wen Si's memories was only a fragment of her days after awakening. From that point on, Qi Mo was particularly cautious, ensuring he never acted recklessly again. Every time she fainted, he would immediately cease his actions. Yet despite the passage of time, she still refused to provide him with an explanation. "Master, why did you take me as your disciple? Was it to reform me from a young age? Were you afraid I would become a demon? And when your plans faltered, you showed no hesitation in striking me down for the sake of all living beings, correct?" Qi Mo had crafted excuses and reasons, yet she did not acknowledge any of it, instead offering a hollow smile that barely graced her lips. "You have always been prone to fantasizing about possibilities that do not exist, acting without a shred of thought. Had the divine ruler of time wished to end your life, she would have never offered a second option. However, given her station, she cannot speak so bluntly. Thus, I shall bear that burden on her behalf, and that is all." Upon hearing this explanation, Qi Mo felt his worldview and beliefs rapidly crumbling. Like a wild beast unrestrained, he seized Wen Si by the neck, roaring, "I demand the truth." "This is the truth," came the reply. "The divine ruler of time had long discerned you as a seed of evil, since she had intentions. I shall assume her responsibility and care for you. What more truth do you seek?" Qi Mo, driven by an uncontrollable rage, tightened his grip until Wen Si's eyes began to roll back. Only then did he realize he had nearly taken her life once before. He needed to restrain his strength. Immediately, he released her, but the force of his earlier grip had caused Wen Si to nearly lose consciousness. Yet, he felt no satisfaction. Instead, his hatred only deepened. He loathed her for her heartlessness, and he despised that his 500 years had been nothing but a farce, spent in a humble adoration for one who did not acknowledge his existence. "Is there truly no other reason?" he pressed, unwilling to relent. "You are so astute. Surely, you can surmise that if you please me, I can lessen your suffering, even if it means uttering falsehoods." Qi Mo was willing to be deceived by her for as long as it took, yearning only for her not to treat him with such cruelty. But Wen Si, steadfast in her nature, would not bow or bend, even if it meant her demise. "If you hate me, then kill me. After my death, the next holy beast, the vermilion bird, will soon emerge to maintain the balance of the three realms." She was once again courting death, oblivious to the fact that Qi Mo had plunged a blade into his heart for 49 consecutive days, shedding his blood to save her. He would not allow her to perish. The more she wished for death, the more he was determined to ensure her survival. "Bring her a bowl of soup," he commanded. As the attendant presented the dish, Qi Mo stepped forward, grasped Wen Si's chin, and forcibly opened her mouth, feeding her a spoonful of soup. However, she did not swallow. The broth quickly spilled from the corners of her mouth. A wave of frustration surged within him. "Do not take my kindness for granted," he scolded. With that, he released the binding chains and pressed her down onto the ground. once again administering the soup. After forcing it into her mouth, he used his magic to seal her lips and teeth, rendering her unable to open her mouth. Yet, she still refused to swallow. The liquid swirled within her mouth, inciting Qi and Mo to shake her shoulders relentlessly. "Swallow it. For my sake," he demanded. He declared that she must live. She must endure a life more torturous than death. Finally, after she managed to swallow a few mouthfuls of soup, Qi and Mo inquired, "How is it? How does it taste?" "You wretched creature will face retribution," she retorted, surprisingly still able to hurl insults at him. "It seems you are not yet sated. Then eat a bit more. Do not hold back." With that, he fed her several more spoonfuls of soup, employing the same method to ensure she swallowed. As she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he continued, "You have endured this torment alone for so long, and no one from the celestial realm has come to your aid. Perhaps I shall bring the divine ruler of time to keep you company? Just like this bowl of soup, savoring it together with another person is far more delightful than indulging alone." In an instant, Wen Si, who had nearly lost consciousness, became acutely aware, her eyes widening in astonishment. Qi and Mo, filled with curiosity, pondered the significance of the Shill deity in your heart. "Surely, they hold a far greater importance than I do. Were it not for the fact that the Shill deity is of the female persuasion, I might have assumed your relationship was of a different nature." Qi and Mo had contemplated this angle before, yet dared not dwell upon it, struggling to comprehend the depths of the bond that would compel her to endure such burdens for Shill. However, as Qi and Mo mulled over these thoughts, Wen Si could no longer sustain herself and fainted once more. Chapter 4. As long as you confess, they shall be released in the fleeting moment of fading consciousness. Wen Si felt her body becoming weightless, reminiscent of her time at the Xianxia sect. As the priestess, she sat at a table in the grand hall of the Xianxia palace, interpreting omens, and was troubled to discover that the divination foretold great calamity. A portent of doom? This outcome was hardly surprising. At some point, Shill appeared behind Wen Si, resting her small head on Wen Si's shoulder, peering at the results on the compass. "Ah Si, are you not acutely aware that the celestial realm cannot endure much longer?" Wen Si hesitated to assert anything, but replied that 500 years hence, the three realms would face a monumental catastrophe, and the celestial realm would suffer severe devastation. Upon hearing this, Shill sighed wearily. So, only 500 years remain? The newly appointed heavenly emperor squandered his days in debauchery, oblivious to the fact that the Xianxia sect had exhausted all its resources safeguarding the heavenly gate. Without support from above, we cannot withstand this alone. No, they have always believed we can endure, Wen Si countered. For instance, 2,000 years ago, I severed my spiritual roots, yet I still fought on the battlefield, did I not? Ah Si, Shill understood all too well that over the millennia, the Xianxia sect had sent everyone capable into battle. Even the Zhuke, the least combatant among the four holy beasts, had been tasked to guard the heavenly gate. But Shill recognized that if this continued, problems would inevitably arise. Ah Si, I have decided to leave behind the demon's seed. You won't blame me, will you? In the eyes of the public, everyone believed Wen Si had taken on a disciple, unaware that this was Shill's decision. I find myself at a loss. Although nurturing the demon's seed is perilous, its power could be of great use to us. I comprehend your intentions. You need not worry excessively. Even should it go awry one day, the anger will be directed solely at me. In these years, I shall surreptitiously transfer the magical energy extracted from him to you. Pursue your ambitions without concern. I shall bear all the risks. Wen Si's words stirred a profound unease within Shill, just as Shill felt guilt over this matter. A sudden itch grazed her ear, revealing Wen Si's crimson tail feather teasing her face, nearly provoking a sneeze. Ah Si, do not be mischievous. Yet in the next moment, Wen Si sensed that something was amiss. A dense black mist began to permeate the Xianxia palace. The mist grew thicker, and Shill's form gradually became translucent, ultimately fading within the encroaching darkness. Lu! In an instant, Wen Si's eyes flew open. Upon awakening, she realized that she had been ensnared in a nightmare, one that felt all too vividly real. Yet in stark contrast to reality, she found herself lying on a bed, fully clothed and covered by a blanket. All of this was orchestrated by the Lord, who had gone to assault the Xianxia sect. If you were to encounter any misfortune, we could not bear the consequences. What? He has gone to attack the Xianxia sect? With his current abilities, I fear Shil cannot hold out for long. Wen Si struggled to sit up. She would agree to any terms proposed by that little beast, hoping only that he would unleash his fury solely upon her. The celestial realm still needed the Xianxia sect. He must not create a catastrophe out of vengeance. Meanwhile, Mo had already reached the heavenly gate, which was guarded by the Xianxia sect. Upon sensing Mo's arrival, Shil rallied the gods for battle. Is everyone assembled? You rabble of the Xianxia sect. Mo had been captured by the Xianxia sect during his infiltration of the Hundred Flowers banquet, and they had sought to kill him at the slightest provocation. Upon seeing Shil, Mo felt his eyes ache. Shil, having lost patience, bluntly inquired, "Where is Si? What have you done to her?" Shil was no fool. She knew that when he had gripped her throat, she had not reached the point of being irretrievably lost. Mo's sudden ceasefire was likely to rescue someone. Thus, the Xianxia sect refrained from pursuing him, allowing him to exhaust his efforts to save Wen Si, now that he had returned to provoke them. It was highly probable that Wen Si had already been rescued. I have long been curious about the nature of your relationship with Si. Is it the kind of bond one suspect? Shil clicked her tongue. You little brat. Mind your own business. Very well. Then I shall annihilate the Xianxia sect without leaving a trace, and we shall see how resolute your tongue remains. Mo's disdain for Shil stemmed from one reason alone. Why should Wen Si be willing to sacrifice herself for Shil, while she harbored no feelings for him? If Wen Si were truly ethereal and detached from worldly affairs, it would be one thing, but she was not. She was only cruel towards him. Then today I shall slay Shil and present her head to you, so that you may behold the one you cherish most, day and night. With a thunderous crash, Mo unleashed a surge of power, only for Shil to raise her hand and block the attack effortlessly. Having presided over the Xianxia sect for millennia, how could she be unprepared? She spared his life solely to harness the power of the demon god for herself. However, Wen Si, in order not to alarm Mo, had only drawn upon his demonic energy once every few decades, sending back a meager amount of power to the Xianxia sect. Even if she continued to fight Mo, she could not sustain it for long. Yet Shil had to take the gamble once more, pressing him with her question, "Where is Si? What have you done to her? You shall meet your end, and only then will you see her, accompanying her day and night." With those words, Mo intensified his assault, forcing Shil to counter with all her might, barely managing to fend off the onslaught. However, just as Shil felt herself straining under the effort, a sudden delicate voice called out from behind, Mo, stop. In that instant, both Shil and Mo froze in place. Especially Mo, for despite having sealed Wen Si's powers, how could she possibly be here? How had she managed to ascend? In the next moment, he discerned the signs. Wen Si's breath was exceedingly rapid, enduring the torment of backlash as she drew upon the demon general's power to ascend to the heavenly gate. This act left Mo at a loss for words, yet it was indeed within her capabilities. If she wished for him to cease, it was possible. He had ample opportunities to end her life, but today his sole desire was to accomplish one task. If Wen Si would confess her sins, he would release all members of the Xianxia sect. Shil reprimanded him fiercely, declaring it preposterous. Throughout history, no celestial being had ever acknowledged the sins of the demon clan. You have defied the heavens. However, just as Shil was about to strike Mo with a lesson, Wen Si unexpectedly yielded, stating her confession. This sudden admission left Mo in disbelief. Are you certain you are confessing to me? Wen Si subtly signaled to Shil, clearly indicating that she was prepared to become a sacrificial pawn, sparing the Xianxia sect from further entanglement. If there were grievances, let them be directed solely at her. No, Si. This was an utter obliteration of Wen Si's dignity. Yet, with gritted teeth, she proclaimed, "My prior actions against you were entirely my fault. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I sincerely apologize to Mo." Mo finally felt a semblance of relief, but just as he was about to respond, Wen Si could no longer withstand the backlash from the forcibly borrowed demonic power, abruptly losing consciousness and plummeting from the heavenly gate. In that instant, as she fell, Chimo's heart skipped a beat, and he nearly cried out, "Ah, Si." Chapter 5. Fever has subsided, yet you pretend to be dead? The moment those words escaped his lips, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had long ceased to call her master with decorum. He yearned to address her as "Ah, Si," just as Shil did, openly and without restraint. Until now, there was nothing in the three realms that could impede his existence, nor would he be bound by any rules. As Wen Si fell vertically from the heavenly gate, Imo immediately pursued her, fearing that he might be a moment too late and allow her to land in some forgotten corner of the mortal realm, never to be found again. He caught up to her just as she crashed into his embrace. Wen Si was entirely unconscious, unaware of Chimo's erratic heartbeat at that moment. However, in the brief interval as Imo held Wen Si and gasped for breath, Shil, accompanied by the sect disciples, arrived, encircling Imo. At this moment, Imo was consumed with worry for Wen Si's condition. She was gravely injured, and forcibly drawing upon the demon general's power would only exacerbate her wounds. He needed to return swiftly to heal her, with no time to continue this entanglement. Yet Shil insisted that he release "Ah, Si." "You rebellious wretch. Must you persist in your folly?" This provocation elicited laughter from Imo. "Have some shame. Who was it that devised this plan? You sought to harness my demonic power. In the instant I became uncontrollable, you aimed to slay me." Imo did not wish to acknowledge this truth, yet was undeniable. The one who attempted to kill him was none other than Wen Si, who had nurtured him for 500 years. The thought ignited within him a fierce desire for vengeance. As he gazed upon Wen Si in his arms, he found himself uncontrollably yearning to shatter her into 1,000 pieces. He exerted every effort to control his emotions, oblivious to the fact that his eyes had transformed into the blood-red gaze of a beast. Imo gritted his teeth and declared, "I have promised her that as long as she acknowledges me as her master, I shall set you free. Yet, should you persist in your entanglements, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre." The desire to kill surged within him, and he believed that only through murder could he find solace. "Master, let him go." The Grand Elder, Ran, appeared behind Shirel, cautioning him. He had no intention of attacking the heavenly gate, and this realm did not belong to the celestial domain. There was no need to continue the confrontation. Were they truly to stand by and watch as he took a sea away? "Master, the greater good is at stake. You know what is important." Shirel was surrounded by the disciples of the entire sect, and Wen Si, having lost her fire element spiritual root, could not ascend to the celestial ranks. In this critical moment, even utilizing celestial power to save her had become a misstep. In the end, Shirel, with clenched teeth, issued the order to retreat. At that moment, Imo suddenly found himself reluctant to depart. He yearned for Wen Si to awaken and witness what her beloved Tianxing sect truly was. Were they really going to abandon her? It was utterly absurd. However, the immediate priority was to treat Wen Si. He swiftly returned to the demon palace, laying her upon the bed, only to discover the hall of the demon sect was in disarray, with the demon generals who had watched over her drained of their power. "Si, what am I to say to you?" Since Wen Si's return, she had been plagued by a relentless fever. Imo summoned the palace's highly skilled physician to extract her demonic energy. He kept vigil outside the palace through the night, incessantly urging, "Why is the healing process so sluggish? This is not a terminal illness. Why has her fever not subsided after such a lengthy duration?" The physicians, unfamiliar with the temperament of the new demon sovereign, were terrified and prostrated themselves, pleading for forgiveness. "Esteemed sovereign, we shall do our utmost to save this young lady. Her current half-alive state, I have witnessed it for 49 days at the Snow Lotus Pool. I am terrified of her slumbering form. Does she believe that by lying in this half-dead state, the matter will simply resolve itself? Not a chance. I demand that she awakens immediately and kneels before me to acknowledge her mistakes." Just then, Imo sensed a surge of potent demonic energy. He narrowed his eyes, reluctantly departing the courtyard. There, a man cloaked in shadows awaited him. Mo recognized him as the former demon sovereign, Yin. However, the laws of the demon clan dictated that strength reigned supreme. The moment he ascended as the demon god and returned to the demon realm, Yin was compelled to relinquish his position, unless he could defeat Mo in combat to reclaim the title. Yet, the current reality demonstrated that this once-in-a-millennium demon god left even the celestial realm at a loss. She is merely a woman. Surely, even the greatest enmities should come to an end. Since your arrival in the demon realm, you have been preoccupied with rescuing this half-dead woman. If you truly possess the ability, you would confine her to your harem as your demon queen, rather than jeopardizing the greater ambitions of the demon realm for her sake. Yin had evidently come to confront Mo. The demon realm, much like the human world and even the celestial realm, had its own governance. As the leader of all demons, he should prioritize the greater good rather than spend his days beside a lifeless being. Yin had to remind him that this was the demon realm. Nurturing a celestial woman made no sense unless she transformed into a demon herself. Otherwise, how could countless demon cultivators be convinced of his authority if he openly harbored her in the palace? Mo let out a cold laugh. So, you mean to say you do not intend to yield to my authority? Yin understood that Mo's sudden awakening had caught the three realms off guard. He dared not confront Mo directly, so he softened his tone, urging him to consider the greater good. The phrase greater good was indeed chilling. It was because of this very phrase that Shi Liu had to allow Mo to take Wen Si away. Now, Yin was again persuading Mo to abandon Wen Si for the sake of the greater good. Since Mo had gained consciousness, no one had taken responsibility for Wen Si. The entire celestial realm had been exploiting her, even neglecting to send her an invitation to the 100 Flowers banquet. However, one who is pitiable must also possess qualities that evoke disdain. How had she betrayed her own sincerity? Her current plight was purely of her own making. Lord, the fever has subsided from Miss One, until the imperial physician stumbled over. Yin knew he had to take his leave. Before departing, he reminded Mo to take care of himself. With that, Yin left. Mo, disregarding the disrespect, immediately returned to check on Wen Ji's condition. Her breathing had finally calmed, as tranquil as if she were merely asleep. Surely, it must have hurt when she fell from the heavenly gate. Was he truly feeling for her? Wasn't he all of this self-inflicted? Did she dare to bear the consequences of her downfall, fully confident he would not be merciless? With that thought, Mo's eyes turned blood-red once more, as if he were losing control, gripping Wen Ji's neck and forcing her to sit up. Yet, her body was as limp as a rag, her head drooping helplessly. She had always regarded him with such indifference, even when he went mad before her. She would not offer a single response. Now that her fever had broken, why feign unconsciousness? Wake her up. Chapter 6. Let her experience every torture device unbeknownst to him. His shaking gradually roused Wen Si from her stupor. Blinking her eyes open, she instinctively summoned her strength to raise her knee and kicked Mo fiercely upon realizing he was the one before her. You wretched thing, how dare you kick me? The sudden counterattack caught Mo completely off guard. Outside, the guards merely heard a loud crash from the chambers, oblivious to what had transpired. All they could hear was Mo's gritted teeth as he roared, "Take her away. Let her experience every torture device in the demon palace while she's awake." This time, Mo was ruthless, allowing Wen Si to suffer endlessly in the dungeon. He had ordered that she must not faint. If she did, she would be immediately splashed with water to revive her and continue the punishment. Little did he know that during her time of torment, Wen Si had been contemplating how to kill him. The existence of Mo has already posed a significant threat to the three realms. This abomination cannot be allowed to persist. She must devise a method to break the seal and escape from this place. And she is resolute in her intent to eliminate Mo. Just as Wen Si's consciousness began to blur once more, the sound of footsteps reached her ears. It was Mo, who had taken a full 15 days to come to see her. Upon his arrival, Mo initially struggled to locate Wen Si, eventually discovering her enduring punishment in the water prison. "How is it? Have you soaked long enough?" Mo inquired, gesturing for the demon general to raise the chains. As he desired, Wen Si was subjected to constant torment. When they pulled her from the water, she was half-conscious, involuntarily spilling the filthy water from the prison. He recalled her usual penchant for cleanliness, and her current disheveled state compelled Xianxia to retrieve a bronze mirror, forcing her head toward its reflective surface. Take a good look at your current appearance. I intend to take you to court shortly. It was rare to see her conscious and not hanging limply like a corpse. Thus, he graciously offered her a chance. Of course, should you utter a few kind words or express concern for me, I might consider allowing you a wash before we depart. Upon hearing this, the corner of Wen Si's mouth twitched slightly. Concern? Very well. Then I shall inquire about the injury I inflicted upon you last time. How has it healed? Smack! Before Wen Si could finish her sentence, Xianxia, incensed and embarrassed, delivered a heavy slap to her delicate face, the force so great that she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, having raised him for 5 centuries, she was well aware of how to mock this little creature. Xianxia, as if provoked beyond measure, bellowed, "Take her to the great hall." Several demon generals promptly stepped forward to lift Wen Si, and, as they removed the chains, she collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. They then dragged her outside the demon palace, treating her like a lifeless dog. Xianxia, the newly appointed demon lord, had the responsibility of overseeing the extensive realm of demons, with thousands of disciples and those still residing in the mortal world under his authority. Moreover, there were the elders who had repeatedly petitioned for Wen Si's execution, unaware of her true circumstances, only knowing that she was a priestess of the Tianxia sect, and that individuals from the Tianxia sect should not remain in the demon palace. It was not until Xianxia summoned her to the court today, tossing her onto the hall floor, that they would truly confront her presence. Leaning leisurely against the throne, Xianxia spoke with a slight smirk. "This is the priestess of the Tianxia sect whom you all fear. Which of you noble lords believes she poses a danger? Feel free to step forward and give her a kick, and let us see if she can retaliate." At his command, an elder indeed raised his leg and kicked Wen Si, flipping her onto her back. With her spiritual powers sealed, she had no ability to resist. After one elder kicked her, several others approached to test their strength, some even increasing the force, as if they were playing with a ball. Seeing the group surrounding Wen Si in such a manner, Xianxia could not help but strike the throne, his voice rising sharply. "Enough! Is there no decorum left in the court?" The ministers hastily returned to their positions, and at that moment, Xianxia descended from the throne and halted before Wen Si. Before Wen Si's eyes, the world appeared exceedingly blurred. She could discern a handsome face gazing down upon her, loudly proclaiming that he had brought her back because she had publicly acknowledged him as her master before all of Tianxia sect. From this moment forth, she was to be his slave in the demon realm. Chapter 7. He ultimately did not spare her. Xianxia, having just ascended to the position of demon lord, was utterly oblivious to the extent of his own power. He had once choked Wen Si to death and could easily lose control again. In truth, he instinctively wished to seek guidance from his master regarding the situation. However, upon bringing Wen Si back to his quarters, he was struck by her disheveled and filthy appearance. Frowning, he ordered her to be cleaned up before she returned to serve him. Wen Si was weak and listless as she was submerged in the bath, the long-awaited kindness from him rendering her somewhat uncomfortable. It was not until Lingyu, his devoted maid, remarked that the spring water contained some spiritual energy beneficial for her recovery, that she understood the necessity for caution while serving the master, for her body could no longer withstand his torment. Wen Si let out a cold laugh, questioning how he had suddenly developed a conscience and decided to treat her well. Evidently disturbed by her odor, she sensed the spiritual energy within her, relieved to find that some had returned, although the majority remained sealed and confined, unable to regain its former strength. Once her powers were restored, she would ensure that this unworthy disciple met his end. Yet Xianxia, weary, after sending Wen Si back to her quarters for rest, earnestly whispered to her, "Master, it has been 100 days since I imprisoned you. Locking you away and subjecting you to torment is not what I desire. From tomorrow onward, let's live a normal life." A normal life? Wen Si scoffed. He had reduced her to this state and still dared to aspire for normalcy? Their enmity was irreconcilable. she could only find closure through his death, providing both herself and Tianqing sect with an explanation. In truth, the newly appointed demon lord was grappling with many uncertainties. For instance, numerous sects had gathered outside the 10,000 Demons sect, claiming he was a harbinger of calamity and vowing to unite against him. Wen Si initially wished to disregard him, yet she could not tolerate this unworthy disciple's lack of self-awareness. Did he truly believe he was not one of them? But I also wished to learn how to manage the overall situation. I desired to govern the 10,000 Demons sect properly. He insisted, "You are unworthy." Xianxia was acutely aware that Wen Si harbored intense hatred for him, yet his spirits were high at this moment, and he exhibited remarkable patience. "Master, perhaps you no longer recognize me as your disciple, but in my heart, you will always be my master. Have you finished?" Wen Si wished to see no more of him. If he genuinely regarded her as his master, he would not engage in such acts of rebellion. Now, she could barely face herself and merely longed for him to distance himself. Xianxia recognized her emotional instability and shifted back to serious matters. "I have accepted the challenge. Tomorrow I will send you to confront them. Let me quell the anger of the human race on your behalf. Do not even think about it." However, Xianxia chuckled with determination. "Do you not yearn to lift the seal? I am offering us both a way out. I have also had enough of your sealed existence. I wish to cultivate alongside you rather than allow you to remain in this state of helplessness. Lift the seal." A flicker of joy surged within Wen Ji's heart. Although the unsealing of her powers came with stipulations, she realized that refusing him would deprive her of even the rare chance to regain her strength, leaving her vulnerable to anyone who might wish to trample upon her. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately acquiesced to his demand. Xianxia, displaying a refreshing forthrightness, grasped Wen Ji's hand and channeled a surge of energy into her being, liberating the restraints on her meridians. In an instant, her powers could be wielded once more. If her master behaved well, there would be no need for seals or confinement between them in the future. Did he not yearn for a normal life with Wen Ji? He had brought her back not for the sake of endless torment, unless she truly provoked desire. "Ji, become my demon queen. I shall not treat you poorly." Chapter 8. How dare you seek death before me? In truth, Wen Ji could hear his whispers at her ear, yet she felt no affection for him, offering no response, viewing him merely as a madman who betrayed his own teachers and ancestors. It was not until the following dawn, when she groggily opened her eyes, that she noticed Xianxia lying beside her, like an invisible cage. Upon seeing her awaken, he inquired whether her rest had been satisfactory. "What? Are you confirming that I am well rested to handle your troubles?" Xianxia furrowed his brow. "What if I told you that is not my intention? I could not care less about your intentions. The seal has been lifted. What makes you think I would act on your behalf?" As a high-ranking priestess of the Tianqing sect, she could never align herself with the demon clan against humanity. She understood the reputational ruin that would ensue. She would not comply. However, Xianxia, undeterred, threatened her, stating that even if she refused to intervene, those sects were no match for him, and he would simply wreak havoc, ensuring that the Wanma sect would be left in peace thereafter. "Those people are innocent. You may slay a multitude of sects today, but tomorrow you will bring about untold suffering." Unexpectedly, as Wen Ji spoke, Lingyu had already brought forth her garments. Realizing that this little wretch was leveraging the lives of others to coerce her, she understood his intent was to ruin her reputation. After a moment's hesitation, and with Xianxia silently observing her trembling hands, she accepted the resplendent crimson robe adorned with golden edges, which gleamed brilliantly in the morning light. "Master, you are truly beautiful." Xianxia found himself entranced, yet he chose not to express it again, recognizing that her heart was as hard as stone. No matter how earnestly he tried, she remained indifferent to his affections. This was her cruelest trait, as if mocking him by presenting a soulless shell. Yet, Xianxia quickly suppressed his dissatisfaction, ushering her into the carriage while warning her that she should be aware of the consequences of attempting to flee. "Even if you escape to the highest heavens, I shall strike you down with a bolt of lightning." Wen Ji scoffed. "Is this your approach to soliciting assistance?" Xianxia raised an eyebrow, feeling agitated. "I am merely reminding you." She had no need for such insincere flattery, nor did she appreciate his disingenuous gestures. Before the Wanma sect lay an expansive expanse of sand. Qianmo had already issued a challenge, and the Wanma sect would meet him there. The disciples from various sects, poised for battle, had been waiting for quite some time when, at dawn, they finally beheld a palanquin being slowly brought forth before them. The disciples of the Clear Spring sect, sensing the strangeness of the approaching palanquin, felt a surge of unease. One of them shouted, "Are we truly to grant the occupant a chance to emerge? Attack!" Without waiting for the palanquin to settle, the disciples immediately formed ranks, unleashing powerful streams of energy directed at the palanquin. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion shattered the palanquin into countless pieces. Yet, to their astonishment, there was no one inside. Where's the person? They wondered, just as the disciples of the Clear Spring sect heightened their vigilance. An overwhelming force suddenly struck the very spot where the palanquin had been, creating a massive crater in the ground. The disciples, standing nearby, were sent flying several meters away. It was at this moment that the disciples from the various sects looked up to see a crimson figure hovering above them, gazing down with an air of authority. It was Wen Si from Kunlun Mountain. With unreserved confidence, she declared, "I shall represent the Lord of the 10,000 Demons sect in this contest." Her pronouncement left the gathered sects in shock. Kunlun Mountain was the sole earthly branch of the Celestial Realm's Heavenly Action sect, and all the major sects had heard of Wen Si's name. Who could have imagined she would appear here, acting on behalf of the 10,000 Demons sect? Was she mad? Did she not know of the impending arrival of the demon god? How could she possibly serve the demon race? It was utterly disgraceful. Whispers circulated that the Lord of the 10,000 Demons sect was her disciple, suggesting their relationship was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, how could she stoop to such a level? Outrageous. Was this the conduct of the Heavenly Action sect? It was utterly appalling. Several elders from the sects, unable to contain their indignation, leapt into action, intent on ending her life. Unbeknownst to them, Qianmo observed the fray with keen interest, aware of the implications of Wen Si's presence. Yet, he teasingly remarked, "Master, do play with them. Just be careful not to let slip the truth. Those who know the truth cannot leave the 10,000 Demons sect alive." Wen Si's heart ached as she listened to their slanderous words. But she could not allow Qianmo to unleash a massacre. The consequences would be unthinkable. In a moment of resolve, she summoned a blazing inferno in her palm. With a slight lift of her hand, the flames surged toward the advancing elders. With her cultivation, these mortals could not even approach her. Employing less than 10% of her strength, she forced the disciples back. Meanwhile, Qianmo furrowed his brow, pondering the rumors of her having lost her fire affinity. It certainly did not appear that way. Her flames burned brightly, and after testing her with his Samadhi true fire, he found it posed no real threat to her. She did not seem to lack the essence needed for cultivation. What exactly was it that prevented her from achieving her full potential? Why was he even concerned with this? She was merely his puppet now, and he intended for all sects to recognize that Wen Si had betrayed them. She was now a slave of the demon race. Form ranks. Unable to approach Wen Si, the sex formation expert adopted the net of heaven and earth formation. However, this formation held no effectiveness against Wen Si. "You wretched creature, the old man has duly reported this matter to the Heavenly Journey sect. The members of the sect will soon arrive to mete out punishment upon you. Your collusion with the demonic clan deserves the most severe retribution." The formation cultivators boasted loudly, encircling Wen Si within layers of barriers. However, despite the formidable effort they exerted to establish the boundary, Wen Si, with her profound skills, merely grazed her fingertip against it, causing the entire formation to shatter like fragile crystals, scattering into disarray. She softly remarked, "Could you not present a stronger opponent? Your skills are truly inadequate." If possible, she wished to meet her demise just moments before the Heavenly Journey sect arrived. She did not wish for innocent lives to be slaughtered by Qianmo, yet she felt unworthy to face the sect, nor could she bear to confront the divine being Shur-El. Qianmo had the audacity to inquire if she had slept well, completely unaware that her dreams were filled with visions of him violating her in the pool. Just as the various sects found themselves at a loss against her, the sky unexpectedly unleashed several bolts of lightning. Boom! 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 Unbeknownst to Chi-Mo, who lurked in the shadows, he posed no threat of thunder against her, yet bolts of lightning rained down around her. What is happening? Chi-Mo immediately became alert, particularly upon witnessing Wen Si's dazed expression. She neither evaded nor defended against the descending lightning. A foreboding sensation gripped him. She was seeking death. Chapter 9. Pursued and disappearing into the sea, those are the heavenly thunderbolts from the celestial realm. Observing the intensifying lightning, Chi-Mo could no longer remain still. He leaped forth from the shadows, just as a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down from above Wen Si's head. Instinctively, he pushed Wen Si away with a forceful hand, and in the next instant, the thunder struck, crashing down upon his shoulder. The pushed Wen Si stood frozen in place. Chi-Mo, little did she know, before she could utter a word, the searing pain in his shoulder and the rapid beating of his heart ignited his wrath. How dare you seek death before me? In front of the onlookers, nearly losing control, he seized Wen Si by her collar and bellowed, "If anyone is to die, it shall be by my hand." Wen Si sensed that the members of the Heavenly Journey sect were almost upon them. The last vestige of her defenses crumbled within her. With a trembling voice, she pleaded, "Please, just kill me yourself." It was the first time Chi-Mo had ever heard her plead. He even doubted his own ears. His master was begging him. Yet, he quickly realized the reason behind her request. Her reputation lay in ruins, her dignity shattered, and the presence of the Heavenly Journey sect drew ever closer. She wished to preserve the last remnants of her integrity, at least to attain a semblance of dignity. Desiring dignity, is it? Very well. I shall grant you your wish. In the brief silence that followed his words, Wen Si's eyes lit up. After being tormented by him for 100 days, was she finally to be liberated? However, seeing the glimmer of hope in her eyes, Chi-Mo gritted his teeth. He summoned a surge of power at his fingertips and forcefully struck towards Wen Si's chest. A strange force surged into Wen Si's body. She could not withstand it. Her head thrown back from the impact, her eyes rolling back, and her entire body began to convulse once more. Amidst the excruciating pain, she believed that this time she would finally be liberated. Yet, Chi-Mo's mocking laughter cast doubt upon her perception of the situation. At that moment, the Grand Elder Shi Ran and the Second Elder Shi Qing of the Tianqing sect had arrived at the scene. Chi-Mo, while casting a spell on Wen Si, derided the elders provocatively, welcoming them to his coronation ceremony and questioning whether his demonic queen had dazzled them. Wen Si found herself immobilized, yet her mind remained clear. Chi-Mo's earlier assault had not sought her life. Rather, it had forged a contract with the demon clan, binding her as the woman of the demon lord. This was a fate infinitely more cruel than death. Chi-Mo desired nothing less than to render her existence a living torment. This was the punishment he had decreed upon her. As she struggled against her restraints, Chi-Mo swiftly sealed her powers, reducing her once more to a state of helplessness. At the moment of her binding, she could not even maintain her suspended form. Her body fell backward, only to be caught by Chi-Mo's hand. Shi Ran and Shi Qing could no longer bear to witness the scene, exclaiming in anger that they should never have allowed her to live. Now she had defected to the demon clan, tarnishing the reputation of the Tianqing sect. At this moment, Wen Si's consciousness was lucid, and she could scarcely believe these words were uttered by the two elders. Chi-Mo, gripping her tightly, sneered, reminding her that when they chose to abandon her last time, she did not hear them. Now did she see their true nature? This was the price she had paid for her devotion to the celestial realm. Open your eyes and behold. They each wish for your demise. Wen Si wished to block out these words, preferring to believe that all before her was but a nightmare. Throughout the past 3,000 years, she had never betrayed her sect. She had willingly undertaken the perilous task of refining the power of the demon god, only to find herself targeted for death by her own people. Moreover, the sects on the ground urged her execution, labeling her a disgrace to the celestial realm. How could she have colluded with the demon clan, forging a contract to become a demon queen? It was utterly outrageous. Wen Si longed for someone to end her humiliation. Yet Mo unleashed a surge of power towards the two elders of the Tianqing sect. Shi Ran and Shi Qing had long suffered enough from this scourge. Today, they were determined to eradicate Wen Si and restore purity to the Tianqing sect. As they counterattacked, Mo disregarded Wen Si's plight, using one hand to grip her while the other engaged in combat with the two elders. Wen Si was violently yanked about, her head spinning, consciousness slipping away. At the moment her vision faded to white, she suddenly felt a profound tranquility enveloping the world. Unbeknownst to her, as the two sides clashed fiercely, a hidden force suddenly struck Mo's arm. The strength was formidable enough to send a tremor through his entire limb, and in that moment of inadvertent release, Wen Si's body plummeted rapidly from the air. Mo was struck with alarm and immediately sought to catch her. But Shi Ran and Shi Qing seized the opportunity to impede him. As Mo was thwarted, he watched helplessly as Wen Si fell toward the depths of the northern sea. In a fit of rage, he retaliated with a surge of power aimed at them, yearning to tear them apart. At that moment, Shi Qing witnessed Wen Si plunging into the sea, surmising that Mo would find it exceedingly difficult to locate her. Turning to leave, they reminded the various sects that the power of the demon god should not be trifled with, urging them to depart swiftly. For this individual bore grave sins, and the celestial realm would address the matter in due course. Such words were merely a form of consolation. Only the Tianqing sect was aware that Shi LV had repeatedly petitioned the Heavenly Emperor, who deemed the Tianqing sect capable of handling the issue without necessitating a grand mobilization. Shi LV, frustrated, once more reported that the demon god had kidnapped the vermilion bird. Yet the Heavenly Emperor's response was that the vermilion bird was a sacred beast under the command of Shi LV. Could it be that the deity could not even protect her own? In the presence of the gods, Shi LV refrained from cursing, but upon returning to the Tianqing sect, her first exclamation was a vehement declaration of her resignation. This proclamation startled all the disciples, who kneeled before her, imploring their leader to reconsider. With a deep sigh, Shi LV lamented the burdens of leadership, which had led to Wen Si sharing in her hardships. Shi Ran and Shi Qing, who had ventured to the lower realms to assess the situation, soon returned, for Mo was still preoccupied with thoughts of Wen Si and had no inclination to confront them. He swiftly departed for the northern sea in search of her. However, the vastness of the northern sea posed an insurmountable challenge for his search. He was utterly unaware of Wen Si's whereabouts and regretted, in hindsight, having sealed her powers. She had always harbored a fear of water, and the water prisons he had used to torment her had been measured. Yet, in the boundless northern sea, she would surely drown. Chapter 10. This wicked being is beyond outrage. Mo immediately plunged into the sea, forcefully binding himself to Wen Si through a contract that rendered her unable to escape, especially since her spiritual powers were currently sealed. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. The northern sea was the domain of Xuanwu Xianxia, who sensed a familiar aura falling into the depths before Mo could react. Swift as lightning, he rushed to investigate, only to discover Wen Si, battered and bruised. "Little sister," he exclaimed, urgently infusing her with spiritual energy in hopes of rousing her from unconsciousness. Yet, at the moment the energy flowed into her, the contract's sigils flared to life. Realizing the situation was far worse than he had imagined, Xianxia swiftly sealed Wen Si's aura and carried her away from the northern sea to a concealed location. His sister was not resilient enough to withstand the water's depths. He tended to her wounds for 3 full hours before she gradually regained consciousness. Little sister, coughing and expelling water, Wen Si finally opened her eyes. The fact that she was still alive felt like a humiliation to her. She could not discern whether Xianxia before her was real or an illusion, and instinctively grasped his hand, weakly pleading, "Third brother, kill me." Her first utterance nearly startled Xianxia into a state of panic. He immediately grasped her hand in return, exclaiming, "Silly sister, what nonsense are you speaking? What on earth happened? You must tell me." Hearing the voice of her long-lost third brother, whom she had not seen for 200 years, she could no longer contain herself and began to weep openly. Just by observing the myriad wounds on her body, Xianxia could surmise the torment she had endured. And with a pained heart, he comforted her. Do not be afraid. It is all right. Third brother is here. Who has wronged you? I will avenge you. It is truly a matter of profound humiliation. Everything she has recently endured is beyond her ability to articulate. She feels utterly shattered, stripped of all dignity, unable to face anyone. Rather than suffer in this torment, she would prefer a swift resolution. Her cries are heart-wrenching, so intense that they leave Xianxia in shock. It is known that she has always been a person of cool demeanor and stubborn nature, rarely showing emotion, whether joy or sorrow. Having known her for 3 millennia, this is the first time he has witnessed her so utterly broken. Who has inflicted such pain upon her? What has she been through? Yet, seeing her in such a state, Xianxia can only allow her to recuperate and has assigned someone to care for her. He specifically instructed that her emotions are unstable and that she must not be allowed to contemplate self-harm. After ensuring Wen Si's well-being, Xianxia descended to the foot of the mountain and issued a command, summoning a host of earth immortals. The 4 sacred beasts have always held a prestigious status in the 3 realms, and upon hearing Xuanwu's call, the earth immortals bowed in reverence, asking, "Why has Lord Shen summoned us?" With a grave expression, Xianxia inquired, "Are you aware of what has transpired in this vicinity?" He was particularly eager to understand why Wen Si, who was supposed to be in Kunlun Mountain, had fallen into the North Sea in such a battered state. One of the earth immortals replied, "The demon lord is currently searching for someone in the North Sea. He claims his demon empress has accidentally fallen into the sea and has enlisted the aid of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to locate a woman bearing a demon contract, offering numerous rewards to the Dragon King of the North Sea." Are you referring to Qian? But Qian's demon empress is Qingji, is she not? Xianxia questioned, perplexed. That does not seem to align. The earth immortal responded, "The demon realm has undergone a regime change long ago. The current demon lord is Qi-Mo, and Qian has long been compelled to abdicate." Qi Montak, a jolt of apprehension coursed through Xianxia. Was he not the apprentice adopted by Wen Si? That demon seed has ascended to become the new demon lord. The first act of his demonic transformation was to torment Wen Si to such a state. Does this not imply he is aware that Wen Si was tasked with suppressing the demon seed and secretly siphoning the power of the demon god? Xianxia refrained from revealing his knowledge, feigning ignorance as he ordered, "The land around the North Sea is under my jurisdiction. Ensure you keep a vigilant watch. Inform me immediately of any movements from that demon lord." After sending the earth immortals away, Xianxia realized his heart was racing exponentially. He hurried back to check on Wen Si's condition. The guards watching over her reported that she had cried herself into a faint due to exhaustion and fearing the worst. They had refrained from taking any rash actions, allowing her to rest. Xianxia quietly approached Wen Si, meticulously examining her injuries. The multitude of scars adorning her body ignited an uncontrollable fury within him, compelling him to denounce the actions of her tormentor as utterly reprehensible. Did he truly despise her to such an extent that he would reduce her to this state? He had encountered Qi-Mo 200 years prior, when Wen Si had praised him as a good child. Never did he anticipate that Qi-Mo would evolve into such a monster. Now that he has encroached upon our territory, it is only fitting to extend hospitality, Xianxia commanded. Yet his attendant cautiously remarked that should Qi-Mo become aware of his presence, he might forcefully instigate a conflict to demand the surrender of Lady One. Xianxia coldly retorted, "In the North Sea, is it necessary for me to personally intervene?" Xianxia swiftly conveyed the news to the North Sea Dragon clan, where one of his kin resided. At that moment, Ao Shun also received the message from Xianxia indicating that the individual in question was seeking his sister. If he were to cooperate with him during such a precarious time, it would lead to accusations of colluding with the demonic forces. The demons were, after all, the very embodiment of evil that ought to be eradicated. The former demon lord, Qian, had wrought havoc across the realms and was severely punished by the great sun Tathagata. Since then, a decree had been established. Demons were forbidden from stepping out of their realm. Those who committed misdeeds would be slain. Following this, Qi Yin had become dormant. But who could guarantee that Qi Mo would not bring calamity upon the innocent? In the end, after patiently accompanying him in his search, Ao Shun sighed, stating, "As you can see, it is not that we refuse to help you. She is bound by a demonic contract, which you can sense yourself. However, the unfortunate truth is that she may very well be lost to us." With a resounding clap, Qi Mo slammed his hand on the table, nearly overturning the entire North Sea in his fury. Was it not said that the four sacred beasts were the four pillars of the celestial canopy? If she were indeed dead, surely there would be celestial omens to herald such a calamity. Ao Shun, fearing that Qi Mo might linger in the North Sea, helplessly retorted, "Who told you that? That Wen Si is merely a bird raised by the god of time. You may understand it as akin to the white crane under the command of the Emperor Wenchong or the nine-headed lion of the Emperor Qinghua." Outrageous! Mo could not abide such comparisons. He stepped forward and seized Ao Shun by the collar, exclaiming, "What gives these creatures the right to be mentioned in the same breath as Wen Si? And what are you then? A mere beast raised by someone? Impudence!" This wretch had truly overstepped the bounds. Did he not comprehend the grave consequences of the demon lord's disrespect toward the divine clans? Ao Shun bellowed, and thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals promptly surrounded Qi Mo. Ao Shun warned, "You'd best not provoke me. Dare to lay a hand on me, and you shall see. I declare that if Wen Si is dead, she is indeed dead, and the celestial realm shall not shed a single tear for her." "What is this commotion you are making?" Qi Mo gritted his teeth and growled, "What did you say?" Chapter 11. She committed a grave offense and was publicly executed. Ao Shun was disinclined to engage further, letting out a heavy sigh. "How can you be so utterly clueless? This is a disgraceful affair. There are no innocent parties in this entire incident. The moment the demonic seed was discovered, it should have been eradicated. The god of time was driven to desperation by the heavenly emperor, resorting to the despicable notion of using a demonic seed to supplement his powers. Wen Si was merely shielding the god of time. Now that the truth has come to light, must she be sacrificed? The true instigator resides in the celestial realm. If you wish to raise a ruckus, take it to the heavens. What purpose does your turmoil serve at the bottom of the sea?" Qi Mo was taken aback. "Supplement powers?" Ao Shun was startled by his own words and quickly covered. "In any case, that is the gist of it. If you don't understand, then so be it. Those are not my words. What you hear from others outside has nothing to do with me." Having uttered this, Ao Shun sought to make his escape. The mismanagement of the celestial realm had led to this debacle. What concern was it of his? But Qi Mo interpreted this as the entirety of the celestial realm wishing for her demise. You may understand it this way. The more havoc you wreak now, the heavier the backlash she will suffer. Not to mention her bleak prospects, anyone she encounters in the celestial realm will likely seek a hole to hide in. Seizing the opportunity while Qi Mo was momentarily stunned, Ao Shun slipped away faster, saying as he ran, "If you wish to find her, return and wait. When she is located, I shall ensure her safe return. This hot potato, Wen Si, is not something I dare to keep hidden." As the conversation concluded, Ao Shun conveniently vanished, and while Qi Mo could have continued to make a scene, such actions would serve no purpose. It was far more prudent to allow them to locate him first. Additionally, Qi Mo had to return to the demon realm. He cast a glance at the scar on his left hand, an indication of who had conspired against him at a critical moment. Simultaneously, Wen Si gradually regained consciousness. Due to Shun Zhao's forceful sealing of her aura, she felt as though she were suffocating, particularly because of the demonic contract on her chest. Shun Zhao had exhausted numerous methods to eradicate it, yet to no avail. Witnessing Wen Si's condition, drenched in sweat and nearly on the verge of collapse due to his coercive magic, he felt utterly helpless and declared, "I shall take you back to the celestial realm. Surely someone there will know how to dissolve this contract." "No." Wen Si shook her head in panic. "I cannot return. My current predicament is indistinguishable from being cast into the mortal realm. Pull yourself together. Do not think like that. Why are you so certain that the celestial realm will condemn you?" "I have committed a grave sin," Wen Si responded, her mind clear, with the situation now exposed. She understood that she could not hope for forgiveness. Concealing the existence of the demonic seed and catalyzing its emergence had led to the demon god's descent. Unless Qi Mo were to perish, her only fate would be public execution. Her words extinguished Shun Zhao's hopes of taking her back to the celestial realm. He could not help but feel a sense of injustice on her behalf. It was clearly the fault of time law. Why should she endure the madness of Qi Mo and the betrayal of those she once held dear? Resolutely, Shun Xiao proclaimed, "Then let Qi Mo perish. Why seek a premature end? Can your death resolve the chaos at hand? But is there truly a solution?" Shun Xiao replied earnestly, "There is a method available right now. Just give me your assurance that if he dies, you will feel remorse." Wen Si paused, puzzled by his inquiry. If he were still the Qi Mo I once knew, I might feel a pang of sympathy, but now I would gladly see him torn to shreds. With such a resolute answer, Shun Xiao felt a sense of relief and led Wen Si to a secluded location, belonging to the celestial realm but devoid of celestial beings. Only a handful of phoenixes resided in the sacred Phoenix Mountain. Wen Si suddenly recalled Qi Mo's previous inquiry about the distinction between the phoenix and the vermilion bird. Her understanding was that phoenixes were revered beings, having lived in comfort for millennia, unlike her, whose innate mission was to wage wars and ultimately bear the title of a sinner. The current leader of the Phoenix clan, Feng Liani, approached them upon their arrival, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, is this not Xiao Gu and a Z? What a rare visit. What brings you here?" Wen Si hesitated, unsure if her troubles had reached the celestial realm. So she remained silent while Shun Xiao stepped forward to respond. "There has been a disturbance across the three realms. The new demon god has become quite unruly. A Z has been tasked with addressing this matter. Hence, she seeks a piece of red jade stone from you. After a millennium, a Z is still so busy." Feng Liani's feigned ignorance provided Wen Si with a sense of relief, at least in her presence. She could still maintain the facade of normalcy. Feng Liani continued, "However, if the demon god you are confronting possesses strength comparable to the previous demon lord, the red jade stone can only seal away 30% of his power. That is sufficient." Wen Si's eyes brightened. Sealing away 30% of Qi Mo's strength would surely temper his arrogance. "Then come with me to retrieve it," Shun Xiao urged. Having spoken, Feng Liani gestured for Shun Xiao to accompany her. It was only when she confirmed that Wen Si had not followed them that she felt relieved enough to express her concerns. "Brother Xiao, it has been a millennium, and yet her affliction remains untreated." Shun Xiao remained silent, but Feng Liani, anxious, insisted, "Do you think I jest? After the great battle, her emotional core was damaged. Yet you all insist on proclaiming it to be a fire-type spiritual root. Just look at her now. I can sense her deteriorating mental state without even speaking to her." Shun Zhao's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, her mental condition was far from ideal, yet he firmly believed that there was no need for his sister to pursue such a remedy. The divine clan adhered to the principle of severing emotional ties, causing much suffering for many deities. Do not force her to recover that which she has lost. I am not jesting. If she encounters a man who stirs her heart, who could endure her demeanor, if they cannot tolerate it, then they may as well perish. Shun Zhao's response left Feng Liani speechless. The denizens of the celestial realm were utterly obstinate. Nevertheless, as she handed the Qi Jiao stone to Shun Xiao, she muttered, "Something will inevitably go awry." Unbeknownst to Shun Xiao, a calamity had already occurred. Wen Si had confided much, but she refrained from disclosing Qi Mo's feelings toward her, for she harbored none. She had not contemplated this absurd relationship. Before departing from Wudong Mountain, Shun Xiao asked Feng Liani to assist in unraveling the seal. Feng Liani, completely perplexed, could only speculate that she had been ensnared by a sealing technique during her confrontation with the demon god. His sealing arts were easily undone with the use of Zun immortal grass, though such herbs were found atop perilous cliffs, making them extremely difficult to procure. "You seek it despite your powers being depleted. I will help you lift this seal, but you must exercise caution moving forward." Once the seal was lifted, Wen Si performed a respectful gesture before departing. Shun Xiao understood that sealing Qi Mo was a risky gambit, yet they had no choice but to take such chances and await his return to Kunlun Mountain. "He is searching for you everywhere. Once I release your demonic contract's aura, he will certainly find you. Wen Si nodded in silence. Just as Feng Lianyi had observed, her condition seemed precarious. Xianxia expressed concern that engaging in battle now might be perilous. Be honest with me. What is the state of your body? Can you still fight? What is there to prevent me from fighting? Despite having nearly suffocated along the way due to the forced sealing of her demonic contract's aura, she persevered. Though the pain was excruciating, she could not articulate where it hurt, but at such a critical juncture, could she truly return home to recuperate? Chapter 12. Unworthy Disciple. I must slay you. If you're certain you are fit for battle, then let us proceed, Xianxia declared, channeling his spiritual energy to dissolve the barrier of the demonic contract seal. Only then did Wen Si, who had been gasping for air against the mountainside, find relief. Yet once the plan was set in motion, there was no turning back. Xianxia merely advised her to take care. After Xianxia departed, Wen Si ascended alone toward the summit of Kunlun Mountain, her thoughts a tangled web. Kunlun Mountain did not belong to any of the four cardinal directions. It connected above to the pillar of heaven and below to the gates of hell. Should it fall, the consequences would be unfathomable. To safeguard Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzun established the Yushu Palace, which subsequently became a sacred place for cultivation. From young Taoist priests to wandering immortals, and ultimately to their ascension through tribulations. Wen Si witnessed generations of Taoist masters passing through the heavenly gate, attaining their rightful destinies. At that time, Chi Mo curiously inquired, Master, can we soar like them into the heavenly gate? Wen Si absent-mindedly replied, No need, we can simply stride in. She was not fully attentive, mistaking his question about entering the heavenly gate, unaware that Chi Mo genuinely believed he could infiltrate the 100 Flowers banquet without an invitation. Little did he know that trespassing the heavenly gate was a capital offense. Wen Si let out a bitter smile, reflecting on how swiftly their fates had turned dire. She now bore grave sins, and so did Chi Mo. How had everything transformed overnight? Upon arriving at the entrance of the Yushu Palace, the Taoists greeted Wen Si with reverence, acknowledging her as a great master. However, Wen Si candidly commanded them to erect a barrier for immediate safety. The young Taoist priests were taken aback, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed behind her, suggesting that it was the master who ought to seek refuge. Wen Si did not turn, but the young Taoist exclaimed, Senior Brother Chi Mo? He had sensed her presence the moment she reached the mountain summit. Chi Mo was taken aback. He halted his punishment of the suspect Qi Yin and rushed to the peak of Kunlun Mountain, where he found her standing before the Yushu Palace. He never anticipated her return to this place, laden with memories of the past and the unshakable shame he bore. Wen Si still did not turn to face him. Realizing time was of the essence, she unleashed a barrier upon the entire Yushu Palace. Our grievances have nothing to do with Yushu Palace. Qi Montauk scoffed. Do you think that by temporarily relinquishing your position as the sect leader, the people here will sever ties with you? Not a chance. The more you care, the more I shall obliterate it all. I shall make you experience the taste of having nothing. The Chi Mo, she remembered, was not such a man. The current him could only be described as deranged. Wen Si promptly summoned the divine weapon, the flame feather spear, which was inherently a fire artifact. A fierce flame surged forth, directly targeting Chi Mo regardless of the rumors surrounding her severing of the fire source. Her unhesitating intent to strike him filled him with rage. Since Master wishes to play, I shall indulge you for a while. However, remember this. You are my demonic queen, and from now on, Yushu Palace shall be under my dominion. I shall manage this place on your behalf. You need only remain in my chambers, wicked disciple. I must kill you. Was it not enough for him to humiliate her before the various sects? Must he also trample her dignity before the disciples of Yushu Palace? Chi Mo distinctly sensed her combat prowess had significantly returned. The flames of the flame feather spear grazed his arm during his momentary lapse, causing smoke to billow from the burn. He swiftly retreated to defend himself, questioning, Who released your seal? Are there others present? Specifically, who had rescued her and brought her here? She had fallen into the sea, battered and bruised, and could not have escaped alone. Who else was nearby? He would eliminate them all. However, Wen Si offered no response. Instead, she swiftly countered with a palm strike aimed at him. Mo turned and intercepted the force. Gazing down at it and mused, "Is this a gift from the master? I shall cherish it dearly." With that, he consumed Wen Si's palm energy, then tilted his head in mockery as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Master, have you had your fun yet?" His laughter was wild, and the two fangs that protruded from his mouth caused a visceral discomfort in Wen Si. Indeed, the master was formidable, capable of defeating many, including all within the Jade Void Palace, yet could never overcome me. Could she? Wen Si stared intently at Mo, knowing that had she truly possessed the power to kill him, she would not have failed to stop him on the day he succumbed to darkness. "Shut up." Unable to endure any longer, Wen Si unleashed her most potent flames towards Mo. He was well aware that without the power of the demon god, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet, he had reiterated numerous times that she was simply no match for him. At that moment, the Taoists of the Jade Void Palace looked up in astonishment at the scene unfolding in the air. They were completely bewildered, unaware of what had transpired or why Wen Si was battling her soul disciple, Mo. The younger Taoist cried out, "Master, why has it suddenly become so hot?" Not merely hot, the very air felt as though it were ablaze. The nearby sky began to turn a deep crimson. Even shielded by the barrier, they felt suffocated. As Wen Si scorched the air outside, threatening to incinerate Mo. In Mo's mind, he recalled having died twice. First when she had slain him at the 100 Flowers banquet, and second when she had resolutely sought to refine him. He could not help but laugh, reflecting, "I imagine the most regretful decision you made was not being ruthless enough at the moment of my birth. Was it? Now, it seems, it is too late to eliminate me." With a furious shout, Mo declared that he had indulged her long enough and suffered her blows for too long. A surge of cold energy erupted within him, countering the searing flames. Wen Si felt the chilling current advancing toward her, dispelling the scorching air wherever it traveled. Immediately, she intensified her assault, determined not to grant him a single opportunity. Yet, Mo now wielded the power of the demon god and sensed his strength neutralizing her attacks. As he observed her breaking into a sweat and her breathing becoming increasingly labored, he admonished, Si, cease your struggles. I am currently sparing your dignity. Should you continue to resist, do not blame me for ruining your reputation on Kunlun Mountain." He could not fathom why his threats did not compel her to halt the searing flames. "Very well, since you harbor such hatred for me, I shall show you no mercy," Mo bellowed, unleashing the frigid energy within him without restraint, directing it all towards Wen Si. In that instant, he himself could scarcely believe what transpired. She was utterly encased in the chilling aura of the demon god. "Wen Si, you brought this upon yourself." Chapter 13. Caught off guard. Wen Si strikes back. How does it feel, master? Is it not chilling to the bone now, despite the layer of ice? Mo could sense Wen Si's body instinctively quivering, yet she remained utterly immobilized, helplessly watching as Mo smirked mockingly before her. Mo could perceive Wen Si's futile attempts to melt the ice encasing her, and thus advised her master to cease her efforts. For the power of the demon god was beyond her ability to unravel. He then added, however, that he could not bear to see her in such agony, so he would assist her. With that, Mo drew closer to Wen Si, and with a mere touch, the ice around her neck began to thaw. After freeing her neck, he chose not to liberate her head just yet, continuing instead to melt the ice further down. Wen Si was cornered by his actions, yet she could not express any emotion. Mo, however, could not resist cradling her delicate face in his hands, and as the ice on her cheeks melted away, he softly spoke, "Master, you are unfit to govern Kunlun Mountain. Return to the demon palace and become my queen. I have long desired to share a marital bond with you, a wish I harbored 500 years ago." He eagerly released the ice binding her small face, but she had already succumbed to the cold. Her eyes rolled back, unable to move, her lips frozen ajar, pale and devoid of color. Seeing her in such a state caused Mo to panic. In his rage, he had not restrained his power, and he feared he might have inadvertently caused her demise. "Master, master," he called out instinctively grasping her arm, and the ice on her arms began to melt as well, yet her body remained rigid, as if frozen in time. Just as Mo contemplated carrying her back to the demon palace for healing, a sudden, intense pain shot through his chest. Blood unexpectedly seeped from the corner of his mouth. When he regained his composure and glanced down, he was horrified to find one of Wen Si's hands forcibly thrust into his chest. Mo could scarcely believe that even in her frozen state, Wen Si could muster the strength to pierce his heart. This was her third time taking his life. Her heartlessness left him cold. With a sardonic chuckle, Mo thought of gently extracting her hand to avoid breaking her arm, which would hinder any chance of healing. Soon after, his body began to regenerate, and in no time, he returned to his original state. Pressing Wen Si's head, he positioned her unseeing eyes towards his chest and exclaimed, "Master, do you see? I told you it would be too late to contemplate killing me at this juncture." Wen Si remained devoid of expression, her entire face frozen, only her ears registering Mo's voice. Thus, he leaned closer to her ear and proclaimed, "Do you see? I'm not dead. It is utterly impossible, ah." A sharp pain surged in the region of his heart, as though something had been lodged inside. In a desperate move, he unleashed a surge of demonic energy upon Wen Si, and her body instantly returned to normal, gasping for air. Yet before she could steady her breath, Mo seized her collar and furiously demanded, "What have you done to me?" Wen Si was already severely injured. Even as she began to recover, she still felt dizzy, her eyes uncontrollably rolling back. Observing Mo's frantic demeanor, she realized she had successfully embedded the crimson stone within him. At last, peace reigned across the land. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, but as her eyes rolled back, her head fell backward. In Mo's clip, she felt as if she were a mere pile of mud. In a fit of rage, he struck her several times, causing her head to tilt awkwardly. Yet she showed no signs of regaining consciousness. "You ungrateful wretch, awaken. What have you done to me?" His chest throbbed with intense pain, cold sweat beading on his brow. As if the power of the demon god was being siphoned away, a sensation that filled him with dread and even drove him to madness. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from behind, catching Mo off guard. The impact staggered him, and Wen Si, whom he held, tumbled from the air, rolling down the mountainside until she vanished from sight. Just as Mo contemplated searching for her, Xianxia stood before him. "You're the one who rescued her?" Mo questioned, his tone wary. "I am her third brother," Xianxia replied coldly. "What? Have you forgotten your master so quickly?" Hearing this, Mo felt a wave of bitter irony wash over him. "Your master is nothing but a pretender. You are all a deceitful lot. I will annihilate every last one of you." These individuals sought his life. They were the true embodiments of evil. At that moment, Mo sensed his strength waning, a realization dawning upon him regarding what Wen Si had just done. Even as she struggled for her own survival, she was intent on his demise. Meanwhile, Wen Si, having rolled down the mountainside, collided with a massive tree, the force jolting her back to consciousness. Unexpectedly, as she opened her eyes, a shadow swooped down from above, akin to a raptor seizing its prey, lifting her from the ground. In that instant, her heart skipped a beat. The one who had caught her was none other than Mo. It seemed he had felt the loss of power and chose that moment to vanish, escaping right beneath Xianxia's nose. Yet, he had no intention of fleeing far. His patience had reached its limit. Before Xianxia could react, he took Wen Si to a prominent cave on the opposite side of Kunlun Mountain. This cave was highly noticeable. If Xianxia wished to find it, he would do so quickly. When thrown at the cave's entrance, a sense of foreboding washed over Wen Si as she beheld Mo's eyes turn crimson once more. Gripping her neck tightly, he slammed her against the stone wall. Wen Si found herself unable to escape as he tore her clothing with a savage rip, shouting, "You shameless wretch! This is the third time. There should be limits to your audacity. Since you have no shame, do not blame me for showing you none. Stop it." The more she struggled, the harder he pressed her head against the wall. "Isn't your master bringing reinforcements? Very well. This scene shall be a grand gift for your master." In that moment, He was nothing short of a deranged lunatic. As Qianmo observed the fear reflected in Wen Ji's eyes, he forcefully pinned her against the wall and bellowed, "So now you know fear." With increased intensity, he slammed her head against the stone wall once more, reiterating, "Now you know fear, do you? Wen Ji, I am willing to do anything you ask, just please. Not here, oh? Have you learned your lesson?" Qianmo's voice softened slightly. "What if I make you my demon queen?" Yes, Xianxia would soon find this place, and given his temperament, he would undoubtedly resort to violence. However, she dared not gamble on Xianxiao's ability to defeat him. This wicked disciple would surely present her disheveled state before Xianxiao to humiliate her. The thought of such a scenario was unbearable, and she felt trapped in a hellish torment, unable to escape or succumb. Unbeknownst to her, Xianxiao had already reached the mountaintop. Witnessing the confrontation between Wen Ji and Qianmo in the cave across, Qianmo deliberately reiterated, "Will you be my demon queen? Speak. Will you or will you not?" What if she refused? She despised this deranged beast, yet her resistance would only result in him humiliating her before Xianxiao. No, she could not bear to contemplate that. "I have no choice. Speak louder. I did not hear you. I am willing." Her voice was loud enough for Xianxiao to hear. And Qianmo lifted his head in triumph, his smile mocking. Xianxiao clenched his fists, perplexed as to why Wen Ji would submit. "Master, there is no need for you to interfere in the matters between me and my master. You are welcome to the demon realm for the celebration. I will ensure you are well treated." In that moment, a black whirlwind enveloped Qianmo and Wen Ji, and before long, they vanished from Xianxiao's sight. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed that one day he would rescue Wen Ji. Upon returning to the demon palace, Qianmo forcibly compelled Wen Ji into their wedding night. She was devoid of any strength to resist, while Qianmo provocatively remarked, "Such compliance is not characteristic of your master. Did he not enjoy kicking? Here is your chance. Feel free to kick a few more times." Wen Ji, already unconscious, had long lost awareness, and Qianmo was oblivious to when she had fainted. He paid no mind, lifting her and pressing her against the doorframe. The guards at the entrance caught a glimpse of two figures and, in a bid for survival, quickly distanced themselves. Observing the guard's perceptiveness, Qianmo felt a surge of irritation towards Wen Ji. Even the two demon cultivators understood to heed his cues, yet she persistently opposed him. What was the point of having her if she had never submitted? "If you had served me well, I could have treated you with kindness and abundance. But you choose to be a wretched servant. Very well, I shall grant you that." The demon realm's court sessions synchronized with the human realm, and before dawn, Qianmo was required to attend a meeting with the elders. The first thing he did upon rising was to kick Wen Ji, who had regained some consciousness, off the bed, shouting, "Get up, attend to my attire, and accompany me to court." Wen Ji was unaware of what transpired after her fainting spell and found it immensely difficult to even open her eyes upon waking. As Qianmo observed her lack of response, he delivered another kick, sending her crashing against the wall. "Are you deaf or dumb? Can't you hear me calling you?" Did she truly comprehend the depths of his disdain for her silence? It was evident that her previous indifference towards him, when he had treated her with the utmost respect as his master, had led to this moment. Now that she found herself at his mercy, he was determined to subdue her. Wen Ji understood that a portion of his ire stemmed from the fact that his demonic power had been diminished by 30%. He incessantly cursed her, but within a mere quarter of an hour, she rolled her eyes back and fainted once more, finally granting her ears some respite. The sole silver lining was that Qianmo could no longer wreak havoc, as his own strength had been curtailed, causing him to temper his behavior. Yet, Wen Ji could not endure this torturous existence. Upon regaining consciousness, she clutched the doorframe to rise, barely managing to stand beside Qianmo to assist him with his attire. Remarkably, this marked the first time in 5 centuries that her master had attended to his needs. In the past, he had always insisted on residing alone in a separate chamber, rising early to practice martial arts, while she had longed for his company, only to find herself in this predicament now. Wen Ji's jaw throbbed painfully, rendering her speechless. Qianmo was already irked by her mute demeanor. Yet witnessing her struggle to assist him, he refrained from striking her down, as he still desired her presence at court. After he had changed, Chi Mo summoned Ling Yu to hastily help her freshen up. Upon entering and seeing Wen Ji's condition, Ling Yu gasped in shock. But Chi Mo quickly gestured for her to remain silent, compelling her to work efficiently and present Wen Ji in a polished state before escorting her to the sedan chair. Inside the sedan, Wen Ji appeared utterly despondent. Fearing she might collapse, Chi Mo immediately infused her with a portion of his magic. Although his powers were already diminished by her, she had coerced him into bestowing more upon her. Master, why have you never spoken to me about replenishing magic? What exactly does it entail? Though the term seemed ominous, his curiosity only intensified. Yet, Wen Ji remained unresponsive, attempting to speak, but finding her jaw too painful to do so. Realizing his earlier misjudgment, Chi Mo recalled how he had forced her to open her mouth by gripping her jaw, leaving her unable to close it after awakening. Behave well in court, master, and I shall send someone to massage your jaw upon my return. Wen Ji was disinterested. Her only wish was for him to keep his distance. She did not want to see him. Upon arriving at the grand hall of the demon palace, the elders of the demon world watched as Chi Mo strode ahead, with Wen Ji reluctantly following in his wake to accompany him to court. The elders immediately protested, questioning how their lord could allow a mere woman to appear in such a setting. Chi Mo dismissed their objections, asserting, "What woman? She is my demon queen. From this moment forth, as I take my seat upon the throne, she shall stand beside me. Lord, this is utterly unacceptable. The woman hails from the celestial realm, her prowess unfathomable." Alas, before the elders could complete their words, Wen Ji found herself unable to stand any longer. Her legs, already weakened, had traversed 100 steps, and suddenly, she could not catch her breath, collapsing directly onto the grand hall of the demon palace. Chapter 15. Starving in protest? She's not yet worthy of that. The elders were taken aback, their unfinished words choking back in their throats. Chi Mo was equally startled by her sudden fainting. However, given her excessive exertion the previous night, he was not entirely surprised. Turning to the elders, he retorted, "Prowess unfathomable? Is this what you call it?" The elders ordered her to be taken away, warning, "Should I discover that she dares to escape again, I shall annihilate your 9 clans." Yes, when Wen Ji regained consciousness, she found herself cradled in someone's arms, while another was attempting to feed her. Instinctively, she recalled how Chi Mo had forcibly pried her mouth open the previous night, and thus she instinctively turned her head away. "Do not evade. I am administering medicine to you. You are severely exhausted and need this herbal concoction to recuperate. Be good." The voice belonged to a woman. As long as it was not Chi Mo, she ceased her resistance. In the demon palace, the head of the Imperial Medical Department, Xianxia, had just returned from the mortal realm. Upon hearing about the new demon lord marrying the demoness, she felt quite disoriented. What further perplexed her were the various wounds adorning the demoness' body. Who could have inflicted such harm? Surely, it could not have been the demon lord himself. Regarding the demon lord, she dared not speculate excessively. After administering medicine to Wen Ji, she began to channel her powers to heal her. Yet, as her magical energy flowed into Wen Ji, the latter's expression suddenly contorted in agony. Xianxia noticed the faintly visible magical contract on her chest, indicating she had been forcibly bound. Xianxia continued to channel her magic, but Wen Ji's body soon began to convulse uncontrollably, prompting Xianxia to hastily withdraw her energy. The denizens of the demon realm were utterly incapable of treating her. No wonder the physicians in the Imperial Medical Department reacted with such trepidation upon learning she required treatment. Ultimately, Xianxia was left with no choice but to administer a medicinal bath. Due to Wen Ji's prior freezing, the warm spring water provided her with considerable comfort. Shortly after entering the water, her eyes fluttered open to reveal a petite girl before her. For a fleeting moment, she thought she beheld the youthful visage of Shirlu. "Could you assist me with a favor?" Suddenly hearing Wen Ji speak, Xianxia was startled but quickly regained her composure, approaching with the medicinal herbs in hand and inquiring, "What favor? You have a dagger at your waist. Kindly in my life." Caught off guard by this proclamation, Xianxia froze, losing her grip on the herbs, which scattered across the ground. "No, could you not frighten me so? I am from the Black Serpent clan, over 500 of us. She implored, "Have mercy. If you wish to die, I still wish for my 9 clans to live. Then let us forego treatment altogether. He has injured me thus, and I shall likely not survive much longer." Xianxia could not fathom why Wen Si harbored such an intense desire to end her own life. Nevertheless, she urged, "When I treated you earlier, I noticed your youth. A girl of your age should be filled with vigor and passion. Why do you choose to merely exist? What is the purpose of this? Do you not have family or friends?" When Si shook her head, she found herself utterly alone. The celestial realm pursued her relentlessly, and she could not return to Kunlun Mountain, nor dare she approach her 3 elder brothers. All she longed for was a solitary death, a tranquil escape. If Xianxia refused to assist her, she would seek other means. Given her current condition, she felt that death was but a step away. As Xianxia completed Wen Si's medicinal bath, Mo returned to his chamber. He inquired simply, "Is she awake?" "Yes, my lord. She has regained consciousness. With a few days of proper rest, she will recover," Xianxia replied. Upon hearing this, Mo entered the chamber without further questioning. However, Xianxia, driven by curiosity, deliberately slowed her departure. Just as she reached the stairs, a loud crash echoed, as if something had been violently hurled against the wall. Then came a furious shout. "Wretched woman, do you have any idea how much you embarrassed me in the Grand Hall today?" Realizing the impending confrontation, Xianxia dared not return to counsel her lord and quickened her pace. She understood why when Si sought death in the demon realm, all she felt was endless despair. Yet, Xianxia still had kin, and no one in the entire demon realm dared to offer assistance to Wen Si. The following morning, Mo rose to attend court, having instructed a maid to prepare a bowl of red date porridge to nourish her. However, upon his return, he was taken aback to find the maids kneeling in a line before the chamber, bowing deeply as he approached. A sense of dread gripped Mo. He feared something had befallen Wen Si and immediately inquired about the matter. The maids trembled as they spoke. "Miss Wen has been refusing food since her arrival. Despite her frail condition, she will not eat anything, not even the medicinal soup." Mo clenched his teeth. This was not the first time she had resorted to starvation. If she sought to die before him, she was not worthy of that privilege. Narrowing his eyes, Mo forcefully pushed open the door, only to find Wen Si staring blankly at the wall, motionless, resembling a corpse. Approaching her bedside, he saw she was tightly wrapped in the bedding and reached out to pull it away. Suddenly, Wen Si snapped, "Do not touch me." Mo smirked provocatively. "What is wrong? Has my master forgotten her current status?" Saying this, he yanked the covers, tearing them in two. He could not bear to see her retreating like a turtle into its shell, avoiding him. His loathing for her attitude was profound. But in the moment he compelled Wen Si to meet his gaze, he discerned only boundless hatred reflected in her eyes. "Get away from me." Wen Si felt nauseated at the sound of his voice. "I told you, I do not wish to see you." Chapter 16. Her frailty was a result of his actions. "Yet I wish to observe you always, my master. Tell me, how shall we resolve this contradiction?" She had no mind to engage with him, her breath quickening as she desperately sought to evade his gaze. At this moment, a palace maid outside delivered a splendid outfit. Mo took the garments. His tones softened slightly. "Very well, master, do refrain from losing your temper. Last time, you assisted me with changing my clothes. This time, allow me to return the favor. Is that acceptable? Must I do it myself?" However, before he could finish, Wen Si interjected, "Master, please do not force me into a situation I cannot refuse." Mo realized she was not seeking his approval, but rather being compelled to obey his command. Having tasted the consequences of defiance, she felt exhausted and devoid of the strength to resist. Once she was dressed, Mo continued, "Now that you are clothed, it is time for your medicine." Wen Si had no desire to ingest the potion. She merely wished to await her fate in silence. Upon seeing the medicine he presented before her, she coldly retorted, "Get lost. Do you not wish to consume it?" Mo's tone appeared gentle, yet to Wen Si, it was akin to madness. A peculiar smile graced his face as he added, "If you choose not to eat, I shall not impose upon you." However, as he spoke, he unleashed a surge of power that opened the door, revealing a row of kneeling maids outside. If you do not take your medicine within 15 minutes, I shall randomly select one to execute and display her corpse at the entrance as a form of retribution. Should you refuse for 30 minutes, I shall slay two, and so forth. The maids outside, upon hearing this, cried out in a cacophony of pleas, "Please spare us, master. Have mercy." The clamor grew overwhelming, prompting Mo to exclaim, "How irritating! Who instigated this uproar? I shall execute the one leading the charge." The maid at the forefront, in a state of panic, kowtowed and begged, "Master, spare me. I shall not do it again. Please have mercy. Is it you who incited this disturbance? I shall begin with you." However, just as Mo was prepared to make an example, a sudden crash of a bowl echoed from behind. He turned to find Wen Si, frowning, having consumed the entire potion in one gulp, slamming the empty bowl onto the table. "Is that sufficient?" Mo was taken aback, utterly unprepared for her prompt compliance. It was the first time he witnessed her willingly take her medicine. Previously, when she returned wounded from battle, he had hurriedly brewed her medicine over 2 hours, presenting it to her with a gentle, "Master, please have a sip of this broth." Yet, she had merely dismissed his offer, stating, "No need, the enemy will soon recuperate. Our soldiers must hold the formation and prevent any breach." With that, Wen Si led her troops back into battle, as if she were merely overseeing their rest rather than needing to recuperate herself. She consistently disregarded him, while the young Mo exerted every effort to excel, hoping for just a fleeting glance from her. In retrospect, he felt utterly foolish, far less significant than the maid kneeling at the door. Moreover, after consuming the potion, Wen Si did not hesitate to chastise him. "Dare I inquire if this is how you, the demon lord, conduct yourself? Or is it that the rules of the demon realm prioritize submission over conscience? You lack the authority to judge me. The celestial realm has long condemned the demon realm as devoid of merit. Yet in truth, how much better is the celestial realm? You have already entered their kill list. Your survival lies solely within the demon realm. The demon realm is protecting you. Do you understand?" Wen Si could not bear such slander and swiftly retaliated against Mo. However, Mo, quick-witted and agile, seized her arm and continued to scold her, insisting that she consume the red date porridge. For her current condition was exceedingly poor. She fainted at intervals, causing him great concern. After finishing her medicinal soup, Wen Si lay down to rest. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself reclining on the bed in her palace chamber, with Mo having already departed and Xianxia attending to her with some massage therapy. Upon noticing her awakening, Xianxia eagerly inquired, "How are you feeling? Do you feel any better?" Wen Si replied, "I do not require such massages. You must understand the importance of health preservation. It is often said that one so young should not be so despondent. Look, I have prepared sunflowers for you, placed upon the table, so that you may see them every morning upon rising. I assure you, they will invigorate your spirit." Wen Si scoffed, well aware of the supposed benefits of sunflowers. "Did Mo send you here?" she suddenly queried. "If so, he is truly idle, engaging in such trivialities. First, he injures me, and then he assumes the role of a healer. His fury during the assault and feigned gentleness during treatment are quite amusing. Is this not a form of mental torment? Just how long does he intend to subject me to this? I can endure no more." Xianxia, at a loss for words, recalled how after Wen Si fainted post-treatment, Mo confronted her, questioning why she had become so weak and how she had been caring for Wen Si. Xianxia felt as though she had been unjustly implicated. Did Mo not realize how feeble Wen Si had become? In Chapter 17, she could hardly withstand the magical formation, revealing her true self. Ultimately, the burden of responsibility fell upon Xianxia, who must dutifully care for Wen Si, this troublesome predicament. "From now on, I shall attend to your daily needs. I suppose I have taken over Ling Yu's duties. By the way, how should I address you?" "Call me whatever you wish. I am indifferent," Wen Si responded. "Anything? Then may I address you as master like Mo does?" Wen Si was taken aback. Did Mo not refer to her as master? Could such a title truly be used casually? Sensing something amiss, she inquired, "What does he call me? Does he not call you AC? That name is quite lovely. I would like to use it as well." It feels more intimate than your highness. Wen Si was astonished that Mo had the audacity to call her a sin private. If you like it, then feel free to use it. She bore no ill will towards Xianxia. She was merely curious. Was it truly necessary for the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau to personally attend to her when she usually only consumed tonics for vitality? What was he plotting? Xianxia sighed heavily, stating, "It is not so simple as merely restoring your health. The master insists on discovering what you lack since that great battle. He is certain it is not a fire element spiritual root and has reproached you for not speaking the truth." Wen Si found Mo utterly baffling. She had never mentioned such matters to him. So where was the deception? You must not speak to him in such a manner. He despises it more than deceit when you do not share the truth with him. Wen Si wished to refrain from discussing him, for it only fueled her ire. At that moment, Xianxia presented a wheelchair she had crafted, pushing it before Wen Si. "The weather is lovely today. Come, let's step outside and bask in the sun." Wen Si was taken aback. "A wheelchair? Indeed, you are currently unable to walk, and it is all too easy for you to collapse from exhaustion after merely ascending a step, at which point I would be powerless to assist you. Wen Si is presently in a state of confinement, and under the pretense of offering treatment, Xianxia is able to take her out for a stroll, which is certainly preferable to remaining here." Thus, Wen Si settled into a wheelchair, allowing Xianxia to wheel her outside. The sun today radiated warmth. As a person of the fire element, Wen Si savored the sunlight, and being pushed along by Xianxia brought her a sense of long-lost comfort. "You were once encased in ice, and only the essence of heaven and earth can alleviate your condition. Your elemental affinity is fire, and even the strongest foundation can be rendered weak when eroded by water. From this moment onward, you must not provoke him again. I lack the capability to save you and can only earnestly advise you." Suddenly, Wen Si felt a wave of drowsiness. During a brief moment of repose, she curiously inquired, "Why do you also appear like a young girl? Do you adopt a youthful guise to conserve energy?" "What?" Xianxia was unaware that Lu maintained a maidenly appearance in order to avoid wasting her powers. She then explained, "Do not jest. When I was born, the entire Black Snake village was attacked by the former demon lord's emissaries. My nest of serpent eggs was shattered amidst the chaos, and my mother exerted every ounce of strength to preserve me, a frail infant. I was born small and unable to cultivate, ultimately left with the path of healing as my only means of survival. My apologies." Wen Si was entirely unaware of her circumstances and hastily expressed regret. "I merely thought you resemble my master somewhat. I must be losing my senses. You must be homesick, right? I can tell you have family." At this juncture, Wen Si hesitated for a moment, unwilling to further burden Lu. She would rather bear the brunt of Mo's animosity herself. Yet, given Mo's temperament, it was likely he would eventually return to Tianxing's sect to cause trouble. She could not remain passive. "Xianxia," she called out, attempting to get her attention. Xianxia responded, "What is it? I too wish to understand what is lacking within me. Can you take me to the Imperial Medical Institute?" "The Imperial Medical Institute? I had planned to take you there for an examination once your health improved, but given your current condition, it would be wise to steer clear of the array there. I fear you may not withstand it." "Do not worry. Did you not say my foundation is solid?" Wen Si countered, "I can endure it. If you wish to go now, you shall certainly suffer. It will be quite painful. It matters not. I have long since grown indifferent to such sensations. After all, Mo forbids me from dying. As long as I live, I must continually devise ways to kill him. One of us must perish." Upon arriving at the Imperial Medical Institute, Xianxia guided Wen Si to a medicinal chamber, where a colossal alchemical furnace occupied the center, flanked by an array and shelves filled with rare herbs. Xianxia instructed, "Setting up the array will take about a quarter of an hour. Please wait here. I shall endeavor to be swift." Wen Si acknowledged her and watched intently as Xianxia diligently arranged the array. During the brief intervals, she surveyed the herbs lining the shelves. Upon noticing a purple vial nestled in a corner, Wen Si cautiously approached it. Indeed, her efforts bore fruit. She discovered a poison that would inflict backlash upon its user. If this toxin were introduced into Mo's body, he would certainly suffer the consequences. Wen Si immediately poured some medicinal powder, sealing it within a purple orb of light, which she then infused into her body, concealing it within her abdomen. She returned to Xiao's side, who had already set up a formation, yet hesitated slightly, saying, "Please sit within this formation while I examine you for any issues. However, it will be quite painful, so do not faint again, or the master will surely hold me accountable. Rest assured, I will not implicate you," Wen Si promised. Unbeknownst to Xiao, who was unaware of her serious intention to attempt to assassinate Mo once more, taking care not to involve any innocent souls. Thus, she entered the formation, allowing Xiao to activate it for a thorough examination. The moment the formation was activated, Wen Si felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a formidable force was compelling her to reveal her true form. Indeed, the next instant, Xiao beheld a massive firebird manifesting behind Wen Si. Though engulfed in flames, it was evidently not of the phoenix species. Inside the formation, Wen Si began to perspire profusely, uncertain of how long Xiao's examination would last. Suddenly, she heard Xiao exclaim, "Your flames are without issue, but there is a breach within your cranium." A breach within her cranium. Xiao realized the gravity of the situation. In essence, it indicated a problem with her cognitive abilities, a far more challenging issue than any physical ailment. During Xiao's contemplation, Wen Si's condition deteriorated rapidly, as if her internal organs were being constricted, like a great hand squeezing her heart. "Xiao, stop!" Wen Si's cry startled Xiao. She immediately deactivated the formation. But Wen Si could no longer endure it and collapsed to the ground. Alarmed, Xiao rushed to support her, anxiously calling out, "Ah, Si, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Chapter 18. Wen Si's attempt to assassinate Mo. Both sides suffer. Wen Si lay on the ground in pain, struggling to open her eyes, her breathing still rapid. Xiao had ceased the formation and, noticing Wen Si was still conscious, said, "The formation has stopped. Take your time to recover." Wen Si felt that her current state was no longer worth cherishing. Sitting in a wheelchair to rest would merely serve to present herself in the best light to draw Mo into her schemes. As evening descended, Mo returned to his palace to inquire about Wen Si's condition. Xiao replied that she had just taken her medicine and had gone to sleep. Mo felt something was amiss. How could she be so compliant with your treatment? Xiao, not overthinking it, reported truthfully that she had undergone an examination earlier in the day and was likely fatigued, having fallen asleep shortly after returning. What were the results? This was what Mo most wished to know, perplexed by her heartlessness towards him. Xiao's response surprised him. A preliminary examination indicates a wound located above the cranium, with a hollow deep within. What exactly is missing can only be determined after she has regained some strength for a more thorough investigation. With a profound gaze, Mo pushed open the door to the palace. At that moment, Wen Si was already asleep, showing no reaction to his arrival. It was rare for him to see her resting so peacefully, her chest rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Mo was initially reluctant to disturb her. However, the realization that her tranquility was contingent upon her ignorance of his presence ignited a sense of resentment within him, compelling him to reach out and caress her delicate face. In a moment of dazed awareness, Wen Si felt a touch and instinctively frowned, murmuring, "Xiao, I wish to sleep a while longer. You may leave." Xiao? No wonder she appeared so serene. She mistook the figure by her bedside for Xiao. Mo's large hand gradually slid down to her neck, an action that alerted Wen Si to the disarray. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to find that Mo had returned. "What? Is this how you react upon seeing me? I have not interrupted your rest. Get out." The sight of him incited her ire. Mo narrowed his blood-red, beastly eyes and tilted Wen Si's chin, saying, "Xiao must have advised you against provoking me. Did she not? I wish to treat you kindly, yet you seem determined to disregard my goodwill." Outside the door, Xiao, upon hearing the commotion within, understood that Mo was about to exert his force upon her again. She had advised Wen Si to rest peacefully, yet neither seemed inclined to heed her counsel. Ultimately, it was Xiao who bore the brunt of the situation. With a furrowed brow, she rose to prepare a medicinal broth. fearing the repercussions of any outrageous incident that might unfold. Just as Xianxia was about to depart, a sudden pain scream echoed from within. "You scoundrel! What have you done to me? It hurts." He had only just come to terms with the fact that his powers were sealed by 30% and had refrained from holding her accountable. Yet she had dared to strike him again. Wen Si's previous actions had merely been to provoke him into revealing his weaknesses. Witnessing him suffer from the backlash of his own poison brought her a sense of satisfaction. With a disdainful tone, she remarked, "I am unaware of the nature of the poison afflicting the demon lord. I can only advise you that those who commit wrongful acts will face retribution. This is your just reward. Wretched woman, I shall not rest until you are dead." To kill her? She would welcome such an outcome. She awaited Qi Mo's attempt on her life. But as he prepared to wield his dark power, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his insides, leaving him too preoccupied to concern himself with Wen Si. In a fit of desperation, he struck her with a forceful blow, sending her sprawling out of the room and tumbling down the steps, landing in a disheveled heap upon the grass. Xianxia was momentarily stunned by the scene, unsure of which to attend to first. She hurried to Wen Si's side and asked, "Are you all right? What on earth happened?" Wen Si managed to sit up with some effort, but Qi Mo was far from capable of such resilience. Despite the agony, he endeavored to suppress the poison coursing through his body. Once the pain diminished slightly, he bellowed, "How could I be poisoned? Where did her poison come from? Xianxia, is this your doing?" Xianxia, startled before she could approach, was taken aback as Wen Si stood to shield her, declaring, "Stay back. What is happening?" Wen Si's palm gathered flames as she whispered, "I will kill him, but you shall not be implicated." "Kill him? I see. Do not act recklessly. The consequences of attempting to assassinate the demon lord could be catastrophic." As Qi Mo finally comprehended that she had intentionally concealed the poison within her body, a surge of anger coursed through him. His teeth clenched in fury. He immediately sealed his acupoints, halting the flow of blood and energy within him. Just as Wen Si advanced toward him, her gaze, brimming with murderous intent, was indeed reminiscent of his master. Observing his agonized visage, Wen Si was acutely aware of the torment he now experienced, a sensation he had once inflicted upon her with his lightning strikes. Had he ever considered that such agony could befall him? Had he ever thought that he could not endure this excruciating pain? Yet, Wen Si would not grant him a moment's respite. She unleashed a blaze of crimson flames upon Qi Mo, and in an instant his entire being, along with the bed, ignited. Consumed by flames, Qi Mo recognized this fire to be more venomous than the Samadhi true fire. If it continued, he would be utterly annihilated. However, at that moment, he unexpectedly burst into laughter. His unusual demeanor aroused Wen Si's suspicion. "What are you laughing at?" she inquired. "I merely lament that my master was so close to success. Truly, just a hair's breadth away." Her plan was nothing short of flawless, and it was only when the poison took effect that I realized I had fallen into her trap. The only pity is that my esteemed master has forgotten that I can seal you at any moment. In the next heartbeat, Qi Mo, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, unleashed his power toward Wen Si. With a pain scream, Wen Si extinguished the flames in her hands. At that moment, Qi Mo emerged from the fire, his handsome visage contorted in disbelief that this was indeed the fourth time Wen Si had sought to end his life. "What have I done wrong?" he questioned despairingly. "Do you truly despise me so?" It was utterly unforgivable that his repeated attempts to mend their relationship had only resulted in her blatant disregard. With no means to lift the seal, Wen Si, staring at the enraged Qi Mo, summoned her blazing spear, aiming it directly at him. "Do you think that just because my power is diminished, I cannot contend with you? Vile disciple, I have long warned you that if you do not kill me, I shall assuredly strike you down." Chapter 19. Once again imprisoned. Suspended from the ceiling witnessing this scene, Xianxia was utterly taken aback, rushing between the two to mediate. "Stop fighting. If this continues, you will both perish." Wen Si, her powers sealed, was rendered defenseless, becoming nothing more than a target. Yet, Qi Mo's fury would cost him dearly. If he killed her, he too would suffer a fatal backlash. Did he truly wish to drag them both to ruin? Wen Si, however, sought mutual destruction. She bore no desire to survive, only wishing to take him down with her into the abyss. Xiao, do you not wish to preserve your life? Step back. I do not wish for you to be implicated. Today, I only desire to settle this with him. Chimo's crimson eyes glinted coldly as he thundered. Settle it? Do you think you are worthy? As he spoke, a thunderous bolt descended directly upon Wen Si, striking her down before she could even cry out. The speed of the lightning was so swift that she fell motionless to the ground, her already tattered garments reduced to ashes, even beginning to smoke. Angzi, are you all right? Just as Xiao rushed forward to assess Wen Si's condition, Mo experienced a similar sensation of pain, his entire body ablaze, his insides aching with torment. Within moments, he could no longer maintain his footing, struggling to present himself with dignity before Wen Si, refusing to appear too disheveled. Unexpectedly, Wen Si gritted her teeth and managed to rise, having seemingly acclimated to the sensation of being struck by lightning. She felt indifferent to her own suffering. Yet witnessing Mo endure the same agony brought her a sense of vindication. How does it feel? Is it pleasant? He had unleashed his fury upon her, and now the lightning had finally struck him. Mo, seething with rage, was determined to incapacitate her. As he prepared to strike again, Xiao could no longer bear to watch. She swiftly turned to Mo and pleaded, "My lord, if you strike her again, you will fall in her trap. She may wish for death, but each blow you deliver only exacerbates the spread and backlash of the poison. 3 instances of backlash could very well lead to her demise. Please reconsider." This revelation restored Mo's clarity, and he recognized that Wen Si was deliberately provoking him until his own poison took effect. Furthermore, Xiao had not finished her thought. She gazed at the battered Wen Si and added, "I do not comprehend. I have never understood why someone as noble as you, a sacred beast, seeks death when those like me, flawed and insignificant, strive to survive. Forgive my ignorance, but I believe you may have misinterpreted the essence of life. You claim that even in death, the heavenly path would recreate a sacred beast to maintain balance. Yet even a replica could never be you." Wen Si did not grasp the meaning behind Xiao's words, yet she felt the sincerity in her voice. Though our acquaintance is brief, I perceive you as a unique being. If you find no friends in the demon realm, then allow me to be your friend." Though Wen Si remained unmoved by her praise, she was nonetheless struck by the profoundness of Xiao's words. They shared no familial bond, yet Xiao bore an expression of heartfelt concern. However, Mo merely scoffed. She never had friends, nor does she require them. She had always been heartless, utterly devoid of compassion. Mo stepped closer, directly confronting the battered Wen Si, who sat on the ground glaring fiercely at him. In the next moment, he seized her and lifted her up, mindful not to crush her delicate neck, lest he fall in her trap. He thought to himself as he hurled her toward the direction of the palace, where she crashed violently against the charred wall. Mo then cast a cage-like seal around the bed, trapping her as if she were in a prison. The gaps allowed others to provide her with water and medicine. But escape was impossible. Not stopping there, he fashioned a rope that bound her arms and suspended her from the ceiling, forcing her to sit, unable to lie down. After confining Wen Si, Mo covered his wounds and departed, calling out to Xiao, "Come with me." Now, Xiao had no choice but to watch as Wen Si hung helplessly above the bed, her consciousness beginning to fade. Mo was now burdened with both new and old injuries, having been harmed by Wen Si. He knew he needed to find a way to recover or risk being attacked by rebellious demons. At this juncture, Xiao suggested, "My lord, you could choose to replenish your magic." Replenish magic? What does that entail? Mo had never heard of such a thing. Replenishing magic involves restoring one's magical power, which can be achieved through various means: pills, dual cultivation, or even by devouring one's kin. Devouring kin? Mo suddenly conceived a thought. The last time, it was a scoundrel who caused Wen Si to fall into the sea at a critical moment, and Mo had yet to settle the score with him. Now, standing before the cage of Yen, he gazed at the feeble figure within and realized that he still harbored a semblance of mercy for Wen Si. He would not consider whether Yen's body could withstand the same punishment. After all, Qian had languished underwater for so many days. It was only when Mo recalled the notion of replenishing magic that he came to this place to observe him. Upon seeing Mo, Qian, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "I heard you have crowned that woman as the Demon Empress? You will come to regret it. The three realms will soon descend into chaos. The Demon Clan has endured humiliation and slaughter for thousands of years." Silence. At that moment, Xiao and Ling Yu were stationed outside the prison door, acutely aware of the immense energy field emanating from within, while Mo was brazenly siphoning Qi Yan's power. It dawned on him that this was what was meant by replenishing magic. For 500 years, Wen Si had extracted his strength to bestow upon Lu, which was essentially the same principle. The more he pondered, the more his hatred grew. He loathed Wen Si for her cruelty towards him. She was as cold-blooded as a creature born from the cracks of stone. In a fit of rage, Mo lost control of his strength and drained Qi Yan of his power entirely. Without a trace of hesitation, he commanded, "Dispose of him," and cast his body into the demon realm. Yes, after emerging from the prison, Mo felt rejuvenated, yet Xiao cautioned, "Master, you must merge these two powers over the next few days. It is unwise to recklessly wield your strength." Mo replied, "I shall enter seclusion in these 2 days. Keep an eye on Wen Si. While I am away, do not allow her to complicate matters." Xiao suddenly proposed, "I beseech you, Master, I have a request." "Speak." "I suspect that Miss Wen's indifference may stem from her inability to experience emotions. If that is the case, then her condition is physiological. She does not intend to treat you this way. I hope you will not misunderstand her." "What?" If Xiao's conjecture holds any truth, then Mo would become a laughingstock. Are you implying she has never felt anything? Chapter 20. Having slept the entire way. It turns out she had fainted from hunger. Mo was skeptical of Xiao's verbal speculation. With no other option, Xiao commanded that Wen Si be brought to the medicinal chamber, so Mo could witness the truth for himself. Before long, 2 demon cultivators dragged Wen Si to the front of the magical array. Xiao ordered, "Place her upon the array, but do so gently. She is gravely injured and cannot withstand any rough handling." Mo silently watched as Wen Si was carelessly tossed onto the array, showing no signs of awakening. Murmuring to himself in self-pity, Xiao sighed, "She needs to rest and should not be forced to undergo examination. My actions are driven by the hope that she can receive treatment soon." With that, Xiao initiated the array. At the moment the array activated, the unconscious Wen Si suddenly felt a pair of large hands unexpectedly grasping her heart and squeezing fiercely. Wen Si awoke in pain, and in the next instant, under the immense pressure, she was compelled to reveal her true form. A massive crimson bird appeared before Mo, who was taken aback, frozen in place by the unexpected sight. The colossal bird was enveloped in a vivid crimson hue, its expansive wings scattering sparks of fire as they unfurled, while 5 elongated tail feathers flickered with flames, resplendent and dazzling. It was the first time he beheld her true form, and he privately mused that she surpassed even the most vibrant phoenixes in beauty. With this thought, Mo took a couple of steps forward, reaching out to touch her tail feathers. Xiao cautioned the master to be wary, for they bore toxic flames. Mo felt the intense heat, yet he harbored no fear. Rather, he stepped even closer to her essence. Xiao discerned that Wen Ji could not endure for long and quickly approached Mo, pointing to a portion within Wen Ji's true form, exclaiming, "It is there. There is a vacancy. Master, consider what kind of spiritual root would reside within the skull. It is highly likely to be an emotional root. Outsiders would never conceive of this notion, as few possess such a morbid curiosity unless driven by a desire for revenge. Severing her source of fire is standard procedure, but what would severing her emotional root mean for the adversary?" Xiao grappled with this conundrum, and Mo was even more perplexed. He was unaware of when she had lost her spiritual root to her enemies. Most likely, it had occurred before he encountered her. She had always been indifferent towards him, even as he exerted every effort daily to win her favor, she remained as unyielding as a stone impervious to warmth. Thus, he resolved to follow her reasoning and treatment, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Mo cast a glance at Wen Si, writhing in pain and struggling on the ground. He no longer dared to hope for any change in her condition. That night, Xiao packed her belongings and had several demonic cultivators carry Wen Si into the carriage. Although Mo had lifted her seal before entering seclusion, due to recent physical exhaustion, Wen Si remained in a deep slumber within the carriage. Xiao was uncertain whether she would be cold. Yet she covered her with 2 layers of blankets before driving the carriage away from the demon realm. The demon realm was incapable of cultivating medicinal herbs. All such resources had to be sought in the human world, which accounted for Xiao's frequent excursions to the realm of mortals. Each journey required her to conceal her demonic aura, masquerading as a human. After departing the demon realm, Xiao traversed 2 mountains, while Wen Si slept soundly in the carriage, remaining undisturbed even when jolted against the floor several times. Given the increasingly bumpy terrain ahead, Xiao refrained from returning to the carriage to assist her. The demonic aura in the vicinity heightened her vigilance. She sought only to pass through swiftly without causing any disturbances. However, just as she contemplated skirting through unnoticed, a flying blade suddenly struck from the shadows, severing a horse's leg in an instant. The steed lost its balance, letting out a long cry before tumbling forward. Xiao, caught completely off guard, was thrown heavily to the ground, and the carriage toppled over. As she clambered to her feet, she was confronted by several half-human, half-snake creatures, known to humans as snake demons. The leader, a green serpent demon, sneered, "Little demon, do you take us for blind? Passing through someone else's territory and hoping to leave empty-handed?" Xiao's heart sank. Her fortune had soured, landing her in this troublesome predicament. "I possess only a few medicinal herbs." "Medicinal herbs? Nonsense," commanded the green serpent demon. "Search her. See what treasures she has concealed. Isn't the Black Serpent clan reputed for their abundant resources? How we end up as paupers?" Xiao, unable to cultivate since childhood and devoid of any martial prowess, was utterly no match for this band of brigands and serpent demons. They rummaged through the carriage and reported back that apart from a lone woman and some meager provisions, there was nothing of value. While the provisions remained, the scant few pieces of silver were hardly sufficient to appease us. The green serpent demon quickly discerned Xiao's lack of combat ability and seized her, hissing, "Since you claim to possess medicinal herbs, produce a pill that can enhance our cultivation, or I shall end your life." "But I do not have any pills," Xiao protested. "Even if I were to concoct the herbs you desire, it would require an extensive period of time. Do not attempt to stall. Your clan, the Black Serpents, is replete with pills. Produce them now. Otherwise, I will kill you." As Xiao remained empty-handed, the green serpent demon's patience waned. "If you have nothing, then you shall serve as the material." With that, the demon transformed into its serpentine form, opening its gaping maw in an attempt to devour Xiao. Helpless and paralyzed with fear, Xiao found herself in dire straits, having fallen into the clutches of the green serpent demon. However, just as her mind blanked in despair, a sudden eruption of green blood splattered forth, and the demon's head was severed in 2. Xiao stared in disbelief, noticing the horrified expressions of the serpent clan. She turned in the direction of the sound, and was astonished to see Wen Si emerging from the carriage, with the surrounding serpent demons reduced to ashes. "I see. You are awake?" Xiao had anticipated Wen Si would remain in slumber for days, yet here she was, ready to fight. Wen Si replied, "I'm a bit hungry. I roasted these serpent demons to replenish my strength. Is that against any dietary restrictions?" "Not at all. You need a substantial boost right now." Xiao felt a sense of relief that Wen Si was not insisting on fasting. The Green Serpent clan, sensing the threat, attempted to flee, but their speed was no match for Wen Si's flames. In an instant, dozens of serpents found themselves ensnared in the inferno, charred to a crisp in mere moments. Still shaken, Xiao sat up and saw Wen Si standing before her. Vigilantly, she noted, "Not a single one escaped. They have all been turned to ash." "Thank you." Si. Rising to her feet, she was astounded that despite her injuries, Wen Si possessed the power to annihilate an entire clan. But I am truly famished. I have felt quite faint throughout this journey. It is no wonder she remained unconscious. She was severely wounded and had not eaten, which must have caused her to faint from hunger. Chapter 21. Captured by the demon monk and imprisoned in the dungeon, Xianxia promptly instructed Wen Si to remain where she was. Shortly thereafter, she returned from the mountains with 2 wild rabbits, exclaiming, "We can roast these. Wild rabbit is the most delicious." Yet she added, "But this time, be gentle with the flames." "Yes, I will moderate the heat. We shall each have one." Xianxia paused, realizing that she had captured both rabbits for Wen Si. Although she was puzzled by Wen Si's repeated attempts to assassinate Mo, she sensed that Wen Si was not devoid of compassion. After feasting on the wild rabbits, the two rested in a mountain hot spring. Xianxia noticed that after several baths, Wen Si's chill had significantly abated. As Wen Si recuperated by the spring, she found herself pondering numerous questions, and she could not help but inquire of Xianxia. "Last time, you mentioned that I misunderstood the meaning of life. I still did not quite grasp what you previously said. What precisely does it mean?" Xianxia was taken aback by her seriousness in reassessing the matter and promptly emphasized, "What I meant to convey is that a Si is a unique existence. No one can replace a Si, not even the former or future Zhuke mentioned by a Si." "Why?" she continued, "Because I distinctly recall the first time I heard your name. I found it melodious and unforgettable." Unexpectedly, Wen Si responded coldly, "My name is Wen Si, for I am the 4th among the 4 sacred beasts." Similarly, the 3rd brother, Xianxia, represents the sound of 3, the 2nd brother, by Ci, embodies the sound of 2, and the eldest brother, Zhang-yi, resonates with the sound of 1. This is the significance of our creation by the heavenly Tao. Hence, I find your words perplexing. Xianxia, realizing the harshness of the heavenly Tao's naming of the 4 sacred beasts, exclaimed, "How cruel! Does this imply that the 4 sacred beasts are merely tools to maintain the balance of the constellations and the 4 symbols?" However, as Xianxia was reeling from this revelation, Wen Si suddenly sensed an ominous presence nearby and alertly warned, "There is a murderous intent. We must retreat." Without hesitation, Wen Si donned her garments from the shore, while Xianxia, unable to grab her clothes in time, swiftly transformed into a small black snake and nestled on Wen Si's shoulder, reasoning that this form would be safer. As Wen Si detected a force approaching them, she immediately descended the mountain, yet the force soon caught up with them. Upon her descent, the figure materialized before them, a human, to be precise, a monk. Wen Si narrowed her eyes, warily inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you following us?" The monk's gaze was icy as he sternly replied, "Is it so brazen for malevolent spirits to wreak havoc in a mortal realm?" Xianxia instinctively recoiled into Wen Si's collar, urging, "We must flee a Si. Do not underestimate this man. Many mortals possess formidable artifacts in their possession." Xianxia nearly added that many of these artifacts were inexplicably sourced from the celestial realm, leaving no one aware of how they acquired them. Yet, the reality remained that they were not to be trifled with. Wen Si wished to avoid conflict, thus she explained, "I have no ulterior motives in the mortal realm. I merely seek some medicinal herbs. Furthermore, look closely. I am not the demon you presume." Unexpectedly, the monk burst into an unrestrained laugh, saying, "Do you require this poor monk to take your head to the Tianqing sect for a reward?" Wen Si was horrified. In the next instant, the monk launched an attack, a blinding golden light hurtling toward Wen Si. She immediately realized that the elders of the Tianqing sect had issued a bounty, and these malevolent monks sought to share in the spoils. Wen Si retaliated with a fierce flame, causing the malevolent monk to retreat in haste, for he could not afford to provoke the sacred beast's fire. Yet despite his timely evasion, the flames singed his garment, reducing it to ashes and scorching the skin of his arm. The malevolent monk glared at Wen Si with gritted teeth, at which point Xianxia urgently cautioned, "Do not linger in battle. We must escape." Wen Si had no intention of provoking him and was prepared to leave at once. However, just as she had knocked down the demon monk and escaped to the foot of the mountain, several golden threads resembling enormous steel needles suddenly ensnared her. immobilizing her completely. In that instant, Wen Si let out a shriek as the needles, seemingly infused with poisonous gas, relentlessly assailed her lungs. She recognized this apparatus. It was the heavenly net from the celestial realm. How could it be wielded by a demon monk in the mortal world? The monk, clearly aware of the little demon hidden within Wen Si's garments, immediately began to chant incantations to exorcise it. Xianxia felt as if she were enduring a calamity of immense proportions. How could she possibly survive this trial? Must she perish today? Little did she know, this action only incensed Wen Si further. As a sacred beast, the monk's spells held no power over her. Deciding to interrupt the incantation, Wen Si unleashed a cry from her true form. Upon hearing the phoenix-like wail, the monk momentarily froze. Yet no matter how she cried out, she could not extricate herself. Thus, the monk ensnared Wen Si with the heavenly net and took her directly back to Chongming Temple. However, the monk did not anticipate that the distinctive cry of Wen Si would reach even Qianmo, who was in deep meditation in the demon realm, startling him into opening his eyes. It was Zi. What calamity had befallen her out there? When Wen Si reopened her eyes, she found herself enveloped in darkness. What was happening? She was clearly awake, yet she could see nothing. Where was she now? We are in the dungeon of Chongming Temple. The monk used a magical artifact to injure you and brought us here. It was Xiao's voice. She could discern the tenderness woven into her words, but in truth, she was a wanted criminal, captured the moment she stepped out of the demon realm, making her current predicament unsurprising. Zi, are you in pain? Wen Si's limbs were still bound by the heavenly net, which emanated a potent toxin that had corroded her vision when the monk ensnared her. She was likely blind now. Yet, Wen Si's greatest concern was not her sight. It was the fear of being captured by the elders of the Tianxia sect and facing public execution. Just as she was mulling over this anxiety, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the dungeon. Soon after, footsteps entered the dungeon, drawing closer to Wen Si. She immediately grew alert and then heard a scornful laugh. Who would have thought that the once mighty sacred beast from the celestial realm would find itself a captive one day? The darkness obscured her vision, leaving her unable to discern the identity of her visitor. Was it the demon monk? The voice continued. Aren't you the one who stood up for that little demon? Don't you have the ability to scorch this poor monk's skin? I shall see how resilient your bones truly are. With that, a whip lashed towards Wen Si. Chapter 22. Get away from me. I do not need your rescue. Xiao, hidden behind Wen Si's neck, gasped in terror as she witnessed the whip approaching. Just as Xiao believed that Wen Si was about to endure another lash, the blazing spear suddenly surged forth, deflecting the descending whip. Blinded and bound, Wen Si had no means of retaliation save for summoning the spear. The spear erupted in flames, launching itself toward the demon monk. The monk gritted his teeth, astonished that the vermilion bird could still fight. However, Wen Si's summoning technique bore significant flaws. The spear trembled, indicating her inability to control its precise position. Xiao noticed this and urgently inquired, "What is the matter?" "I cannot see," Wen Si replied. "What?" Wen Si surmised that the heavenly net had been poisoned, corroding her senses. "Xiao, I need you to guide me." In the midst of their conversation, another attack from the demon monk struck from behind. As Xiao saw a bolt of lightning approaching, she had no idea of its exact location and hurriedly exclaimed, "To the left, behind." The spear immediately darted to the left to intercept, but due to a slight miscalculation, a bolt of lightning still pierced through, striking Wen Si's left leg. Gritting her teeth against the intense pain, she allowed the spear to hover directly above her, where it unleashed a fiery barrier encircling her. The demon monk, witnessing Wen Si's continued survival, intensified his assault to breach the barrier. It was then that Wen Si realized the severity of her injuries. She could barely maintain the barrier. In a short while, the shield maintained by the spear shattered, and the monk's attacks rained down upon Wen Si, who lay there with her eyes wide open, devoid of any expression, merely gasping for breath without further movement. At last, she surrendered to her fate. "I must leave you a breath to return to the Tianxia sect, where they will decide your fate. As for whether they dare to jeopardize the balance of the four symbols for their sect's honor, that remains uncertain the monk declared. Wen Si offered a bitter smile, convinced they would indeed go to such lengths. Now gravely injured, blind, and bound by the heavenly net, she was rendered a mere husk, providing them with yet another reason to execute her. At that moment, the demon monk produced a golden vessel, preparing to contain Wen Si. The instant he began his incantation, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, consciousness gradually slipping away. Ah, it seems a force compels me to revert to my original form. Only the celestial arts could compel her transformation. But how could such powers seep into the mortal realm? Just as the monk was about to ensnare her in the golden vessel, a tremendous noise erupted from outside the temple, followed by the anguished cries of the monks within. The demon monk was compelled to halt his chanting and stepped forward to investigate, only to find the courtyard shrouded in a dark mist, within which a figure in black was wreaking havoc. Who dares trespass upon Chongming Temple? The figure, Chi Mo, squinted his blood-red eyes, utterly dismissing the demon monk's challenge. A tendril of black mist lunged toward the monk, ensnaring him and swiftly releasing a cloud of toxic gas. The monk was momentarily stunned, swiftly initiating his defensive barrier. Yet the poison still seeped through, infiltrating his body. Did you just use this kind of poison? Chimo's voice was low and somber. He had heard Wen Si's cries more than once. It was inconceivable that she would wail in the human realm unless faced with dire peril. He was eager to discern the capabilities of this demonic monk, who dared to employ the same tactics to imprison and torment Wen Si. Witnessing the monk's agony as he was afflicted by the poison, Chi Mo coldly warned, "Listen well, Wen Si is under my protection. Only I may touch her. Anyone else who dares to lay a hand on her shall face certain death." However, the monk was formidable, despite being overwhelmed by the poison. Rendering him incapable of discerning Chi Mo's location, he still struggled to summon his powers to eradicate this malevolent being before him. Just as he prepared to unleash his might, a colossal crimson bird appeared above Chongming Temple. Both Chi Mo and the monk were momentarily stunned, but before they could react, the giant bird flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of massive volcanic rocks that crashed down upon Chongming Temple. In an instant, the temple was reduced to rubble, creating a vast pit where it once stood. Azzi! At that moment, Chi Mo's heart skipped a beat, ignoring the fate of the demonic monk. He rushed to the ruins of Chongming Temple in search of Wen Si. He was acutely aware that she was intent on self-destruction. His intention in sending Si Qiao to accompany her was primarily to provide guidance, but evidently, it had not sufficed. That devastating blow had obliterated the entire temple. And Wen Si was within. If anything were to happen to her, he would not be able to bear it. Azzi! Si Qiao! Si Qiao! Fearing that Wen Si might not hear his calls or respond, he immediately inquired of Si Qiao. Si Qiao, able to hear Chi Mo's voice, hurriedly replied, "We're below. In the dungeon." The dungeon. Chi Mo swiftly harnessed his powers, lifting the debris of Chongming Temple, revealing a hidden chamber beneath. He plunged into the depths, and indeed found Wen Si trapped within a net of heavenly restraints. She had expended her last ounce of strength to destroy the temple, leaving her utterly weakened and devoid of any will to resist. Azzi! He had finally found her, yet Wen Si did not respond, allowing him to approach the net that bound her hands and feet. Though he had not always treated her gently, he would never harm her. "Azzi, bear with me. I shall free you. Get away." Though Wen Si could not see, she recognized Chi Mo's presence. Her previously calm demeanor flared with agitation upon realizing he had no intention of leaving. "I told you to get away. Do you not hear me?" Chi Mo had intended to express concern for her, but her reaction only served to infuriate him. Narrowing his eyes, he retorted, "Wen Si, have I granted you too much leniency?" With a self-deprecating laugh, Wen Si replied, "I assent this appearance exactly what you wish to see. Are you satisfied now?" Fearing further misunderstandings between them, Si Qiao swiftly interjected, "My lord, she cannot see." "What?" It was then that Chi Mo noticed her vacant gaze. "What has happened? Could it be that the poison had? The poison can erode one's senses. I have yet to determine how to counteract it." Chi Mo clenched his teeth, disregarding Wen Si's feelings, and forcefully sought to unravel the intricate web of celestial bindings. reflecting on her indifferent demeanor towards him. He resolved to ignore her acceptance and unleashed his power to liberate her from the restraints. Observing Mo attempting to free her, Wen Si immediately retorted, "Stop. I do not require your rescue. Silence yourself. I have elevated you to my consort and granted you dignity, yet you repeatedly disregard my kindness. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Chapter 23. She yearned to escape, shoving her into the river initially. He felt a pang of sympathy for her suffering under the celestial bindings, but witnessing her cold and heartless attitude, Mo suddenly regretted his previous compassion, realizing he must have lost his wits to feel pity for her. He swiftly untangled the bindings and, upon seeing her wounds inflicted by the steel wires, furrowed his brow and commanded, "Xianxia, staunch her bleeding." Xianxia, possessing sufficient power, promptly appeared to tend to Wen Si's injuries. Before long, the celestial bindings were entirely undone. As her hands regained freedom, Wen Si's body lurched forward, collapsing helplessly into Mo's embrace. He was taken aback. Looking down, he discovered she had fainted from the pain. Had she retained even a modicum of awareness, she would not have fallen into his arms. "Xianxia, you shall handle the web beneath her feet. I must confront that demon monk, ensure he does not escape." Xianxia was momentarily stunned, but before she could react, Mo had already departed the dungeon, leaving her with no choice but to act. By the time Mo pursued outside, the demon monk had already slipped away. Curse it, I should not have allowed him a moment to breathe. Meanwhile, Xianxia had managed to carry Wen Si out of the dungeon and hurried towards Mo. "Master, what shall we do next? What hurts do you seek? I shall accompany you." He was eager to retreat into seclusion. Yet he had forgotten that Xianxia possessed no combat abilities and that Wen Si was grievously wounded. The two of them venturing into the mortal realm was tantamount to courting death. Mo sealed Wen Si's powers and concealed his own demonic aura. Upon witnessing this, Xianxia immediately understood and masked her presence, blending in as an ordinary mortal. They could not flaunt their demonic essence in public. Subsequently, Mo cradled Wen Si in his arms and set forth towards the marketplace of the human realm. It had been 4 centuries since Mo last visited the mortal world. In his youth, he had foolishly sneaked out to explore, only to be recognized as a demon and pursued relentlessly. It was Wen Si who ultimately intervened and rescued him. At that time, she had warned him that mortals despise demons. Unless he could cleanse his demonic nature and attain true enlightenment, his presence in the human realm would only result in eradication. Recalling his childhood experiences, Mo found himself chuckling at his past naivety, believing he could also achieve enlightenment. As a spawn of darkness, he would inevitably descend into the depths of the demonic path, while Wen Si sought to prevent his transformation into a demon lord while siphoning his powers. He could not dwell on such thoughts for long. Mo feared losing control and harming her in a moment of weakness. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at an inn, still holding Wen Si. "Innkeeper, please prepare 2 rooms." "Certainly. Esteemed guest, please proceed upstairs." Despite concealing his demonic aura, Mo remained discontented with the surroundings. Upon entering the chamber, he unceremoniously cast Wen Si onto the bed and commanded, "Heal her as best as you can." Wen Si, now afflicted with blindness and impaired limbs, bore no unscathed part of her body. Mo, apathetic to inflicting further harm, considered that she had suffered enough retribution. He then retreated to an adjacent room to continue his meditation, while Xianxia focused her efforts on mending the injuries on Wen Si's hands and feet. Gradually, Wen Si began to regain consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she was met with a shroud of darkness, mirroring her dire circumstances. "Do not move. I am treating your wounds. The injuries on your limbs are not severe, but if left untreated, they will cause considerable pain, possibly rendering you unable to walk." Xiao's voice reassured her. "Is Mo nearby?" Wen Si inquired. "He is in the next room, likely engaged in meditation. Ordinarily, given that you poisoned him, the residual effects should hinder him from using his powers without facing backlash." Xiao pondered the risk Mo was taking by venturing to the mortal realm with her. "I suspect he does not wish to harm you, yet his emotions are unstable. You must not provoke him further. In the lull of their conversation, Xianxia concluded her healing. She could only restore 70% of Wen Si's vitality, leaving the remaining 30% for her to nurture on her own. After the treatment, Xianxia, drenched in perspiration, collapsed onto the bed and advised Wen Si to rest, promising to devise a way to replenish her missing spiritual roots by dawn. Wen Si remained silent, offering no response. Soon, Xianxia, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep slumber. Unexpectedly, after Xianxia succumbed to sleep, Wen Si, enduring excruciating pain in her feet, rose and groped her way toward the door. Who would have imagined that she, now blind, could escape from this place? Yet in silence, she pushed the door open, navigated the railing, and descended to the ground floor, whereupon, sensing the breeze, she quickly located the back exit. She was determined to leave, resolutely refusing to return to the demon realm with Qianmo. The days of humiliation at his hands had been more than she could bear. As long as she could distance herself from him, she was indifferent to where she might end up, even if it meant perishing in some forgotten corner. It would be preferable to being dragged back by Qianmo to unleash his frustrations upon her. Though she could not see, Wen Si's hearing remained acute. She soon discerned that she had arrived at a small grove behind the inn, likely at the rear of the town's hills. With her powers and presence sealed by Qianmo, she believed that if she could traverse this mountain, he might not be able to find her. However, unbeknownst to Wen Si, Qianmo, who was meditating, had already heard the door creak open. He realized she had fled. He couldn't help but admire her tenacity, despite her injuries. She was still capable of running. Yet, he had no intention of pursuing her immediately. Rather, he wished to observe how far she could get. To his astonishment, Wen Si darted toward the hillside. If he did not act swiftly, allowing her to gain distance and conceal her aura, he might indeed lose her. Qianmo clenched his teeth, pondering her reckless decision to run further into the mountains. Was she seeking death? Resolving to follow her, he activated his lightness skill and covertly trailed her, maintaining a distance of 100 meters as he watched her every move. At this moment, Wen Si had arrived by a small river. Although she could hear the sound of flowing water, she deliberately avoided it and walked along its course, clearly intent on reaching upstream. Qianmo thought to himself, "So, if I do not intervene, by dawn tomorrow, you will have vanished without a trace, will you? Very well. Let me see if you possess the ability to survive alone in the wild." Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly flicked a stone from his hand, striking swiftly and silently at Wen Si's lower back. The force of the stone was considerable, causing her balance to falter, and she immediately plunged into the rushing waters. Qianmo was acutely aware of Wen Si's fear of water. In his fury, he wished to see if she could manage to climb back to safety unaided. As she fell into the water, unprepared and overwhelmed, torrents of the river rushed into her mouth. She desperately sought to grasp nearby stones, but found nothing, the current relentlessly dragging her toward the riverbed. Despite her utmost efforts to swim upward, she found herself unable to resurface, her body sinking uncontrollably. Before long, Wen Si was submerged. At that moment, Qianmo approached the riverbank, remarking on his master's formidable abilities, noting that even in such a state, she could still reach the back mountain. "Then, let me broaden my horizons," he declared, eager to witness how his master would make her way back to land. Chapter 24. She finally yielded out of necessity. He was nothing short of a madman. Wen Si, now stripped of her powers, stood no chance of emerging from the water. As the relentless river filled her mouth, her consciousness began to fade. Just then, a strong hand grasped her arm, pulling her from the depths. As her head broke the surface, Wen Si gasped for air, only to hear Qianmo's serious inquiry, "Master, do you truly require your disciple's assistance?" Wen Si recognized his intention for revenge. When he had saved her from the dungeon, she had pushed him away, insisting she did not need his help, prompting him to throw her into the water to compel her to retract her words. Retract? A foolish notion. Let go, she demanded, seeing her stubbornness. Qianmo clicked his tongue, observing that the river was not fierce enough. He then noticed a waterfall nearby, and, seizing Wen Si, he brought her directly beneath it. unceremoniously tossing her in. The waterfall crashed down upon her, instantly driving her to the riverbed. Just as she was about to be swept away, Mo again grasped her arm, lifting the disoriented Wen Si from the water. "Now, do you require my assistance?" he called out, unable to swallow his pride. He wished for nothing more than to see Wen Si relent before him. If she would only concede, he would immediately carry her back and care for her tenderly. Yet, she refused to take that step, allowing the turbulent waters to gradually erode her consciousness. "You have brought this upon yourself. Do you truly believe that evasion, or even a desire for death, will resolve your predicament? Speak, Wen Si. Do not feign unconsciousness." However, Wen Si had no intention of uttering another word. She would rather endure the relentless battering of the waterfall, descending towards the depths. A choice that only served to further infuriate Mo. "You insist on courting suffering, do you? Very well. I shall grant you this lesson, so you may understand what it means to be indelibly marked." As soon as the words fell, Mo leaped into the water, unceremoniously dragging her beneath the surface. Once submerged, he hurled her into the depths of a whirlpool, watching her spin rapidly in its grasp. The sensation of despair she felt was far more acute than the previous drowning. Mo sensed her struggles, and a sense of relief washed over him. It was always this way. Only by pushing things to the extreme could he elicit a response from her, affirming that she was still aware. He reached out once more to grasp the now disoriented Wen Si, inquiring softly, "What now?" Wen Si remained silent, yet her hands instinctively clung on, unwilling to be cast into the whirlpool for another dizzying round. "Master, plead with me," she thought, "just as you once begged me to end your life. If you simply ask, I shall release you immediately." At that moment, Wen Si found herself uncertain of what she was clinging to. She had lost everything yet stubbornly held onto the last vestige of her dignity. But now, even that final barrier was utterly shattered. "Please stop," she implored. Upon hearing her plea, Mo's lips curled into a smirk as he whispered in her ear, "I assent it better to have said so sooner." Yet, as he leaned closer to her delicate visage, he noticed her eyes were glistening, uncertain if it was the river water or tears. He swiftly lifted Wen Si, departing from the riverbank and returning to the inn. This time, he brought her to his chamber, kindled a fire, and brewed a bowl of ginger soup, placing it beside her bed. Meanwhile, Wen Si lay powerless upon the bed, her gaze vacant and her body still, resembling a lifeless form. "Master, take a sip. I prepare it myself. I used to brew medicine for you often, though you never touched it. I persisted in learning the art of concocting remedies, hoping that one day, when you truly needed healing, I could assist you." Indeed, she had never consumed his brews, for her injuries would heal unaided. He delighted in doing things that moved him. Now, he pried her lips apart and poured the ginger soup in her mouth. This time, when Zi did not refuse, she swallowed it down. She recalled a saying by Xianxia, "At the very least, do not provoke him. Angering him would only lead to her utter disgrace." Her immediate concern remained finding a way to address his habit of sealing away her powers. However, when Zi had been so thoroughly tormented that she lacked the strength to resist, aware that she was in Mo's room, she succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Mo gazed at her peaceful visage, marveling at her newfound tranquility. He then took her small hand, healing the scars on her limbs, restoring them to their pristine state without a trace of injury. Thus, she was left only with the afflictions of blindness and the absence of emotional ties. Contemplating this, Mo gently cradled Wen Zi's delicate face, admiring her as he murmured, "It would be better if you listened sooner, master." He found himself, as before, captivated, able to gaze at her unwaveringly throughout the night. "Master, you must harbor feelings for me as well, do you not?" Fortunately, Wen Zi was deep in sleep, oblivious to his delirious musings. Otherwise, she might have been unable to restrain herself from provoking him once more. The following morning, dawn broke. When Wen Si finally opened her eyes, she was enveloped in darkness. Fearful of finding herself in Mo's room, she refrained from uttering a sound. Yet, Mo, having noticed her awakening, promptly approached her, stating that the innkeeper had just delivered a bowl of steamed egg custard, recalling that his master had once relished such a dish. He had requested it to be placed nearby. Wen Si responded perfunctorily. Even this lackadaisical reply seemed to assure Mo that his efforts to discipline her had not been in vain. At least she understood how to cater to her masteress needs. Thus, he proceeded to feed her the custard, gently urging her to open her mouth. This time, she did not resist, allowing him to spoon the custard into her mouth. Seeing her take a bite filled Mo with a sense of excitement, prompting him to continue feeding her mouthful after mouthful. However, in his eagerness, she soon found herself involuntarily retching. "Is it that you do not enjoy it?" he inquired, noticing her discomfort. "I simply lack an appetite," she replied, wary of provoking his unpredictable nature. "It has nothing to do with the custard." "Are you then planning to continue your fast?" he pressed, a hint of menace in his tone. "No," Wen Si replied, feeling an inexplicable trepidation towards his violent tendencies. She sought to make her situation more bearable, hoping to mitigate his outbursts. Seeing that she had no intention of fasting, a smirk played upon Mo's lips. "So, it is simply that you cannot feed yourself?" he concluded. "That is easily remedied." Without warning, he scooped a spoonful of custard into his own mouth. Wen Si, deprived of sight, could not anticipate his next move. In an instant, Mo grasped her chin, silencing her protests with a kiss. Her instinctive rejection only served to irk him further, and he pried open her lips, forcing the custard down her throat. Soon the bowl was emptied. Yet Mo had no intention of relenting. He leaned close to her ear and murmured, "Master, I seem to have developed an addiction to you. Would you kindly enlighten me on how to navigate this predicament?" Overwhelmed by a ringing in her ears, Wen Si could scarcely comprehend his words. She felt him carefully lifting her, tenderly wiping the sweat from her brow, and draping his black cloak over her shoulders. "Let us take a stroll outside. I wish to buy you beautiful garments and jewelry. You have never paid much attention to attire, and I have long wished to remind you of this." How self-indulgent he was, she thought, unable to see that even the most splendid attire would not serve her own eyes. Nevertheless, an hour later, Mo insisted on taking Wen Si out. Exhausted from their earlier encounter, she could barely walk, prompting him to carry her, allowing her to lean against him. Yet, aside from her labored breathing, she offered no other response. Mo continued to chatter away, content in her company as they ventured into the bustling streets. "Without you, I would find such crowded places quite detestable," he mused. Wen Si could not help but think that fate had truly dealt her a cruel hand. Why is there no one to mete out justice upon him? Just like that, Mo excitedly went to the street corner to buy a skewer of candied hawthorn. After indulging in a bite himself, he insisted on forcing one into Wen Si's mouth. With a weary protest, she attempted to chew but found it difficult. "Master, have you forgotten? I was once beaten on the street for pilfering a skewer of candied hawthorn. It is utterly delectable. Just hawthorn after all, even after 400 years. Wen Si still could not fathom the senselessness of stealing hawthorn skewers. Noticing her reluctance to agree, Mo pinched her lips, compelling her to chew the sweet treat. "This time I have paid for it. You must savor it. Master, do not be ungrateful." She refused, yet he persisted in forcing her to eat. After swallowing the candied hawthorn, Wen Si was left coughing uncontrollably. It dawned on Mo that he had never seen Wen Si indulge in sweets. She never even touched sugary pastries. Yet he inquired, "How is it? Does it taste good?" If Wen Si wished to avoid punishment, she understood the answer Mo desired. Nevertheless, she disdainfully remarked that if the poison were stronger, it would suffice to render her voice mute, granting her some peace. Mo was tempted to release her and let her fall to the ground. But then he remembered that the demon monk had indeed been poisoned to the point of losing all senses, while Wen Si had merely sustained an injury to her eyes, compelling him to admit that her skills were formidable. Thus, Mo released her and unceremoniously let her fall. At the moment she hit the ground, Wen Si was momentarily dazed. This creature could truly do anything. "Master's legs are still intact, are they not? Then follow behind me and stretch your limbs." Internally, Wen Si cursed this beastly fiend, but she had no choice but to rise from the ground. The world before her was engulfed in darkness, standing amidst the bustling marketplace. She felt a pang of panic. Mo, reveling in mischief, was curious to see how a blind person would react in such a place. Noticing that Wen Si did not advance, Mo smirked and said, "If Master were to say a few kind words about me, I might consider guiding you. Otherwise, should you stumble or fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals, it would be an unpredictable fate, especially for one as extraordinarily beautiful as you, Master. Even the beggars by the roadside would be tempted." "Mo, you are shameless." Mo narrowed his eyes, impatiently retorting, "That is rather unflattering." After observing her for a moment and finding no sign of flattery, he turned on his heel in anger, leaving Wen Si alone in place. Wen Si could not discern her surroundings, but she distinctly heard the sudden clatter of hooves behind her, the horse racing through the marketplace as if fleeing for its life. Indeed, a shout soon followed, "Clear the way! Make way!" As the hooves approached, the crowd scattered to the sides, and Wen Si followed their lead, moving sideways. Though her pace was slow, just as she was about to retreat, a galloping horse came barreling toward her. Mo, witnessing the imminent collision, felt a jolt of panic and shouted, "Wen Si, move to the left." Chapter 26. Escaping to the Snowy Mountains. Only to be captured again as Wen Si heard Mo's urgent call. A galloping steed charged toward her. She believed she was doomed. However, to her astonishment, at that moment, her powers were restored. In an instant, she raised her hand and unleashed a formidable barrier, causing the horse to collide with it as if it had struck an unyielding wall, toppling both horse and rider. Seizing the opportunity presented by her regained strength, she swiftly sensed the man who had fallen from the horse, grasped him, and soared into the air. This audacious act nearly drove Mo to the brink of fury. Fearing for her safety, he hastily unsealed her powers, only to witness her brazenly abduct a man right before his eyes. "Wen Si, do you have no sense of propriety?" he yelled, immediately pursuing her. As a sacred beast, Wen Si was confident that her speed was beyond Mo's reach, having been unsealed. She had no intention of returning to be captured and force-fed again. Meanwhile, the bewildered Xianxia, snatched away by Wen Si, exclaimed, "What on earth is going on? Are you forcibly abducting me? Even if I possess some charm, you cannot just seize me in broad daylight." "Suddenly, Wen Si spoke. What location are we at?" "What? I cannot see. I have no idea where we are. Please indicate a location." "What?" Xianxia stood frozen. "Are you blind?" "Yes," she admitted. His reaction was not without merit. Xianxia's composure quickly unraveled. "Am I destined to perish today? I just escaped from the prince." "Wait, what is happening? This is a mere lightness of body. Are you flying?" Wen Si, exasperated by his incessant chatter, found it exhausting. Yet, since he claimed she was soaring through the clouds, she decided to descend, wary of inadvertently venturing into the realm of immortals. "Is flying so peculiar? Have you never seen a cultivator?" she inquired. "Though I am but a frivolous young master, you cannot deceive me. Your speed must indicate you have attained the status of an immortal. Is this something an ordinary practitioner can accomplish? Furthermore, you are blind." Wen Si's extraordinary abilities occasionally escaped her own notice. Observing her cool demeanor, Xianxia focused intently. "Descend a little further. Do not stop unless I tell you." It seemed this blind maiden had discerned his desire for self-preservation, compelling him to guide her in navigating their surroundings. Indeed, Xianxia valued his life. He cautiously tugged at Wen Si's sleeve, his careful demeanor capturing her attention. "What are you doing?" "I merely tugged your sleeve gently. I mean no offense. I'm about to fall. If you must drop someone, let it be my older brother. His name is Sheng Bing. Even if you were to flatten him, do not let me meet the same fate." Unbeknownst to him, his timid request evoked a sense of nostalgia in Wen Si. Only a madman like Mo would tear her garments so frequently, while a gentleman would fear tarnishing a lady's reputation with even the slightest touch. However, amidst her contemplations, Xianxia suddenly shrieked, "Ah, someone is pursuing us. Tell me our position. Help me escape, or I shall drop you." As Wen Si finally revealed the truth behind her capture, he realized that this blind man could not possibly covet his beauty. However, Xianxia still yearned to survive and could only guide her to flee forward. Assuring her he was behind her, Wen Si immediately accelerated, soaring ahead, while Mo, exerting all his strength, lagged significantly behind her. He contemplated sealing her forcefully, but the consequences could be dire. A light fall could lead to her disappearance, while a severe one might shatter her completely. He did not wish to harm her further, and thus he bellowed from behind, "Wen Si, halt at once. If you do not stop, do not blame me for striking you with lightning." Xianxia was greatly alarmed by these words. Lightning? No, esteemed immortals, there is still a mortal here. A mortal struck by lightning would be obliterated. Silence. Wen Si found his incessant noise bothersome, and insisted he simply point the way. Where could they hide from him? There is a snow mountain ahead, but I cannot guarantee it will provide shelter from him. Let me there. Wen Si had no intention of turning back. If Mo caught her, he would undoubtedly exact a harsh revenge. She flew directly to the summit of the snow mountain, feeling the biting cold reminiscent of the frigid Kunlun Mountain of yore. This is not Kunlun Mountain. Where am I? Direction. Wen Si flew at great speed, yet she was flying blind, and a collision with the mountain would yield catastrophic results. Having never encountered such a situation, Xianxia urgently shouted, "Turn left. You're about to crash." Wen Si immediately veered left, narrowly avoiding a snow peak as she soared swiftly above the gorge, while Mo, losing patience, decided to act. Wen Si's repeated provocations compelled him. He did not wish to harm her, but she was forcing his hand. Gritting his teeth, Mo unleashed his power, striking the snow mountains on either side, triggering an avalanche. Xianxia screamed in terror, "Fly higher. Up. An avalanche." She heard it. It was Mo's doing. But just as Wen Si began to ascend, Mo accelerated, swiftly darting from the side to seize her by the neck with precision. The sudden ambush caught Wen Si off guard, and before she could react, Mo channeled his power, driving her into the snow, allowing the avalanche to carry her away. Xianxia nearly believed he would meet his end as well, but unexpectedly, Mo cast a spell that suspended him in midair. "Wait, that girl. Punishment," Mo replied coldly. Xianxia couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, pondering whether this man was truly unwell or if all immortals engaged in such frivolities. In no time, Wen Si had been buried beneath the snow, while Mo, unfazed, activated his power, causing the magic contract on Wen Si's chest to emit a glow. Before long, he arrived at the snow mound, concealing her, and remarked, "Master, when will you amend your tendency to flee at every opportunity? With the magic contract in place, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I shall find you." With that, Mo plunged his arm into the snow mound and retrieved Wen Si from its depths. As he pulled her out, she was covered in snow, and after brushing some of it off, he finally beheld her delicate face. In front of Wen Si, darkness still enveloped her. Yet she retained her powers and was not frozen stiff. Thus she felt no fear of Mo's threats. "Master, I am truly weary. Do you not understand that I have seriously contemplated our future? Why must you repeatedly destroy it?" Wen Si found herself amused by his words about their future. "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey to utter such madness?" Chapter 27. Sleeping in Mo's embrace brings nightmares. My feelings for you, master, are crystal clear to you. If you fail to recognize reality, just sense the demonic contract upon your chest. A demon can bond with only one partner in a lifetime, and I have chosen you. There is no escape for you, no matter the circumstances. Why don't you just die? The more he spoke, the more Wen Si felt the urge to curse him. Meanwhile, Xianxia was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the true nature of their relationship. Were they master and disciple, enemies, or lovers? It seemed as though all three relationships coexisted. However, he had no time to ponder such gossip. These celestial beings were still bickering amidst the snow, while he was on the verge of freezing to death. "Hey, you two celestial beings, he is a demon." Before Xianxia could finish, Wen Si angrily interjected. Upon hearing this, Mo grew even more furious. "What? Now you disdain me for being a demon? Why did you not kill me back then? You appear noble, seemingly granting me a chance at life. Yet secretly you siphon my demonic energy. This is the nature of the lofty gods of your celestial realm, is it not?" Xianxia could no longer endure their quarrel. If he continued to freeze, he would perish. Thus, he boldly declared, I care not whether you are demon or celestial, but I am but a mortal. You cannot simply drag me into this without bearing responsibility, since it is clear that Wen Si is a celestial being and Mo a demon. I will approach Wen Si. He whispered, celestial beings are known to save all lives. Surely, you would not allow me to die in vain? Wen Si, unable to see, required this loquacious companion. She channeled her power to Xianxia, who instantly felt warmth envelop him, granting him a reprieve from the cold. Qi Montak, witnessing her aid to an unrelated mortal, felt a surge of anger. You can show compassion to others, yet not even a shred of it towards me? Can you not manage your own affairs? With that, Mo once again launched an attack on Wen Si, swiftly sealing her acupoints. He then tossed her back into the snow, leaving her to freeze into a statue once more. I have come to realize that I must temper my master's temper. When you come to your senses, master, you may plead for my mercy, and I shall release you. Wen Si did not respond. She did not wish to remain subservient to Mo. However, her silence allowed him to vanish without a trace. Seeing this, Xianxia could no longer tolerate their animosity. What great enmity do they harbor against her to treat her thus? He rushed to where Wen Si lay buried in the snow and called out, "Hey, celestial being, are you cold? Do you need assistance? If it's not too deep, I can dig you out. Get away." Unexpectedly, Wen Si rejected him. Just as Xianxia was taken aback, Wen Si added, "Do you not now perceive the true nature of the demon clan? They are the epitome of cold-bloodedness. Are you not afraid of them taking your life if you assist me? But if I do not aid you, you would remain trapped in this ice, suffering in this frigid expanse." With a sigh, she resolved, "Very well, I shall rescue you." Xianxia's words left Wen Si momentarily stunned. How could such a timid and cowardly mortal dare to meddle in their affairs? Did he not fear that Mo would strike him down with a bolt of lightning? However, Xianxia soon cleared the snow around her, carefully exposing her head. "There you are." Yet, Wen Si cautioned him, "The power I impart to you will sustain you for 3 days. You shall not perish here, and neither will I." Xianxia found himself squatting before her, marveling. "You celestial beings undergoing tribulation for ascension are truly remarkable. So formidable." Formidable? Wen Si did not share his sentiment. If she were indeed powerful enough, she would not have been sealed here by Mo. Yet Xianxia, still perplexed, inquired, "Do you truly not require my assistance?" "I do not." Just as Xianxia pondered her response, Mo's voice resonated from behind him. "You are so certain that I would allow this mortal to meet a gruesome end?" Startled, Xianxia realized that the demon had not wandered far. Meanwhile, Wen Si admonished, "If you seek vengeance, come at me. What honor is there in bullying the weak?" Mo narrowed his eyes, unable to fathom how, after 500 years by her side, he was regarded so disdainfully in her heart. If he truly wished to eliminate this mortal, he would not have deliberately left him suspended in midair. Yet, she was now blind and could not perceive these nuances. Consequently, Mo released her acupoint, grasped her neck, and began to walk deeper into the snowy mountains. Wen Si gasped for breath, her eyes rolling back uncontrollably as Mo persisted in his demand, begged for mercy. In her current state, she was no match for him, held in his grip like a mere ant beneath a foot. Mo reveled in her struggle, akin to an ant in a pot of boiling oil. Yet, he had lifted the lid, and she remained oblivious to her escape. Ultimately, it was only when he noticed her efforts faltering that he relinquished his hold, casting her onto the ground. However, at that moment, Wen Si could no longer maintain her composure. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted once more. Observing this, Mo knelt down, cautiously lifting her to examine her condition. He found her frailty somewhat agreeable, as it ensured her stillness and prevented her from fleeing. Meanwhile, as an ordinary mortal, Xianxia was utterly astonished, realizing that the demon clan had taken a celestial being hostage and was intent on killing him. Heavens! Was he destined to perish today? No, he believed he could still struggle. Lord Demon, are you truly the Lord Demon?" Mo narrowed his eyes, expressing his distaste for such sycophantic flattery. Xianxia thought to himself, "I am finished. I have stepped into the trap. What can I do to assist you?" Mo let out a cold laugh. stating that if she could procure some food, he might find her of some use. Upon hearing this, Xianxia, though a frivolous wastrel, hurried off to hunt in the snow, a task at which he excelled. Before long, he returned with 2 wild rabbits. To his astonishment, he found Qima had kindled a fire and placed the unconscious Wen Si on his lap, allowing her to warm herself. This left Xianxia to ponder whether they were truly enemies. Meanwhile, Qima paid no heed to Xianxia. After checking on Wen Si, he discovered she had merely suffered a momentary asphyxiation and would soon recover. At that moment, she was frowning in her sleep, seemingly plagued by nightmares. This irked Qima once more. Was it a curse to sleep in his embrace? Wen Si, wake up. Do not slumber any longer. Chapter 28. Wen Si's escape and the perils of the snowy mountain. As Wen Si gradually regained consciousness, she quickly realized she was resting on Qima's lap. Instinctively, she sat up and shifted aside, striving to distance herself from him. Qima, his expression dark, watched as Wen Si deliberately avoided him. He chose not to engage in a quarrel, but bluntly stated that the mortal had returned with food. Would she eat on her own, or did she require him to feed her? Xianxia, initially curious about the unexpected tenderness in Qima's offer, soon sensed Wen Si's anxiety as she promptly replied, "I will eat by myself." Qima's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. His disciple appeared to have made significant progress in compliance. Confounded by their relationship, Xianxia resigned himself to the side, preparing roasted rabbit meat for them. Once the meat was ready, he presented it to Qima, saying, "My lord, your rabbit meat." Qima took the roasted rabbit and nonchalantly handed it to Wen Si, coldly commanding her to eat. Wen Si detested his demeanor, yet she had no choice but to accept the rabbit and began to eat. She secretly wished for poison to be hidden within the meat, hoping it would lead to her demise. But alas, the rabbit was cooked to perfection, sustaining her strength and preventing her from fainting. Unbeknownst to her, Qima observed her as she ate, ready to assist her should she struggle. Fortunately, she remained relatively calm that night, allowing him to continue meditating. The poison she had administered earlier was no jest. Its backlash was severe, and the exertion from pursuing her had drained his energy. Deep down, Qima wished to avoid further turmoil with her, as it would only add to his own burdens. During their meal, Wen Si could not help but inquire about the young man's name. Xianxia, eager to avoid conflict, quickly replied, "Just consider me a passerby. Once you are well fed and prepared to depart, remember to take me along. I yearn for a place that is warm in winter and cool in summer, where I can live in seclusion." Qima scoffed, "So it seems you two are fleeing?" Xianxia gave a wry smile. "In these chaotic times, I am left with no choice. Do tell your tale. Should it stir my compassion, I may offer you passage to a better place." Xianxia sighed. "There is little to recount. In recent years, the 7 nations have been embroiled in conflict, truly a time of chaos. My kingdom is currently beset by internal strife and external threats. My elder brother, dissatisfied with our father's policies, is plotting a coup and intends to eliminate me before he can seize power. I have no desire to contest him for authority, yet he refuses to grant me a path to safety, leaving me no choice but to flee." Qimo, observing the pitiful demeanor of the young man, suddenly smirked, albeit with a hint of mockery, and inquired, "Would you care to know how long you might yet live?" Xianxia could not abide such words and protested, "Esteemed immortals, I had not wronged you. My life has been fraught with difficulties. I implore you to spare me. If food is scarce for the rabbits, I will capture a few more for you." Qimo glanced at the expressionless Wen Si, as if to tease, and directly replied to Xianxia, "You ought to consult my master. She is a priestess and possesses the gift of divination. Blindness renders one unable to see." Wen Si immediately countered. Xianxia, astonished, remarked, "Dear immortal, why does it seem you take such delight in mentioning your blindness? Being blind means I cannot see him. Out of sight, out of mind, leading to tranquility. What is there not to be pleased about? You." Qimo, incensed by her words, gritted his teeth in frustration and retorted, "Your blindness is merely a consequence of poison. Once the toxin is resolved, you shall immediately behold my presence." If that were the case, she would not seek the antidote. Since losing sight of Qimo, she no longer felt physical discomfort in his presence, nor did she need to consciously turn away from him. Yet Mo, feeling slighted, spoke impatiently. Will you, or will you not look? If you refuse, I shall slay him at once. Mo, are you out of your mind? Wen Si was thoroughly exasperated by his unreasonable behavior. Meanwhile, Xianxia, terrified by Mo's intimidation, had cowered behind Wen Si, trembling and suggesting, "Perhaps you should take a glance. Even a casual observation would suffice." The threat of death was too much to bear. Wen Si, wishing to avoid further conflict with Mo, conceded and extended her hand. Xianxia obediently offered her wrist, allowing Wen Si to take her pulse. As Wen Si's expression grew increasingly grave, Xianxia felt a pang of anxiety. Am I nearing my end? I have only just undergone my coming-of-age ceremony. You shall not perish. Wen Si discerned the general situation, but chose to withhold further comment. Just strive to live well upon your return. There is no need for seclusion. No need for seclusion? Why is that? Mo smirked slightly and said, when she advises you to return, you should heed her. Her predictions are remarkably accurate. As a grand priestess of the Tianxing sect, she had always foretold fortunes before battles. Alas, after sustaining injuries on the battlefield, her combat prowess diminished, leading to Wen Si repeatedly taking her place in warfare. Wen Si had not anticipated that merely by acquiescing and partaking in a meal, Mo's demeanor would soften considerably. Was this a signal that she must comply with his wishes to avoid torment? Such tactics were all too familiar to her. Fortunately, Wen Si remained resilient, continuing to feign sleep in Mo's presence, while he, seeing her compliance, settled into a meditative state. Thus, Xianxia found himself alone, caught in the awkwardness of a quarrel between two who, while not overtly a couple, were undeniably entangled in a relationship. He wished for a place to vanish, to escape the turmoil, but found it a daunting task. You must return to the Great Liang Palace within 3 days. However, just as Xianxia was engulfed in confusion, Wen Si's voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Startled, Xianxia turned abruptly and exclaimed, "Aren't you asleep?" Without responding, Wen Si pivoted and strode deeper into the snowy expanse. Instantly, Xianxia understood her intent to flee. He promptly followed, reasoning that she could not abandon him in such a predicament. Even if they were discovered by Mo on their way, they could simply claim to be taking a moment to clear their minds. Noticing Xianxia trailing behind, Wen Si quickly signaled for him to remain silent. She then hoisted Xianxia, channeling her energy towards the depths of the snow-laden mountains. Her movements were not subtle, and Mo soon realized she had departed. However, just as he contemplated pursuing her, he suddenly recognized that he could not afford to interrupt his energy cultivation. Doing so would undoubtedly result in a far more severe backlash. Damned! Wen Si was not merely calculating Xianxia, she was clearly scheming against him. Meanwhile, Wen Si quickened her pace as she retraced her steps, commanding Xianxia, "Position, turn right, a tad more to the right, but do not collide with the mountain." Just as Wen Si was on the verge of crashing into the mountain, Xianxia's timely reminder allowed her to narrowly evade it, leaving him breathless with fear. Confused, he inquired, "Fairy, why must we flee now? The fog is so thick we can't see the path." At this critical juncture, Mo's energy cultivation is pivotal. Should he become distracted, he may fall into madness. It is imperative that we escape now. What did you say? The fog has descended? Indeed, I can see nothing. Just as you cannot. Up, up. We are about to collide. Wen Si immediately ascended slightly, but she was acutely aware of the fierce currents above. She could not maintain her balance. A powerful surge of wind struck her, and she plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily into a snowbank, vanishing from sight. Chapter 29. Without Mo's intervention, she would surely perish. Xianxia had intended to grasp Wen Si's garment, but after tumbling into the snowbank, an enormous torrent of snow surged from above, sweeping both of them over the precipice. At that instant, a singular thought consumed Xianxia. Her name is Wen Si, right? The accuracy of her divination hinges on this moment. If I perish, I shall spend eternity in the underworld lamenting the chaos wrought by a certain fairy named Wen Si, who recklessly foretold my fate. She claimed I would not die. Ah! Xianxia screamed with his eyes shut, feeling his back collide with stone and halting his descent. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he had landed at the entrance of a cave. He scrambled inside, gasping for breath, watching as the snow flowed tumultuously from outside. I am alive. I have narrowly escaped a calamity. But wait, what a fairy? If she is missing, how shall he escape? Turning around, he indeed saw Wen Si also fallen outside the cave, her body being relentlessly battered by the cascading snow, lying on her back as if rendered unconscious by the impact. With no other choice, Xianxia cautiously crawled out, grasping one of her legs and dragging her inside, observing her rolling eyes and lack of response. It was evident she had been stunned. Only then did Xianxia vaguely perceive that she seemed to have been injured by that demon, rendering her thus weakened. Thus, Xianxia remained in the cave with Wen Si, patiently awaiting the end of the avalanche, for as a celestial being, her life was not so easily extinguished. Indeed, it was not long before Wen Si furrowed her brow and regained consciousness. Dazed from the impact of the recent avalanche, her mind still clouded. Celestial being, you are awake? It was the voice of a commoner, thankfully not Mo, who had likely not yet pursued them. Wen Si sat up, unaware of the external conditions, and inquired about the situation outside. The avalanche had just subsided, but remnants lingered. Now was not the time to venture forth. Yet, staying here posed the risk of being pursued. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Xianxia shook his head in resignation and remarked, "You must have sustained injuries. For in your current state, you cannot contend with natural disasters. Otherwise, you would not have fallen." Wen Si fell silent. She was not merely injured, she was nearly incapacitated. In the past, would she have been so grievously harmed by an avalanche? Noticing her downcast expression, Xianxia realized he might have struck a sensitive chord, and thus reassured her, "Nevertheless, even in your injured state, you are far superior to these mundane mortals. How about you assist me in returning to confront my elder brother? Otherwise, wherever I hide, he will surely hunt me down." Wen Si was taken aback, uncertain how he could even entertain such a notion, as she had no intention of involving herself in the affairs of the mortal realm. "Allow me to impart 2 points. First, you can rest assured in returning to the capital. Second, you will not perish. Beyond that, she would not divulge any further celestial secrets, as her own survival was paramount, leaving her little inclination to meddle in others' affairs. Then I shall need you to escort me back to the capital. Otherwise, how can I return? I cannot even ascend this mountain." Wen Si nearly forgot this detail. She still needed to escort him back. "If you insist on my escort, then you must heed my words. We must depart immediately. At dawn, he will undoubtedly capture us. But your condition, you need not worry about me. As long as I can escape him, I possess my own means of recovering my powers." Unable to counter her resolve, Xianxia, upon confirming the avalanche had ended, directed Wen Si on how to exit the cave and soared upward. Wen Si immediately took flight, but the lingering fog outside obscured their view. "Slow down. Do not go too quickly," Xianxia cautioned. "Otherwise, before I can discern our surroundings, we might collide again." Noticing Wen Si indeed slowed her pace, Xianxia mused, "I once believed celestial beings to be aloof and unapproachable, yet you are surprisingly amiable. By the way, why does the demon clan treat you in such a manner? You are such a fine young lady. Enough chatter. Let us speak of serious matters." Sighing, Xianxia realized that the aloof celestial being was not fond of idle conversation. Just then, he spotted something glowing above. There seems to be something unusual up there. Shift slightly to the right." Wen Si complied and moved to the right, to which Xianxia urged, "Further right." Confused, Wen Si asked, "What is happening above?" "What is it? Stop and see for yourself," he instructed. "Right here, halt." Wen Si paused midair, and Xianxia reached out to touch the luminous object. It appeared to be a rare herb, one that was seldom found in the snowy mountains, a once-in-a-century discovery. Since they had encountered it, how could they not collect it? Merely tugging at it with considerable force, Xianxia found himself unable to move the herb. Thus, he had no choice but to shamelessly beseech the seemingly amiable immortal. "Could you assist me in pulling that herb? It lies right before you." "What? How absurd. This herb is of utmost importance to me. It possesses the potential to resurrect me should I face death. You immortals have no use for it. but we mortals are fragile and require this life-saving remedy. Wen Si, exasperated, replied, "You truly are a nuisance." With that, she reached out to touch the herb. Upon noticing her willingness to help, Xianxia gleefully exclaimed, "Yes, a little higher. You got it. That's the one." At the moment when Z made contact with the herb, her brows furrowed. Is this an immortal herb? If it is, it can indeed bring one back to life. Thank you so much, immortal. You have been a tremendous help. Wen Si, uninterested in his flattery, thought if he wished to pick it, let him do so. However, to her astonishment, as she plucked the immortal herb, a surge of celestial energy erupted, rendering her unable to control it. In the next instant, the herb emitted a brilliant white light, hurtling directly toward Wen Si's head. With a whoosh, the herb penetrated her mind. Xianxia was taken aback. What is happening? Yet before he could comprehend, Wen Si suddenly felt an excruciating headache, let out a piercing cry, and plummeted from the cliff. Xianxia distinctly heard her cry, reminiscent of a bird's call, but that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was, hey, what is going on? Hold on. You mustn't fall any further. It was all his fault for being impulsive and insisting on plucking that mysterious, immortal herb. Now, he could only scream, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Yama, you promised not to take me." However, as he frantically yelled, his body seemed to be caught by an unseen force, suspending him in midair. He blinked in astonishment and looked up. Good heavens, it's Mo. There stood Mo, his face darkened, one hand grasping Xianxia and the other holding the unconscious Wen Si. Had he not intervened, they would surely have met a tragic end. Chapter 30. Is she once again determined to perish alongside him? Yet, what troubled Mo was that Wen Si's limbs were convulsing uncontrollably, her forehead drenched with cold sweat, and even her teeth were chattering, her entire body succumbing to hypothermia. This had nothing to do with him. Mo swiftly turned to interrogate Xianxia. What did you do? What on earth happened? Xianxia, trembling, replied. A celestial herb just shot in her mind. What? At this, Mo immediately took action to forcibly extract the herb. However, as he began, Wen Si instinctively cried out, causing Mo to hesitate. After all, she was the woman he had painstakingly revived with his heart's blood over the course of 49 days, and he could not afford to jeopardize her again. Without further ado, Mo carried Wen Si to seek out Xianxia to ascertain the situation, while Xianxia, fortunate to be caught up in the chaos, was brought back to their residence. Unbeknownst to them, they were in the outskirts of the capital, and Xianxia had exerted considerable effort to escape from the capital's prison, only for Mo to bring Wen Si back without a second thought. Upon arriving in the outskirts of Beijing, Mo unceremoniously discarded Xianxia onto the ground and, cradling Wen Si, entered the inn. He called out for Xiao as soon as he opened the door. Xiao was only aware that Mo had taken Wen Si out for a stroll. She dared not inquire about their destination. Mo swiftly placed Wen Si on the bed, prompting Xiao to rush over, inquiring, "Master, what has transpired?" She has run amok outside again, and I suspect she has inadvertently consumed some celestial herb, leaving her in this wretched state. You must tend to her. If you cannot heal her, then leave her here to fend for herself. As Mo's composure returned, his anger intensified at the audacity of this ungrateful person who had escaped once more. Even in her blindness, she remained restless, and after merely 2 hours outside, she faced her karmic retribution. Her body temperature was plummeting, and by the time Mo brought her back, she had become rigid. Mo remarked that leaving her here would only benefit these mortals. It would be better to take her back as a statue. Do not fret, master. Her situation is not as dire as it seems, and there is hope for her recovery. Xiao responded after examining her. This is wuji grass, a celestial herb that thrives only in frigid regions. Once it has fully grown, it seeks a new host. It seems she has encountered this herb, which sensed her spiritual energy. All of that is inconsequential. What matters is how to remove it, Mo pressed. Xiao cautiously replied, "Are you certain you wish to extract it? There is a method, although wuji grass has the effect of fostering emotional ties. If it remains within her, it could compensate for the emotional connection she has lost." What? Mo was utterly astonished that the herb possessed such properties. Yet, gazing at Wen Si, whose eyes rolled back in a lifeless manner, he could not help but ask, what were we to do about her ghastly state? This was where the conflict lay. While wuji grass inhabiting her body would generate cold energy, if not dispelled in time, she would suffer from this ailment monthly. Thus, the decision rested with the master. If he wished to assist her in expelling the wuji grass, Xianxia was prepared to perform the necessary incantation. If not, I have no desire to do so. Chimo's response was resolute. He yearned for her to develop feelings for all things in this world, especially for him. Why then would he seek to rid her of the herb? Not only would he refrain from its removal, but he also decreed that this matter must remain undisclosed to her. Should she learn the truth and choose to expel the herb, he would ensure the annihilation of her entire lineage. Understood. With Chimo's command given, Xianxia ceased her treatment. However, just as Xianxia was about to cast a spell to thaw Wen Si, Chimo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Master! Xianxia exclaimed in alarm. Chimo remained silent, having endured the backlash from the poison Wen Si had inflicted upon him for some time. He had intended to recuperate in peace. But Wen Si's repeated escapes not only compelled him to forcibly channel his energy, but also necessitated efforts to retrieve her. He harbored reasonable suspicions that Wen Si had deliberately orchestrated her escape, hoping to either succeed or, failing that, bring about his demise. They could perish together if need be. That wretched woman, henceforth, let her suffer. Experiencing this ailment once a month would be a mere mercy. Xianxia dared not involve herself too deeply in their conflict. But fortunately, shortly after her incantation, Wen Si's body temperature gradually returned to normal, and her condition stabilized. Only Wen Si remains unable to awaken, her head throbbing with an instinctive restlessness. At that moment, she felt as if a serpent had slithered into her mind, refusing to be expelled no matter her efforts. The pain was almost unbearable, as if that serpent had taken residence within her, meandering through her veins. Si, are you awake? Xianxia sensed that Wen Si was regaining consciousness. She wished to call for Chimo, but he had already retreated to another room, unable to withstand the strain any longer. He had reached his limits. Even if Wen Si were to perish outside, he could hardly muster concern. Yet, it was not Wen Si who faced demise outside, but Xianxia, who had followed Chimo all the way to this inn. Chimo cared not for Xianxia's survival and had abandoned him upon reaching the outskirts of the capital. As Xianxia fled, a throng of pursuers followed closely behind. How could Xianxia, lacking the strength to confront Sheng Bing's influence, hope to withstand such pressure? He stumbled into the inn, hastily inquiring of the innkeeper. Is there a young lady in dark attire who has taken lodging here? She is quite lovely, approximately this tall, likely in her 20s. Indeed, there is one who fits that description, but might I inquire as to your relationship with her? To be precise, we had no connection. However, she cast my fortune and assured me that I could return to the capital without worry. Yet guess what? Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash echoed from behind him. The inn's door was kicked open, and a cadre of soldiers stormed in. Xianxia, how long did you think you could hide? I had intended to grant you a dignified demise, yet you insist on perishing so dramatically. You truly know how to vex me. The intruder was Sheng Bing, arriving in a sedan chair carried by his subordinates, here to confront Xianxia. This marked the third time Xianxia found himself cornered and with no other recourse. He shouted, Sister Wen Si, I know you are inside. You promised that I could return to the capital with confidence. I have returned, and you must take responsibility. Sheng Bing, amused by Xianxia's desperate cries, chuckled. Are you attempting to play a game of empty city strategy with me? Or are you trying to frighten a child? Have you gone out to seek assistance? Very well, bring them forth. Otherwise, the latter part of his threat was interrupted as a sharp feather sliced through the air before him. In the next moment, it embedded itself in the doorpost. Sheng Bing scoffed, is this all you have? Xianxia stood in stunned silence. Yet, just as the tension hung in the air, a sudden thud resounded between them, as if something had fallen to the ground. Sheng Bing turned to see that the object was his own hand. He screamed in fright, just as Wen Si pushed open the door to reveal herself before them. Xianxia had already caused enough commotion, yet Sheng Bing outdid him in noise. Did they not realize how severely her head ached? Upon waking, she had hoped to rest peacefully, but tranquility was a luxury she was not afforded. Ugh, my head still hurts. The throbbing sensation made her feel somewhat dizzy. Chapter 31. Sheng Yin bore a striking resemblance to a young Qimo Wen Si. Now dazed and disoriented, had only relied on instinct to strike Sheng Bing, but she found herself blinded and devoid of any combat capability. After being wounded by her, Sheng Bing was consumed by rage, bellowing, "Damn it! Kill this woman!" In the next instant, 100 soldiers surged forth from every corner of the first floor, causing the innkeeper to hastily hide beneath the counter. Xianxia, lacking any power, could not engage in battle, leaving only Wen Si standing before the soldiers. She attentively sensed the movements around her, yet the hurried footsteps of fleeing guests drowned out the sounds of the soldiers, rendering her unable to discern their intentions. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear, "Watch out. They're going to shoot arrows. Arrows are coming from all directions." It was Sheng Yan's voice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sheng Bing commanded a simultaneous volley of arrows, convinced that she could not evade them. However, Wen Si unexpectedly summoned the blazing feather spear, which erupted in flames, creating a barrier that deflected all the arrows. In the next moment, she leapt from the second floor, indicating the direction. Sheng Yin understood. Northeast, 12 o'clock. Wen Si unleashed a torrent of flames towards the direction indicated by Sheng Yin, while Sheng Bing, seeing her approach, shouted in fright, "Mother!" He tumbled out of the inn in a panic. At that moment, Sheng Yin called out, "Southwest, 28 o'clock. Southeast, 33 o'clock. Wen Si comprehended and immediately activated her defense. Indeed, soldiers emerged from those two directions to attempt to assassinate her. The soldiers were oblivious to the directions Sheng Yin was mentioning, and how they communicated was a mystery. But Wen Si could not afford to ponder that now. Today, she was destined to help this mortal escape. Of course, she did not concern herself with the repercussions of interfering with mortal affairs or the guilt of harming others. She was already a wanted criminal. Was there not enough blame upon her? As she contemplated this, she retaliated against the soldiers behind her, calling out, "Sheng Yin, come my rear. I will clear a path for you." Sheng Yin knew that this celestial being was quite amicable. Even while severely injured, she could still decimate these mortals effortlessly. As Wen Si burst forth from the inn, Sheng Bing was overtaken with anxiety, realizing that Sheng Yin had found such a formidable ally. If he let it go today, he would undoubtedly become a future threat. Kill them. Kill them all. The hiding Xianxia could only hear the sounds of explosions outside, while Wen Si directly lifted Sheng Yin off the ground, continuing their escape. Xianxia could not help but lament the prince's overwhelming bloodlust, and Qimo, unable to cease his cultivation, instinctively diverted his focus to perceive the situation outside. After all, Wen Si was still vulnerable. That was her greatest flaw. Northeast, 34 o'clock. Northwest, 15 o'clock. Directly north. He is coming. Swish. Sheng Bing wielded the most advanced weaponry of the Liang dynasty, yet was still intercepted by Wen Si as she charged forward. She pressed on, and in the next moment, his life was severed from his body. It was difficult for Wen Si to comprehend the scene before her, engulfed in darkness, unable to discern any positions amidst the chaos, relying solely on the guidance of Sheng Yin, whom she carried on her back. The instigator had been eliminated, leaving no remnants behind. In the next moment, flames erupted from the ground, akin to the hellfire, incinerating the soldiers entirely. Clinging to Wen Si's neck, Sheng Yin trembled and exclaimed, "Heavens! Sister, you are incredible." Wen Si was bewildered, as in a fleeting moment. She perceived that Sheng Yin bore an uncanny resemblance to her childhood companion, Qimo. Had she truly lost her senses? Despite Sheng Yan's loquacious nature, he was undeniably a normal individual, and comparing him to Qimo was utterly unjust. "Sister, if you are unscathed, can you not effortlessly topple the imperial palace?" Yet, why would she desire to do so? Truly, what a perplexing and naive mortal. Suddenly, a sharp and disdainful voice echoed from above, having slain so many. "Does Master intend to succumb to the abyss?" It was Qi Mo's voice. Xianxia looked up to see Qi Mo with his handsome visage, standing before the window on the second floor, gazing down at the devastation below. Xianxia could not help but defend Wen Si, saying, "You claim she should not intervene. What were you doing moments ago? Why did you not step forward?" Qi Mo scoffed. "I do not meddle in trivial matters. However, I felt it necessary to remind Master that do you not seek to attain the ultimate truth? Violence is a grave taboo. Attain the ultimate truth?" Was Qi Mo deliberately mocking her? She had no hope of achieving such a state now, as her chance had slipped away forever. She was no celestial being, not even a wandering immortal. However, Wen Si wished to disregard Qi Mo's words, so she turned to Xianxia and said, "Show me the way. I shall escort you back to the palace." "Wow, sister, you are truly kind." Qi Mo then noticed that this young man had taken to riding upon Wen Si's back, but she seemed more than willing to carry him. In the next moment, she soared forward, leaving Qi Mo standing there, his heart aching profoundly. Wen Si was acutely aware of Xianxia's fate, but she never anticipated that his formidable rival would be one she had assisted in eliminating. Thus, she took him directly to the threshold of the late emperor's chamber. "You may enter. I shall wait for you here." "All right." Although Xianxia was uncertain of what had transpired, with Wen Si by his side, he felt emboldened and pushed open the door to the emperor's chamber. Little did he know that fortune smiled upon him, for the old emperor was on the brink of death, lying on the dragon bed, reflecting upon his life. His most cherished son had passed away in his youth. The crown prince was cruel and tyrannical, and the second prince was nothing but a debauched scion. As he lamented the impending demise of the great Liang, Xianxia entered the room. "Why are you here?" "I summoned the crown prince," the emperor exclaimed. Xianxia replied candidly, "He is outside, engaged in arson and plunder, and has been killed. I have come to report to you, father." The old emperor suddenly chuckled. "Has he perished? Perfect. Accompany me to the netherworld." Little did he expect that the great Liang would ultimately be handed over to the second prince. What? Xianxia was only aware that Wen Si had permitted him entry. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Surely, this must be a mistake. "I never intended to become emperor." He was utterly bewildered as he received the imperial edict, just as the civil and military officials arrived, bowing before the palace door. In the end, as the old emperor drew his last breath, Xianxia emerged from the chamber, clutching the edict. Upon his exit, he found no sign of Wen Si, but rather a throng of court officials kneeling, chanting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Wait, where had Wen Si gone? Did she not say she would wait for him here? What if she ran away? His sudden ascension to the throne left him feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, Wen Si suddenly sensed the demonic aura. Even in her blindness, she recognized it as Qi Mo's presence. She immediately attuned herself to the energy and made her way to the back of the palace, where she heard Qi Mo's voice. "I never imagined that, even blind, you could locate me. Spare me the pleasantries. What brings you here?" Qi Mo scoffed. "Naturally, it is to eliminate that audacious Xianxia." Chapter 32. Qi Mo clearly intended to drown her. "You dare!" Wen Si exclaimed, and in her hand, the blazing Qi Ling spear materialized, igniting with fierce flames. Qi Mo, observing her defensive demeanor, suddenly realized he had overestimated her. After confining her for so long, she still had not learned how to interact with him properly. "If you find me displeasing, feel free to strike, but be wary, for a single misstep could incinerate the palace. Should you commit 10 heinous acts in a single day, a deity such as yourself would surely face divine retribution. Wouldn't you? Celestial beings are bound by numerous constraints, and divine retribution is the gravest punishment." Unfortunately, Qi Mo had yet to witness what divine retribution looked like upon Wen Si. Wasn't it fitting that someone as cold-blooded and merciless as her should face it? Contemplating this, Qi Mo was the first to attack. Sensing the surge of demonic energy around her, Wen Si immediately activated her defenses. Yet in Qi Mo's eyes, she seemed to have forgotten that her defenses were utterly futile against him. With a single strike, he shattered her protective barrier and followed up with another forceful blow directed at her. Wen Si was completely unprepared for Qi Mo's assault and could not discern his exact location. She merely felt a powerful gust rushing toward her. Her body faltered, and she was sent flying several meters until she collided against the palace wall. In the next instant, a large hand followed closely, brushing against her cheek and gently lifting her chin as he whispered, "I grant you an opportunity to rephrase your words. Should I find sincerity in your sentiments, I might consider sparing this mortal. Remove your filthy hands," was Wen Si's only retort. Seizing Qi Mo's wrist, she ignited a flame, setting his hand ablaze. Qi Mo clicked his tongue and immediately withdrew his hand, but his patience with her was wearing thin. "Is this how you choose to communicate with me, master? Very well. If you cannot learn to speak properly, then I shall ensure that those you hold dear perish one by one before your eyes. First Xianxia, then Xianxia, and Xiao. Who knows how I might treat them in my frenzy?" Indeed, as his words fell, the flames in Wen Si's grasp extinguished, and the Qi Ling's spear vanished from her hand. Only then did Qi Mo release her, allowing the terrified Wen Si to gasp for breath. Meanwhile, Xianxia remained oblivious to the tumult within the palace. After the ministers had departed, Qi Mo escorted Wen Si back to the entrance of the palace. Upon seeing her, Xianxia exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, you are still in the palace. I thought you had left." Wen Si had only come to bid farewell to Xianxia. Their encounter was fleeting, and perhaps their bond was not as profound as she had hoped. "On the day when Wen Si divined your fate, I discerned that you possessed the countenance of a sovereign, destined to ascend the throne swiftly. Hence, I urged you to return to the capital rather than seek solace in some desolate mountain to cultivate the land." Xianxia smiled and replied, "Thank you, sister, for your guidance. I must commend your accuracy in divination. During our perilous encounters on the snowy mountains, we narrowly escaped death multiple times, yet each time we emerged unscathed. Your divination skills are truly remarkable. Would you honor me by taking me as your disciple? I aspire to learn from you." However, before Xianxia could finish, Qi Mo's eyes turned a blood-red hue, glaring menacingly at him. It appeared that her adversary was not pleased. Xianxia quickly amended his statement. Why would I, with nothing better to do, learn the art of divination? Such heavenly secrets ought not to be revealed. It is unwise to pursue this craft." Wen Si, being blind, could not perceive the expressions of Xianxia and Qi Mo. She assumed he had merely changed his mind and thus advised, "It is best to steer clear of such matters. Throughout the centuries, those who have sought to uncover heavenly truths have met with dire fates. Among these unfortunate souls was, of course, Wen Si herself." Xianxia could discern her self-deprecating tone. Though their time together was brief, he had always found her to be a delightful companion. "Are you departing?" he inquired. "Yes," Wen Si responded softly, but for some inexplicable reason, she sensed a tinge of sadness in Xianxia's words. She added, "Until we meet again, may fate be kind. But when we next encounter each other, will you still recognize me, sister? After all, you are blind this time and cannot see my visage. Yet I am acquainted with the Emperor of Deliang. It should not be arduous to seek him out in the future, provided, of course, that you maintain your reign. If Deliang were to fall, I would truly have no means to find you." A jolt of anxiety struck Xianxia's heart as he promptly reassured her, "Rest assured, I shall ensure you can locate me." He was uncertain of how long he could remain in this position. Fearing that Wen Si might not find him upon her next visit to Deliang, he retrieved a golden hairpin from his pocket and said, "Here, sister, please accept this. Consider it a gift for me. Should you be unable to find me in the future, use this hairpin as a token of recognition." Wen Si acquiesced and accepted the pin, having never before accepted a gift from another, unaware that it was a cherished relic of Xianxia's mother, long departed, of great significance to him. An unfamiliar sensation welled up within her heart, leaving her puzzled as to its origin. Little did she know, Qi Mo's handsome visage had turned utterly dark. Though Wen Si was blind, Qi Mo was not. He could clearly see that this young man was likely experiencing the stirrings of affection, presenting a token of love in such a setting. Consequently, after Qi Mo escorted Wen Si and Xiao away, he led them to a barren expanse several hundred miles outside the capital, where only withered grass and a small river remained. In a cold tone, Qi Mo commanded, "Hand over the hairpin." Wen Si's heart tightened. What do you intend to do? Discard it. Did I grant you permission to accept his belongings? How dare you accept a token from an outsider? You are truly shameless. This was the first time Wen Si had accepted a gift from another, leaving Mo bewildered. He had previously presented her with numerous gifts, most of which he had crafted by hand. Yet, each time he gifted her something, he would soon see those tokens tossed aside by the maids into storage. He always believed that the gifts he presented did not align with her tastes, leading him to exhaustively ponder how to win her favor time and again. For 5 centuries, he had turned himself into an utter farce. So is it true that she did not appreciate the gifts? What right did she have to accept offerings from others? She was unworthy. Discard it. Toss it into the river over there. Wen Si listened to his frenzied outburst, gritting her teeth as she scolded Mo. If you intend to lose your mind, could you not do so in my presence? Why should I be the one to throw it away? TSK. This is sheer audacity. With that, Mo, no longer courteous, reached out to snatch the hairpin from Wen Si's grasp. Seeing his inexplicable frenzy, she tightened her grip on the pin, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, release me." She was no match for Mo. In a sudden fit of madness, he unleashed his power and forcibly seized the hairpin from her hands. At the moment the pin slipped away, Wen Si heard a splash of water. Mo had thrown the pin into the river. "Ki montak," she cried, observing her fury. Mo mockingly remarked, "Isn't the master deeply attached? Don't you cherish this token? Very well, I shall not stop you. The hairpin is in the river. If you can retrieve it, I assure you, I shall never touch this pin again." Wen Si gritted her teeth, acutely aware that Mo had indeed gone mad. He clearly wished to drown her. Chapter 33. Let her starve. She does not need to eat. Get it back. Wen Si, seething with anger, found herself at a loss for words. How could she, blinded by poison, plunge into the water? Yet Mo coldly insisted, "The master is so formidable. Why not fetch it yourself? It is merely a broken hairpin. If lost, it is lost. I shall procure another for you later." Plop! Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Wen Si jumped into the water without hesitation. Mo stood frozen, questioning his own existence. Wen Si, fearful of water and blind, could not possibly find the hairpin. Yet once submerged, Wen Si extended her hand to the riverbed, which was now over her head. She had to immerse herself completely to reach the pin. Gritting her teeth, she held her breath and plunged into the depths, searching for the hairpin. Instead of the pin, she unexpectedly brushed against a spiny pufferfish, causing her to recoil, but she continued her search. She could neither see nor grasp it. But this was no justification for Mo to obliterate everything she held dear. On the riverbank, observing her reluctance to surface, Mo felt a moment of hesitation, contemplating pulling her out. Yet a thought struck him. She had not accepted a single gift from him in 5 centuries. Had she not carelessly tossed his offerings into storage? What was transpiring now was merely her just desserts. However, Mo, consumed by anger, failed to notice that directly in front of Wen Si lay a whirlpool. Just as she sensed something amiss with the current and prepared to retreat, the whirlpool suddenly engulfed her. There was no time for her to react. She was swept into the vortex, spinning round and round until her vision blurred, consciousness fading, her lips parting uncontrollably as the whirlpool continued to draw her in endlessly. Until Mo on the shore noticed bubbles rising to the surface, he suddenly exclaimed in alarm. He quickly stepped forward, pulling Wen Si from the whirlpool. At that moment, she lay unconscious, akin to a heap of clay. Mo hurriedly laid her flat on the bank, and with a swift motion, water began to trickle from the corners of her mouth. Yet, she remained unresponsive, likely having fainted from choking. Mo could scarcely believe that she would risk her life for a mere hairpin. What a foolish sacrifice! Exerting his strength, Mo retrieved the hairpin from the depths of the water and secured it. Then, he gently lifted Wen Si and made his way into the depths of the forest. Upon entering a cave, he placed her aside and instructed Si Qiao, who had silently followed, to take good care of her. Subsequently, Mo resumed his meditation. He found solace in the sight of Wen Si peacefully sleeping beside him, if only to enjoy a moment of tranquility devoid of quarrels. Though he had not been gentle with her in recent days, she had shown him no tenderness either. She even perceived his current suffering from the poison as an opportunity to escape. Thus, all she endured was well-deserved. Wen Si remained unconscious for 3 days and nights, during which Mo enjoyed a rare respite, tending to his own injuries. On the morning of the 4th day, she suddenly began to cough incessantly. Xianxia, noticing this, promptly urged her to lie down and patted her back until she gasped for air and slowly opened her eyes. "How do you feel? Can you still see nothing?" Xianxia had hoped for a miracle, but upon opening her eyes, Wen Si was met with darkness. Her immediate reaction was to inquire about the hairpin. "TSK, is that hairpin more precious than your life?" Mo could hardly comprehend. Xianxia, unable to hold back any longer, explained, "My lord, her emotional connection has been restored. There may be changes. Perhaps you should not hold her accountable for what occurred when she lacked that connection." "On what grounds should I not hold her accountable? Have I endured 5 centuries of grievance for nothing?" Mo, gritting his teeth, approached the recently awakened Wen Si, determined to demand an explanation. "You desire the hairpin, do you? Very well. Tell me, where are the items I previously gifted you? What did you give me?" Wen Ji's response nearly prompted Mo to strike her again. Yet he restrained himself. If he were to knock her unconscious once more after her arduous awakening, he would gain no answers at all. However, Wen Ji's bewilderment at his gifts left him both amused and exasperated. "You cannot even recall what I bestowed upon you? Since your memory is so poor, why not forget the hairpin entirely? After all, you currently lack the ability to leave. I shall simply remain here in the cave with you until you remember." Xianxia observed this brief period of tranquility. Mo still required time to heal, and Wen Si needed rest. This cold war was far more preferable than endless arguments. Thus, Xianxia ventured, "Shall I go out and fetch you some food?" Surely, after 3 days of unconsciousness, Aji must be quite hungry. Qui Montauk replied coldly, "She shall not eat anything until she has clarified her thoughts." Wen Si could hardly endure Mo's erratic behavior. "I have never taken anything from you. How can I possibly remember?" she exclaimed. "Oh, I see. If you cannot recall, you deny it, right? Then I too can claim that I remember how my master just had a meal. My master is not hungry at all." To Wen Si, Mo appeared utterly deranged. As he denied her food, she weakly leaned against the stone wall, gently closing her eyes to drift into slumber, for when asleep, hunger ceased to exist. Only Xianxia looked on with sympathy and ventured outside in search of sustenance. Before long, she returned with an array of leaves and mushrooms, along with a fish she had caught. "Master, this is the food I gathered outside," she presented. Mo glanced at her and replied, "Roast the fish for me. As for the leaves and mushrooms, consider them my tribute to my master." He cast a glance at Wen Si, who was nearly fainting from hunger as she leaned against the stone wall. Despite his resentment towards her, he could not bring himself to let her starve. However, since she refused to acknowledge the food he offered her, she was unworthy of tasting any meat. Thus, Mo consumed the roasted fish alone, while Xianxia prepared the leaves and mushrooms and fed them to Wen Si. Wen Si was so weak that she lacked the strength to swallow. It was Xianxia who gently pressed her lips to help her ingest the leaves. After finishing the meager meal, Wen Si intended to continue her slumber. At that moment, Xianxia whispered in her ear, "Ah, Si, hold on a bit longer. When the master cultivates again, I will take you out to find something to eat." Mo had been relatively lenient with Xianxia lately, knowing that her 500 kin were in his grasp. Thus she dared not defy him. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Mo began to cultivate and heal that night, Xianxia carefully lifted Wen Si on her back and departed the cave. Wen Si, unable to walk, murmured, "Am I about to die?" Xianxia was startled by her sudden words. "You are merely weak from hunger. I am taking you out to eat something. Why not gather some poisonous mushrooms? Why not take the chance to kill me? After all, I've defied him. I might as well do something good and free myself entirely." Xianxia, hearing such defeatist thoughts from her companion, momentarily contemplated tossing this hopeless wretch off the cliff. "The master is right. After all these days, you have made no progress. Eating poisonous mushrooms will only result in you convulsing before him, foaming at the mouth. and he certainly won't allow you to die from it. The agony of poisoning is something you must endure alone. No one can take that pain from you. If you truly wish for him to witness your pathetic state, I can take you to gather poisonous mushrooms right now. Chapter 34. Wen Si is taken back to Tianqing sect. So, even knowing it would be utterly futile, must one endure suffering simply to survive? Xianxia understood that Mo had caused Wen Si further harm in recent days. With a sigh, she encouraged, just hang in there. You see how the master has shown some restraint lately? Restraint? He is merely escalating his severity. Xiao's expression grew grave, and she remarked, "You must be discontented with some of your past actions. Why not have a proper conversation with him? I suppose it is not intentional on your part." As Wen Si reflected on the events of the past couple of days, she was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity of Mo's claims. What is there to discuss? The assertions he made are clearly baseless. I have received nothing from him. Was he sending gifts in his dreams? Mo insisted that he had sent something, but Wen Si did not even glance in that direction, for she had never witnessed him presenting any items. You must contemplate this carefully. Is it not possible that he did indeed send something, and you simply did not receive it? That I cannot say. The Jade Void Palace is not of my making. It is filled with elders and disciples of the primordial Lord. Mo treats it as his own home. Disregarding all decorum, I have already shielded him far more than I ought to. Then it is imperative to clarify matters with him. I shall take you back to explain. Just as Xiao intended to carry Wen Si back, he noticed her current weakness rendered her too fatigued for conversation. Oh, I almost forgot. First, we must find you something to eat. Wen Si remained silent, as she believed that any explanation would be futile. Mo was utterly unreasonable and would only adhere to his own whims. However, Xiao expressed concern, stating, regardless, that hairpin is a precious item. You must retrieve it. For a fleeting moment, Wen Si felt a sense of normalcy in the world around her, save for Mo. Whether it was the mortal Shen Yan, who persisted in aiding her, or Xiao, who stealthily brought her food in the dead of night, they both seemed entirely reasonable. Before long, Xiao led Wen Si deep into the forest, finding a tranquil spot to set her down before venturing off to hunt. Are you sure you will be all right alone? Do you require my company? Xiao replied with a smile. No need. You should rest. I shall return shortly. In truth, Xiao felt fear at the prospect of venturing out alone, yet given Wen Si's current condition, it was far more perilous to bring her along. It was safer for her to remain behind. Once Xiao departed, Wen Si leaned against a tree and dozed off, with Mo absent from her side. She found herself sleeping far more peacefully, unaware that a green snake lurked in the shadows, observing her. The snake remained a distance away, circling around before ultimately retreating. After it left, Xiao returned with a fish in hand. Seeing Wen Si still asleep, he chose not to rouse her, but instead quietly began to roast the fish. Once it was cooked, he carefully removed the bones and gently fed her small pieces, encouraging her to chew, remarking, "It is quite delicious. I can manage on my own." Wen Si murmured as she slowly opened her eyes, reaching for the fish, yet Xiao insisted on feeding her, saying, "Just sit still. You cannot see where the fish is, and I would not want you to choke on a bone." Wen Si felt a sense of futility in her existence, largely because of her inability to see. Even eating was an arduous task. In the midst of feeding her, Wen Si alerted Xiao. "We should return sooner rather than later. I sensed a trace of demonic energy nearby, suggesting the presence of demonic entities." Demonic energy? Is it the Lord? Not him. Wen Si was intimately familiar with Mo's aura. She recognized that another presence was at play. "We must leave this place swiftly before they make a move." At her words, Xiao felt a twinge of fear. The world outside was fraught with peril, and she had encountered formidable foes more than once. Without hesitation, Xiao hoisted Wen Si onto his back, retracing their steps. However, before Xiao could escape even a few steps, a formidable figure approached from behind. A being of gold and platinum, pressing relentlessly towards Xiao and Wen Si. With no time to spare, Wen Si swiftly grasped Xiao's shoulder and soared upwards in blind flight. "Xiao, can you guide us?" The relentless pursuer, unmistakably the demonic monk, was hot on their heels. Why was he not fulfilling his duty to the heavens by capturing Mo? Instead, he seemed intent on pursuing her for the sake of a tainted bounty. Yet, Xiao had no idea how to direct them and could only stammer vague instructions about the pursuer behind them. To the left, back to the cave. Wen Si promptly veered left, urging, "I must accelerate now. You transform and conceal yourself." All right. Xiao immediately transformed into a small black snake, tightly coiling around Wen Si's neck, fearful of being cast aside. Wen Si moved with remarkable speed, leaving the golden figure in her wake. The enraged monk leapt into the air, preparing to intercept her from the opposite direction. In an instant, as Wen Si dodged, a sudden force struck from the front. And before Xiao could issue a warning, Wen Si was knocked down, plunging into the river below. Fortunately, the water was shallow, and she struggled to climb ashore. At that moment, she heard a familiar voice. "Ah, last time you escaped, but in your current state, where can you flee?" Gritting her teeth, Wen Si sat up, having believed the monk had perished at Mo's hands. Little did she know that Mo had refrained from delivering a lethal blow to the monk in his haste to rescue her. What a shameful blunder. If he had come to kill her, she would have offered no resistance. But he was there to return her to the Tianxia sect. She could not go back. What face would she have to return? In a panic, Wen Si implored Xiao, "Can you summon Mo?" If faced with the choice of being brought back to the Tianxia sect for retribution or enduring Mo's torment, she would prefer the latter. Observing the monk beginning to chant, Xiao swiftly signaled Mo before the monk could complete his incantation. Mo sensed that something was amiss with Xiao and Wen Si, but he had chosen to enter seclusion for 3 hours, hoping to provide Wen Si an opportunity to gather her strength and share a meal with Xiao. Who would have anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events? Hadn't the monk lost all his senses? How could he ever regain them? Mo resolved to capture the monk and demand the antidote. For if he had found a way to recover, surely Wen Si could restore her vision as well. However, just as Mo attempted to forcibly withdraw his energy, the powerful energy field within him collapsed unexpectedly, causing him to spit out blood. Forcing a withdrawal could lead to death. Mo's body was immobilized, and he had to gather his strength anew, helplessly listening to a cry from outside, followed by the forest returning to its former tranquility. After retrieving Wen Si, the monk made his way to the heavenly gate, announcing to the guards of the Tianxia sect that he had brought the wanted fugitive, Wen Si. However, "I seek not the sect master, but several elders." The monk, discerning the enmity towards Wen Si, was not without clarity. Chapter 35. Imprisoned in the Celestial Dungeon. She remains unyielding. The guards of the heavenly gate informed that the sect master was currently out on an inspection and not within the sect. All internal affairs were being managed by the Grand Elder. At that moment, a green serpent slithered out from the neck of the demonic monk, gleefully exclaiming that fortune was indeed on their side. The monk cast a sidelong glance at the serpent, admonishing it to temper its exuberance, for they were in the realm of the heavens. Reluctantly, the serpent retracted into the monk's sleeve. Shortly thereafter, Shi Ran and Shi Qing arrived to receive Master Wen Luo, whom they had not seen in quite some time. Wen Luo respectfully paid his respects, and then accompanied Shi Qing and Shi Ran into the Tianxia sect. Curiosity piqued. Wen Luo inquired whether the two elders were managing the sect's affairs recently. Shi Qing replied that ever since the sect master was injured a millennium ago, his vitality had waned significantly, leaving many matters to be handled by them. Concealed within Wen Luo's sleeve, the green serpent communicated telepathically, suggesting that it meant they could soon conspire to usurp power and seize the sect master's position. Wen Luo immediately retorted telepathically, advising it to mind its own business. The serpent fell silent. Before long, the group arrived at the celestial dungeon. Upon entering, Shi Ran cautioned that this prisoner was indeed of a peculiar nature and needed to be confined in a location imperceptible to the sect master, fearing he might shield her and jeopardize the greater interests of the Tianxia sect. They proceeded to the innermost depths of the dungeon, a place so profound that it appeared bottomless, surrounded by barriers. Only then did Wen Luo unlock the golden box, releasing Wen Si. The enforced transformation within the box had rendered Wen Si breathless for an extended period, and upon her release, she collapsed to the ground, coughing incessantly. Where am I? In her blindness, panic surged within her. In the next moment, 2 ropes ensnared her wrists, binding her to a pillar, which was soon enveloped by dozens of additional ropes, securing her tightly. Suddenly, Xianxia's voice echoed in her ears. Long time no see, Lady Wen Si. Though Wen Si held a significant status within the sect, Xianxia felt no reverence. In his view, it was all due to Xianxia's protection. Rumors circulated about an improper relationship between Xianxia and Wen Si, further fueling Xianxia's disdain. Recognizing Xianxia's voice, Wen Si abruptly realized she was likely imprisoned in the dungeon of the Tianqing sect. What are you doing here? Where's the sect master? Xianxia sneered. How laughable. Do you truly believe we would allow you to see her? After reporting your disappearance to the Heavenly Emperor, he instructed the Tianqing sect to handle the matter internally, and now the authority lies with us. Wen Si quickly deduced her predicament. This was precisely why she would rather fall into Qi Mo's hands than those of the Tianqing sect. Xianxia was already at a point of self-preservation, let alone protecting her. She only sought a swift resolution from the Tianqing sect, but Xianxia pressed on. I have heard that Lady Wen Si has entered into a marital arrangement with the Demon Lord. Wen Si gritted her teeth, vehemently denying the claim. Are you certain there is none? Xianxia taunted. If you confess honestly, we would not need to expend effort in our investigations. Such brazen remarks ignited Wen Si's fury. What authority do you possess to question me? What authority? Xianxia retorted. With the sect master absent, the entire sect is under the Grand Elder's command. You have colluded with the demon race. Your crimes are unforgivable, and now you still wish to quibble? Do you think your evasion of responsibility will alter anything? Which of your eyes has witnessed the union between me and the Demon Lord? At that moment, a green serpent emerged from the sleeve of Wen Si, boldly asserting that there was no need for denial. The entire Wanma sect was aware of this matter, a truth far beyond your capacity to conceal. Xianxia, observing the serpent, widened her eyes in disbelief. That was Qingji, the former demon empress and spouse of the previous demon lord, Qi Yin. How could she possibly be here? Xianxia could not fathom it. Yet Qingji's face twisted with disdain. How could she appear in such a place? Was it not because you forced my hand first? Qi Mo has slain Qi Yin, and he must pay the requisite price. I shall settle this account with you at once. With that declaration, Qingji lunged forward, sinking her fangs into Wen Ji's neck. Wen Ji was utterly defenseless and let out a scream. Xianxia exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The green serpent quickly returned to Wen Luoyi's side, chuckling as it said, "You ought to know I am a master of poison. This toxin is sufficient to awaken her memories of those unspeakable acts with Qi Mo. Once she recalls them, I can expose the images for all to see. And what then can she say in her defense? You despicable creature." Qingji laughed with abandon. Did you ever consider the consequences when you led Qi Mo to slay Qi Yin? Yet, just as Qingji fell triumphant, the unexpected occurred. When Ji, poisoned, exhibited stark resistance, refusing to recall her encounters with Qi Mo. The price of her defiance was the rapid spread of the toxin within her body. Soon, when Ji could no longer withstand the poison, her face turned pale, devoid of color, her body convulsing violently. Still, she would not yield, leaving Qingji without a single incriminating image. No wonder Qi Mo called her stubborn. Let her suffer here. Once she concedes, I shall immediately acquire the evidence needed for conviction. Before long, the group departed. When Luoyi proposed, the task has been handed to you. Present the bounty, and we shall return to the human realm. Shurqing discerned the implication in his words and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What? Are you afraid of encountering trouble while with us? Your sect leader will return in 3 days. Your time is running short. Furthermore, this vermilion bird was captured only due to injury. You witnessed firsthand that the methods effective against the demon race had no effect on her. If in the future, she regains her strength and recovers, she won't live to see that day. Xianxia interrupted, their minds clear on why it had been so easy to capture Wen Ji, thus necessitating swift action. Our Tianqing sect has a long-standing cooperative relationship with the Holy Monk. What fear could the holy monk possibly harbor? Moreover, the young lady beside him might wish to remain as well. He referred to Xianxia, who indeed wished to stay. She yearned to rend Wen Si to pieces to avenge her husband's death at Xianxia's hands. Yet, Xianxia still inquired, "Might the two elders be able to save my husband? My husband has had all his powers siphoned away by Xianxia and was cast aside. His body is currently encased in ice, and his soul is but a wisp." Xianxia understood the difficulty of the situation, yet she was willing to align with anyone who could provide a solution. Shi Qing and Shi Ran exchanged glances and sighed. To rescue a demon? This is not a matter of ability, but of protocol. If you can save him, I shall do whatever you ask. In the stillness of the moment, the matter at hand was not to be delayed by trivialities. First, let Wen Si confess. You are all aware that we have but 3 days, and once the sect leader returns, this situation will become exceedingly complicated. Understood? I shall proceed at once. Given this, do not blame Xianxia for her lack of civility toward her. Chapter 36. On the execution stage, the sentence of Wen Si, Wen Luo. Perceiving the intense desire of Xianxia to eliminate Wen Si, immediately cautioned her to remain calm. You are no match for Wen Si. She is in such a state now. What is there to fear? He pointed out that neither of the two elders dared to strike directly. Having faced Wen Si himself, he felt the oppressive aura she exuded. Were it not for the sealing talismans bestowed by the Tianqing sect, he feared the consequences might be dire. Such nonsense. Xianxia dismissed his warnings, having witnessed firsthand how Wen Si was treated upon her return to the Wanma sect, where even the most formidable could trample her without consequence. What fighting spirit could she possibly possess? Thus, Xianxia swiftly made her way to the innermost depths of the celestial prison, confronting Wen Si directly. At that moment, Si Qiao was engaged in healing Wen Si's wounds, yet she sensed the dark energy approaching once again. Xianxia, with a cold laugh, Xianxia remarked, "At least you remember my name. You should also be well aware of the enmity between us." Si Qiao had elucidated the situation to her. Xianxia was indeed a fish that had slipped through the net, returning with the intent to kill Wen Si. However, Wen Si found this notion somewhat absurd. She was merely blind, as long as Xianxia had not sealed her powers. Such an insignificant foe seeking to provoke her was clearly courting death. "I harbor no animosity towards you," Wen Si stated plainly. "Rather, it is you who, under the protection of the two elders, flaunts your authority like a jest. You should know well how I made my pact with the demon clan. Of course, you are even more aware of why the two elders persistently pursue this matter. Is it for the so-called greater good? Or do they seek to eradicate the influence of the divine law god in a bid for rebellion? This has nothing to do with me. I have no desire to involve myself in such affairs. My only aim is to poison you beyond recognition, forcing Xianxia to kneel before Qi Yan in repentance." Wen Si found this rhetoric laughable. Was the demon clan truly so deranged? In the next instant, Xianxia roared, unleashing a wave of green poison towards Wen Si. Si Qiao quickly warned, "She has released poison. She intends to kill us." Suddenly, a phantom of a massive crimson bird appeared behind Wen Si as it flapped its wings. The toxic fumes reversed direction, striking back at Xianxia, leaving Wen Si unharmed. "Begone! You are unworthy to act so brazenly before me." Gritting her teeth, Xianxia refused to be deterred. The sight of a blind Wen Si, restrained to a pillar, still daring to challenge her, was intolerable. In an instant, Xianxia transformed into a colossal azure serpent, lunging fiercely at Wen Si. Wen Si scoffed at the notion of engaging in a quarrel. She unleashed a pillar of searing heat towards Xianxia, effortlessly sending her hurtling away several meters. As Xianxia crashed to the ground, she seethed, "Curse be you! I shall not rest until you are dead." Gving. At that moment, Wen Luo called out to her, recognizing her reckless abandon. Little did she know that even a wounded sacred beast like Wen Si could easily vanquish the demon clan. As Wen Si beheld Wen Luo's presence, she finally recognized the arrival of a formidable adversary. "Did you think your mere appearance here would intimidate me? What skills do you possess beyond subjugating me? Show them, if you dare." Deep down, Wen Si harbored disdain for these individuals. None, including the elders, possessed the capability to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. In the fleeting moment after her declaration, when Luo sensed the temperature around him rising abruptly, the very air seeming to ignite. Suddenly, his garments bore black scorch marks, prompting him to retreat in alarm, distancing himself from Wen Si. Wen Si had the power to incinerate this place, much like she had reduced Wen Luo's temple to ashes. Yet this was the Tianqing sect, the most significant adjudicative body in the celestial realm, housing countless prisoners within its dungeons. Should she demolish the prison and release all the inmates, it would ultimately be the innocent Shi Lu who would suffer the consequences. Shi Qing and Shi Ran, witnessing the inferno that Wen Si could unleash upon the entire celestial realm, scolded her for her madness, colluding with the demonic prisoners. She had the audacity to be so unabashed, fetch stronger sealing talismans. Contending with Wen Si was not overly challenging. In Shi Qing's eyes, despite her ferocity, she was but a beast. If even the amount of Guanyin Bodhisattva could be sealed, how much more so this still maturing vermilion bird? Shi Ran thus summoned the talismans and, within the dungeon, began to chant incantations. The resonance of her voice pierced through Wen Si's consciousness, causing her a splitting headache. Yet, she knew she must send out a signal, never allowing these two miscreants to act with impunity. Consequently, amidst Shi Ran's chanting, she remained oblivious to the crimson light enveloping the skies above the Tianqing sect, causing all disciples of the sect to gaze up in astonishment. Was this the work of Lady Wen Si? They sought to confine Wen Si in an untraceable location and coerce her into confession, a notion that was utterly preposterous to her, for she possessed the capacity to transform the Tianqing sect into a furnace, inflicting unbearable suffering upon all. Nevertheless, she ultimately did not wish to betray Shi Lu. Fortunately, the intensity of the signal had already left Shi Lu, who was patrolling outside, wide-eyed in shock. Ah, si, could it be? Although the chances of Wen Si returning from the demon realm were slim, the possibility was not entirely absent. Shi Lu immediately issued an order to return to the Tianqing sect. At that moment, Shi Qing also sensed the unusual occurrences within the sect and exclaimed that he had initially intended to allow her to survive for 3 days. Yet it seemed she now sought the execution grounds prematurely. Very well, this elder shall grant your wish. Do you think your reputation within the Tianqing sect remains intact? You have already been branded a criminal for colluding with demonic entities. Wen Si was acutely aware that once the truth came to light, she would not face a favorable outcome. Yet, the matter at hand should not be dealt with by these individuals. With no time to spare, Shi Ran and Shi Qing hastily affixed the talismans upon Wen Si, bringing her to the execution platform. As Wen Si was led to the execution grounds, her mind spun in disorientation, the echoes of the chanting resounding in her ears. Si Qiao, puzzled, wondered if there truly existed talismans capable of suppressing holy beasts, or had they acquired such things. Watching as Wen Si's consciousness waned under the influence of the talisman, she intended to assist in removing it. However, the moment she approached, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her. Shi Qing and Shi Dian desired nothing more than to witness Wen Si in her current state of confusion. At that moment, disciples and elders within the sect hastily gathered, drawn by the commotion, to find Wen Si bound upon the execution platform. Shi Qing bellowed at Wen Si, accusing her of colluding with the demon clan and forging a pact with them. Do you comprehend the gravity of your crimes? Collusion, you say? Were you not aware of Qimo's actions 500 years ago? Wen Si retorted, incredulity etched upon her face. How can you rush to execute me now? In the absence of the sect leader? Your intentions are clearly sinister. Such nonsense. Shi Qing thundered. Our Tianqing sect has always upheld its virtue. How dare you seduce the masses with your deceit? You have committed an egregious crime by forming a contract with the demon clan. By the rules of our sect, you shall be punished today as a warning to others. Chapter 37. The demon army breaches the heavenly gate. This proclamation left the disciples of Tianqing sect utterly bewildered. Whispers circulated among them. Is it true that Master Wen Si has allied with the demon clan? Has she betrayed the sect? How could this be? But Master Wen Si was slain by Mo, was she not? Although she was later revived, I have only heard rumors. What on earth is happening? The disciples' speculations astonished Wen Si as well. Mo killed her? When did this occur? She could not recall such an event. Yet, before the many disciples, Wen Si boldly asserted, "The elder seeks to execute me and must provide a justification that can satisfy the public. You cannot simply declare I have colluded with the demon clan without evidence. The Tianqing sect is a paramount tribunal in the celestial realm. Any judgment must be substantiated." Xianxia scoffed, "I intended to spare you some dignity, but it seems you have no regard for your own. Do not blame me for lacking compassion." In turn, Xianxia publicly interrogated, "When you harbored Mo, did you ever conceal the fact that he is a demon spawn? What are your intentions in catalyzing the demon spawn? Now that the demon god has descended, what are your objectives in signing a contract with him? You owe the celestial realm an explanation." Harboring Mo was the wish of Shil, and catalyzing the demon spawn was also her intention to mend the rift. Only the descent of the demon god is a failure on her part. Yet, no matter what, Wen Si could not confess the truth. She remained silent for a moment, steadfastly insisting, within the sect, no elder has the authority to conduct private trials. Xianxia coldly replied, "You are the one undergoing judgment, even if the sect leader were present. They must not interfere." With that, Xianxia summoned thunder from above the execution platform. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly lightning struck towards Wen Si, leaving her no opportunity to retort. She was struck by several bolts, rendering her body numb and momentarily speechless. Yet, ironically, her first reaction was to find the heavenly thunder less lethal than Mo's lightning. She felt no pain whatsoever. "What? Are you feeling guilty? Is this why you hasten the execution? What are you so anxious about?" In a short span, Wen Si regained her composure, leaving Xianxia and Xianxia in disbelief, their authority clearly undermined before the disciples. "You wretched spawn, initiate the execution." Though Wen Si lacked sight, she could sense their unease. Just then, a massive black hole appeared above her, revealing a gigantic serrated wheel within it. Xiao was nearly startled into a scream, exclaiming, "Ah, see, what is that black thing above?" The punishment described is far more brutal than the executions of hanging or beheading. It is akin to being torn asunder. Wen Si is familiar with such devices, having participated in numerous executions herself. Little did she expect that one day, this instrument of torture would befall her. She cannot guarantee her own endurance against it, as it possesses the power to obliterate her entirely. Hence, Wen Si urges, you should quickly find a place to hide. I do not wish to implicate you. If I truly cannot escape, you should wait here for the divine timekeeper. She is unlike these treacherous individuals. I will not leave. How can I bear to watch you go in alone? I cannot even assure my own survival upon entering. Yet you would certainly perish if you followed me. Despite Wen Si's fervent warnings, Xiao remains resolute. I cannot escape, and I refuse to bow to these scoundrels. As the formation is activated, a tremendous energy field creates a barrier, while the execution platform gradually ascends, indicating that soon, Wen Si's entire being will be engulfed by the black hole. Just before her descent into the void, Wen Si suddenly questions. They say I have already been killed by Mo. When did this occur? Are you aware? I have heard a bit about it. At that time, I was still in the mortal realm. They said that when a master brought you back, your breath had completely faded. It took the master 49 days, continuously using his own heart's blood to revive you. If this is indeed the truth, it is utterly absurd, even rendering Wen Si incredulous. What could he possibly desire? To see me suffer a fate worse than death at his hands? Amidst their conversation, Wen Si perceives an overwhelming sense of oppression. The elders possess talismans, rendering her unable to escape the barrier. Yet, even as she faces impending execution, she defiantly calls out, Xianxia, Ran, you two are plotting treason. But I must remind you, despite your thousands of years of cultivation, you will never become deities. Even if the sect were to perish, it would not be you vile thieves who ascend. Her curse strikes deep, leaving Xianxia and Ran momentarily speechless with anger. Fortunately, in the next instant, Wen Si's body begins to be drawn into the black hole. Realizing she cannot evade her fate, she channels all her strength to cast Xianxia from her. Without power, entering means only a path to death. As Xianxia, unable to withstand the searing heat, falls away from Wen Si, she realizes something crucial and cries out. Si, did you not wish to live? You still have a chance. There is no need to die in vain alongside me. With that, Wen Si is entirely consumed by the black hole. In that moment, countless dark hands reach out for her, seizing her limbs and neck, pulling her in all directions. It is akin to being torn apart by 5 horses. In mere moments, her body could be reduced to fragments. One hand constricts around her throat, the intense sensation of suffocation causing her eyes to roll back, her consciousness slipping away, even the pain becoming imperceptible. Wait, why can't she feel pain? Is this punishment devoid of sensation? She can no longer hear the sounds from the outside world, unaware that outside the execution ground, disciples kneel, fervently calling out, "We pay our respects to the master." Qing, ran. What are you doing? Fortunately, she'll return to the sect with utmost speed. Upon catching sight of the heavenly thunder from afar, she quickened her pace even further, halting the operation of the magical array at the moment when Si entered the black hole. At that juncture, Xiao leapt onto Shil, voicing his grievances, "My lord. They conspire to rebel and seek to eliminate Si. I implore you to take a stand for Si." Shil, fully aware of the ambitions harbored by the two, was nonetheless taken aback by their audacity. Given the circumstances, Qing and Xiran insisted that when Si had forged a pact with the demonic clan, thus violating the celestial decree. Is the celestial decree something you alone established? You declare it violated at your whim? The heavenly emperor remains oblivious to this matter. And who are you to impose punishment unilaterally? Upon uttering these words, Shil immediately cast a spell, causing the black hole to vanish instantaneously, while the execution pillar descended slowly, granting Wen Si a moment to breathe. However, she remained oblivious to the events unfolding before her, unable to hear Shil's previous utterance. Witnessing Wen Si so grievously harmed by these two nefarious beings tore at Shil's heart. But before she could ascertain the true nature of the incident, a cacophony erupted from outside. "Sect leader, it's terrible. The demonic army has invaded." Shil gasped. What? Chapter 38. Unhinged and still daring to claim concern for her. Why'd they come here again? In that very moment of disbelief, the demonic contract emblazoned upon Wen Si's chest emitted a brilliant white light. Each flicker of the contract tormented Wen Si, leaving her in a state worse than death. It was an indescribable sensation of suffocation and oppression. The emergence of the contract's runes conveniently provided the two elders with grounds to refute her. "Sect leader, you see for yourself. Is that not a demonic contract? If she were not colluding with the demonic clan, how could such a thing exist?" Shil retorted publicly, "This matter will be handled by me, and it is not for you to presume authority. Disciples of the sect, heed my command. Guard the heavenly gate and vanquish the demonic clan." In the midst of their exchange, Xiao had already leaped off Shil, who was aware of her escape but deliberately allowed it to occur. She then led the sect's disciples to confront the impending battle. Such skirmishes had become routine for the Tianqing sect. The heavenly gate could not be defended by a mere handful of celestial soldiers, especially as the celestial beings had grown increasingly complacent over the past millennium, leaving many menial tasks to sects like Tianqing to resolve. Should the celestial beings be roused, the entire sect would face accountability. Shil swiftly brought her disciples to the forefront of the heavenly gate, where Mo indeed arrived with his forces. Upon seeing Shil, he suddenly scoffed. "I have spared you once. How unexpected that you would provoke me to annihilate your sect. In that case, I shall show no mercy. How laughable. 1,000 years ago, Yin was far more arrogant than you. And what became of him? Now he faces a dire fate, with Mo's demonic energy in her grasp." Shil was confident in her ability to hold her ground against him. Thus, she summoned her divine artifact, a hammer crackling with lightning, which descended from above. Shil leapt into the air, grasping the handle of the massive hammer, and in an instant, her youthful form transformed back to her true self. As the girl wielding the heavy hammer appeared before him, Mo suddenly found the sensation of being regarded with esteem rather agreeable. Do you not wish to inquire how I found my way here, or what my intentions may be? Why do you resort to violence immediately? Qui montac retorted. Or perhaps you are fully aware of everything, even deliberately concealing something? Enough of your nonsense. Get down from the heavenly gate. With that, Lu forcefully struck the judgment hammer towards the clouds, causing a violent tremor that sent some of the demon army tumbling down from the sky. However, Mo mocked. If you strike a few more times, you might provoke the heavenly emperor. At that moment, Lu had already launched another attack towards Mo, who promptly countered. The collision of their powers resulted in a resounding explosion before the heavenly gate, clearly indicating their strengths were evenly matched. Suddenly, Lu chuckled. Young man, it seems your power has diminished during our time apart. Observing Mo's less than pleasant expression, she surmised that Ji must have harmed him during her capture, leaving him significantly weakened. Mo, incensed by her words, shouted, "Against you, this is sufficient. Kill!" The two factions clashed fiercely before the heavenly gate. While on the execution platform, Ji noticed the intensity of the battle waning. Enduring the pain from the demonic contract, she managed to break free from her bindings and staggered down from the platform. Seeing this, Xianxia swiftly returned to her side and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ji, preoccupied with the situation, gritted her teeth and lamented, "This incompetent disciple. What is he doing attacking the heavenly gate at such a time? Is he trying to solidify the accusations against me of colluding with the demon race?" However, just as Ji intended to leave the execution ground to assist Lu, she sensed that Lu was not at a disadvantage. The might of the judgment hammer placed pressure on Mo. The heavenly thunder it summoned struck down the demons from the clouds. Even Mo felt the oppressive force from the deity. Had it not been for Ji sealing him with the crimson stone and poisoning him, he would not have been evenly matched with Lu. Yet, Lu did not perceive it as an equal contest. Approaching Mo with the judgment hammer in hand, she proclaimed, "I have yet to properly teach you a lesson. Since you have come here today, we shall settle both new and old scores. You dare to siphon my power and then blame me?" Mo understood that continuing the fight was futile given his current state. His immediate priority was to rescue Ji. Thus, he unleashed his power, forcing the demonic contract on Ji to erupt in a brilliant white light, signaling the existence of demons. "I have no desire to argue with you. Hand over Ji, or we shall engage in a fight to the death. Once this demonic signal spreads, divine beings will surely come to address her." "Stop. Have you lost your mind?" Lu grossly underestimated Mo's desperation. Unable to defeat her in a moment, he resorted to threatening her with Ji's life. "In your eyes, have I not always been viewed as insane? Today, I wish to see just how deep the bond is between the deity, Lu, and my master. Does the divine dare to gamble that her binding of a demonic contract will be discovered by the heavenly emperor?" In Mo's eyes, LV is far more hypocritical than he had imagined. He coldly remarked that the current state of his master is entirely due to the divine's grace, questioning how much longer she intends to maintain this facade. His words struck at the very core of LV's being. LV is acutely aware of her own motives. They trace back to the cataclysmic battle between celestial beings and demons thousands of years ago. The previous vermilion bird expended all its fiery might to incinerate the demon realm, leaving it ravaged and desolate, while the bird itself was reduced to ashes. That battle exposed the severely wounded LV to the formidable power of the sacred beast. She recognized her dire need for that power. If the Tianqing sect wished to endure, it must harness such strength. Thus, she waited for 3 centuries before discovering an egg adorned with the sacred beast's markings atop the highest volcano in the south. Upon touching it, she was taken aback by the fierce heartbeat emanating from within. She realized the implications of her actions, yet she continued to voice her grievances to the celestial path. "I require this power." That day, she took it upon herself to bind the egg with her blood, until a crimson light surged forth, and the smooth shell began to crack. In the days that followed, LV acknowledged her failure to care for Wen Si, denying her the chance to pursue her own desires, forcing her to follow LV in maintaining the operations of the Tianqing sect. shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding the celestial realm. The sect leader admits her shortcomings in nurturing Wen Si, but insists that it is an internal matter, one that is not the concern of a demon clan. How could the people of Xianxia sect be trampled upon by a demon race? Today, she would not compromise, nor would she entrust Wen Si to the hands of this deranged demon. Instead, it is you, Chiemo. Do you dare to wager her life? Can you bear the consequences if the Heavenly Emperor discovers her binding of a demonic contract? If you cared for her even a fraction, you would never commit such a heinous act. Chapter 39. Chimo's scheme to expel Wen Si from the sect. This statement incensed Chi-Mo to the point of laughter. Care? You actually believe I would care for her? Though she serves you, she is not deserving of sympathy. On what ground should I concern myself with her? The more he pondered, the more absurd it became, and he tightened his grip, forcing the white light enveloping Wen Si to coalesce into a beam that ascended towards the celestial realm. You are nothing but a madman. If this were a wager, then in the face of choosing between slaying Chi-Mo and concealing Wen Si's crime, sure LV opted for the latter. In an instant, she retracted her judgment hammer and chose to yield. However, Chi-Mo could not trust that she was not employing trickery, seizing the opportunity while she hesitated. He swiftly entered the heavenly gates, heading towards Wen Si's location. The white light, after a brief moment of brilliance, dissipated. Wen Si could scarcely endure the agony of the demonic contract manifesting. Yet given the current circumstances, it seemed that sure LV had indeed withdrawn her attack. What could have transpired? Just as Wen Si prepared to assist sure LV, a powerful demonic aura surged towards her, and a massive hand encircled her waist, lifting her into an embrace. At last, I have found you. The voice belongs to Chi-Mo. What are you doing here? Who permitted you to intrude? When she had just gone missing, he was nearly consumed by anxiety. Yet, upon finding her, he was met with a scolding. However, Chi-Mo was not inclined to be angry with her at that moment. Instead, in front of the numerous disciples of the Xianxia sect, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Look at my master, drenched in a thin sheen of sweat. Were you frightened? Did you think of me during your moment of panic? You are utterly shameless. Put me down. Why should I release you? I have come to retrieve my demon queen and take her back to the demon realm. The mortal world is perilous, and you shall no longer be permitted to venture out, lest unforeseen incidents occur." Unbeknownst to him, his words left Wen Si feeling suffocated. Did he truly believe that acknowledging their relationship before the entire sect was something to be proud of? Did he not realize he was endangering her? He was effectively sealing the fate of a situation that could have been salvaged. Taking advantage of the moment, Shurqing called out loudly, "Sect Master, you witnessed this with your own eyes, did you not? What relationship exists between Wen Si and this demon? Anyone present with even a modicum of sight can discern it. If you're fixated on the power of the vermilion bird, know that after eliminating Wen Si, a new vermilion bird will emerge in merely a few centuries. You can easily forge another contract." Silence. Shirlu could tell that Chi-Mo's actions were intentional. His aim was to sever Wen Si's ties with the Xianxia sect entirely. It seemed he had succeeded. This heartless scoundrel showed no concern for her well-being. With her demonic contract binding her, she could no longer remain in the celestial realm. Following Shirlu's command, an eerie silence enveloped the Xianxia sect, a silence that made Wen Si feel something was amiss. Shirlu solemnly declared, "The sect master has stated that this matter will be handled by him. Wen Si, you must provide an explanation to the sect." Wen Si was acutely aware of her predicament. Had Chi-Mo not intervened, Shirlu might have been able to protect her. However, with Chi-Mo's interference, any chance of reversal had vanished. Thus, she proactively stated, "I request the sect master to expel Wen Si from the sect." Shirlu was taken aback. Did Wen Si not have an ounce of defiance left? Why was she confessing her guilt? Had she not insisted on waiting for Shirlu to seek justice for her? Expulsion from the sect? Was this not too lenient for her? Shiren did not wish for Shirlu to grant her a way out. "Elder, your words are harsh. Your existence is an affront to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao did not shape the four sacred bees for you to serve as the demon lord's queen. If you have any sense, take your own life promptly to avoid disturbing the three realms." Lu immediately retorted, "Be silent. You have no right to speak here." Wen Si understood that, at this point, she had lost all face to remain within the sect. Thus, she reiterated, "Wen Si feels remorseful and hopes the sect master will approve of my departure from the sect." Lu knew that as long as the issues with the demon clan remained unresolved, she could not protect Wen Si, even if she wished to utter the words. "You have done nothing wrong." Her position as sect master and the presence of thousands of disciples rendered her unable to voice such sentiments. She could only reluctantly squeeze out a single word: approved. Her approval meant that Wen Si was expelled from the Tianxia sect. Had it not been for the unbreakable blood contract, the elders would have surely pressured Lu to dissolve it. Unbeknownst to them, when Luo and the crowd prepared to discreetly lead Xianxia away. However, at the very moment he turned to leave, Xianxia suddenly noticed their movements. A surge of power was directed towards Xianxia, which instantly knocked her off when Luo. Quick-witted, when Luo seized Xianxia, allowing a few scales to fall from her body. Yet, when Luo's escape was remarkably swift, vanishing in the blink of an eye, without even having the chance to collect the bounty. Damn it! Was this demon monk invited by the elder? Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, explaining that he was summoned to capture Wen Si. Hearing that this feud was far from resolved, Lu became infuriated and immediately commanded that they disperse. This matter was settled. Wen Si had already been expelled from the Tianxia sect, and there was no need for further discussion. Thus, the elder and the disciples gradually departed the execution grounds, leaving only Lu and Qianmo behind. Have the people truly left, despite the crowd having dispersed? Wen Si still inquired, prompting Lu to notice her eyes. "Ah Ji, your vision is merely temporarily impaired. The sect master need not worry." Once he ascertained that the disciples had vacated, Wen Si sincerely apologized, stating, "Given my current situation, even if the sect master were to protect me, it would hold no significance. I do not wish to cause you further trouble." "Who says you are trouble?" Were it not for Qianmo's presence, Lu's temperament would have already flared up. Yet because Qianmo was still there, she felt compelled to voice her grievance. "What now, Qianmo? You're satisfied now that she has been expelled from a sect?" At that moment, Qianmo had already drawn the 3 scales from the ground, nonchalantly remarking, "Isn't being expelled from the sect a blessing in disguise? Do you think the Tianxia sect is a paradise? Leaving the sect can be a form of liberation. The master is still young, yet her vitality is nearly drained by the Tianxia sect. For her, this place is akin to a hell on earth. Be silent. Matters concerning the sect master are not for you to meddle in." "Oh," Qianmo retorted while extracting the power from the serpent scales, mocking, "Is it not enough for you that, while being drained, you are occasionally rewarded with a few sweet dates? How about I also test the limits of your endurance tonight, and allow you to savor the fruits of your labor?" "You." Wen Si was taken aback by his wild words, but at that moment, Qianmo suddenly directed the power in his hand toward her eyes, commanding, "Do not move." He had not previously mentioned the serpent scales to Wen Si, and the instant this power surged toward her eyes, she had no time to react, crying out in pain. Seeing her struggle in his embrace, Qianmo admonished, "I told you, do not move." Chapter 40. "I need you to bear a child for me, Qianmo." "What are you doing?" Lu was utterly bewildered by Qianmo's actions, knowing only that he had once nearly killed Wen Si, indicating his malevolent nature. Thus, she summoned the hammer of judgment anew, and, seizing the opportunity as Qianmo was occupied, launched a fierce attack towards him. Qianmo had no choice but to cast Wen Si to the ground and evade the assault of the hammer of judgment. Yet, Lu's actions struck him as utterly ridiculous. In their eyes, Qianmo perhaps should not even exist. If that were the case, why had this exceedingly hypocritical fellow allowed him to remain? Did he not fear that one day he would raze the Tianxia sect to the ground? Qianmo felt a profound chill within his heart, and thus he no longer held back, retaliating fiercely against Lu. Wen Si, having been thrown to the ground by Qianmo, felt a sharp pain in her eyes, as though something had seeped from the corners. Yet, she could hear the sounds of battle not far off. Struggling to sit up, her vision suddenly revealed the scene of Qianmo engaged in combat with Lu. Though the spectacle was exceedingly blurred, It astonished Wen Si to discover that her eyesight had indeed returned. However, that was not her primary concern. She had to rush to Shi Lu's aid. With that thought, she swiftly summoned the blazing Qi Ling spear, which erupted in crimson flames, tracing an arc above her before appearing behind Qi Mo with astonishing speed. So quick was her movement that Qi Mo, focused on the fight, failed to react in time. By the moment he attempted to dodge, the spear had already grazed his arm, eliciting a fierce sting that drew his attention to Wen Si, who glared at him with palpable fury. It was evident that her vision had been restored, and Qi Mo surmised that Wen Luo's poison had affected her, likely due to the toxic cultivator Qing Ji by her side. Despite Qing Ji's potent venom, it could be countered with poison of equal strength. Yet, it was almost laughable. Was this how Wen Si reciprocated? Striking without so much as a warning, had he not evaded in time, would she have aimed for his heart? At that moment, the Qi Ling spear returned to Wen Si's grasp after completing a full rotation. Using the spear for support, she rose to her feet and beheld Qi Mo's face, which was marred by disdain. If regaining her sight was merely to see him, then perhaps it would have been better had she remained blind. The absurdity of the situation elicited a chuckle from Qi Mo, and he felt an overwhelming impulse to strangle her once more. Nevertheless, he mused, your relationship with Shi Lu is maintained by a contract, is it not? In the past, he had envied that bond, yet now they too had a contract. The entirety of the Tianqing sect was aware of the nature of her past connection with Shi Lu, and now they were bound in a similar manner. What was the nature of Wen Si's relationship with Shi Lu? To Wen Si, Qi Mo's utterance indicated his ignorance of their true connection. Yet, Wen Si had no interest in Qi Mo's perception of her. There was nothing left to discuss between them. Given the opportunity, she would find every means to eliminate him. However, just as Wen Si prepared to strike at Qi Mo once more, Shi Lu suddenly commanded, you should go with him. What? The words rendered Wen Si momentarily stunned. Shi Lu reiterated, you have been expelled from the sect and have no further ties to the Tianqing sect. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from entering the immortal realm. This is the judgment of the Tianqing sect. Do you think this verdict is a jest? Every moment you linger here is a violation of celestial laws. Wen Si had once believed that if she could seize the opportunity to kill Qi Mo, everything would return to normal. Yet, Shi Lu's abrupt order left her mind in a haze. Was Shi Lu dismissing her? She had always thought that only the elders could not tolerate her presence, never realizing that even Shi Lu wished to avert his gaze from her current state. Seeing her hesitation to leave, Shi Lu's judgment hammer crackled with lightning as he bellowed, I told you to leave. Are you deaf? Could clearly perceive the disintegration of his worldview, a true manifestation of karmic retribution, when she coldly informed him that she would keep him solely to absorb his magical essence. Did she ever contemplate the day she would herself be forsaken? Thus, he approached her, swiftly sealing her powers with a flick of his hand, and declared, since it has come to this, I shall take you away. With that, he also sealed her acupoints, and to his surprise, showed no resistance, allowing him to lead her away from the heavenly realm towards the demonic domain. She knew she could never return to this celestial plane. It bore no distinction from being cast into the mortal world. Unbeknownst to her, after their departure, deities soon arrived to investigate the peculiar white light that had appeared during the recent trial, explained that it was an anomaly that occurred during the sentencing. The deities had only just left the celestial sect. As journeyed back with, she remained utterly unresponsive. Despite his releasing of her acupoints, she showed no signs of struggle, which was uncharacteristic of her. This unnerved, leading him to suspect she might be in distress. After all, her emotional wounds had begun to heal during her brief time in the mortal realm, and her blindness had been remedied. All she needed was to recuperate to regain her former self. Yet, her demeanor suggested she was engulfed in melancholy. Sought to comfort her, saying, is it not a blessing to leave the celestial realm and the sect? You shall no longer serve those deities, nor engage in endless battles. Instead, you may reside in my harem, nurturing our children and attending to my needs. Does this not promise a far more pleasant existence? Had this been in the past, would have rebuked him for his audacity. However, the one who had just dismissed her was her master. To to whom she had pledged allegiance since her birth. Presently, all of this felt less like a restoration of freedom and more like abandonment and betrayal. Of course, one could not fault for this. Had she not inadvertently allowed to succumb to darkness, none of this would have transpired. Ultimately, this was her own doing. Upon returning to her chamber, resembled a lifeless entity, devoid of vitality, unable to bear her desolate state, solemnly reminded her, "Are you aware of the responsibilities that come with being my queen? It is not to languish in apathy, but to serve me, to share my bed." Observing her expression of complete disregard for his words, as frustration escalated, prompting him to pin her against the doorframe, emphatically declaring, "I require you to bear me a child." Nevertheless, continued to remain unresponsive, seemingly accustomed to his actions, and displaying no inclination to resist. In fact, was nearly driven to exasperation by her indifference. For the entirety of the afternoon, he held her against the doorframe until she slumped down like a lifeless ragdoll, at which point he released her, allowing her to collapse onto the ground. "What? You suffer misfortune and seek to vent your frustrations upon me?" Chapter 41. How many children do you intend to bear for me? Longed to grow accustomed to's current silence. Yet he ultimately could not accept her deliberate disregard for him. Xianxia gently lifted the limp Wen Si and laid her upon the bed. Observing the fine beads of sweat adorning her forehead, he produced a handkerchief and tenderly wiped her brow. Throughout her ordeal, she had gritted her teeth in silence, only to cry out in disarray as her consciousness began to fade. Yet, no matter how she attempted to mask her emotions, she could not escape the undeniable truth. She had been expelled from the Xianxia sect, a decision personally executed by Shi Lu. From this moment forth, her existence was relegated to mere survival within the demon realm. However, as Xianxia sat by Wen Si's bedside, a voice pierced the air from outside, the voice of Xiao. Xianxia called out for her to enter. Xiao pushed the door open, but upon noticing the marks upon it, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. From now on, Xianxia cautioned, "You may concoct any potion for her, but under no circumstances shall you administer any contraceptive elixir." "Understood," Xiao replied, though her focus shifted. "Lord, your injury also requires attention." Xiao's arm bore a wound from the blazing spear, charred and blackened. He had endured the pain in silence, but in truth, the injury was far from trivial. The burn inflicted by the spear was not easily mended. However, it was not life-threatening, so he thought to leave it be. "But my lord," Xiao insisted, "the wound has festered. If left untreated, it may worsen significantly." Her words elicited a chuckle from Xiao. Was this what Wen Si desired? To strike him down so casually, showing no regard for his suffering? In the end, Xiao acquiesced to Xiao's suggestion, allowing her to tend to the irreparable wound within the confines of the room. As he suffered in silence, Wen Si lay peacefully asleep, oblivious to the agony he endured. Once the bandaging was complete, Xiao admonished Xiao to remain still before taking her leave. The enmity between them was a riddle Xiao could not unravel. As an outsider, she remained unaware of the true nature of their conflict. In the latter part of the night, Wen Si stirred awake, inevitably greeted by a wave of excruciating pain. Yet, she felt indifferent. She had been forsaken by the celestial realm. Though she had previously refused to acknowledge this reality, it was only after Shi Lu's decree that she recognized the absurdity of her former hopes. What had she truly anticipated? That such an unequivocal fate might alter? "Awake! Are you?" Xiao's voice suddenly invaded her thoughts, further unsettling her. "You have nowhere to go now. Settle in the demon realm. I can offer you refuge." Wen Si turned her head away, disdain evident in her tone. "I have no need for it." Xiao narrowed his eyes, firmly grasping her chin to compel her gaze back to him. Observing her contemptuous expression, he deliberately enunciated, "This matter is not for you to decide." Though her head was turned to face him, Wen Si averted her eyes, unwilling to look at him. A faint smile played upon Xiao's lips. He understood how to handle her. He retrieved a hairpin presented to her during the banquet and said, "Should you behave, I may consider returning this to you." Wen Si cast a sidelong glance at the object in his hand, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had touched that hairpin and could likely envision its appearance. Upon seeing it, her eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of recognition. "Return it to me," she exclaimed. Mo deliberately withheld it, stating, "I have decreed that if you exhibit commendable behavior, it shall be returned." Of course, his notion of commendable behavior was not arduous. For instance, he mentioned that he would be attending court shortly, and she ought to nourish herself well before they set off, forbidding her from fainting again in the grand hall. Noticing Wen Si's silence, Mo added, "You're also prohibited from fainting without warning at any other time. Do not claim you cannot control it. That has been your habitual folly." Thus, in a rare show of compliance, Wen Si willingly consumed a bowl of porridge and subsequently accompanied Mo to court. Upon returning to the demon realm, Mo had already informed the elders of his intentions. This time, he brought his demon empress to govern alongside him, and the elders refrained from further comment. "While I deliberate on matters of state, you shall simply listen attentively," he instructed. He yearned for her to absorb more of the political intricacies, as he was not yet a seasoned monarch, and instinctively sought her guidance in analyzing certain situations. However, as he settled into the throne, the elders began to propose, "Your Majesty, being in the prime of your life, should consider taking numerous consorts to expand your lineage and fortify your reign." What? This counsel plunged Mo into darkness, prompting him to retort, "Has the demon realm ever adhered to such a custom? Your Majesty, the former demon sovereign, Yin, had but one demon queen, yet 1,000 concubines, with offspring numbering over 1,000, scattered across the major tribes." Over 1,000 offspring? I had never heard of this. One elder lamented that thousands of years prior, a divine fire had ravaged the demon realm to desolation, and it was that very fire which sought to annihilate the remnants of Yin and his progeny. As the elders spoke, their gazes fell upon Wen Si, their expressions fierce, as if they intended to strip her of her very skin. One elder gritted his teeth, declaring, "That devastating divine fire was summoned by the sacred beast, Zhu Ke." Wen Si discerned their apprehensions, yet found it absurd that Mo insisted on bringing her to court merely to hear such things. Was he being intentionally provocative? Unbeknownst to him, the elder's inquiries left Mo somewhat flustered. He glanced at Wen Si, who simply shot him a disdainful look, indicating her reluctance to speak. Mo was compelled to inquire, "So what is your intent, my dear minister? Are you still wary of my empress's profound abilities? Did you not ascertain previously that she possesses no such powers? She is merely unrefined in her potential. I implore you, your Majesty, to consider taking consorts to strengthen our forces, thereby ensuring a robust defense against external threats." A faint smile tugged at Mo's lips as he turned to the sullen Wen Si and quipped, "Did you hear that? Perhaps you should contemplate how many heirs you might bear for me." Had it not been for Wen Si's awareness of the consequences of slapping him in public, she would not have restrained herself from displaying her irritation. In conclusion, Mo's response to the ministers regarding the matter of heirs was that he was already deliberating on it. As for the number of progeny, such matters could not be hastily produced in a year or two. He requested the ministers to grant him some time, for such affairs require patience. Nonetheless, Mo harbored an inkling that these old ministers would not easily relinquish their demands. After leaving the court, Wen Si remained silent, trailing behind Mo. It was Mo who took the initiative to inquire about the divine fire they had mentioned, a topic that had never been broached by his master. "What is the matter?" he asked. "I do not know," Wen Si replied coldly. Mo furrowed his brow and warned, "Are you not planning to retrieve the hairpin? I was not yet born at that time. How could I know the details? If you wish to investigate, you might as well consult my several elder brothers." Mo would not fall for her ruse. Seeking her brothers would only serve to summon aid for her. "I demand to hear my master speak. Surely he knows of this matter and will divulge whatever he knows." In chapter 42, as Wen Si was cast into the abyss of the underground palace, her obstinate nature persisted. Without first-hand experience, one cannot ascertain the truth. I shall not speak of what I do not comprehend. In reality, even if she fabricated a few sentences, Mo would willingly accept them as truth. Yet, her stubbornness provoked his displeasure, and he struggled to maintain the scant patience he had. Does my master truly disregard the affairs of your clan? I have no clan. It is the phoenix that possesses one. This statement held truth, for the Wudong Mountain was populated by languid phoenixes, seldom seen engaging in battle. Conversely, the Zhuge was always solitary. The world could not harbor two Zooks simultaneously. Does my master not find it peculiar? Why can a Zhuge not have a lineage? Furthermore, I refuse to believe that the previous Zhuge has perished. Such a majestic beast could not easily succumb to death. Though Mo had transformed into a demonic deity, his loquacious nature remained unchanged. Wen Si cherished tranquility and typically responded briefly to his queries. Now, however, she was even less inclined to engage with him. You need not address me as master any longer. Wen Si was reluctant to hear that title, yet Mo retorted, "It is my master who has instructed me to address you in this manner. I still recall that 500 years ago, your first words to me were not to call you sister, but master. That is no longer the case." Wen Si was uncertain if she regretted taking him as her disciple, but the retribution she now faced was extensive. She merely found it laughable. At this juncture, what face did he have to call her master? Had he not already betrayed his teacher and clan? Nevertheless, Mo insisted, "In my heart, you shall always be my master, and you cannot refuse that." With that, Mo caught up to her, seizing her arm and drawing her into his embrace. Wen Si instinctively attempted to break free, but found his grip too powerful to escape. Moreover, qui montac asserted. Today I wish to hear my master recount the tale of the previous Zhuge. I refuse to believe that a holy beast could exhaust its essence and perish. Perhaps that Zhuge is you, my master? Is it not possible that it merely exhausted its spiritual power and reverted to its original form, scattering in some corner of the world before being reborn? I've already stated, I am not privy to such matters. Wen Si found his persistence to be utterly vexatious. Mo, are you intent on coercing me to conform to your whims? Must I acknowledge what you assert, like that so-called gift you mentioned? Just because I refuse to accept it does not mean I must concede its validity. Wen Si had endeavored to endure his torment, yet his escalating cruelty rendered her utterly intolerant. She thrashed violently in his embrace, even threatening, "Ah, do you not wish to hear how the demon realm was grievously wounded? That was the cataclysmic divine fire. A widespread cataclysmic divine fire would deplete one's true essence. But do not presume that I am incapable of such. The elder spoke truthfully. Keeping me here poses a risk, for I too can unleash the cataclysmic divine fire, just as I did on Kunlun Mountain." Kunlun Mountain? Mo recalled. During that incident, the entire sky had been suffused with crimson, the world consumed by flames, and Kunlun Mountain had nearly transformed into a purgatory. Had he not swiftly encased Wen Si in ice, she would have truly refined him that day. However, Mo understood that Wen Si could not escape his grasp now. She was in a state of confinement, unable to stir any ripples. Thus, he hoisted Wen Si into the carriage, observing her tearful visage filled with fury. His demeanor softened slightly. "Let us consider your tale told. This hairpin, I shall return to you." Wen Si was taken aback, her gaze finally landing upon Mo's striking countenance. Unsurprisingly, he added, "Of course, it depends on whether master has the ability to retrieve it." Before long, the carriage halted at the entrance of a subterranean palace, and Mo led Wen Si inside. She instinctively recoiled. "What are you planning to do?" "You will know once you accompany me, master." Beneath the palace lay an unfathomably deep pool, where a colossal whale with tusks rested at the bottom. Wen Si immediately sensed Mo's ill intentions. "Mo, must you proceed in this manner?" He disregarded her feelings entirely and tossed the hairpin into the waters. "My rules have always been thus. If you can retrieve it, it shall belong to you. In truth, I had hoped to grant you a chance last time, but you fainted in the water and remained unconscious for 3 whole days. However, should you faint again in these waters, even I would be unable to save you. For that saber-toothed whale has gone many days without sustenance." This time, Mo, indifferent to Wen Si's protests, seized her and cast her into the pool. He then activated a barrier, sealing the water's surface. As he unsealed Wen Si, he could not help but muse, "Master, do not let me down this time. If anything were to occur, I would be unable to rescue you in time. Upon being plunged into the water, Wen Si held her breath and swam toward the direction where the hairpin had fallen. Fortunately, she could see its location, and time was of the essence. However, as she neared the hairpin, it unexpectedly began to rise and spin rapidly on its own. Something was amiss. Wen Si swiftly grasped the hairpin, clutching it tightly. But in the next moment, she was ensnared by an invisible whirlpool, a trap set by Mo. Not far away, Mo watched this spectacle with intrigue. Observing Wen Si being drawn into the whirlpool, spinning round and round, her consciousness quickly fading. Yet, he had previously expressed his doubt. He could not believe that the sacred beast created by the heavenly Tao could be so fragile, so easily extinguished. If he could effortlessly conjure a whirlpool that brought about the demise of a sacred beast, then the efforts of the heavenly path to safeguard the four symbols would indeed seem rather lackadaisical. As expected, just when Wen Si found herself ensnared in the whirlpool, Mo observed a flicker of hope as the blazing spear, Qi Ling, suddenly materialized before her, firmly embedding itself into the earth below. With one hand clutching a hairpin, Wen Si extended the other to grasp the spear's shaft. After spinning 5 times, she finally seized hold of it, barely managing to extricate herself from the whirlpool. At that moment, her head spun, and she relied on the last vestiges of her consciousness to escape this perilous situation. With a sudden heave, she hurled the Qi Ling spear towards the water surface, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the barrier Mo had established. It was then that Mo realized her strength had significantly recovered. However, he had never intended to grant her such a reprieve. The sound of the barrier fracturing startled the lurking saber-toothed whale, which, upon sensing Wen Si, immediately opened its massive maw. Mo cautioned from a distance, urging her not to underestimate this creature, for it was indeed capable of devouring a person. Even a sacred beast could fall prey to its corrosive digestion. Chapter 43. Mo's misstep. She is bitten by the beast. Wen Si had no desire to engage in a prolonged encounter with the saber-toothed whale. Once the barrier was breached, she swiftly swam towards the surface, her speed rendering the whale incapable of pursuit. Observing from the sidelines, Mo couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. In his youth, he had longed for a speed that could rival his masteress. Yet, even after becoming a demon god, he found himself unable to catch up with her. In his childhood, he had resented her for not teaching him. But now he realized that some abilities were innate, beyond his capacity to learn, and he could not blame her for that. However, if his master were not toying with the saber-toothed whale, it would lose its allure. How could she be allowed to ascend so easily? Contemplating this, Mo immediately cast a spell to create whirlpools above the water surface. For spirals formed columns of water that ensnared Wen Si, who was already feeling faint. The powerful currents swiftly pulled her back in. The turbulent waters surged into her mouth, overwhelming her with a sense of suffocation, and she feared she might lose consciousness once more. Yet, she could still summon the Qi Ling spear to her side and grasp its silver shaft. She was determined to make another attempt. In the next instant, the Qi Ling spear erupted with a burst of crimson light, empowering Wen Si to break free from the whirlpool once more. However, misfortune struck. During the brief pause at the water surface, the saber-toothed whale had closed in, opening its cavernous jaws before her. Mo, watching from afar, initially believed Wen Si would retaliate against the whale. However, at the moment the whale's jaws gaped wide, Wen Si attempted to evade, but the creature's razor-sharp fangs sank into her with unerring precision. A cry escaped Wen Si's lips, and her limbs fell limp as she succumbed to unconsciousness, her eyes rolling back. Mo's heart raced with anxiety, just as he contemplated rushing to her aid. The saber-toothed whale took a decisive bite, swallowing her whole. In that instant, panic engulfed Mo as he growled in fury, "You beast! You dare to be so ruthless!" Regret washed over him. Had he known the whale's lethality was so profound, he would never have placed her before such a monster. Wen Si, hold on. In a fit of rage, Mo approached the great pool, intent on leaping into its depths to rend the beast in twain. However, at that very moment, The body of the saber-toothed whale erupted in a blinding crimson light. Qiamo instantly sensed that something was amiss. He watched as the whale began to thrash and flee. And before he could act, a powerful tremor reverberated through the water. With a deafening roar, the whale's body suddenly exploded amidst the red glow, shattering into countless fragments. This was not all. The entire great pool was upheaved, the waters surging in all directions, threatening the very structure of the underground palace. Yet, Qiamo paid no heed to these dire circumstances. He realized he had miscalculated. He swiftly moved to the vicinity of the whale's carcass and tightly embraced the sinking Wen Si, making a hasty exit from the palace. As the palace continued to collapse, Qiamo quickened his pace, and just as he burst forth into the open air, the entire underground structure crumbled behind him. Once above ground, Qiamo's heart raced uncontrollably, and his breaths grew frantic. After ensuring their safety, he lowered his gaze to examine Wen Si's injuries, discovering with horror that the whale's fangs had pierced through her chest. That vile beast! There was no time to waste on her wounds. He scooped her up and intended to return to the sleeping quarters. It was then that he noticed Wen Si tightly clutching a hairpin in her hand. Furrowing his brow, Qiamo spoke with a complex expression. Is it truly worth this? If you desire it so much, I could simply give it to you. Upon returning to the sleeping quarters, Qiamo summoned Xianxia without delay. By now, Xianxia was no stranger to Wen Si's sudden injuries, particularly those inflicted by the monstrous creatures kept in the depths of the palace. While tending to her wounds, Qiamo did not shy away. He watched intently as Xianxia examined her. Fortunately, the heart had not been injured, or the consequences would have been dire. Qiamo was acutely aware of the danger, and upon seeing the location of the wound, he was seized by fear. Thankfully, judging by Xiao's demeanor, she seemed unlikely to perish. Qiamo remained fixated on Xiao's ministrations until she had finished bandaging the wound. After administering a medicinal broth, Xiao advised that Wen Si should rest. When might she awaken? He inquired. Xiao, accustomed to the challenges posed by her newly appointed master, replied, "She will need 3 to 5 days of quiet recuperation. It would be best not to disturb her during this time, as she may still be haunted by the trauma of her injuries." Remarkably, Qiamo acquiesced, and as he departed, he instructed Xiao to inform her, should she awaken, that the hairpin had been returned to her, and he would no longer touch it. Despite his confusion regarding her fixation on such a trivial object, a mere hairpin gifted by a mortal, he could not comprehend her attachment. In the days that followed, Qiamo refrained from visiting Wen Si, remaining oblivious to her frequent, uncontrollable convulsions of pain during the application of medicine, which rendered Xiao reluctant to continue her treatment. Xiao found herself perplexed by the depth of Qiamo's resentment towards Wen Si. Why must he torment her in such varied ways? Until the 4th day, Wen Si finally awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, a searing pain in her chest rendered her unable to rise. This agony instantly reminded her that she could have evaded the saber-toothed whale and reached the shore unscathed, had it not been for Qiamo's insistence on casting her back into the depths. By the time she sought to ascend once more, it was far too late. In a moment she was consumed by the beast. She pondered the consequences of surrendering to despair, yet recalled Xiao's words, "He will not let you die. Seeking death only leads to your own suffering." The thought struck her as absurd. Had she truly wished to confront a magical beast, it would have posed no threat to her. Yet, Qiamo had caused her to endure such a fate. Was this the retribution she was to bear for taking him as her disciple? "Ah, Si, the master has promised to return your hairpin to you. He said he will not seize it again." Wen Si scoffed, "What? I might have thanked him for that." Sighing, she replied, "I do not know what good words to offer the master. It is merely a hairpin. Did he not already promise to return it? Why must it come to this?" Wen Si offered no further response. In truth, she harbored no desire to remain in this demonic realm for another moment. She must devise a means to escape to a place where he could not find her. With great effort, she managed to rise from her bed, channeling her energy to heal herself. This was the first time Xiao witnessed her taking the initiative to heal, rather than being passively administer medicine. He chose not to disturb her, allowing her to meditate in solitude throughout the night. It was not until the following day, when Mo concluded his court duties, that he recalled it was already the 5th day. According to Xiao, Wen Si ought to have awakened by now. After finishing his duties, Mo approached the outer chambers of her quarters and inquired about her condition. Reporting to the master, she has been healing since she awoke yesterday, consuming the food and medicine provided without issue. Hearing that she had regained consciousness and could eat normally, Mo felt a sense of relief. Yet, despite any lingering resentment he harbored towards Wen Si, he recognized that he had indeed crossed a line this time. She had been grievously injured by the saber-toothed whale's fangs, akin to being pierced by 4 swords simultaneously, rendering her unconscious on the spot. Mo could scarcely fathom the extent of her pain at that moment. "I shall go in to see her," he declared, pushing open the door and entering her chamber. At that moment, Wen Si was engaged in her meditation, seeking to restore her strength, finding no other pursuit of significance. Upon hearing his footsteps, she knew it was Mo, but chose to ignore him. "Is master still angry? I did not intend for this to happen. I only wish to confirm a fact. You are not so easily slain." Wen Si nearly laughed in exasperation. "Your experiment was quite successful. Are you now satisfied? I did not anticipate that you would be injured to such an extent. It was an accident," he replied. Wen Si retorted coldly, "I am well aware this was an accident." Seeing her understanding, Mo let out a sigh of relief, only to be interrupted as she continued. "With your temperament, even if a saber-toothed whale harmed me, you had no intention of striking that precise spot. Was it not merely an accident?" She could not abide Mo's feigned concern. What meaning did his care hold for her? It was hypocritical to the point of nausea. Mo understood that Wen Si would not easily forgive him. If he had not erred, he would not have approached her for an apology. Yet he recognized his fault and felt a deep sense of guilt. He had come solely to inform his master that in 7 days, the selection of brides would commence. She had been unconscious for several days and was unaware of this matter, but he had no desire to choose a bride, as he held no interest in them. To speak candidly, Mo sought his master's assistance. He had always relied on her to make decisions for him since childhood. However, with her current state of distress, he found himself at a loss for how to console her. "Get out. I do not wish to see you," she repeated, expressing her disdain. Whenever she was lucid, her response was either one of rejection or a command for him to leave. Yet, Mo, maintaining his composure, replied, "I have been away for 5 days. This palace belongs to me. Is it not permissible for me to return?" In truth, he missed her terribly after 5 days of separation, and his heart ached profoundly. However, Wen Si remained silent, displaying an unwillingness to engage with him. Mo clenched his teeth, momentarily entertaining the thought of pinning her against the door until she ceased her ungratefulness, but upon observing her evident injury, he suppressed that impulse. "Honestly, my intent is merely to ensure you understand that you cannot be easily poisoned or slain by mysterious beasts. Even with your neck broken, look at you. You still sit here." He had indeed acted with excessive force, inadvertently injuring her vertebrae, but when he had brought her back to the demon realm, he discovered she still clung to life and could be saved. He yearned to uncover the truth, yet Wen Si resolutely refused to respond to him. Even as he contemplated pinning her against the door, she showed no inclination to resist. That night, Mo astonishingly did nothing but sit quietly at the table, fiddling with a few small items. Wen Si remained oblivious to his activities and chose to ignore him. She found his actions of striking her and then offering sweet dates utterly repugnant. It was not until the latter part of the night that Ling Yu brought a bowl of red date porridge. Wen Si knew she had to eat it, regardless of her feelings, so she reluctantly opened her eyes. To her surprise, despite her indifference, Mo was seated beside her, meditating. Much like his childhood, when she would meditate atop the mountain, he would insist on following her, mimicking her posture in an attempt to sit alongside her. She had told him he did not need to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, but he still enjoyed accompanying her to the mountaintop at dawn. At that time, Wen Si never anticipated that Mo would one day transform into this manner. Observing Wen Si's awakening, Mo gently reminded her, "Master, it is time to eat." "What? Are you preparing to have me accompany you to the court for the selection of brides?" She retorted. The selection was only 7 days away, and in the interim, Her focus should be on recuperation. He assured her he would not impose any further difficulties. Wen Si scoffed. "Spare me your empty words. If you truly wish to apologize, go let the sword-toothed whale take a bite out of you." Was he attempting to placate her with mere flattery? It was utterly laughable. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that she must eat. As Xianxia rightly pointed out, she could not afford to torment herself, especially as she needed to conserve her strength to escape the demon realm. Thus, Wen Si took the initiative to approach the table and dine, sparing Xianxia any concern. Once she had finished her meal, he gently reminded her to rest early. For prolonged cultivation could prove detrimental to her health. It was essential to prioritize sleep. There was no need for her to speak out. After her meal, Wen Si lay down to rest, yet the pain from her wound still caused her to grimace. Observing her obedient demeanor, Xianxia felt at ease as he departed for court. Recently, the court had been devoid of good news, filled instead with recommendations for selecting a consort. Xianxia found himself reluctantly perusing the portraits presented to him. In his heart, he believed that if a woman wished to be selected for beauty, she ought to aspire to the appearance of his master. Otherwise, she would not capture his interest in the slightest. The elders seemed to have realized this, as the portraits submitted no longer featured vibrant young maidens, but rather a collection of cold-faced ladies, each more reserved than the last. This absurdity nearly provoked a laugh from Xianxia, who, in a fit of anger, cast the portraits to the ground, indignantly exclaiming that this was an affront to whom? He was in search of a consort, not a source of discomfort. Who were they attempting to scowl at? The elders appeared bewildered, having previously submitted cheerful portraits. They speculated that perhaps their master favored women who did not smile. Absurd. Xianxia was nearly driven to the brink by their ignorance. Did they believe he favored women like Wen Si, who wore an unyielding expression? In truth, he was already on the verge of exploding from the frustrations inflicted by her demeanor alone. Now, they had brought forth a multitude of imitators. Were they intent on driving him to madness? His visit to the court left him with a belly full of suppressed anger. Upon returning to the palace, he found Wen Si still asleep, appearing utterly exhausted. Before he could inquire, Xianxia explained, returning to the master, "She has just been administered medicine and was instructed to rest afterward." Was there a sedative within the concoction? Xianxia seated himself beside the bed, observing that Wen Si remained undisturbed by his presence. Sensing a revelation, Xianxia confirmed that a tranquilizing potion had indeed been added. She required quietude for recovery, as being awake would exacerbate her pain, and thus, more sleep would serve as a reprieve. Chapter 45. It was Wen Si who first injured Xianxia in those years. The term reprieve uttered by Xianxia left Xianxia feeling uneasy. Indeed, could it not be seen as a release for her not to behold him? Yet, if she had found him displeasing from the outset, she could have easily passed him on to another. Why endure 5 centuries of nurturing and deceiving him? Had it been someone else, upon discovering such deceit, Xianxia might not have harbored such intense resentment. Alas, fate played a cruel hand. He had never dared to confess to his master that he secretly cherished her. Now, there was no need for him to humbly reveal his feelings. Whatever he desired, she would have no choice but to accept. As Xianxia contemplated this, his gaze fell upon several paper cranes resting on the table. He recalled the first time he gathered the courage to present her with a handmade gift, a basket filled with colorful paper cranes. In his quest for vibrant hues, he had painstakingly collected petals and herbs to steep in water, creating dyes to adorn the paper. He had dried them meticulously, resulting in a whole basket of paper cranes. Just as now, he spent the first half of the night creating a basket of paper cranes while Wen Si ignored him. Yet that very basket now remains untouched, showing no signs of having been moved. Did she notice this basket of paper cranes? Xianxia replied that it seemed she had not paid attention to it, as she simply took a bite of her meal and returned to bed to rest. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and growled for her to be awakened. Master, if you're not in a hurry, then do it now. If you do not call her, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands." It seems that Xiao's admonitions were in vain. Xianxia stubbornly refused to allow her peace. Xiao sighed and approached the bedside. shaking a pouch of herbs in front of Wen Si's nose. The acrid scent caused Wen Si to frown, regaining some semblance of awareness. At that moment, Xianxia hurriedly called out to her, "Asha, the master has arrived. He wishes to see you." Wen Si had no desire to open her eyes and bluntly stated, "I do not wish to see him. Do not cause a fuss. He is right here at the bedside." Seeing Wen Si's attitude, Qi Mo's scant patience was nearly exhausted, and he angrily commanded, "Get up." Wen Si understood that under Qi Mo's watchful eye, she could not enjoy even half a day's peace. Her gaze fell upon Qi Mo, and she coldly inquired, "What is it?" "The paper cranes on the table. Have you seen them?" Wen Si replied, "I have seen them. What of it?" Qi Mo frowned. Was she uninterested or simply disinclined? Unable to comprehend Qi Mo's peculiar behavior, she candidly stated, "Did you see the sunflowers on the table? Did you see the little fish in the water jar beside it?" Xianxia said these items might ease one's mood, so let them be. It matters not what is placed in this room, for my mood has never been good, so how could I express interest or disinterest? Little did Wen Si know that 500 years prior, Qi Mo had gifted her an identical item in hopes of uplifting her spirits. But he was intercepted by guards outside her courtyard, forced to watch as they delivered the paper cranes into Wen Si's room. This occurred just after a gang war had concluded, and the ghouls of Skeleton Valley, in their gratitude, would sporadically send extravagant gifts to Kunlun Mountain. Anyone with eyes could discern the ghouls' motives, which only served to cause Wen Si a headache. Upon seeing such a vibrant bouquet on the table, her immediate reaction was to ask, "Did the ghouls send someone again? How many times must I say it? Anything sent from Skeleton Valley must be politely declined. Master, this is not easy to refuse. They have said nothing but that it is a gesture of goodwill. If we let them in, they will bring wedding gifts. After all this time at Kunlun Mountain, can you not manage this simple matter? Do not let me see him sending such strange items again." Observing Wen Si's furious demeanor, the guards found themselves at a loss. Thus, from that point onward, any items sent to the master's quarters were promised to be delivered while being privately intercepted and disposed of, as long as the master did not see these items. They could pretend nothing had occurred. Consequently, Wen Si now had no recollection of the paper cranes, let alone the more intricate creations that Qi Mo had painstakingly crafted later on. Qi Mo was infuriated by her extreme indifference, yet out of consideration for her injuries, he refrained from resorting to harsh measures. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well, if you did not recognize it in the past, that is forgivable. However, accept this basket of paper cranes and respond to me by nightfall regarding the materials used for each color of crane. Otherwise, I shall ensure you remain bedridden for days. Are you out of your mind?" In Wen Ji's eyes, Qi Mo appeared utterly deranged. After uttering these words, he closed the door and departed, leaving Wen Ji at the table, exclaiming at his unreasonable madness. Xianxia sighed, "It matters not. I am familiar with the materials of these colors. Allow me to assist you in identifying them while you return to your rest." Rest? How can I possibly rest? She was so incensed by Qi Mo that her very spirit felt invigorated. Moving even a fraction was a struggle, and should he truly compel her to serve him, she would indeed be unable to rise for 3 days. Yet, Xianxia diligently analyzed the materials by her side, remarking that these resources were quite rare. Isn't the Lord being a bit unreasonable? These materials can only be found from distant lands. However, after a moment's thought, she added, "Nonetheless, the resulting paper cranes are rather lovely. Perhaps I should string them together and hang them up? These herbs are beneficial for one's mood and emit a delightful fragrance. I have no desire for his gifts." Previously, she had been unaware of what Qi Mo had bestowed upon her, but now she would accept nothing from him. What if you refuse and he grows angry tonight, causing you further harm? Xianxia, feeling helpless, finally strung the paper cranes by the window, placing them alongside the sunflowers, reminding Wen Ji to take note of the materials. Wen Ji felt a deep sense of resignation. Her recovery was paramount, and with Qi Mo, she could only placate him. When Qi Mo returned, he was surprised to find the paper cranes displayed by the window. Had it been in his youth, he would have beamed with joy to see his gift so cherished by his master. Regrettably, that child had sought his master's attention and approval time and again, only to endure disappointment and feign indifference. Upon entering, he noticed Wen Si was already cultivating to heal her injuries. "Did you hang these yourself?" he inquired. Xiao had urged Wen Si countless times to affirm this, hoping she would concede at least for her own sake and avoid opposing Mo. Yet, Wen Si could only manage to remain noncommittal, neither confirming nor denying. Little did she know, for Mo, her silence was tantamount to acquiescence. "Then I shall consider it your acknowledgement." Wen Si never anticipated that Mo would derive such joy from this trivial matter. "What delicacies do you desire? Or what do you wish for? Given my current good spirits, I shall grant you anything you wish." Wen Si cautiously replied, "May I go out for some fresh air?" Chapter 46. "Ah Ji, assist me in selecting a consort." Mo paused, taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Wen Si humbly beseech him for something so trivial. "Where would you like to go, master? I am unfamiliar with the way. Simply take me to a place with pleasing scenery." The sudden compromise and gentleness displayed by Wen Si left Mo somewhat disconcerted. Little did he know that Wen Si merely sought to uncover the routes of the demon realm. Currently, she could not even locate the exit of the demon palace, let alone escape the realm itself. However, Mo was in high spirits, oblivious to Wen Si's underlying intentions, and eagerly contemplated where to take her. His demeanor evoked a fleeting illusion of returning to the time before his transformation into a demon, yet that illusion lasted only a moment, for she was acutely aware that they could never return to those days. Even if she were expelled from the Tianxia sect, she would still seek to eliminate this calamity. "Let us go to the moon shadow pool. The night view there is particularly exquisite, and you shall see for yourself," Mo declared, intending to assist Wen Si in rising to her feet. However, as she stood, a sharp pain from her injury escaped her lips. Mo, immediately alarmed, inquired, "Is your wound all right? If you cannot walk, we'll have to use a wheelchair." "Very well, then I shall push you there," he concluded. Her gentle manner in conversing with him eased his anxiety, and he proceeded to wheel her out of the dormitory. The night was profoundly quiet, and Mo suddenly sensed that they had not experienced such tranquility in a long while. He remarked, "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. It has been ages since I beheld such a lovely lunar scene. The moon is present every night, yet when have you ever taken a moment to glance at it?" Curiously, Mo asked, "Master, does that imply there is a hidden meaning in your words?" "Not at all," Wen Si retorted. "It is precisely because you often indulge in fanciful thoughts that I refrain from speaking too freely. I am usually preoccupied with the matters at hand. How could I possibly expend energy on events yet to unfold, or those that exist solely in my imagination?" Mo understood her nature well. She had always been straightforward, yet he found her candor displeasing. It was evident that a few kind words could have facilitated their interactions, yet she stubbornly refused to articulate them. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Si's attention was fixated on the route Mo was taking her. In her previous attempts to flee, she had relied on flight, but such actions were too conspicuous, resulting in Mo always intercepting her midair. Thus, this time, she meticulously memorized the exit of the demon palace, along with the surrounding scenery and pathways. Finally, Mo brought her to the edge of a vast pool and announced, "Here we are." Wen Si's thoughts returned to the present, and she beheld an expansive pool, its waters crystal clear, reflecting the moonlight upon its rippling surface. In that moment, she experienced a long-awaited sense of tranquility. "What do you think? Is it not beautiful?" "Indeed," she replied. "This place is, in fact, a forbidden area, accessible only to me, for the waters here are the essence of heaven and earth, capable of healing wounds and enhancing one's cultivation. If you bathe in it, your injuries will mend swiftly." Upon hearing this, Wen Si suddenly grew wary. "You do not intend to join me, do you?" She could not trust that his intentions would be benevolent. She feared that should she enter the water, he might follow suit. The thought unsettled her, for although it was a forbidden place, what if someone were to witness them? She would be unable to remain in the demon realm. Noticing her apprehension, Mo reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as you do not drown, I shall not enter the water." This esteemed individual brought the master merely for the purpose of healing. "Allow me to trust you this once," Wen Si cautioned, "yet you must turn your head away." Mo smiled helplessly. He saw no need to secretly gaze upon her. If she felt uneasy, he would comply with her wishes. Thus, Mo walked further away, leaving Wen Si alone to enter the water pool after disrobing. The fruit indeed possessed spiritual energy. Upon entering the pool, all pain vanished from Wen Si's body. Knowing this place, why did you not bring me here sooner? Mo did not turn back. Responding from afar that Master Xiao had instructed him not to approach the master for 5 days, and he dared not act recklessly. Here it was. On the 6th day, he had brought her. How do you find the waters of this forbidden place? Wen Si begrudgingly acknowledged a hint of conscience in him. After all, his actions had caused her injury. Was it not his duty to heal her? How could he possibly expect her to feel gratitude for this? His intentions were indeed dubious. If she were to forgive him today, he would only continue to injure and heal her, creating a life for her akin to that of purgatory. Therefore, Wen Si chose to ignore him and seize the opportunity to cultivate her energy in the pool. Her immediate priority was to restore her power to its prior state, so she would not be so easily overwhelmed by an avalanche again. In the midst of her meditation, Mo, unaware of his own incessant chatter, began to speak again. In 5 days, the selection ceremony for brides will occur. I have no desire to choose a bride. What should I do? Could Wen Si express her annoyance at his incessant prattle? Previously, Xianxia had incessantly spoken at her ear, and it was then she first thought of Mo, who had been murmuring in her ear for 500 years. It was known that before Mo, she enjoyed solitude, able to sit in the water for an entire night without distraction to respond to his barrage of questions. I have stated that the matter of selecting a bride is for you to decide. Do you expect me to choose a bride for you in the Grand Hall? I do not wish to select a bride. I desire only you. Furthermore, the demonic contract stipulated that a demon could bond with only one partner. Why was it that the rules of the demon clan remained unclear to Mo? Her attitude was truly infuriating. Whenever Mo sought to communicate earnestly, it was as if she doused him with cold water, provoking an urge to submerge her in the water. Thus, Mo turned and walked directly toward Wen Si. Upon hearing the footsteps, she was suddenly startled, opening her eyes to find Mo standing on the shore beside her. What are you doing? Who allowed you to come here? They had clearly agreed that he would not disturb her, allowing her to meditate in peace. Yet Mo clearly had no qualms about breaking their previously established rules. He bent down, picked up Wen Si's clothing, and tossed it aside. Then he stood behind her, observing her anxious demeanor, clearly aware that he had seen something. She immediately submerged herself in the water, attempting to hide. Yet Mo reminded her, I did say, if you were to drown, I would certainly dive in to rescue you. Wen Si was quite agitated by his provocations and questioned, what exactly do you intend to do? In chapter 47, during the imperial selection of consorts, when Wen Si lifted her gaze to behold Mo's handsome visage, she discerned a hint of mischief in his smile. Mo solemnly articulated his demand. I require my master to assist me in selecting a consort, whether I choose or not. You must accompany me and offer your counsel. He sought her guidance patiently, but when she remained indifferent, he felt compelled to insist on her company. However, Wen Si could hardly tolerate his unreasonable request. What if I refuse? She retorted. Refuse? Then I shall plunge into the water this very moment. In the stillness of the night, you ought to consider the implications. Oh, you likely do not realize that once you lose consciousness, you will utter the most bewildering sounds. This rascal was certain that Wen Si would not dare to gamble on whether he might indeed lose his sanity here. Mo was genuinely tempted to jump into the water. Yet after he spoke, Wen Si gritted her teeth and ultimately acquiesced, saying, I will accompany you. Upon hearing her agreement, Mo's spirits lifted significantly, and his smile softened. My master, you are truly kind, he remarked. This compliment made Wen Si feel quite nauseated. Return my clothes, she demanded. Mo replied, First, focus on your recovery. Shortly, I shall bring you a new outfit. With that, he turned to leave, taking her clothes with him. This heartless scoundrel had nearly driven Wen Si to the brink of exasperation. Yet in his absence, she could only continue her recuperation in the water. Her wounds healed swiftly, and Wen Si committed to memory the locations of various exits. no matter the circumstances. The day of the consort selection ceremony would present the most opportune moment for her escape from the demon realm. Before long, Mo returned with a new garment. Wen Si had initially feared he might exhibit madness again, but to her surprise, he placed the outfit on the shore and instructed, "Change by yourself. I will wait over there. Once you are dressed, I shall assist you back." Wen Si observed that his madness today was rather mild, merely a fleeting bout. As he distanced himself, she hurried ashore to don the clothing. In no time, she approached Mo and said, "Let us go." Upon seeing her attired, Mo turned to regard her, and in that moment, he was captivated by Wen Si's beauty. He had chosen a delicate blue outfit for her, which accentuated her gracefulness. He cherished her innate elegance and mused, "Both red and blue are splendid. Henceforth, I shall procure more garments for my master, ensuring she is always resplendent." To Wen Si, this gesture seemed exceedingly trivial. In the following days, Mo continued to insist that she accompany him to court. Faced with the burdensome petitions and portraits presented by the elder statesman, he felt overwhelmed. However, with Wen Si by his side, he found solace, for at least she understood his plight and offered him strategies. Thus, during these days, Mo was considerate towards Wen Si, prioritizing her recovery to prevent her from fainting in the Grand Hall. Regarding the portraits and the intricate secrets behind them, Wen Si stood in the Grand Hall for 2 days, her observations proving far more meticulous than Mo's. What are the elders in this hall actually doing? After so many days in office, are you even aware? With this single question, Wen Si left Mo stumped. He replied, "I have only just taken office. How could I possibly know them? Being able to recall even a name is already a feat, then provide me with their list, and I shall verify it." To Wen Si's astonishment, a significant portion of Mo's thoughts was devoted to her, leaving him utterly incapable of managing state affairs. It was indeed strange that he could discern the subtleties of the situation here. Upon receiving the list, Wen Si discovered that some individuals adhered to the principle of respecting the strong by following the newly appointed demon lord. Yet at least half of the court officials were remnants of Qi Yin, who had once employed radical means to uphold his authority. Furthermore, the elderly officials who harbored deep-seated hostility towards Wen Si and the radical remnants on the list were, in fact, the same faction. These undercurrents were completely beyond Mo's perception, nor did he realize that the selection ceremony for consorts was a trap set by the radical remnants. But what did all this have to do with Wen Si? Even if she saw through it, she could not assist him. On the contrary, if these rebels were fortunate enough to slay Mo, she would even be grateful to them. Observing Wen Si scrutinizing the list with such seriousness, Mo could not help but inquire, "Have you discerned something, master?" Wen Si retorted mockingly, "You are ill-suited for managing state affairs. Do you not tire of sitting upon the throne every day? Of course, I am weary, which is precisely why I wish for you to guide me through this confusion." He replied. The corners of Wen Si's mouth twitched slightly. In her opinion, he was utterly unworthy and should have been eliminated by those court officials long ago. Reluctantly, she said, "There is nothing to guide. The rules of the demon clan are quite simple. If you're stronger than Qi Yin, they will naturally follow you, especially since Qi Yin is already dead." With that, Wen Si set the list aside and returned to her chambers. Recently, her health had improved significantly, and her powers had restored to 60% of their former strength. Although she still found it somewhat challenging to confront the impending war, it would be sufficient for her to escape amidst the chaos during the consort selection ceremony the following day. When dawn broke the next day, Wen Si had no choice but to rise with Mo for breakfast. Despite knowing time was scarce, Mo insisted on adorning her with care. "Is it truly necessary?" Wen Si asked, perplexed. "Of course it is necessary," Montauk replied proudly. "Master, take a good look in the bronze mirror. Do you not feel you look stunning?" He was the one who had deemed her remarkable, and it was he who had pulled her from the depths of the muddy pool to witness her disheveled appearance. Surely he did not think that a gentle demeanor now would erase his past actions from her memory? However, if she were fortunate enough to leave this place today, she would have little inclination to reminisce over such matters. Once her grooming was complete, Mo took Wen Si to court. While in the carriage, he even elaborated, "I do not believe it. If you stand beside me, those ugly fruits would not dare approach to introduce themselves, for fear their voices would tremble. Wen Si feigned agreement, yet inwardly scorned his utter ignorance regarding the principles of selecting a consort. Logically, the daughters of the elders, no matter how unattractive, ought to be unceremoniously ushered into the imperial harem, leaving him with no room for selection. She could clearly discern that this little brat was currently in a rebellious phase. Particularly notable was his insistence on having Wen Si by his side during the consort selection ceremony, disregarding the elders' objections, as he solemnly declared that he had brought the demon empress along to assist him in selecting a consort. Such rebellious behavior could only be the doing of that rascal Mo. With his temperament, he was bound to incite public outrage. However, the unfortunate consequence for Wen Si was that Mo's actions only intensified the elders' animosity towards her. Chapter 48. Did Wen Si actually step forward to rescue Mo? Thus, before being ensnared by this little brat, Wen Si needed to devise a strategy. The consort selection ceremony had commenced, and Mo, seated upon the throne, appeared somewhat bewildered. He had merely awakened his demonic power suddenly, yet this power had been sealed to a third by Wen Si, rendering him weaker than before. He could not rely solely on this unstable strength to govern the demon realm, and he was at a loss regarding how to manage such a vast domain. Conversely, Wen Si had been assisting Lu with administrative affairs for millennia and could readily perceive the hidden intricacies within the consort selection ceremony. The positioning of the candidate ladies had already formed a formation. Should the lady standing at the core simultaneously exert her power, the formation would activate. This was evidently a scheme for assassination. Your Excellency, the ceremony is officially commencing. Please begin your review. Wen Si narrowed her eyes, fully aware that the ladies were the core of the formation, and whether it would activate depended on how Mo adjusted their positions. Yet, Mo showed little interest in these ladies and turned to Wen Si, saying, "Master, please assist me in selecting a consort." Wen Si, puzzled, responded, "These are the ones who will serve you in your chambers. Why would you have me choose?" Mo's expression revealed a hint of innocence. "Even if they enter the palace, you will be the one to instruct them. As the mistress of the harem, you should keep whichever you find agreeable. I have no desire to choose incorrectly and bring you displeasure." Wen Si found his reasoning utterly incomprehensible. Seeing her reluctance to comply, Mo added, "Most importantly, I trust you." This remark truly amused Wen Si. Given their current relationship, how could he dare place his trust in her? Did he think her to be a benevolent and kind-hearted individual? Nevertheless, since he had entrusted his life to her, she would not hesitate to send him on a journey to the underworld. "Since Your Excellency has given the directive, I shall make the selection on your behalf." With that, Wen Si took the list and began to cross-reference it with the portraits. In her eyes, only an impending formation materialized, within which stood a woman imbued with enigmatic power, quietly averting her gaze from all others. Yet, Wen Si could sense the latent strength within her. Was that a blood pearl? This gem could significantly enhance a person's power. They likely intended to activate it to assassinate Mo. However, if Wen Si could obtain this pearl, she would instantly restore her full strength and overturn the entire demon palace. In light of this, do not blame Wen Si for being rude. Wen Si proceeded to verify the list and declared, "The fourth young lady of Marshal Sima Tianchong's household, Sima Dongxi." Upon hearing this, Mo nearly spat out his drink, incredulous. "Are you joking with me?" To his astonishment, as soon as Wen Si finished speaking, a woman named Sima Dongxi indeed approached Mo, performing a courtesy and stating, "I have come to pay my respects, Your Excellency. I am Sima Dongxi," with Dong meaning winter and Shi meaning stream. Mo's lips twitched slightly, while Wen Si feigned innocence. "This was your selection." Gritting his teeth, Mo waved his hand in resignation. "Proceed." Noticing a shift in the formation, Wen Si instructed that all extraneous individuals affecting the array must relocate to the platform. She continued, "The only daughter of General Yin Tianren, Yin Hongjun." Mo frowned. "Are you certain this is a female?" Wen Si had to remind him, "You needn't reveal your unfamiliarity with the court." When Yin Hongjun arrived, she exuded an aura of formidable strength, capable of toppling 10 warriors with a mere gesture. Wen Si summoned her purely for the sake of the formation, indifferent to Qi Mo's fate. Wen Si, do you harbor a grudge against me? Qi Mo, caught off guard, found himself laughing in frustration. Is this the first day you've realized we have enmity? Qi Mo had trusted her to make the selections, only to discover her erratic choices. Moreover, had not the sovereign just instructed him to choose for himself? Was he now retracting that? Qi Montauk, choosing not to stoop to her level, leaned back against the throne and waved dismissively. Go ahead. I'm curious to see which gems you have selected. If they bring ruin upon you later, it is a pit you have dug for yourself. He dismissed the matter, unwilling to believe that Wen Si could be her own undoing. However, he was unprepared for the subsequent names that would make him want to spit blood. Fong, Suehua, Yamada, Kunomi. Merely hearing those names made Qi Mo feel as if blood were seeping from his 7 orifices. Wen Si, you are truly ruthless. Did she intend to assemble such characters in his court to bring about mutual destruction? Yet, Wen Si perceived that only 2 more were needed to activate the formation. Sheng Man. At last, a name that sounded somewhat pleasant. Perhaps it was the character Sheng that reminded Wen Si of an old acquaintance. Sheng Man, a petite girl with a radiant smile, approached Qi Mo without hesitation, greeting him with, I have come to pay my respects, Your Excellency. Qi Mo felt a sense of relief. Finally, he had encountered a semblance of normalcy amidst the chaos. Qi Xiaovan, for the final selection, Wen Si chose a delicate and dainty girl. Unaware of Wen Si's intentions, Qi Mo, upon seeing Qi Xiaowan, waved his hand dismissively. She can stay. But I do not favor such girls. Could you not select someone with a different style? In the midst of Qi Mo's remarks, the girl standing at the center of the array suddenly moved forward, approaching the front of the grand hall without any prompting. I have come to pay my respects. Your Excellency. Qi Mo was taken aback, astonished that someone would dare to approach without permission. Yet, as the girl lifted her gaze, both Qi Mo and Wen Si were rendered speechless. Her appearance was strikingly identical to that of Wen Si, unable to endure anyone daring to tarnish his master's reputation. Qi Mo rose in outrage, demanding, Who are you? The girl chuckled lightly. Isn't the answer obvious? I am your demon queen. At the moment when Qi Mo was momentarily distracted by doubt, a sudden surge of power coalesced in the hands of the woman, launching fiercely towards him. Qi Mo was taken aback and immediately summoned his strength to retaliate. However, to his astonishment, just as the woman struck, Wen Si, standing beside him, swiftly interposed herself, activating her defenses to thwart the woman's assault. Master? Qi Mo could hardly believe that Wen Si would actually come to his aid, so much so that he overlooked the urgent cries of the guards nearby, calling for protection. Little did he know, after Wen Si blocked that blow, she was even more convinced that the blood pearl was the source of immense power in a short span of time. She locked on her target, feigning anger as she rebuked, You wretch, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. With that, Wen Si summoned her blazing spear, its fiery tip aimed directly at the woman. How could you protect that demon race? This is impossible. Chapter 49. The seal is lifted. Wen Si escapes the demon realm. Qi Mo was equally astonished by Wen Si's actions. He could scarcely believe she would defend him. As Wen Si thrust her spear towards the woman, the divine flames scorched the woman's face, revealing her true form as a faceless one, just as Wen Si had surmised. Upon being exposed, the faceless one displayed a peculiar smile on her featureless visage, exclaiming, Now you wish to settle the chaos? Too late. Form the array. With a roar, the faceless one activated a magical formation, and a purple light illuminated the grand hall. Qi Mo had never anticipated that assassins would appear at the selection ceremony. He immediately commanded, Seize these rogues at once. All the participating women on stage were swiftly subdued. Some cried out in panic, and the court officials below were thrown into disarray. From within the magic formation emerged a colossal black beast, towering over 20 meters, its entire body covered in tentacles. With a mere swipe, it devoured several guards meant to protect the prince. Qi Mo had never encountered such a creature before, but his immediate thought was of Wen Si. Where had she gone? running about now. Was she not concerned about being harmed by this monster? Unbeknownst to him, Wen Si had already set her sights on the Faceless One. Despite the latter unleashing her full power, Wen Si managed to bring her crashing down after a few exchanges. Hand over the blood pearl, and perhaps I might spare your life. It was then that the Faceless One realized Wen Si was not there to protect Xianxia. She was after the blood pearl and sought to escape the demon realm amidst the chaos. You shall not succeed. Seeing her still struggle, Wen Si resolved to leave her no escape, thrusting her spear fiercely into the Faceless One's heart, forcibly extracting the blood pearl from her body. As for the origin of the blood pearl, she paid it no heed. Her immediate priority was to consume it and integrate it into her being. Indeed, upon merging with the blood pearl, a searing energy erupted throughout Wen Si's body, and the flames of her spear intensified. With a decisive thrust, the Faceless One was reduced to ashes. Indeed, as Wen Si had anticipated, under the influence of the blood pearl, her powers had been entirely restored. Previously, Xianxia had taken advantage of her grievous injuries to cast a sealing spell upon her. However, with her strength regained, the seal within her had been dissolved by the divine flames. Meanwhile, the demon palace was engulfed in chaos, besieged by monstrous entities, and a multitude of rebels had stormed its gates. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Xianxia was nonetheless more concerned about Wen Si's safety at that moment. Wait, something was amiss. Xianxia sensed that the sealing spell he had placed on Wen Si had crumbled. How could this be? What could have been a conclusive end now seemed unnecessary. For this mess was sufficient for him to deal with. He raised his gaze and was startled to behold Wen Si hovering above him, observing her current state. It was evident that not only had she healed from her injuries, but her powers had returned to their full capacity. How could this be? In his astonishment, he noticed a tentacle lunging towards Wen Si and instinctively shouted, "Wen Si, be careful." Wen Si caught a glimpse of the encroaching appendage. Yet she merely wielded her blazing feather spear, incinerating the tentacle upon contact. She then declared, "Master, perhaps you should tend to your own affairs. If you find yourself in need of women, simply summon one from among these ample selections." It dawned on Xianxia that she intended to escape amidst the turmoil. He warned her, "You may be able to break the seal, but you cannot dissolve this demonic pact. No matter where you flee, I shall always find you. You cannot seal me, nor are you my match. Even if you locate me, what then? I advise you to part ways with the world of martial arts. It is the last dignity I afford you." Xianxia was nearly driven to the brink of fury. As he leapt to pursue Wen Si, she retaliated, casting a crimson barrier that enveloped the demon palace, trapping both him and the monsters within. "I told you to mind your own business. Should you attempt to leave the demon realm now, it would be tantamount to abandoning your position, and your reputation would be tarnished. The title of Demon Lord may easily pass to another." Wen Si had already discerned the exit of the demon palace, and with those words, she swiftly made her way towards it, vanishing from Xianxia's sight. In that fleeting moment of escaping the demon realm, she finally exhaled a breath of resentment. Had she not been gravely wounded and sealed by Xianxia, she would never have endured such prolonged humiliation. It was as if a tiger had fallen into a valley, preyed upon by dogs. The vermilion bird had not shown its might, and they truly regarded her as a mere hen. Now, the sensation of newfound freedom rendered her incredulous. She had actually escaped that wretched demon realm. Yet, once she had fled, where could she possibly go? She had incurred the wrath of the Xianxia sect, barred from ever setting foot in Tianmen again. From this point forward, she bore no responsibilities or missions. Though it was euphemistically termed liberation, her heart felt hollow. Despite the vastness of the three realms, there was no place for her to belong. Even her master had forsaken her. What could she do next? More precisely, what was the purpose of her existence? Wen Si sat alone upon a rocky shore, gazing at the horizon as the sun rose above the sea. The crimson glow of the ocean bathed her in its light, yet she felt utterly indifferent to the beauty before her. It was only at this moment that she recognized the issue. She found herself utterly indifferent to the beauty of the world and the splendid things spoken of by Xiao, whether it be gourmet cuisine, friendships, or amusement. From the instant she entered this world, she had been brought back to the Xianxia sect by the rhythm of time. Her purpose solely defined by relentless battle to maintain the peace of the three realms. Now, she was left pondering what more she could possibly do. However, just as Wen Si found herself engulfed in confusion, the surface of the sea suddenly convulsed violently. Instinctively, she became alert. Could it be that Xianxia had pursued her so swiftly? No, the disturbance originated from beneath the waves. Xianxia had no habit of tracking from the depths. Suddenly, from afar, a massive black dragon emerged from the water, roaring towards the soldiers on the shore. That direction was Liang country. The soldiers of Liang had been stationed here for over 10 days, and the newly ascended Emperor Xianxia had dispatched the formidable Yuling Pavilion to confront this black dragon. However, upon the arrival of the soldiers and sect members, they soon discovered that the situation was far more complex than anticipated. This black dragon was a creature sent by the turbulent sovereign state of Jiang, intending to ensnare the still unstable Liang country. With a single roar, the black dragon compelled the Yuling Pavilion to reinforce their protective barrier. This scene left Wen Si, observing from a distance, utterly perplexed. In the broad daylight, how could this beast dare to wreak havoc so openly? Chapter 50. I swear to tear Wen Si to shreds, yet to mere mortals. The black dragon was a force capable of upheaval. The leader of Yuling Pavilion was in seclusion, while the 5 elders had held out for days, now pushed to their limits. With a roar, the black dragon shattered the protective barrier of Yuling Pavilion in an instant. General Zhu Gaming of Jiang proclaimed loudly, "I have warned you that resistance is futile. The fate of Liang has been exhausted, and today marks its demise." With a thunderous roar, the black dragon surged from the water, launching a ferocious assault on the people on land. The disciples of Yuling Pavilion gazed in terror at the ferocious beast, murmuring, "Is the fate of Liang truly at an end? Will we perish here?" As they witnessed the black dragon open its gaping maw, charging towards them, the disciples instinctively cried out for help. "Run, run!" From a distance, Zhu Gaming scoffed, "It is useless. I have said today is the day of Liang's fall." Boom! Unexpectedly, just as Zhu Gaming felt assured of victory, a silver spear shot through the air with incredible speed, enveloped in flames. As the black dragon was about to consume the cultivators, the silver spear pierced through its mouth, causing the dragon to emit a piercing scream and recoil violently. What? The disciples of Yuling Pavilion looked up, witnessing the spear spin gracefully in the air before swiftly returning to the hand of a woman clad in green not far away. "That is," one of the elders gasped, "is it the master of Kunlun Mountain, Wen Si?" The disciples of Yuling Pavilion beheld as Wen Si appeared before the black dragon like a blazing comet, her fiery spear aimed directly at the beast, boldly rebuking, "Beast, on the noble path of cultivation, you choose to stray, indulging in malevolence and willingly succumbing to degradation. Under the bright sun, what is your intent?" Far away, Zhu Gaming remains oblivious to the origins of Wen Si, and upon witnessing the black serpent cease its assault, he hastily urges, "What are you hesitating for? Slay her." The black serpent, recognizing her as Zhu Ke, understands the disparity in their powers. A Zhu Ke with 3,000 years of cultivation can effortlessly repel a black serpent with 10,000 years of experience. Yet, Zhu Ke does not ponder why the black serpent has failed to transform despite its extensive training. After all, Wen Si was a Zhu Ke, even while in the egg, whereas the black serpent merely represented a malevolent entity during its own embryonic stage. However, you bear the aura of darkness. Have you too succumbed to the demonic? Silence. Is there truly justification for wreaking havoc upon the world? The black serpent, having identified her as Zhu Ke, acknowledges the gulf between their strengths. It prepares to unleash its fury, its cold voice resonating with menace. "Do you believe that I have any path of retreat today? As for you, Zhu Ke, I dare say you have yet to fully unfurl your feathers." In the presence of a demon with millennia of cultivation, what does 3,000 years signify? Merely a young girl. Thus, the black serpent resolves to fight fiercely, roaring before launching itself at Wen Si. She clicks her tongue, reproaching it softly, "Beast." With that, She boldly retaliates. Onlookers witness a colossal firebird manifest in the sky. As it cries out, its wings unfurl like a rocket, hurtling toward the black serpent, its claws deftly seizing the creature's vital point. To her, it is not a dragon, merely a serpent. With a fierce roar, the black serpent swings its tail, striking Wen Si's back with immense force, causing her to cry out in pain. Yet, it does not relent. It coils around her, attempting to suffocate her. This maneuver instantly reminds Wen Si of Mo, for only a heartless beast like him would resort to such tactics. Beast, you dare indeed. If that's the case, then keep holding on. Dare to release me, and you shall be the coward. Upon uttering these words, Wen Si flaps her wings with fervor, her feathers igniting like sparks. Those embers, when scattered upon the sea, cannot be quenched by the water. Heavens, the sea is ablaze. This is nothing short of a miraculous spectacle. Flames erupt upon the ocean's surface. Moreover, the black serpent's scales begin to scorch, turning crimson under Wen Si's divine fire. What? Still unwilling to let go? Do you wish to be roasted? The black serpent, irked by her demeanor, despite its scales burning hot, exerts all its strength to bite down on Wen Si's neck. Wen Si feels the excruciating pain of its grip, struggling even more fiercely as she hears the black serpent's furious voice near her ear. What qualifications do you have to condemn me? You have clearly succumbed to darkness as well. You have clearly succumbed to darkness. The black serpent emphatically asserted this fact, exerting its final strength to drag Wen Si into the depths of the sea. At that moment, the disciples of Yuling Pavilion and Zhugeming were simultaneously rendered speechless. Had both parties succumbed to the ocean's depths? What was the situation? Who triumphed and who fell? Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, suddenly, boom, a tremendous sound erupted from the depths of the sea. Something had exploded beneath the surface. The shock wave from the explosion instantly toppled those on shore, while Zhugeming's fleet was violently overturned and submerged. In the next instant, accompanied by a piercing cry, a blaze erupted from the ocean's depths, soaring skyward. It was the colossal firebird, Zhuke. As Zhuke flapped its wings, large embers rained down upon the sea, while the bird ascended, issuing a sharp warning towards the sole survivor. Zhugeming, the disciples of Yuling Pavilion exclaimed, "Is that divine might? Has the heavenly path bestowed divine power upon us?" The elders lamented, "Heaven bless our great Liang. Heaven bless great Liang. Heaven bless great Liang." Unbeknownst to them, in the distance, Mo could hear those three cries. They were not the previous sounds of despair and pleas for help, but rather a warning. After vanquishing the creature, Mo felt compelled to uncover the truth behind the matter. To his astonishment, the reality was that these selected maidens were oblivious to the situation, and the assassin had to arrange a formation to summon this monster, one that Wen Si had meticulously crafted. This implied that even if she had not colluded with the assassin, she had perceived the assassin's intent to kill him. Instead of thwarting the plan, she had inadvertently facilitated it, collaborating with the assassin to orchestrate his demise. Wen Si, do not let me find you. I vow to tear you to shreds. Chapter 51, Returning to Great Liang. Reuniting with Xianxia, Wen Si's actions nearly drove Mo to the brink of madness. He wondered how she could be so compliant lately, leading him to lower his guard, lift her confinement, and even take her along for healing. He had hoped that their relationship would gradually mend. She was homeless, and he was willing to shelter her, treat her kindly, and even delegate the selection of a bride to her. He feared any misstep might betray her trust or displease her, only to find that his devoted efforts had been met with her calculated betrayal. Her initiation into cultivation was not born from enlightenment, but rather a determination to break free from her constraints. Her apparent obedience was not a desire for reconciliation, but rather a ploy to lower his vigilance. When he expressed his trust in her during the bride selection ceremony, she remained indifferent, and when she chose candidates, she hardly paid attention to the names, preoccupied with activating the formation laid by the assassin. Thus, when he saw her hanging the paper crane he had gifted her, was it also insincere? Why was she so cruel to him, shattering all his hopes, while he foolishly worried about her safety upon hearing the cries. It was all utterly ridiculous. Once he dealt with the aftermath of this chaos, his first act would be to capture Wen Si and imprison her for eternity. Meanwhile, Wen Si was unconcerned with the turmoil in Qi Mo's mind as he regained his composure. After slaying the black serpent, she transformed back into her human form, intending to depart from this place. The battle ahead presented little challenge for her. She had vanquished countless demons before. However, this time, she acted not upon the directives of any divine beings, but solely by her own volition to rescue a faction on the brink of collapse. Is this what one might call freedom? She herself could not discern the truth of it, only realizing that from the moment she was forced to represent Mo and engage in conflict with the various sects, her reputation in the mortal realm had already been tarnished. It was best to make her exit before anyone recognized her. Unexpectedly, just as Wen Si prepared to leave, an elder who had been prostrating suddenly grasped the situation and called out, "Please, Master One, do not depart." At that moment, Wen Si felt a surge of anxiety, fearing they might demand her punishment. She replied, "I have long since departed from Kunlun Mountain. How can I be referred to as the Master?" Elder Yushi of the Yuling Pavilion was not one to follow the crowd. He had heard of Wen Si's infamous reputation, yet he was more inclined to trust the present reality. Had it not been for her timely assistance, they would have been consumed by the black serpent long ago. Hence, Yushi proclaimed, "Regardless of the circumstances, we are deeply grateful for your assistance, Master Wen." Following his lead, the disciples behind him bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. Wen Si was taken aback. She had not anticipated their gestures of thanks. Only then did she muster the courage to turn and meet their gazes, earnestly declining. "Your safety is a testament to the divine intervention. The fate of the great Liang has not yet run its course, leading to this fortuitous moment. I merely passed through, coincidentally blessed by the sacred beast. An extraordinary sight, indeed." She felt the urgency to depart. Any further embellishments would be insupportable. Surely, she could not allow them to discover that she was the very sacred beast for whom they had knelt in reverence. Unbeknownst to her, the elders were not blind. They had clearly witnessed when Si summoned the divine flames, the sacred bird Zhuke unmistakably drawn forth by her. Moreover, Sheng Yin had previously mentioned receiving aid from a celestial being named Wen Si. "Master One," spoke one elder, "the newly ascended monarch of the great Liang has recently inquired about you, having heard you are an old acquaintance. If you're not too occupied, might you honor us by visiting him?" The monarch of great Liang? Sheng Yin? Wen Si recalled that boy vividly. When Mo had cast her into a snowdrift, he had been expressly forbidden from intervening. Yet, he had insisted on rescuing her. At that time, she had been blind and had not seen his true countenance. It was indeed a regret. Moreover, with mortals living but a century by the time she reflected on this matter again, he would likely no longer exist. "Very well, I shall accompany you," she conceded. With no clear path ahead and no plans for her wandering or lodging for the night, it seemed prudent to accept the hospitality of a Liang sect for a few days. "May I inquire how the master intends to travel? By horseback? Or shall I suggest that you could almost fly to the clouds?" Yushi nearly proclaimed. Wen Si, wishing to maintain a low profile, simply inquired, "Is there a carriage available?" "Indeed, we shall prepare a carriage for Master One at once." As the carriage was presented before her, Wen Si reiterated, "I have already stated that I have departed from Kunlun Mountain." Yushi chuckled. "Indeed, it is said that the master is on a journey of exploration, and the affairs of the Yushu Palace have been entrusted to the elders. However, any significant decisions must still be directed by the master." Wen Si was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the Yushu Palace had not yet removed her name from its ranks. After all, it was she who had voluntarily requested her resignation to avoid implicating the palace. She believed she had severed all ties with the outside world. Yet reality seemed to diverge from her expectations. Upon entering the borders of the Liang Kingdom, Wen Si chose to sit in the carriage and observe the streets, a sight she had not witnessed during her previous blindness. She felt a peculiar blend of familiarity and strangeness towards everything around her. Even the candied hawthorn on the roadside stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within her. Before long, the carriage halted before the gates of the imperial palace. Unbeknownst to her, Xianxia had already received word that Wen Si, the master of Yushu Palace from Kunlun Mountain, had rescued the elder and disciples of Yuling Pavilion by the sea and returned with them. Since Wen Si's departure, Xianxia often pondered her situation, her blindness, her grave injuries, and being held captive by a demon lord. He was consumed with concern for her until the carriage entered the grand hall of the palace. Inside the carriage, Wen Si found it odd that they had not yet disembarked. Wasn't it customary to exit the carriage? Had they not breached protocol by entering the palace? The Jade Seal explained that His Majesty had declared she was a noble of De Liang. Without her, there would be no De Liang. Thus, she could arrive as she pleased, and the notion of propriety was irrelevant. Wen Si could not help but shake her head, reflecting on how capricious the young emperor was. His lack of political acumen reminded her of Chi Mo. Wait, why was she even comparing him to Chi Mo? One ill omen. Sister Wen Si. Just as Wen Si was lost in thought, the carriage came to a stop, and a familiar voice reached her ears, eliciting a pang of inexplicable anxiety. Please don't be too unattractive. She wasn't so high-minded as to be indifferent to a man's appearance. As she contemplated this, she cautiously lifted the carriage curtain. In an instant, her gaze fell upon a remarkably handsome young man, his complexion fair, and his features exquisitely defined. His only flaw was his habitual playful demeanor, lacking any semblance of seriousness. In any case, it was fortunate that he appeared presentable. Otherwise, she would have spent the next millennium conjuring images of the boy who had once saved her. Upon noticing Wen Si's unwavering stare, Xianxia suddenly sensed something amiss and ventured to inquire, Sister Wen Si, can you see me now? Chapter 52. Xianxia's impertinent request for Wen Si to attend him in Xianxia's memory. Wen Si had never moved her eyes. Thus, seeing her gaze fixed upon him made him feel anxious. If she could see, did that mean his appearance had not frightened her? He considered himself quite ordinary in looks. In truth, Wen Si had not encountered many handsome men, and Xianxia's appearance somewhat aligned with her aesthetic. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to remind him to address her as sister. Very well. What should I call you then? His irreverent demeanor indeed made Wen Si question his reliability. She responded, Firstly, you should refer to yourself as I or this one. Secondly, a name is merely a designation. I am unsure what to call you. As long as you do not address me as Master One, you may call me whatever you wish. Xianxia was quite fond of her amiable demeanor. She was not the aloof and unapproachable celestial being he had expected. He remarked, I had initially contemplated addressing you as Master, but as you do not impart the art of divination, there seems no need for such formalities. Wen Si, having resolved not to take on any apprentices for the remainder of her life, replied, If you do not mind, you may simply call me a Sha, as others do. Xianxia was taken aback, questioning whether it was truly acceptable to address a celestial being in such a manner. To me, he mused, titles are of little significance. He blinked in astonishment, noting her inherent detachment, which seemed directed not at others, but rather at herself. He felt a twinge of sympathy for her and promptly arranged for the royal kitchen to present the finest delicacies from the Daliang Palace to honor her. Wen Si was aware of the human customs surrounding such gestures, yet when Xianxia ushered her to a table laden with an array of dishes, she suddenly felt a surge of trepidation. She instinctively recalled the moment when Chi Mo had forced her to consume kanji, which sent a shiver through her. This table must contain at least 80 dishes. Do we have to finish them all? She inquired. Xianxia was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond, wondering if she found the selection insufficient. If you desire more, simply inform the royal chef, and we can continue to add. No, I typically do not eat much, she clarified, and this may be a bit excessive. Although Xianxia, being a mere mortal, could not compel her in any way. She felt a mix of aversion and fear at the thought. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's reply surprised her. It matters not. You may indulge in whichever dish pleases you. I merely prepared in abundance out of concern that they might not suit your taste. Should you not finish, fret not. The servants will gladly partake. Could it be that she was worthy of such consideration? Was this what freedom felt like? Wen Si was uncertain. Yet in stark contrast to her days with Chi Mo, this felt like an unending paradise. This season, the crabs are particularly succulent, and the roe is exquisite, Do give it a try, Xianxia urged, serving her some crab roe. Wen Si intended to express that she would be content with anything, yet to her astonishment, upon tasting the crab roe, she found herself utterly captivated by its delightful flavor. Is it not delectable? Xianxia inquired. Indeed, she exclaimed, unexpectedly desiring to savor more. Her time in the demon realm had rendered dining a significant challenge. Even consuming a single bowl of congee brought Mo to a state of gratitude. The first meal after leaving the demon realm was so delicious it nearly brought her to tears. Observing Wen Si relish her meal brought Xianxia a sense of fulfillment, prompting him to ask, I heard you returned from the seaside with them. How was the view around Dalian? At this, Wen Si expressed a hint of puzzlement. The seaside should be beautiful, yet I find myself devoid of any feelings toward it. Perhaps it is due to my own disposition. Initially reluctant to voice anything that might displease him, she was met with Xianxia's calm response. That is quite normal. Observing the sea can be rather dull unless one is accompanied by someone they cherish. Is that so? Wen Si's reaction led Xianxia to suspect that this celestial being seldom ventured into the mortal realm. He then inquired, by the way, how did you escape from the demon lord? Did he not pursue you? At that moment, Wen Si, feeling somewhat satiated, set down her chopsticks and sighed, relieved that she was not pursued for the time being, allowing her a few days of peace. May I stay here for a few days? She inquired. Xianxia was taken aback. He had already prepared a palace for Wen Si, never expecting her to be so courteous. There are plenty of palaces, he replied. If you have finished your meal, I shall arrange for you to rest. Shortly thereafter, Wen Si was escorted to a palace of exquisite location. Spacious and even featuring a hot spring, more grand than Mo's residence. After a brief wash, she sat on the bed, channeling her energy to extract the blood pearl. She could not rely on this artifact indefinitely. She needed to cultivate and restore her powers to their former state. However, as she meditated, Wen Si found herself unable to calm her turbulent mind, the echo of the black serpent's roar resonating in her ears. You have clearly fallen into darkness. You have clearly fallen into darkness. Nonsense. She had not. Who claimed she had succumbed to darkness? Such accusations were unfounded. Yet at that moment, her mind conjured the image of Mo pressing her against the door. It was excruciating, tears welling in her eyes, yet she could not faint. Even when her strength waned, she still fell into Mo's embrace. Mo asserted that her struggles were futile, and eventually, as her consciousness faded, she relinquished her resistance, willingly performing the duties of a demon queen. No, Wen Si would not concede to such notions. She would not admit to her descent into darkness. She fought with all her might against these intrusive thoughts, but such resistance brought forth a sudden, searing headache. The intensity of the pain rendered her breathless, and with a startled cry, she opened her eyes wide. She realized she had nearly succumbed to a nightmare, teetering on the brink of madness. Previously, her mind had been free from such chaotic thoughts, devoid of inner demons. Ever since escaping from Mo, she had become this way. Had she become a mere shadow of herself? Reluctant to accept this fate, she stored the blood pearl away and prepared to confront her inner demons once more. Just then, a voice from outside called, Sister Wen Si, would you like a midnight snack? Xianxia? What was his purpose? Wen Si immediately ceased her meditation, donned a robe, and opened the door. As the door swung wide, Xianxia unexpectedly found himself face to face with Wen Si in her nightgown, nearly losing control and gushing blood from his nose in excitement. Wen Si, unfamiliar with human customs, inquired in surprise, Your Majesty, are you well? Quite well. I merely came to ask if you would like a midnight snack. Xianxia struggled to maintain his composure. In that fleeting moment, he had entertained an unfamiliar thought. He wished for her to share his bed. Chapter 53. In the depths of night. Wen Si succumbs to cold poison. Xianxia quickly held his breath, turned away, and crouched down, avoiding her gaze. Wen Si, perplexed by his actions, heard him exclaiming to himself, I am beginning to understand your disciple a little, but understanding does not equate to agreement. I am human. He is a demon. As a human, there are certain lines I must not cross. Yes, indeed, that is it. This nonsensical rambling only further bewildered Wen Si. Your Majesty, are you truly well? The essence of my lengthy discourse is merely to convey that Xianxia hesitated for quite a while before addressing the crux of the matter. The night air is rather chilly, and seeing you dressed as such, I am filled with unease. Allow me to offer you an additional garment. Wen Si, as fate would have it, had once divined for Xianxia, predicting that this individual would achieve great success in the future. Observing his current demeanor, she delicately moved her fingers to recalibrate her calculations, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He was destined for greatness. However, given his present state, she began to question the accuracy of her own divination. Could it be that her ability to interpret the heavens had waned? She feared that if she were to wander aimlessly in the future, relying on her fortune-telling to survive, she might be mistaken for a charlatan. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility of him being the chosen one. Such individuals often attain success through divine providence rather than their own merit, unwittingly stumbling upon fortune. For instance, his ascension to the throne might not be solely due to his capabilities, but rather a serendipitous encounter with Wen Si, who, in her moment of escape, inadvertently bestowed upon him a momentous opportunity. As Wen Si pondered these intricate mysteries, Xianxia, assuming she had gone to fetch a warmer garment, turned to glance back, only to find her still standing in place, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Xianxia inhaled sharply, hastily muttering, "I am but a man, I am but a man, I am but a man." Wen Si blinked in surprise. What else could your Majesty possibly be? Xianxia could no longer maintain his composure. Seeing her bewildered expression made him yearn to keep her sheltered within the palace, though it would render him no different from her wayward apprentice. If you have no desire for a midnight snack, I shall take my leave. Should he linger any longer? He feared he might commit an act as morally reprehensible as Chimo's. Yet, just as he was about to flee, Wen Si called out to him, "Wait." Xianxia halted, witnessing her retrieve a hairpin from her bosom. "This is for you," she stated. "Why return this pin to me? Do you not cherish it?" "Not at all," Wen Si replied with a hint of resignation. "I appreciate your Majesty's kindness, yet I prefer to carry as few belongings as possible." Previously, Chimo had sought to destroy this pin in his quest for revenge. "This pin was bequeathed to me by my late mother. Then I must decline. I beseech your Majesty to keep it and exchange it for something of lesser significance." Very well. Xianxia had not anticipated that gifting her such a precious item would embroil her in trouble. He turned to accept the pin, intending to replace it with something more trivial. But to his astonishment, the moment his fingers brushed against Wen Si's delicate hand, he felt a profound chill. "Sister Wen Si, your hand is so cold. Are you not frozen? It is of no consequence. If there is nothing pressing, you should return and rest," she replied, returning the pin to him before closing the door and retreating to her quarters. However, Xianxia remained uneasy, convinced that her health could not have recovered so swiftly. Fearing for her well-being, he resolved not to stray too far. Upon returning to her room, Wen Si indeed felt a slight chill. Logically, she should not be susceptible to the cold, so she dismissed it from her mind and resumed her meditation. Yet, at the very moment she began to cultivate her energy, she distinctly sensed a frigid current coursing through her body, swiftly encasing her meridians in ice. "The chill enveloping me feels hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the last time I was unceremoniously tossed into the snow by Chimo on the snow-capped mountains. What on earth is happening? Why is this sensation returning?" I immediately summon my inner strength to combat the biting cold, yet my divine flame merely melts the icy tendrils for a fleeting moment. Once the flame falters, the cold surges back with an even greater ferocity. Alongside this, an excruciating headache arises, echoing the agony I experienced on that mountain. Could it be that the seeds of this ailment were sown during that incident? But from where did this affliction stem? The intensity of the pain compels me to abandon my seated position, collapsing onto the bed, my breaths growing shallow, and my consciousness begins to fade. Unbeknownst to me, outside the door, Xianxia suddenly senses an unbearable chill emanating from within the room. As a being of fire, the presence of such cold is disconcerting. He hastens to knock on the door, calling out, "Sister Wen Si, are you all right?" Yet silence answers him. Gritting his teeth, he mutters an apology before forcefully pushing the door open. As the door swings ajar, a wave of bone-chilling cold permeates the room, while I feel as though a venomous serpent is slithering through my veins, reminiscent of the pain I endured while harvesting celestial herbs on the snowy peak. The agony overwhelms me, and I soon lose consciousness. When Xianxia reaches my bedside, he discovers my body has become rigid, the rapid onset of frostbite prompting memories of that celestial herb on the mountain. Sister Wen Si, wake up. Hold on. You can't sleep. If you do, you'll freeze to death. It's Xianxia's voice. Unexpectedly, he has returned. I struggle to open my eyes, recalling only that I fainted after encountering the celestial herb, oblivious to what transpired thereafter or the herb's whereabouts. Are you aware of the antidote for this poison? Xianxia strains to remember. You were in a similar predicament on the mountain, but after returning to the inn, you recovered. There must be an antidote. Let me think. However, as he reflects, he finds himself in an awkward position. He couldn't keep pace with Mo, and by the time he returned, I had already made a full recovery and was able to assist him in his escape. This implies that the poison is, in fact, easily remedied. Is it possible that you possess the ability to counteract this poison yourself? What? I can scarcely believe my ears. Has he lost his mind? Am I capable of neutralizing this toxin? Let me clarify. Consider my reasoning. Xianxia continues. You can wield the divine flame, yet if it cannot dispel the cold poison, I find that unlikely. Moreover, your current predicament is not merely the cold but the debilitating headache that prevents you from rising, which is entirely separate from your ability to use the divine fire to eliminate the chill. I cannot help but feel amusement mingled with frustration. The pain renders me powerless, incapable of channeling any energy to combat the cold. Furthermore, my entire body has succumbed to frostbite. Unexpectedly, Xianxia suddenly grasps my hands, declaring, I believe you can do it. Try to summon your energy now. You don't understand. I can barely speak. Remove your hands. Do not touch me. Chapter 54. Xianxia accompanies Wen Si through tribulation once again, if it were not for the previous incident in the snow, where she had refused his assistance and explained her reasons. He would surely think he had offended her in some way. Yet, the reality was that Wen Si's temperament was inherently stubborn, compelling him to coax her gently. The demon physician capable of saving you is not here now. You cannot possibly allow yourself to perish from the cold, can you? Do not touch me. This chill is beyond what mere mortals can endure. Indeed, she preferred to convey her desire not to burden others in the most frigid of tones. In Xianxia's eyes, her disposition was destined to lead her to misfortune. Thus, he searched nearby and procured 2 jars of strong liquor, setting them before Wen Si. This is the only remedy that may prove effective at present. Consume as much as you can from these 2 jars. Once you finish, the pain will subside, allowing you to focus on circulating your energy to dispel the cold. I shall remain here with you. Should anything arise, do inform me. Though I am but a mere mortal, I shall exert my utmost to assist you. Xianxia's demeanor left Wen Si in disbelief. Having traversed the world for over 3,000 years, aside from the care of the time law, she had never been treated with such exceptional regard by anyone else. Yet, with no other options and suffering from a severe headache, she seized the strong liquor he offered and downed an entire jar in one go. After consuming the liquor, Wen Si felt a pronounced dizziness, her body rendered almost numb, making it impossible to sit steadily, let alone sense her headache. Now is the time. Try to circulate your energy, Xianxia urged. Wen Si's limbs were frozen stiff, making it impossible to sit cross-legged, yet in her dazed state, she could still attempt to channel her energy. A crimson glow emanated from her, and a surge of flame erupted, incinerating the cold within her meridians. Yes, just like that. Hold on. Do not let the fire extinguish, Xianxia encouraged. Wen Si understood that ceasing would result in a backlash from the cold, if she was uncertain if sustaining the fire would prove effective. Initially, she believed this effort to be futile, but upon witnessing Xianxia's earnest companionship, she suddenly felt a desire not to disappoint him. This sensation was both unfamiliar and astonishing to her, prompting her to respond, Very well, I shall attempt to dispel the chill. You can certainly do it, though this affliction may appear daunting. It is a trivial matter for you. Previously, Your mishap on the snowy mountain was due to your injuries. I had mentioned then, once you heal, you shall be formidable indeed. Wen Si had never anticipated that mortal words could transform into a peculiar strength, and she suddenly felt her heart calm considerably. Perhaps now was the moment to vanquish the inner demons that had surfaced. Thus, Wen Si intensified the power of her divine fire, gently closing her eyes. Entirely unaware that Xianxia had retreated 2 steps, her divine fire was indeed beyond what a mere mortal like him could withstand. Coming too close would not merely result in burns, but outright incineration. However, observing Wen Si's expression, which had softened considerably compared to before, Xianxia stepped back to the door, quietly accompanying her. After a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, Wen Si finally concluded her exertion, sitting on the bed and gasping for breath. The cold had been completely incinerated. Moreover, her strength had been restored to 80% of its original capacity. The wine consumed earlier was exceedingly potent, leaving Wen Si feeling quite dizzy. As she lifted her gaze, she faintly perceived Xianxia still stationed at the door, prompting her to muster a strained expression of gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Who would have thought that this mere mortal would rescue her yet again? "Sister Wen Si, how do you feel now? Are you any better?" Xianxia observed an improvement in her condition and was about to inquire further when, just as Wen Si was about to respond, the world around her suddenly blurred, and she felt as if she were caught in a whirlwind. In the next moment, she collapsed onto the bed with a soft thud. "Are you all right?" Xianxia exclaimed in alarm, rushing to her side. He silently cursed himself for the oversight, then checked her limbs, which had returned to their normal warmth, and her hands and feet were no longer stiff. However, the wine they had consumed, brewed during the time of his grandfather, was exceedingly strong, enough to intoxicate even celestial beings. "Then let us allow you to rest," he decided, gently placing her upon the bed, pulling the covers around her snugly. As he departed, he remembered to extinguish the candles in the room, whispering, "See you tomorrow." Since ascending to the throne, Xianxia had not enjoyed a single peaceful night as sleep, as he was required to attend court before dawn. Yet this morning, his thoughts wandered to Wen Si, pondering whether she had awakened. If she had, he had failed to prepare breakfast for her. What if she was hungry? While he mulled over these concerns, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the grand hall. "Your Majesty, the sky is awash in red. This is an omen of divine favor." Puzzled, Xianxia joined the elder ministers to investigate, and indeed, the clouds above were a magnificent crimson. The sight was breathtaking. An elder minister, leading the praise, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, having just ascended the throne, you encounter great fortune as the nation transforms its adversities into blessings. You are surely the turning point for our great Liang, destined to lead us into an era of prosperity." Upon hearing this, the other ministers echoed in unison, "Your Majesty shall lead our Liang to prosperity. Your Majesty shall lead our Liang to prosperity." The morning court transformed into a scene of sycophancy, and even as Xianxia returned to his quarters, the words prosperity echoed in his ears. Oh, he must first check on Wen Si's condition. Thus, he hastened his steps to her chamber. Though he suspected she might still be fast asleep, he knocked gently on the door. After all, it would be quite disrespectful to barge in unannounced. As anticipated, after 3 knocks, a voice from within called out, "Who is it?" "It is I. May I enter?" Xianxia asked, surprised that he, as an emperor, must seek her permission to enter. Had it been that rogue Chiemo, he would have stormed in without a second thought, likely damaging the door in the process. Kumin. Upon her consent, Xianxia stepped inside. Upon entering, he found Wen Si at the bronze mirror, drying her hair, which was evidently freshly washed. "Did you go to freshen up?" As Wen Si awoke in the early morning, she suddenly felt unwell and vomited profusely, despite having just cleaned up. Her hair was now soiled, prompting her to wash it in the pool. "How are you feeling now?" "Still unwell?" "Much improved," Wen Si replied, "but I still feel dizzy. Had it not been for the vomiting, I would likely have slept for several more hours." Chapter 55. She had not yet sobered up. "Are you still feeling ill? I shall have someone prepare a hangover remedy for you. That wine last night. In my haste, I inadvertently brought forth the aged liquor brewed by the emperor grandfather. and I had no idea it would intoxicate you so thoroughly. Though Xianxia felt a tinge of embarrassment recounting the incident, Wen Si deftly sidestepped the topic, gazing out at the scenery. Do you like the view outside? The sky displayed an extraordinary spectacle, breathtaking in its beauty. If you like it, consider it my gift to you. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Wen Si continue. Mortals like you are fond of such celestial phenomena. In truth, we can conjure this crimson sky with a mere wave of our hands. Given your recent ascension to the throne, it serves as a fitting celebration. It dawned on Xianxia that this so-called celestial omen was indeed her offering to him. I hope we did not amuse you, he replied, slightly embarrassed. What is there to find amusing? Whether divine beings or mortals, life is not easy for anyone. If we can invite a touch of good fortune, it can inspire courage, just as you did for me last night. Last night, Xianxia had earnestly accompanied her through her tribulations. Yet he had not anticipated that what he viewed as a trifling act could yield such gratitude. This left him feeling somewhat bashful, and he tentatively inquired, do the gods also find life difficult? Indeed, they do. The gods are ranked in various tiers, and though I reside in the celestial realm, my duty guarding the heavenly gate is not unlike that of the gatekeepers in the mortal world. Furthermore, there are no festivals or banquets, only an endless series of campaigns. What would this equate to in the mortal realm? Perhaps it would resemble a general. Quite so. Wen Si suddenly posed a curious question, are generals in the mortal realm equally burdened? Yes, anyone tasked with warfare finds it exceedingly arduous. This seems to be a universal truth across the three realms. Xianxia had initially wondered why Wen Si had broached this subject. Upon closer inspection, he realized her cheeks remained flushed, and the scent of alcohol had yet to dissipate, indicating that she was still not sober. In truth, while she remained inebriated, Xianxia could engage in rather unscrupulous actions, whether in seeking divine secrets or wealth. He reminded himself that he was human and must not emulate her wayward disciple. Wen Si, if you still feel unwell, it would be best not to force yourself to rise. You may return to sleep. Do not strain yourself. I'm all right, just a bit dizzy. It will pass. No, you should rest. Here, you need not take part in campaigns or exert yourself. If you're tired, sleep again. As Xianxia spoke, he boldly approached to assist Wen Si, and much to his surprise, she offered no resistance. He effortlessly lifted her and gently placed her back onto the bed. At that moment, Wen Si's dizziness intensified, and the world before her appeared somewhat blurred. In her dazed state, she fancied she saw Mo standing before her. She suddenly murmured, "Get away from me. Don't touch me." Unbeknownst to her, Xianxia was oblivious to her mistaken identity. Even when misunderstood, he coaxed her gently, saying, "All right, I shall not touch you, but you must properly cover yourself with the bedding and sleep well. Otherwise, I shall worry for you." It was unclear whether Wen Si had absorbed his words or simply coincided with his statement. But at that moment, she gently closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. To be honest, gazing at Wen Si's sleeping visage, Xianxia could fully comprehend why that troublesome disciple of his would err. It was the kind of allure that could compel one to gaze longer than intended. Throughout that afternoon, Xianxia remained in her chamber, reviewing memorials, as this vexing task was the only thing that could restore his composure. By the time the affairs of the great Liang reached him, they were in a state of near ruin. The absence of internal strife was solely due to the repeated destruction wrought by the tyrant of the Jiang kingdom. Any further internal discord at this juncture would lead to certain doom. Now, seated upon the dragon throne, no minister dared to suggest he expand his lineage. All the officials hoped for was that he could restore the prestige of the great Liang. However, how could such a feat be easily accomplished? Contemplating this, Xianxia stole a glance at the slumbering Wen Si. Perhaps he would need to rely on this omnipotent celestial being. To Xianxia's surprise, Wen Si slept soundly until evening before showing any signs of stirring. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found him sitting at the table and cautiously inquired, "You're still here? Are you still unwell?" Upon awakening once more, Wen Si felt much clearer-headed, seeing Xianxia still at her room at such a late hour. She exclaimed, "You haven't left? I was worried about you," he replied, "fearing something might happen to you alone. Since you are awake now, I shall take my leave." With that, he promptly began to pack the memorials, wishing to avoid inciting her ire. Yet, Wen Si was utterly baffled. "What did I tell you to leave?" "In the morning. You told me to get lost. Though I did not leave, I certainly kept my distance." "Did I?" Wen Si couldn't recall. And if it were indeed Xianxia, then her request had been rather excessive. Nevertheless, Xianxia did not argue. He gathered his documents and prepared to exit the room, reminding her, "Make sure to rest well, and call for me if you need anything." With that, he stepped out. Wait. Unexpectedly, before Xianxia could depart, Wen Si called after him. He turned to inquire, "Is there something else?" Feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to him. And now that she belonged to none of the three realms, she astonishingly made an exception for him, saying, "Didn't you want to learn divination? Tonight's night sky is perfect for astrology. I can teach you." Xianxia. Surely, he must be imagining things. Or perhaps she was still under the influence of alcohol. Yet at this moment, he could no longer contain his joy. With his back to her, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He dared not turn around, quickly confirming, "Is this true? Rest assured, I speak nothing but the truth. Just don't call me master outside. I wish to hear that title no more in the days to come." "Understood, understood." Xianxia was hardly preoccupied with the memorials. As soon as Wen Si stepped out, he promptly followed her, inquiring, "If I were to master these arts, would it not predict the nation's fortune, my career prospects, and even romantic encounters?" "Not only that," Wen Si replied, "the art of Xianxia encompasses far more. In times of peril, it can also carve a path for one's survival." With that, Wen Si grasped Xianxia's hand, leading him to the highest rooftop of the imperial palace. Fortuitous indeed was this young man. Should Wen Si fail to repay this favor, she would surely feel a sense of indebtedness long after his passing. Chapter 56. The alliance to eliminate Wen Si unbeknownst to them, beyond the borders of the Great Liang. 3 elders of the Wanma sect arrived to inspect the remnants upon the sea. That is divine fire. Wen Si must have been here. Elder Qing Song of the Eagle clan analyzed the traces, leading the group, with Elder Wu Chun following closely behind, harboring some concern. "Are we certain she is our adversary?" Elder Qing Song replied, "If we do not eliminate her now, and she recuperates in a mortal realm, regaining her full strength, we will be even less capable of confronting her." The newly appointed demon lord, though youthful and inexperienced, had not witnessed the cataclysmic divine fire that had ravaged the demon realm millennia ago. Anyone who had encountered that fire would wish to slay the newly reborn Zhu Ke while she was still vulnerable. Yet the laws of heaven are peculiar. Should Zhu Ke perish, another will arise in her stead, making it futile to continue imprisoning Wen Si. Regrettably, the Lord was still young and had fallen for Wen Si's ruse. Any of us would understand that regardless of her feigned submissiveness, we could not afford to grant her the opportunity to heal. Even the taming of a bird requires its feathers to be clipped to prevent escape. How much more so with a creature of such magnitude? Truly a cruel fate. Amidst the frowns of Qing Song and his companions, a voice suddenly interrupted. It appears the elders have entered the Great Liang, seeking to deal with Wen Si as well. The elders turned to see Wen Luo and Qing Ji standing behind them. Before discussing further details, Qing Ji inquired of Wen Luo, "We can collaborate with them, yes? I care not for the others. As long as Wen Si remains, I shall find no peace." Wen Luo shook his head. "This is mere petulance." Qing Ji snapped back, "What a petulance! I am determined to slay her, to present her corpse to Qi Mo, so he may taste the bitterness of losing a beloved." Beloved? The 3 elders were taken aback. Their lord harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wen Si, and such a relationship, as Qing Ji suggested, seemed implausible. Wen Luo approached them, stating, "The demon clan cannot enter the Great Liang. However, should you wish to collaborate with me, I can facilitate your entry under the guise of Choming Temple." Elder Qing Song, alert, questioned, "What advantage do you gain from her demise?" Wen Luo responded, "Qing Ji seeks vengeance. You wish to eradicate the scourge of the demon realm, and I desire to harness her divine fire. This alliance serves all our needs." Over the past few days, Xianxia felt he had gained much. After the morning court, he was now capable of summoning the array of Xianxia. "I must admit, you are quite the instructor." I once believed such celestial arts to be exceedingly difficult to master, but now I feel a flicker of confidence in restoring the prestige of the great Liang. Wen Si replied calmly, "It is because you possess a commendable aptitude." Xianxia had forgotten that she was not one to boast about herself. Even when others attempted to commend her, she remained unresponsive. By the way, what about your disciple? Does he learn quickly as well? I have never taught him this." Xianxia exclaimed, "He has mastered unique skills. Why did you not teach him?" Wen Si replied coldly, "He is unworthy." This piqued Xiangyan's curiosity, prompting her to inquire why he was deemed unworthy. "When did you two begin to have such a conflict?" "He is inherently a demon seed. The initial teachings I provided him were to dispel malevolent thoughts and uphold righteousness. Even so, he transformed into a demon god. He deserves to descend to the 18th level of hell, enduring torment until he is utterly annihilated." It became evident to Xianxia just how deep their enmity ran. Then, "Sister Wen Si, should not our Liang kingdom be considered righteous?" Wen Si responded in astonishment. "Otherwise, are you suggesting you belong to the demonic path? Since Liang is not deemed evil, might I trouble you for a small favor?" "What favor?" In the next moment, Xianxia unceremoniously tossed a stack of memorials before Wen Si, expressing his exasperation at the burdensome paperwork, as they all reported that the Jiang kingdom had sent envoys for retaliation. Currently, the military strength of Liang kingdom is simply no match for Jiang kingdom. Wen Si gazed at the youth before her, who looked at her with eager anticipation, and sighed helplessly. "I can take you to battle, but I may not always be in Liang. You must rely on your own abilities to safeguard this territory. That is a matter for later. At present, I lack the capability." Was he trying to act coy? This truly put Wen Si in a bind. She could not think of a reason to refuse him and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Following her consent, Xianxia immediately agreed to engage in battle. The next morning, he set forth with an army of 20,000, while Wen Si languidly rested within one of the carriages. These mortal skirmishes were akin to child's play for her. As the saying goes, in jest, the ships and masts are reduced to ashes. She did not know the origin of this phrase, nor did she understand its intended meaning. However, after the Liang army encountered the Jiang forces, before the latter could make a move, Wen Si approached the forefront of the Jiang army and inquired, "How many of you have come?" The Jiang commander was taken aback by her disdainful demeanor and barked, "Who dares to be so arrogant?" In truth, regardless of the number of adversaries, extinguishing them was a trivial matter for Wen Si. Yet, she harbored a deep-seated aversion to indiscriminate slaughter. Over the years, her cultivation had not aligned with the demonic path. Even now, lacking an affiliation, she would not engage in wanton destruction of lives. Thus, in the brief pause that followed her inquiry, the Jiang forces suddenly felt a fierce wind sweep through. They vaguely perceived the apparition of a fiery bird. As it merely flapped its wings, a powerful gust sent the soldiers and their steeds flying several meters away. Wen Si warned, "You should return and sleep well." With her presence, these mortals could not even breach the borders of Liang kingdom. Despite sensing that Liang was being unreasonable, the Jiang commander, driven by self-preservation, retreated in disgrace. However, Wen Si remained oblivious to the considerable commotion she had caused in the mortal realm. Even if she had not aroused the attention of the heavenly emperor, she had certainly stirred the interest of several celestial deities. These divine beings sensed the emergence of an inexplicable storm on earth and the divine flames descending upon the sea. Was it difficult to deduce the culprit? Their immediate reaction was to confront Shirlu at the Tianqing sect. Shirlu, however, was disinclined to entertain them and merely replied, "And if it is indeed Wen Si, what of it? Shirlu, what is this attitude? She is your sacred beast, is she not? Even the steed of the Bodhisattva, Guanyin, if it were to misbehave on earth, will be brought back by its master. Are you really choosing to turn a blind eye? She has already been expelled from the Tianqing sect and holds no further ties to it. I shall not concern myself with her, especially since she has committed no egregious acts. Let her be. You. No wonder this miscreant dares to cause such a ruckus on earth. It appears that even the one responsible has turned against the heavens. You claim not to care for her, but should she provoke the heavenly emperor, do not blame us for not forewarning you." Chapter 57. Wen Si, once again intoxicated by Xianxia, do you truly believe that the esteemed god Xianxia is unaware of Wen Si's character? Even if I were to place her in the mortal realm, she would not engage in wrongdoing. The deities of the heavenly realm are forbidden from meddling in earthly affairs. To cast her down to the mortal world is to enable her to wreak havoc, and considering her banishment was due to collusion with the demonic clan, are you not afraid of her succumbing to darkness? Silence. Shirlu could no longer tolerate the pressure from these divine beings. Wen Si had already been banished to the mortal realm. What more did they want? Should they demand she be stripped of her celestial essence to be satisfied? However, the god Xianxia had come solely to admonish Shirlu, equating her actions to casting a pet dog into the wilderness and allowing it to bite. You claim to have cast her away, yet with a mere whistle, she would return. Shirlu, you are well aware of the shortcuts you took to contract a sacred beast with your divine essence. If you do not permit her to return to the southern quadrant to guard the four symbols, do not blame us for intervening personally. Shirlu, disinterested in adhering to their regulations, simply wished to spare Wen Si further trials. Yet, her interference in mortal affairs undeniably disrupted the celestial order. Indeed, the moment Shirlu chose to disregard the situation, the heavens unleashed thunder upon the borders of the Liang kingdom. Boom! 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 The soldiers of Liang were left bewildered, exclaiming in astonishment at the sudden thunder. Wen Si discerned that it was celestial thunder, likely a warning from the heavens for her to refrain from meddling. She had no intention of involving herself in these disputes, nor could she protect the newly appointed emperor of Liang for eternity. Shengyan, the path ahead is yours to traverse. With your current cultivation, you should be capable of handling certain situations. Despite the heavenly warning, Wen Si felt little trepidation. Having lost everything, she was indifferent to the prospect of sacrificing her life. In this battle, the kingdom of Jiang suffered continual defeats and soon retreated. However, upon returning, rumors spread in Jiang that Liang had resorted to deceit, inviting demonic forces to wreak havoc. The ruler of Jiang, Xianxia, had dominated as a tyrant for a decade amidst the turmoil of the Seven Kingdoms, and no neighboring nation dared defy him. Was Liang preparing to rebel? Your Majesty, that demon's origins are unclear. With but a flick of its fingers, it can send our soldiers flying 800 miles away. A direct assault is impossible. Upon the return of the general from the Jiang kingdom, he could not contain his lamentations. Based on his descriptions, and considering the celestial phenomena previously encountered by Zhuge Ming, Xianxia was resolute in believing it was the doing of the same individual. Is this the woman you encountered? Xianxia commanded his servants to present an image of Wen Si to the general, who nearly wept upon recognition. Indeed, it was she. This woman was Wen Si, the head of the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. It had been many years since she had intervened in the affairs of the martial world. So why had she chosen now to re-emerge as a protector for that young lad from the Liang kingdom? Xianxia was familiar with her. It was said that Wen Si had been managing the affairs of Kunlun Mountain on behalf of the primordial celestial venerable for at least a millennium. Who among the masses did not know of her celestial lineage, disdainful of mortal quarrels and grievances? Even if she were to intervene, it would be on a grand scale. An immortal intervening to trouble mortals would contravene the heavenly edicts. At that moment, outside the Grand Hall, when Luo and Qingji had mysteriously appeared, Xianxia was taken aback, questioning the identity of the newcomers. Wen Luo respectfully bowed and introduced himself as Master Wen Luo from Chongming Temple. I have come to assist your Majesty in vanquishing demons and dispelling evil. Oh, since you speak of exorcising demons, pray tell, how do you intend to accomplish this? Wen Luo solemnly responded, though the Wen Si mentioned by Her Majesty is indeed an immortal, she is in essence a sacred beast. Being a beast, she can be subdued. I possess talismans left by the great Sun Buddha from years past, not to mention a phoenix with 3,000 years of cultivation. Even an ancient divine beast with tens of thousands of years of practice can be easily subdued. Wen Luo had previously tried this talisman on the phoenix, and it had left her with no room for resistance. Her downfall had occurred after her previous release, which led to complications and allowed her to escape. Currently, The celestial realm turns a blind eye to her. They dare not act hastily. Perhaps it would be prudent for the elders to first ascertain the situation. This way, should any mishap occur, Chiemo would have a scapegoat to blame. Meanwhile, within the grand palace of De Liang, this battle could be deemed a resounding success, boosting the morale of the soldiers and earning further recognition for Xianxia. That same night, the Empress Dowager and the imperial concubine unanimously decided to have Xianxia invite Wen Si back for a grand feast. Wen Si, perplexed, inquired, "Do we not already dine once? Must we prepare another 100 or so dishes?" Xianxia replied, "They are my elders. They wish to see you. Just eat a few bites. What sort of etiquette is this?" Wen Si, unaware of the intentions of the palace ladies, felt their scrutinizing gazes as she was led to the banquet. Soon, she overheard remarks such as, "Her appearance is quite pleasing. Indeed, she is beautiful, and a beauty that could topple kingdoms. What do you think, Empress Dowager? Should we keep her?" The Empress Dowager then inquired, "Pray tell, how old is Miss Wen?" Wen Si was taken aback. Even if she were ignorant of mortal customs, she sensed the tone was rather peculiar. She quickly glanced at Xianxia and asked, "Have you not explained the situation to them? How could they inquire about her age?" She feared that revealing it might frighten these ladies. Xianxia promptly clarified, "Mother, I have mentioned that Miss Wen is the head of the Jade Void Palace. As for her, she has chosen to step down, has she not?" Was this to imply that she must choose between the Jade Void Palace and the Imperial Harem? Miss Wen, to speak frankly, the Great Liang is currently in a state of disarray, and I, foolish as I am, have not acquired any skills during my days. If you have already departed from the martial world, might I implore you to grace us with your presence and witness the plight of the displaced commoners? Xianxia, fully aware that Empress Dowager Chun would not take this matter lightly, promptly interjected, "Mother, please do not jest. Miss Wen has merely stepped away from the Yushu Palace temporarily." "It is not as you perceive," Empress Dowager Chun retorted. "Regardless, Miss Wen is a person of high esteem in Great Liang, and I raise my glass to you." When the Empress Dowager unexpectedly offered a toast, Miss Wen, despite her reluctance to drink, felt compelled to reciprocate. However, upon taking a sip, she discovered the wine was even stronger than what Xianxia had previously served her. She had assumed a single sip would suffice. Yet the etiquette of the realm dictated that following the Empress Dowager's toast, the numerous consorts nearby raised their glasses in unison. By the end of the banquet, Miss Wen was inebriated to the point of unsteadiness. In a twist of fate, it was Xianxia who ended up carrying her back to her chambers. "Xianxia, you are utterly ungrateful. You have led me into this predicament." Xianxia, exasperated, could hardly fathom the madness of the elder women in the harem. "Just hold on. I shall fetch you some hangover remedy upon our return." Chapter 58. The elder of the demon clan appears, attempting to assassinate Miss Wen. "I do not wish to consume a hangover remedy. Do not be foolish. You are in such a state that you may soon be ill. Rest well when we return. I shall ensure I intervene should such a banquet occur again." Truth be told, Xianxia felt a twinge of fear at Miss Wen's drunken state, prompting him to inquire, "Did you seldom drink before?" In the celestial realm, she rarely participated in banquets, hence the lack of drinking experience. Xianxia recalled that her time in the celestial realm seemed far from pleasant, yet she bore it with a sense of resigned acceptance. With a sigh, he carefully laid her on the bed, having realized that she had consumed a considerable amount of wine. The very wine the Empress Dowager had offered her being even stronger than his own. At that moment, Miss Wen's cheeks flushed with heat, her breathing quickened, and the scent of alcohol enveloped her, causing Xianxia to feel a pang of concern. "Wait here. I shall summon the kitchen to prepare a remedy." However, just as he turned to leave, Miss Wen suddenly grasped his arm. "Do not go." It seemed that Miss Wen, in her inebriated state, had become somewhat disoriented, causing Xianxia's heart to race. "What is the matter? Is there something you need? Come closer. Let me see you." Miss Wen tugged at Xianxia's arm with surprising strength, and despite her intoxication, her prowess drew him beside her. This startled Xianxia. "Wait, Miss Wen, please calm down. I've been knocking on the wooden fish for several days. I still wish to remain human." This individual was quite amusing, always surprising him with her unexpected words. "Why are you knocking the wooden fish?" "I merely wish to see you." I do not believe one can mistake another in drunkenness. You are Xianxia, are you not? Xianxia inhaled sharply. He felt utterly helpless in this situation. Sister Wen Si, as everyone has said, please refrain from calling me sister. How many years older than you am I? I had never calculated it with precision until Mo came along, celebrating my birthday every year. It must be 3,568 years. Xianxia's heart began to roar. Help! I shall never allow her to drink again. Who could rescue him? Alas, if one does not save oneself, no one will come to the rescue. He must find a way. I shall not call you sister. Should I then address you as a Si? As a mere mortal, how could I dare to do so? Why do you not dare? Why does that scoundrel Mo have the audacity? Xianxia felt as if he might shatter, for he is the scoundrel, not I. At that moment, he was uncertain if he had struck a nerve with Wen Si, as she suddenly fell silent, gripping his collar without uttering a word. The atmosphere turned strangely quiet, an eerie stillness that sent Xianxia into a state of panic. Suddenly inspired, he suggested, "The night view is splendid tonight. Let us go stargazing. This room feels rather stifling. Let us step outside for some fresh air." Seeing Wen Si offer no objection, Xianxia felt a glimmer of hope. Gently, he lifted Wen Si, exclaiming, "I shall carry you up. Let us review our studies on the rooftop." Before long, he had brought Wen Si to the highest rooftop of the palace. Finally, tranquility enveloped them. I shall review the lessons from before. Tonight's visible constellations are observing his awkward demeanor. Wen Si couldn't help but laugh. Tonight is shrouded in clouds. Not a single star is visible, let alone the constellations. Well then, let us admire the clouds. Tonight, as clouds possess their own beauty. Look at that formation. It reminds me of the phrase black clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Xianxia was struggling to maintain the conversation, feeling it was growing increasingly awkward. After all, he had gone through great lengths to find a reason to bring her out for fresh air, only to be met with a starless sky. Just as he was racking his brain to ease the tension, he suddenly heard a soft, rhythmic sound of breathing. Turning to look, he found that Wen Si had fallen asleep on the rooftop. This made the situation even more awkward. Should he carry her back now that she was sleeping? As he contemplated this, he stood and approached Wen Si, but in that instant, he noticed a buzzing sound nearby. Oh no, there wouldn't be any snakes or insects on the rooftop at this late hour, would there? I should leave quickly. Bending down to lift Wen Si, he was startled as a swarm of bats suddenly burst forth in front of him. At that moment, a single word echoed in his mind: assassin. He immediately raised his hand, employing the technique Wen Si had taught him to defend himself. A protective barrier adorned with a bagua formation materialized before the bats. In that fleeting moment, Xianxia hoisted Wen Si with one arm, intending to use his lightness skill to flee swiftly. If he were to be assassinated, he would undoubtedly become the most unfortunate emperor. However, after being thwarted by the protective barrier, the swarm of bats quickly merged into a colossal bat towering 10 meters high. With a furious roar, the giant bat shattered the defense with ease. Xianxia, thoroughly frightened, called out to Wen Si, "Sister Wen Si, awaken." Returning to slumber, "Assist me with a task." Wen Si, in a state of drowsiness, was roused by his shaking. Her head spun violently, and in a haze she replied, "You handle the ominous clouds. I wish to sleep for a while. My head is pounding." "What clouds? I shall perish." This utterance stirred Wen Si's consciousness slightly. As she opened her eyes, a massive bat soared toward Xianxia. In an instant, she raised her hand, unleashing a divine flame that engulfed the bat, reducing it to ashes. Startled, Xianxia's legs weakened, and he hastily set Wen Si down, exclaiming, "Should I alert the guards? Is there an assassin? Human, step aside. I have no intention of targeting you." Before Xianxia could fully comprehend, a figure emerged from the shadows, brandishing dual blades, charging towards them with lethal intent. Wen Si, suffering from a fierce headache and still disoriented, sensed a potent dark energy. "Damn it! Someone from the demon realm must be pursuing us." She forced herself to stand, summoned the blazing spear, and leaped into action against the assailant. Wu Chan, confident that Wen Si's strength had yet to return and that her intoxicated state rendered her vulnerable, intended to claim her life at this opportune moment. 10,000 poisons formation. A deep purple formation materialized above Wen Si, its toxic miasma intensifying her dizziness. You wretched thing, did Qianmo send you? Wu Chan, with no reason to defend Qianmo, retorted, indeed. It is the master who has sent me to take your life. Wen Si clicked her tongue, infuriated by this treacherous disciple seeking to strike while she was weakened. Is it just you? If there are others, let them reveal themselves. Qianmo would not dispatch merely one assassin. Chapter 59. I cannot stand by while you are bullied. Wu Chan deliberately concealed the presence of two others, asserting, against you, I alone suffice. Although she wanted to chastise his arrogance, Wen Si, realizing her instability and power, was appalled that a demon elder would seize this chance to attack, deeming it utterly despicable. Beside them, Xianxia was equally surprised that the demon clan had arrived so swiftly. He had known that the demon lord would not easily relent. Sister Wen Si, can you still fight? Do you require my assistance? Get away. This battle has nothing to do with you. The farther you are, the better. Wen Si's response was entirely within Xianxia's expectations. Her stubborn nature meant she would not involve him unless absolutely necessary. With a determined throw, Wen Si launched the blazing spear upwards, channeling her energy to shatter the 10,000 poisons formation. The dark purple miasma swirled around her, attempting to permeate her being. But, with her skill, it was no simple feat for the toxins to approach. Yet, aware that prolonged combat was unfeasible, she resolved to finish this swiftly, intensifying her power to dismantle the formation. With a resounding crash, the spear pierced through a barrier, causing the entire formation to collapse. In the next moment, Wen Si directed her assault at Wu Chan, who, clearly a poison adept of the demon clan, immediately invoked a toxic barrier to defend himself. However, before him loomed the oppressive presence of the sacred beast, enveloped in divine flames. As Wen Si advanced menacingly towards him, he retreated step by step, increasingly wary of the potential devastation the sacred beast could unleash upon the demon realm one day. Wan Dugiyuan. Wen Si was unaware of the peculiar technique he was employing, yet she discerned that he was no match for her. The black formation coalesced once more, ensnaring Wen Si within its confines. How many times will you resort to this despicable formation? Wen Si exclaimed, striking fiercely and shattering the array. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Wu Chan produced a fragment of a talisman from his bosom and uttered a soft command. What? Wen Si froze, recognizing the familiar aura emanating from the talisman. The golden talisman suddenly erupted with a blinding white light. The brilliance disoriented Wen Si, compelling her to halt, allowing the talisman fragment to seal the breach in the formation. Wu Chan had not intended to reveal this tactic so readily. It would imply that the demon realm had no means to counter Wen Si, resorting instead to the method suggested by the demon monk. However, he had not anticipated his swift defeat, forcing him to utilize the talisman fragment of the great sun Tethagata. Wen Luo had not provided them with the complete talisman, only informing them that a mere fragment would suffice to subdue Wen Si. Indeed, at the moment the fragment appeared, her assault ceased. The resonant chants from the great thunder sound temple filled Wen Si's ears, an overwhelming pressure that even the divine beasts of the heavenly realm could scarcely withstand, leaving only the option of submission. If the one chanting before her was truly the great sun Tethagata, she had nothing to contest. Yet this talisman had first been wielded by the demon monk Wen Luo and now fell into the hands of the demon realm's elders. She would not yield to such abominations. Summoning her last reserves of strength, Wen Si struggled to rise and directed her power towards the talisman. Yet her resistance was as futile as a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Her power dissipated without effect. A fierce white light surged towards her, and behind her, the phantom of a colossal crimson bird materialized. Wu Chan was utterly astonished that a mere fragment could wield such immense power, and he relished the feeling of having forced her true form to emerge. Was it truly enjoyable? Beside him, Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment, pondering whether this manifestation indicated that her true form was indeed that of the giant bird. However, This forced transformation left Wen Si feeling as though ensnared by a soul-binding spell. Her body, under the talisman fragment's oppression, could not move, as if something were tearing at her very essence, attempting to divide her soul from within. Wen Si felt her consciousness slipping away rapidly, her weapon clattering to the ground. Her breath constricted as though gripped by an unseen force, her eyes rolling back as she succumbed to her fate. Meanwhile, as Wu Chun marveled at the fragment's formidable power, he realized he lacked a vessel to contain her. With her in such a state, the next step would essentially be her capture. Yet, lacking a vessel was of little concern. As long as she could be slain, the demon realm would find peace. With this thought, Wu Chun immediately coalesced toxic gas. The purple-black miasma swiftly converging upon Wen Si from all directions, while she remained as if devoid of consciousness, offering no struggle or resistance. Rest assured, your corpse shall undoubtedly be delivered to the master by me, and perhaps the master will choose to display your head upon his bedside, rendering your pact with him not in vain. Though Wen Si could not resist, she could still hear his voice. Suddenly, she felt a surge of self-loathing for not having slain Chi Mo amidst the chaos. Did she still need to harbor any compassion for Chi Mo? Now it seemed, he not only strayed from the righteous path, but also stole the techniques of the great Thunder Sound Temple to kill her. This marked his second attempt on her life. Did it not? Like the last time, she felt her neck about to snap, the intense sensation of asphyxiation robbing her of consciousness, and she suddenly found herself exceedingly weary, unable to keep her eyes open. You despicable wretch, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Such demonic techniques ought to be reserved for your own demise. Just as Wen Si was on the brink of losing consciousness, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Who was there? Little did Wen Si know. Just as she was about to be defeated by Wu Chun, Xianxia could no longer bear to watch. This fiend was not even a match for Wen Si. Yet he resorted to using a talisman he himself was unfamiliar with as a ruse. Xianxia leapt forth, disregarding everything, and with bare hands, he tore at the talisman. Wu Chun, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Xianxia exerted all his strength to block the white light of the talisman and forcefully tugged at it. Knowing he might not be able to destroy it, but he shouted, "Sister Wen Si, awaken! I shall help you remove this talisman." He was indeed able to obstruct the talisman's light, but whether he could rouse the nearly unconscious Wen Si was uncertain. Nevertheless, he could no longer bear to witness the repeated harm inflicted upon her by these demonic beings. Wu Chun was equally astonished by Xianxia's actions. He disregarded the complexities of mortal affairs and declared, "If you wish to perish, I shall grant you your wish." With that, Wu Chun unleashed his power towards Xianxia. Yet Xianxia, with all his might focused on tearing the talisman, resolved to shatter the formation, regardless of the incoming attack. Unexpectedly, at the moment the attack was directed at Xianxia, the blazing spear that had fallen from the beam suddenly stirred. The spear ignited with crimson flames, swiftly surging from the side, instantly dissolving the toxic gas. Xianxia was struck with dread. How could this spear suddenly appear before him? Could it be? He immediately turned to look at Wen Si, only to see her slightly opening her eyes. The previously rolled back whites, now moving ever so slightly as she fixed her gaze upon Xianxia, weakly uttering, "Did I not say this has nothing to do with you? If you meddle further, you shall meet your end. And so what? I cannot bear to see you in peril, nor can I tolerate your subjugation by these demonic fiends." Chapter 60. Wen Si, poisoned, lies in a deep slumber plagued by nightmares. This fellow truly, every time Wen Si resolved to cease her resistance, Xianxin's appearance bestowed upon her an undeniable reason to fight. If she were to disregard him, he would indeed perish here. This was no jest. Thus, Wen Si forced herself to rise once more. As Xianxia had slightly misaligned the talisman, the incantation's resonance in her ears diminished significantly. Though she still wavered unsteadily, she once again summoned her power to strike at Wu Chun. The dustless once again unleashed a poisonous formation, and a thick cloud of black mist instantaneously enveloped Wen Si's body. Yet, in the next moment, a phantom of a colossal bird sprang forth from the black fog. its piercing cries resonating as it flapped its wings to disperse the mist. Subsequently, it charged aggressively toward Wuchen. When Wuchen finally discerned the truth, he realized that what stood before him was not a giant bird, but Wen Si wielding the blazing feather spear. Before he could react, the spear pierced through his body with decisive precision. The scene before Xianxia was beyond description. He witnessed the very body of the demon being disassembled. Was that the annihilation of both spirit and form? Wen Si had never boasted about her might. Yet the reality was sufficient proof that she had no need to regard such a demon elder with any seriousness. In mere moments, Wuchen's form transformed into a black eagle, and Wen Si delivered another strike, leaving not even a trace of his original self. At that moment, a fragment of a talisman fell to the ground. Quick-witted, Xianxia rushed to retrieve the talisman, muttering about this seemingly worthless scrap of paper and questioning its true nature. How impressive! Sister Wen Si, do you recognize it? However, just as Xianxia turned back, he saw the blazing feather spear in Wen Si's hand abruptly vanish. She could no longer maintain her composure and, without warning, plummeted from the highest tower of the palace. Xianxia gasped in horror. Good heavens! If she fell from here, would she not be reduced to a mere puddle? Determined, he leapt down the tower with agility, layer by layer. Yet, he soon realized that a person devoid of cultivation was akin to a jest at such critical moments. By the time he reached the ground, Wen Si had already fallen, creating a significant crater upon impact. My goodness, are you all right? He dared not approach her, fearing that even a gentle touch might exacerbate her already shattered bones. Should I summon aid? Perhaps not. Initially intending to call for the imperial physicians, he recognized that they would be utterly helpless in the face of such a celestial calamity. Just as Xianxia was at a loss, he suddenly noticed that Wen Si's breathing was remarkably steady, as if she were merely asleep. Could it be that she had not broken any limbs, but rather exhausted her strength? Summoning courage, Xianxia gently prodded her skeletal form, only to be astonished to find it entirely intact, without a single misalignment. Perhaps such a height was trivial for beings of the celestial realm, and thus no bones were shattered. How ruthless! I finally comprehend why these individuals pursue immortality. In the end, Xianxia chose to act as if nothing had transpired, carrying the unconscious Wen Si back to her chambers. He longed to dismiss the incident as a mere figment of imagination, that Wen Si had simply fainted from dizziness. Yet the harrowing events that had unfolded were sufficient to haunt his dreams. Moreover, Wen Si's breathing appeared to have weakened significantly, her body trembling slightly, as if she were still in discomfort. Could it be that she had been poisoned? That toxin was beyond the remedy of us mere mortals. Upon returning to her chambers, Xianxia observed that Wen Si's condition had not improved. Even in her slumber, her brows remained furrowed, causing him to fret over the possibility of her experiencing a nightmarish dream. The following day, upon returning from court, Xianxia summoned the elders of the Yuling Pavilion, for these cultivators could discern subtle signs. Indeed, after merely taking her pulse, the elders concluded that Wen Si exhibited symptoms of poisoning. What shall we do? Should we procure some spiritual herbs for her? The elders shook their heads, suggesting a period of observation. They believed that she could likely purge the toxins herself, although the internal conflict of two opposing forces would exhaust her considerably, possibly necessitating another couple of days of slumber. Shall I prepare some restorative medicines for her? I fear she may not withstand the lack of nourishment, Xianxia inquired. The elders chuckled, informing him that he was perhaps unaware that Master Wen had transcended to immortality over a millennium ago and should not be judged by mortal standards. Allowing her to recuperate for a couple of days would suffice. In truth, Xianxia concurred. Her condition did not appear dire, yet her prolonged slumber stirred a sense of concern within him. Rest well and awaken soon. If you feel hunger, do let me know, and I shall prepare a feast for you. Although these cultivators detected no imminent peril for Wen Si, they remained oblivious to the essence of the issue. She had not been harmed by toxins. Rather, the true cause lay in the aftermath of her internal struggle, where the poisonous energies had been absorbed by her. This was not a favorable phenomenon. Wen Si had once pondered how Shil could absorb the demonic arts and the power of the demon god, questioning whether these two forces could coexist without conflict. Much like the time she had drawn upon the power of a demon to return to the heavenly gate, only to succumb to suffocation and faintness, plummeting from its heights. However, after forming a pact with Mo, her body no longer rejected the demonic energy. Instead, it began to absorb it. This unsettling realization haunted Wen Si, plunging her into a nightmarish reverie. In her dreams, after vanquishing Wuqing, she found Mo standing ominously behind him, his cold laughter echoing as he gravely urged her to end this tedious game. Upon seeing Mo, a tremor coursed through her. She instinctively shielded Xianxia, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend? Aside from wanting you, nothing else interests me," he replied, once again grasping the fragments of a talisman and deftly invoking the soul capture technique. In a dreamscape, Mo effortlessly extracted her primordial spirit from her body. She was oblivious to his intentions, yet the mere sight of him instilled an unprecedented terror within her. Meanwhile, by her bedside, Xianxia watched her as if ensnared in a nightmarish state, feeling a pang of sympathy yet powerless to rouse her. He whispered near her ear, "Fear not. The demon clan shall no longer harm you. I have safeguarded the talisman fragments for you. Once you awaken, study them diligently, ensuring that your rogue disciple can no longer deceive you." Little did Xianxia know that Mo would only learn of Wuqing's assassination of Wen Si the following day, and his fury towards Wen Si had already reached a boiling point. The information he received in the demon realm indicated that Wuqing had sought her out, hoping she would apologize to Mo and return to the demon realm, only to be slain at her hands. This incident further exacerbated Mo's rage, leaving him breathless as he demanded, "Where is Wen Si now? Where did she kill Wuqing?" Chapter 61. If you do not awaken soon, you shall be taken to Kunlun Mountain, reporting to the esteemed master. The enchantress Wen Si is within the borders of the Great Liang. With a resounding clap, Mo struck the imperial throne, rebuking, "How dare you address the name of the demon empress so casually? Take her away and administer 50 blows." The courtiers in the court collectively gasped, watching as this demon cultivator was dragged away. What a time it was. Yet Mo still concerned himself with such trivialities. However, none dared provoke him, and they listened as he inquired about her whereabouts within the Liang territory. One of the remaining demon cultivators, trembling in fear, replied, "The royal palace." With another sharp clap, Mo struck the throne once more. This startled the assembled officials, wondering which words had provoked him anew. Yet this time, Mo fell silent for a moment. Upon hearing she had gone to the royal palace, he realized why she was so determined to flee. Indeed, it was that Xianxia. His intuition told him that Xianxia was courting her. He had even sent her some token, after Mo discarded it. She was willing to risk her life to reclaim it. "Wen Si, you have truly angered me, piercing my heart." Mo clenched his teeth, declaring, without provoking the heavens, "I shall bring her back, no matter what. I must see how she managed to slay my demon soldiers." He had exerted considerable effort to persuade the elders of the demon realm to set aside their prejudices against her. Even that incident where they had treated her like a mere ball in the Grand Hall was intended to ensure they would no longer trouble her. Why could she not understand his good intentions? Why must she provoke them? Thus, Mo ordered the elders to capture Wen Si. With this decree, the remaining 2 elders could openly pursue her and strike her down. Furthermore, not just they, but dozens of powerful demon clan members infiltrated the mortal realm, heading straight for the borders of Liang. Meanwhile, Wen Luo had also heard that Wen Si had slain an elder, inciting the wrath of the demon clan. Qingji observed the distant demon army as if watching a play, remarking, "This strategy is well executed. We need not confront Wen Si directly. Yet we shall reap the rewards here in Jiang Kingdom. Master, I realize I have indeed chosen the right ally. We must not act rashly. Patience is key." Qingji replied, perplexed. "Wen Si has been unconscious for 3 days. How could a mere fragment of a talisman inflict such damage? Is there still a chance for her?" Wen Luo laughed. "That fragment caused her to faint from exhaustion. Were it used on you, I fear you would disintegrate in an instant. Be cautious." Even if Qingji was reluctant to admit it, she had to concede that Wen Luo was correct. The talismans of the Great Thunder Sound Temple had not claimed her life. She was, after all, not easily dealt with. In these 3 days, Wen Si remained unresponsive, showing no signs of improvement. Xianxia, uncertain of her injuries, summoned the imperial physician for an examination. The physician could find no abnormalities, reporting back to Xianxia that her pulse was steady, her bones intact, and there appeared to be no internal injuries. When the physician examined Wen Si's eyelids, he could discern no issues. She did not exhibit the vacant gaze of someone on the brink of death. "Your Majesty," Xianxia raised his hand and said, "Let go, let go." He began to understand why Wen Si had a dedicated imperial physician by her side. Indeed, ordinary individuals could not remedy her condition. At that moment, the chief physician quietly suggested, "Perhaps Your Majesty could consider external stimulation." External stimulation? Xianxia suddenly recalled that when he first encountered Wen Si, Mo had mentioned using lightning to awaken her. Undoubtedly, such an approach would forcibly rouse her, but he could not fathom how her disciple could resort to such measures. Well, since there were no grave concerns, allowing her to sleep a few more days would not be problematic. I possessed the patience to await her. However, ever since the 4th day of court assembly, ministers reported that various regions had unexpectedly begun to suffer calamities. Locust plagues, floods, fires, landslides, and wild beasts invading villages to attack the inhabitants. Initially, Xianxia felt a twinge of existential doubt, convinced that the heavens were testing him, an emperor unworthy of his position. Yet, upon reflection, he was certain that someone was targeting him. Most likely, it was the demon clan pressuring him to surrender Wen Si. As a mere mortal, he was no match for these demons, but betraying Wen Si for the sake of peace was simply unconscionable. Thus, Xianxia returned to Wen Si's bedside and spoke to her. "Although we have not forged a contract or bond, if you lack friends, I am willing to consider you as one." In her dazed state, Wen Si heard his words. For days, she had been engulfed in darkness, where countless hands held her captive in a corner. She recognized that this was the demonic energy infiltrating her being, manifesting after her absorption. It was not pure energy, and she was oblivious to its source. Yet its essence felt reminiscent of Wen Luo's touch. If his intention was to imprison her spirit, he had indeed succeeded. As Wen Si felt it nearly impossible to break free from the suffocating darkness, a cacophony of voices echoed in her ears, incessantly urging her to submit. What harm could there be in descending into the demonic path? Follow your heart. The celestial realm holds nothing worth your longing. She felt indifferent to such proclamations until a voice suggested, "How about this? I shall send you back to Kunlun Mountain." Although no one had ever seen the primordial celestial master, surely the demon clan would not dare to act recklessly in his domain. Unbeknownst to him, Xianxia's words jolted Wen Si, who had been dormant for several days, back to consciousness. Return to Kunlun Mountain? What ist? How could she face the primordial celestial master now? "I will not return." Xianxia. He doubted his senses, astonished to hear Wen Si's response. You're awake." Little did he know that his decision had provoked her more profoundly than striking her with lightning. Wen Si slowly opened her eyes. Having been bound in darkness for so long, the normal light of the room felt blinding. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld Xianxia's youthful and handsome face. "You are truly awake. You have been asleep for 4 days." Wen Si, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You make it sound as though I have slumbered for years." To speak candidly, she still feels quite unwell, acutely aware of Wen Luo's presence. His previous escape amidst chaos does not signify that he will cease his pursuits henceforth. Have I truly remained here for 4 days? Wen Si mused. Am I not operating correctly? If such a situation arises again, simply cast me into the sun to be scorched. Scorched? Forgive me, but as an ordinary mortal, I dare not take such a risk. Would that not lead to dire consequences? Just push me outside. The heavy stagnation within me requires purification. This was precisely Wen Si's gravest concern. For once tainted by demonic energy, eradicating it becomes exceedingly difficult, and one may inadvertently be dragged into darkness. Chapter 62. Wen Si's solo confrontation with the 8 elders of the demon clan so you enjoy basking in the sun. Xianxia comprehended Wen Si's intent and commanded for a wheelchair to be brought, escorting her into the sunlight. The sweltering heat enveloped her, bringing a much-needed comfort. "Thank you." Wen Si expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Xianxia, especially after her recent escape from Qimo's prison. His kindness and respect were experiences she had never encountered before. Having endured such trials, she was all the more resolute that she deserved far better than Qimo's treatment. Xianxia, perceiving his actions as merely fulfilling his duty, inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Wen Si nodded. After 4 days of unconsciousness without sustenance, she felt weak and feeble. "I have come to realize you resemble a bird. What do birds enjoy eating? Fish, perhaps? Or insects?" Wen Si was taken aback and quickly cautioned, "Please keep this matter to yourself. Fear not, I shall not disclose it," Xianxia assured her while dispatching someone to the kitchen to fetch some fish, confidently guessing it would be to her liking. While waiting for the kitchen's return, Wen Si gently closed her eyes, cultivating her energy to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, expelling the impurities within her. She suddenly discovered that with Xianxia beside her, she felt a profound sense of peace, akin to a soul that had escaped from hell, finding refuge in a safe haven. However, at that moment, the sky unexpectedly darkened, and sunlight vanished. Wen Si was startled, immediately lifting her gaze to find a dark cloud obscuring the light. What she initially thought would be a fleeting shadow lingered ominously in place. She became alert, pondering what transpired outside during my slumber. Xianxia had intended to wait until Wen Si regained her composure before discussing the external situation. However, she sensed something amiss merely by moving her fingers. "How did you discern this?" she queried. "The celestial phenomena are unusual. Surely something has occurred. Are you concealing something from me, even in this precarious moment?" Xianxia remained composed, saying, "First, eat your meal. Once you have dined, I shall share the details." At that juncture, fish and boiled shrimp were served. Reluctantly, Wen Si began to eat. In the intervals of her meal, Xianxia presented her with the day's reports, which detailed calamities that were almost too harrowing to bear. Upon learning of the disasters across the nation, Wen Si clenched her teeth and declared vehemently, "The demons have arrived, and they are invading on a grand scale. These wretched beings are practically rebelling. Is this all the doing of Qimo?" For 5 centuries, Wen Si refrained from imparting unparalleled martial arts to him, instead urging him to cultivate virtue and walk the righteous path. Now, not only has he succumbed to darkness, but he also incites the demon clan to wreak havoc and slaughter the innocent. Xianxia speculated that they sought to compel your return, did they not? Not merely that. Wen Si gritted her teeth, "For I fear they wish to exact revenge upon you, upon the great Liang. Qimo is capable of the most unhinged acts. Yet, the common folk are blameless." Through the myriad memorials, Wen Si seemed to perceive what Xianxia had conveyed days prior, that it was the season of bounteous crabs. While all the riversides and coasts lay ravaged by the demon horde, with sea crabs and sea cucumbers perishing by the tens of thousands. Wildfires and floods obliterated farmlands and rice paddies, leaving the toil-worn farmers in utter despair, some even resorting to self-destruction. Certain villages faced utter annihilation, rendering the elderly and young homeless, as countless disaster-stricken souls migrated toward the capital. Beasts are indeed beasts. This was the first instance that Xianxia witnessed Wen Si's uncontrollable fury, and he cautiously inquired, "What shall we do?" Wen Si appeared to have devised a strategy, thus producing a tome and handing it to Xianxia, saying, "Safeguard this, should I, by misfortune, fall captive to Qimo again. This longevity secret will suffice for you to attain your own enlightenment." What? The longevity secret? In that instant, Xianxia grasped the magnitude of the gift Wen Si had bestowed upon him. Yet, before he could utter another word, Wen Si soared upward, ascending towards the heavens. This time, she did not bring Xianxia along nor disclose her intentions, prompting him to pursue her. However, in but a fleeting moment, her figure vanished from his sight. At that moment, Xianxia heard a distant cry. He widened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing a colossal crimson bird soaring into the distance. Leaving a vivid red trail across the sky, a sight of breathtaking splendor. The Pure Heart Incantation. Wen Si invoked her spell high above, and as she flapped her wings, what descended was not fire but crystalline ice. Wherever the ice touched, the tumultuous tides of rivers, lakes, and seas calmed, and even the torrential rain ceased instantly. The displaced populace beheld a massive bird soaring through the clouds. In its wake, all calamities ceased, and the land returned to its former glory. Fortunately, the territory of the Great Liang was not vast for Wen Si, and within a few hours, she could stabilize the entire region's tribulations. Confronting the wildfires, Wen Si summoned a tempest with a mere flap of her wings, directing the flames towards the rivers, extinguishing them completely in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Floods, landslides, and locust plagues proved trivial in comparison. What infuriated Wen Si most were the beasts that had appeared in various locales. Clearly, low-level demonic creatures had invaded the villages to commit murder. For villages ravaged by these monsters, Wen Si unleashed flames to eradicate them utterly. The people of Great Liang had never witnessed such a spectacle, erupting in exclamations of divine miracles. This is indeed a miracle. At that moment, the colossal bird let out a cry from the heavens. Chiemo, if you dare, show yourself. To use such despicable tactics to harm these defenseless mortals. What manner of creature are you? I truly disdain you. Wen Si was furiously rebuking when she sensed the encroaching demonic energy from all directions. The celestial beings of the immortal realm have never regarded us with any esteem. We, the demon clan, are destined to be vanquished from birth. Thus, we are not worthy of your curses in this place. Suddenly, 8 elders materialized from all around, encircling Wen Si in the sky. Just as Wen Si had anticipated, the scale of devastation unleashed upon the mortal realm indicated that more than 1 elder from the demon clan had arrived. However, their numbers only elicited a laugh from Wen Si. Was it out of sorrow for her fallen comrade? Had they banded together for vengeance? With a swift motion, Wen Si transformed into her human form, the blazing spear appearing in her grasp. The 8 elders were precisely waiting for her manifestation. Enough of this idle chatter. Today, we shall ensure that you never return. Where is Chiemo? Faced with the assault of the 8 elders, Wen Si was more concerned about the visions from her dreams. She hoped that after defeating these elders, Chiemo would strike her in her moment of weakness, a treacherous act he was fully capable of. Chapter 63. 8 Elders. What worries her about their ability to slay her? Were you really? Killing you is beneath the dignity of our Lord's hands. Wen Si found it amusing that he could only resort to such despicable means as sealing techniques. If they were to clash again, he would surely be the one to face defeat. Elder Baijan, tired of her prattle, bluntly declared that further words were futile. Today would be her demise. Baijan then transformed into a colossal 9-headed serpent and lunged at Wen Si. The serpent towered over 200 feet, having evolved into a monstrous entity. Roar! Baijan forced Wen Si to descend from the skies, intent on shifting the battlefield to the mortal realm. Not wishing to alert the immortal realm, Wen Si complied and descended, but unexpectedly, the 9-headed serpent, disregarding any semblance of martial ethics, opened its gaping maw mid-descent, aiming to bite her. Without hesitation, Wen Si thrust her spear to meet its upper jaw, piercing through mercilessly. Roar! In its agony, Baijan grew ever more enraged, swinging its tail towards Wen Si. She deftly evaded, but the tail struck the mountainside, causing the entire mountain to begin crumbling. It seemed this creature had been cultivating for no less than 100,000 years. Before Baijan, Wen Si appeared as a mere newborn beast. What audacity did she possess to provoke an elder of the demon clan? Roar! Baijan's dissatisfaction with Wen Si's evasion prompted it to manifest 9 tails, each one thick and formidable, launching them erratically towards her. This 9-headed 9-tailed beast. Wen Si had seen 9-headed beasts and 9-tailed spirits, but never had she encountered a creature that combined both. As Baijan's 9 tails obstructed her escape, they began to strike wildly, while all 9 heads lunged at her. Wen Si soon found herself overwhelmed. Only an entity with even more eyes than he possessed could contend with him. The only creature that came to mind was a fly. Roar! More serpent heads lunged from behind, and to counter them, she could only sever one head after another. As the serpent's head lunged toward her, Wen Si bravely advanced to meet it, wielding a few shimmering blades that sliced through the air and severed the serpent's head, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. In that instant, as the severed head crashed down, Wen Si swiftly evaded, but at that very moment, the enraged Baijian lashed out with its tail from behind, delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at her. With remarkable agility, Wen Si dodged the tail's attack, only to be caught off guard by another strike from the side. By the time she perceived the danger, it was too late. The tail struck her with immense force, sending her hurtling backward. In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as her body was embedded into the mountainside. The excruciating pain rendered her limbs numb, and before she could fully comprehend her situation, Baijian relentlessly slammed against the mountain, causing debris to erupt. Wen Si was thrust out once more alongside the shattered rock. How about that? Are your bones still intact? Baijian, having cultivated for over 100,000 years, had acquired 9 lives, and now, having lost one to this audacious girl, his patience was wearing thin. As Wen Si plummeted, he ensnared her with one of his tails, wrapping her tightly in a suffocating grip. The sensation of being entwined in such a lethal embrace was enough to drive one to despair. Yet for Wen Si, this was an unprecedented opportunity. Dare to lay a hand on me? How bold! Baijian suddenly grasped the implication of her words and attempted to release her. But it was too late. His tail turned a fiery red, radiating a glowing light that swiftly spread toward his body. Not good. Baijian immediately cast Wen Si away, crashing her once more against the mountainside. However, he could not afford to check on her as he hastily severed the burning tail. He recalled how the apocalyptic divine fire had spread in years gone by, but as he severed the tail, it was already too late. Although Wen Si was embedded in the wall, the blazing feather spear continued to fight. At that moment, as he bit through his tail, the spear surged forth and plunged into his vital point. A brilliant red light illuminated the entire mountain range. The other 7 elders in the sky, despite their desire to rescue Baijian, dared not approach. With a resounding explosion, Baijian's body erupted. A colossal 9-headed serpent, cultivated for over 100,000 years, was vanquished by Wen Si in less than half an hour. This was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Wen Si, racked with pain and unable to utter a word, felt as though her bones were being crushed. Yet, disregarding her agony, after defeating Baijian, she emerged from the crevice of the mountain. Despite her numerous bruises, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and coldly declared, "Next." The remaining 7 elders were now hesitant. Realizing they should have eliminated her while her spiritual power was sealed, they deliberated whether to confront her together, confident that she could not withstand 7 opponents. No. One masked elder, Xianxia, proposed, "She is quite injured now. Another round may prove too much for her." Thus, Xianxia resolved to enter the fray, determined to test the mettle of this phoenix, believing she could not be invincible. Look at you now, so imposing. Who would have imagined you were once a prisoner escaping from the demon realm? The image of you being dragged along like a dead dog is still vivid in my memory. Such mockery holds no power over Wen Si. She has no interest in prolonging this exchange. So what will it be? Do you dare to let Xianmo come out to see me? Xianxia, upon hearing this, continued her taunts. Who would have thought that our demon empress misses her esteemed master so dearly? A murderous intent flickered in Wen Si's eyes as Xianxia produced a mirror, addressing Wen Si. "Want to see your esteemed master? Perhaps he is right behind this mirror." Wen Si warily observed the increasingly large mirror before her, until it dwarfed even Xianxia. What was that? A magical artifact? Her vigilance heightened as a purple-black magic formation emerged before the mirror. No, the mirror was directly facing Wen Si. She could clearly see her own reflection, which gradually transformed into a colossal bird. However, this bird's gaze was fierce, brimming with lethal intent. What is this? Jing Chilaft. Isn't the answer rather obvious? The next moment, a piercing cry erupted, and from within the magic formation flew out a gigantic golden bird. Its size and appearance mirrored Wen Si, as though it were sculpted from her own likeness. Xianxia remarked, since our demon clan is so unwelcomed. Let entertain you for a while, shall we? In the next instant, the massive bird screeched and charged directly at Wen Si. Chapter 64. The consequence of defeat is captivity. Wen Si quickly realized the nature of this beast. It was a replica of her own form. This despicable tactic left her both infuriated and amused. With a subordinate like you, the demon lord is truly fortunate. With such diligence, you might as well carve out a few more to serve your master instead of allowing him to continue pestering me. As Wen Si battled the giant bird, she was compelled to revert to her original form. Xianxia remarked, that's a brilliant idea, but it would require your demise. Our esteemed master is infatuated, and if you still exist, he would hardly care for these worthless replicas. In the midst of their banter, Xianxia noticed that Wen Si lacked the energy to respond. Every attack she launched against the golden bird was effortlessly endured, with the creature retaliating fiercely. After all, it was crafted in her image. Regrettably, this was a magical beast. If you had fallen into darkness, it would likely resemble this as well. Wen Si attempted several times to shake off the bird's relentless assault and counterattack, but she was left cursing as the creature was able to keep pace with her. She thus abandoned her transformed assault and reverted to her human form. Strangely, the giant bird did not transform into human form. Truly a low-tier imitation. She drew her spear and lunged at the giant bird, yet it merely flapped its wings, creating tremors that rendered her fiery spear unstable in the tempest. The mocking voice of Xianxia echoed in her ears. Oh, it seems you've never realized how formidable your own power truly is, have you? Your previous opponents must have felt equally helpless against you. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Luo and Xingji had appeared in the distance, waiting to reap the benefits, but they had underestimated the cunning of the 8 elders. The mage pondered. The colossal serpent had already shattered numerous mountains, creating such a commotion that it was bound to attract the attention of the celestial realm. Furthermore, this creature had unleashed a giant bird rivaling the power of Wen Si, which could lead to complications in their plans. After a moment of silence, Wen Luo too feared that the celestial beings might intervene to deal with Wen Si, jeopardizing any potential gains. It appeared that he had no choice but to act prematurely. Wen Luo retrieved the talisman, but this time it was not merely fragments. It was an entire sheet of spell. As Wen Si wrestled with the gigantic bird, Wen Luo discreetly released the talisman and began to chant softly. The battle was initially indecisive, and Xianxia's intent was to exhaust Wen Si's energy, paving the way for the elders to intervene. However, at that moment, Elder Qing Tsong sensed an anomaly, an aura emanating from the talisman. It seemed that the demon monk aimed to seize Wen Si at this opportunity. Everyone retreat. This is no trifling matter. Previously, Wu Chun had failed to subdue her and met a grim fate at her hands. Clearly, such matters require professional expertise. The 7 elders immediately withdrew, and at the same time, Wen Si, entangled with the giant bird, also perceived the resonant chanting from the great thunder sound temple. Curse be it, that disorienting sound again. Suddenly, the talisman unfurled in the sky, forming a magical array. Having learned from past experiences, Wen Si quickly shut herself off from sight and sound, ceasing her combat. The more she fought, the more potent the talisman's power would become upon release. Yet, the moment she halted, the giant bird lunged at her, its sheer force crashing her against the mountain once more. She could not retaliate, or else she would be recognized by the talisman. However, in her inaction, the bird seized her again with its sharp claws, repeatedly slamming her against the mountain. After several blows, Wen Si was left bloodied and battered. If the giant bird possessed any awareness, it would question why she had suddenly ceased her resistance, allowing it to pummel her without opposition. But the next moment, reality provided an answer. Just as Wen Si teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the giant bird released its grip, and she plummeted from the heights. As she fell, she faintly heard the bird's anguish cry. In an unexpected turn of events, instead of capturing Wen Si, the talisman ensnared the giant bird. This creature was not his intended target. Capturing it would squander one of his precious talismans. From a distance, Xianxia exclaimed in exasperation, "Master Wen Luo, What are you doing? Wasn't it your aim to capture Wen Si? Qing Song sighed. No wonder she concealed her aura earlier. It seems she had been captured by this talisman once before and has discerned its secrets. This predicament was indeed awkward. Capturing the giant bird was unfeasible. Yet letting it go was equally problematic. He then addressed the elders. You can now act as you wish against her in the demon realm. If she dares to retaliate, she too will be captured by this array. The elders were not so easily deceived. They knew that any use of magic would lead to their own capture by the array. Do you think we are blind to this? Among them, Xianxia was the most incensed. If I may suggest, let the mage take action personally in this round. Wen Luo let out a soft click of his tongue as he beheld Wen Si, battered and bruised after 2 rounds against the elder of the demon clan. He decided to move in for the kill. Leaping down from his elevated position, he chanted a mantra, and suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped his body, transforming into a colossal Buddha figure that raised its hand to strike at Wen Si. Struggling to her feet, Wen Si, propped up by her silver spear, scoffed as she saw the Buddha's hand coming towards her. How dare you still claim to be a practitioner of Buddhism? You have brought shame upon the Buddha's teachings. With that, she wielded her blazing spear against the Buddha's hand, employing the techniques of a mere mortal for defense. Meanwhile, Qing Ji, who remained on the ground, noticed the sky darkening and immediately sensed something amiss. She shouted, Mage, it's too late. That talisman is useless now. Do not linger in battle. Qing Ji's concerns were not unfounded. The celestial god of Longqing had tolerated Wen Si's reckless behavior for far too long. He knew that her unrestrained existence among mortals after being expelled from the Tianxing sect posed a significant risk. Now, it had escalated to the point of attracting a horde of demons to hunt her down. Though Shirlu claimed she would not harm the innocent, what of the mountains, rivers, and the people of Liang Kingdom who had suffered? The turmoil she stirred was sufficient to condemn her. Boom! 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 3 thunderous roars echoed, a warning from the heavens. Yet, Wen Luo, perceiving Wen Si's weakened state, believed he was on the verge of victory. However, being a rational individual, he understood that with the thunder's warning, he had no choice but to retreat. The talisman ultimately summoned the colossal bird, which amid the resounding chants of the great thunder sound temple, was obliterated. The 7 elders watched, relieved that they had not intervened, lest they too fall victim to this demon monk's schemes. Looking at Wen Si, who lay injured at the base of the cliff, unable to rise, her bones cracked from the relentless blows, and her body marred with bruises and abrasions. It was evident that she was on the brink of unconsciousness. After being severely wounded by the giant bird, she collapsed by the riverside, nearly losing consciousness. At this moment, whoever approached her to deliver the final blow would conclude the battle and return triumphantly to the demon realm. If Wen Luo could not finish her, then they would seize the opportunity. Chapter 65. Azi, I shall take you back to heal. The 3rd elder transformed into a massive gorilla, descending towards Wen Si's location. Given her current state, a single crushing blow would suffice to end the fight. As Wen Si, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, sensed the demonic energy above her, she barely managed to open her eyes, her delicate hands trembling as the fallen blazing spear returned to her grasp. She had no reason to succumb. She still possessed the strength to fight. As Shang Yin had said, she had not been defeated. She merely felt too pained to persist. She found herself yearning for Shang Yin's wine, but even in its absence, she would not yield to these beasts. With renewed determination, Wen Si summoned her strength to rise from the ground. Just then, the giant descended from above, intending to crush her into the mud. Wen Si raised her hand to create a crimson barrier, and the giant, seeing this, intensified his assault, using both hands and feet to batter her shield. Wen Si, enduring the excruciating pain from her fractured bones, rose to her feet once more, brandishing her weapon and charging towards him. If the 2nd elder, Xianxia, had been defeated, then this was merely the 3rd one. Wen Si, you have no chance of victory today. Enough of this nonsense. With a swift leap, Wen Si ascended onto the back of the colossal creature, plunging her gun into its flesh with decisive precision. The beast howled in fury, striving to dislodge her. Yet Wen Si intensified her firepower, determined to eliminate each of the 8 monstrous fiends one by one. At the moment when the creature found itself at a loss, the incapacitated Xianxia from above proposed, "Kong, take her into the sea. Drag her down." Kong, skeptical of her ability to engage in aquatic combat in her current state, was unprepared for Wen Si's fierce resolve. She unleashed every ounce of her fiery might, but Kong proved to be resilient, his tough hide impervious to her flames for the time being. With a boastful tone, Kong declared, "Your firepower is lackluster. Are you seeking death with such provocation?" Racing towards a shoreline, he shouted, "Open your eyes and see. Who will perish is yet to be determined." Suddenly, Wen Si realized that a vast ocean lay beyond the cliff. She swiftly planned to retreat, but at that moment Kong bellowed, "Die!" In the next instant, a colossal tsunami surged towards them. Wen Si prepared to soar into the heights, but Kong seized her ankle with powerful grip, preventing her escape. Infuriated, Wen Si unleashed a fiery whirlwind from her blazing spear, which pierced through his heart. Roaring in agony, Kong understood that he could not survive the divine flames scorching his lungs. Yet in his final moments, he summoned all his strength to drag Wen Si into the depths of the sea. The tsunami crashed down upon them, sending both Wen Si and Kong tumbling into the abyss. Though she had the ability to ascend from the ocean, the force of the wave thrust her deep into the oceanic depths. As she plummeted, her head struck the jagged rocks once again, plunging her into unconsciousness. Kong had already turned to ashes, but in his last fleeting moments, he witnessed Wen Si succumb to oblivion, swept away by the whirlpool beneath the waves. Having vanquished 3 elders, Wen Si was utterly drained, a testament to the relentless onslaught from the treacherous wizard. When Luo, the remaining 6 elders above, trembled in fear. This vermilion bird was but an undeveloped fledgling, yet capable of defeating 3 elders. No, with Wuchen and Wen Luo included, she had bested 5 in total. This was beyond mere terror. Xianxia inquired anxiously about their next course of action. Should they retrieve Wen Si's body? An elder responded, "The place where Kong dragged her down is rife with corals and rocks. The whirlpool there is sufficient to shred her into pieces. How can we possibly recover her? This is unlike the whirlpools where Mo typically cast her." As Wen Si spun into the vortex, she collided with the rocks once more, yet in her unconscious state. She felt no pain. Her limbs contorted as if shattered, her eyes rolling without awareness, her mouth instinctively agape, swallowing mouthfuls of seawater. Fragments of starfish and coral occasionally lacerated her hands and feet, the blood that flowed attracting several enormous sharks. Upon witnessing such circumstances, the elders in the high heavens unanimously resolved to depart. "Let us return to the demon realm and inform the Lord that we have found nothing. Indeed, remember to maintain a consistent narrative." With that, the 6 elders intended to retrace their steps. However, just as they turned, they were astonished to see the teleportation array behind them suddenly activate. The array, exuding a purple-black aura, materialized before them, and before they could comprehend the situation, a commanding voice bellowed from within, "No one is permitted to leave." In the next moment, Mo emerged from the teleportation array. Having been pursued by humans in his youth, he harbored a profound aversion to stepping into the human realm. Thus, he had entrusted the task of capturing Wen Si entirely to these elders. Yet, the commotion they caused in the human world was so significant that it reached his ears even from the demon realm, compelling him to investigate what had transpired. Upon stepping out of the array, he overheard their discussions about how to retrieve Wen Si's remains. Mo's eyes instantly turned blood red as he demanded, "Where's Wen Si now? I demand to see her alive or dead." Xianxia was greatly frightened, stammering that when Jin Gang fought with her, they both fell into the sea. It was rumored that the vermilion bird could not withstand being submerged, and since she had yet to resurface, it was feared that, if anything were to happen to her, none of you shall live. Mo, unable to deal with them further, sensed Wen Si's faint aura beneath the sea and immediately dove underwater, utilizing the demonic contract to seek her out. Indeed, upon activating the contract, a particular spot at the seabed began to radiate light. As Mo approached, he was horrified to see several white sharks gnawing at Wen Si, leaving her body marred with bite marks. Yet, being a holy beast, she endured their relentless assault without her limbs being severed. Instead, her clothing was torn to shreds. Get away! Mo unleashed his power, sending the white sharks flying far away. However, upon witnessing Wen Si, nearly unrecognizable due to her injuries, his heart skipped several beats. Without hesitation, he channeled his energy into her, calling out anxiously, "Ah Ji! Ah Ji!" He was bewildered by how things had come to this. If he had not sent the elders to capture her, she might not have been so grievously harmed. He could hardly believe it was an accident as described by the elders. They had intended to kill her. Meanwhile, Wen Si felt her body was utterly immobile. In the past, she would have wished to die in such a state, but unbeknownst to her, she had suddenly developed a yearning for life. How could she die? Sheng Yin was surely waiting for her to return after this battle. If he prepared over 100 dishes and she failed to return, she could not bear to cause him such sorrow, nor did she wish for him to wait in vain. The thought of leaving without a word weighed heavily on her conscience. "Uzi, can you hear me? Hold on. I will take you back to heal." Chapter 66. Wen Si imprisoned in Kunlun Mountain was that Mo's voice? With nearly all her strength depleted, Wen Si managed to flutter her eyelids and slowly open her eyes. Indeed, her entire body was being forcefully pulled by Mo, reminiscent of a scene from a nightmare. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips as she remarked, "You have finally come." Mo was taken aback. What did she mean by that? Had she been waiting for him all along during her time in a human realm? In a fit of rage, Mo once threatened to dismember Wen Si into 1,000 pieces. Yet when he beheld her in such a wretched state, his heart suddenly ached with compassion. He was indeed a pitiful creature, inflicting suffering upon her countless times, yearning merely for a single word of kindness from her lips. "I'll see you." Abruptly, Mo felt an excruciating pain in his chest, his eyes widening in shock. In that fleeting moment of looking down, he was struck by the sight of Wen Si's silver spear piercing through his torso. In an instant, a laugh escaped him as he grasped her neck with a mocking grip, self-deprecatingly questioning what he had truly expected. His presence had been utterly superfluous in attempting to rescue her. Moreover, he had warned her long ago that her desire to kill him had come too late. With a swift motion, he pulled the spear from his chest, yet the sheer power of the weapon rendered him unable to stem the flow of blood from his lips. In a fit of fury, he forcefully hurled Wen Si back into the whirlpool, watching as she let out a harrowing scream and crashed against the jagged rocks once more. Indeed, he had come to witness her dismemberment, just as it was unfolding now. He observed as Wen Si collided repeatedly with the rocks, reduced to the status of discarded refuse, twisting and turning within the whirlpool, her body folding in upon itself. She was destined to remain here for eternity, even if reduced to mere bones, endlessly spinning, never to find peace. However, as he watched her quickly succumb to unconsciousness, he felt it was too lenient a fate. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into the whirlpool, yanking her out and breaking through to the surface of the sea. Yet, as Mo emerged from the depths, the skies above had turned ominously dark. Thunderbolts incessantly struck the mountains and coastline, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. He resolved to summon a teleportation array to return Wen Si to the demon realm. However, in the brief moment of raising his hand, he discovered that the array could no longer be activated. What was happening? What on earth had transpired? Little did Mo know that above the mountains, the celestial god Xianxia had already led the celestial soldiers into an assault against the remaining 6 elders. Among these elders was Wen Si, who could not engage directly in battle and was swiftly subdued by the celestial forces. The other 5 elders, sensing the dire situation, prepared to flee. Did they think it would be so simple to escape? Were the celestial gods mere pushovers? These demons had merely advanced further in their cultivation, yet in terms of power, they were far inferior to the recently descended demon god. Thus, Xianxia commanded 2,000 celestial soldiers to punish the 5 rebellious fiends, subsequently ensnaring them within a heavenly net. They were to be delivered to the Tianxing sect for judgment. Rather than a judgment, it was more akin to a death sentence. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, they still had not grasped even the simplest of rules, yet dared to wreak havoc in the mortal realm. From a distance, upon seeing the celestial god Xianxia, Mo initially intended to wait until he departed before taking Wen Si away. However, he soon realized that Xianxia's second target was also the phoenix, who required judgment as well. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an unexpected radiant light emanated from the unconscious body of Wen Si in his arms. Mo was taken aback, and, at that moment, the supreme god of Xianxia reprimanded him, stating that the vermilion bird, who was supposed to guard the four symbols, had abandoned its post, neglecting its duties and causing chaos in the mortal realm. This had already resulted in a grave mistake, considering its contributions in the recent battle against the demon clan. It was granted the opportunity to atone for its sins by returning to its designated position, never to leave again. Mo was initially indignant, especially since when Ji was gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness. She had heard none of this commotion. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a teleportation array suddenly appeared above Wen Si. This array was not the one Mo intended to summon. He furiously grabbed Wen Si and attempted to evade the array. Yet it stubbornly hovered above her, refusing to dissipate. Fuming, Mo ascended to the clouds, bringing Wen Si before the supreme god of Xianxia, vehemently demanding, "Do you wish to imprison her? What gives you the right to take her from me? If anyone is to imprison her, it should be me." The supreme god cast a glance at the obstinate Mo and the nearly unrecognizable woman in his grasp. It was hard to believe that the elder of the demon clan, whom he needed 2,000 celestial generals to subdue, could be vanquished by Wen Si alone, albeit at the cost of her current pitiful state. The 2,000 soldiers he commanded today might not even be a match for the demon god. Should any of them fall or create a disturbance at the heavenly gate, it would be a calamity. Therefore, the supreme god declared, "You did not participate in this matter, so I do not require your presence. You may leave. I shall take her back," Mo insisted, resembling a petulant child unaware of the greater forces at play. The supreme god had no desire to engage with him. The teleportation array reappeared before Wen Si, and Mo suddenly felt as if he could no longer hold on to her, no matter how hard he tried. He shouted in fury, "What do you intend to do with her in this state? Are you not afraid of what might happen to her?" The supreme god coldly replied, "If she survives, she should fulfill her responsibilities and guard the four symbols. If she does not survive, someone will undoubtedly take her place." As he spoke, Mo felt an overwhelming force pulling Wen Si into the teleportation array. Before he could react, both she and the array vanished from his sight. "Wen Si!" Mo nearly cried out in despair. Yet, in the next moment, he grasped the supreme god's intentions. He watched as Wen Si's body was battered and broken, bloodied and mangled, her bones shattered, and he realized that he was about to cast her into a desolate wilderness to fulfill her duty. It was evident that the supreme god intended for her to perish. "You hypocritical scoundrels! What benefit would killing her bring to your celestial realm?" The supreme god merely sighed, recognizing that Mo was still young and unable to comprehend the principles by which they operated in the celestial realm. He did not seek personal gain. He merely wished to rectify the misdeeds associated with the covenant of the sacred beasts, which was more than sufficient. As for the position Wen Si was meant to guard, many gods believed it to be Kunlun Mountain. Thus, a farcical scene unfolded. The teleportation array did not send Wen Si to the southernmost region, but instead deposited her at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, near a small lotus pond. It was a ridiculous revelation that the celestial gods did not even know the precise locations of the four symbols. If this were to leak, it would surely become a source of ridicule. Chapter 67. Only the primordial supreme being can save her life in Mo's perspective. The actions of the supreme god of Xianxia were utterly absurd. He immediately rebuked, "On what grounds do you presume that my esteemed elders are the ones causing chaos in the mortal realm? They have stirred up trouble, and I shall return to rectify their misdeeds. What authority do you possess to judge them?" The supreme god of Xianxia, unwilling to engage with this reckless and immature demon, regarded Mo with disdain. Despite his formidable power, he was merely 500 years old, a naive child at best. The demon race should never have stepped into the mortal realm. Any that did would inevitably face celestial retribution upon causing disturbances. Furthermore, ask yourself, if you truly had the ability to manage them, would we be facing such a predicament today? Your master is now gravely injured. And is it not by your own doing? These words struck a deep chord within Xianxia. It was he who had ordered the elders to retrieve Wen Si, not to resolve matters with her in the mortal realm. He had warned them not to attract the attention of the heavens, yet they dismissed his words as mere nonsense. Had he not heard the commotion and rushed to save her, she would have long since been torn to shreds by sharks. This was the first moment Xianxia recognized that these demons were beyond his control. From the day Qi Yin disregarded his orders and took the opportunity to cast Wen Si into the northern sea, he should have realized the gravity of the situation. No, it should have been even earlier when the elders refused to accept Wen Si. He had insisted on bringing her to court daily, allowing her to acclimate to the elders. But why had it culminated in such disaster? Where was Wen Si now? Finally, Xianxia trembled as he voiced his anguish. I truly despise her. I loathe her for being so ungrateful, for not granting me a chance to mend things, for attempting to kill me even in her dying moments. However, this feud between us is not for you to meddle in. In a fit of rage, Xianxia shouted, she is gravely wounded. Do you not realize? You cast her aside in some desolate place, and she will soon perish. Do you comprehend this? Yet the supreme god of Changqing's reaction was chillingly indifferent. Have you considered that her current plight is entirely of your own making? Setting aside your inability to control the malevolent instincts of those demons, even without their harm. Your forced contract with her is a selfish act, subjecting her to a lifetime of torment under this bond. You speak nonsense, Xianxia retorted. There has never been a precedent for one person to bind themselves with two contracts. She has been cursed with misfortune before she even entered this world. She was thwarted by the laws of time, never having a single day of peace, and now she encounters you, adding insult to injury. I did not punish her. I merely sent her to where she belongs, granting her a semblance of tranquility. With that, the supreme god of Changqing turned to depart, reminding him, you must contemplate these matters thoroughly. Otherwise, when you commit an irreparable mistake, your transgressions will extend far beyond this. Xianxia wished to avoid such contemplations. He only sought to know where Wen Si had gone. Only this contract held the potential for him to find her. Meanwhile, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, in a small lotus pond, Wen Si lay motionless at the bottom, occasionally nudged by small fish as they gently pecked at her delicate face. Yet she showed no signs of awareness. Having endured multiple collisions with the mountains and subsequently being tossed about by a swirling vortex, her bones were utterly shattered. Curved and crumpled, she lay at the bottom of the pond. It was not until the following dawn that a young, path-seeking Taoist discovered her. Senior brother, come quickly. There is someone at the bottom of the pond. The young Taoist, barely 10 years old, had never seen the visage of Wen Si, and, at the moment of discovery, she was so battered and bloodied that her appearance was nearly unrecognizable. It was only when an older Taoist arrived to investigate that he gasped, "It's the master." What? The young Taoist was taken aback, and he heard his fellow disciples urgently exclaiming, "Hurry, inform the elders. The master has returned." The young disciple, perplexed, asked, "Senior brother, is she still alive?" The previous night, rain had poured in the mountains, and they had returned early. If Wen Si had lain there overnight, she would have been drenched, and even a corpse would have begun to decay by the next day. Yet, astonishingly, there were no signs of decomposition, as though she were merely asleep beneath the water. The elder Taoist replied, "The master's condition is not like ours. To put it precisely, if she were immortal, she would surely be dead. However, an immortal is not so easily extinguished. Yet, judging by her appearance, it seems she has endured a fierce battle, falling from the heavens." The young Taoist, still confused, inquired, "So, has the master returned? I heard from senior brother Qingzhu that the master got lost while descending the mountain." Not long after, several elders arrived, soaring through the air on their swords. Upon seeing Wen Si, they collectively inhaled sharply. Let's not dwell on who could inflict such harm upon her. Given her present state, no mortal healer could offer assistance. Quickly, bring a stretcher. Follow me to a certain place. Soon after, several Taoists procured a stretcher and cautiously lifted Wen Si, following the elders to a forbidden area of Kunlun Mountain. There stood a towering edifice, which was ordinarily off-limits even to the most privileged disciples. Upon reaching the base of the tower, the elders instructed, "Place her within." The Taoists, puzzled, asked, "What is this place?" Elder Xianxia responded, "This tower can only be entered by the master. No one else may approach without the permission of the revered." Indeed, as the two Taoists placed Wen Si inside, she was able to enter, but the force within repelled them violently. Elder Xianxia then stated, "We cannot linger here. Once the master recuperates inside, she will emerge." One disciple, having carried her, remarked, "I found her bones to be shattered, her body so limp it was impossible to lift. Can she truly be healed?" Elder Xianxia replied, "This is precisely why I have urged you to cultivate diligently. Once one attains enlightenment and ascends, one is no longer bound by mortal flesh." Elder Xianxia, of course, could not divulge to these young ones that the being within the tower was the essence left behind by the primordial celestial one, beyond the reach of mere mortals. As Wen Si was thrust into the tower, her entire being was enveloped by a radiant white light, lifting her into the air. Within that luminescence, a figure materialized, seated in meditation, who sighed heavily, "Your injuries are far more than mere surface wounds." The primordial celestial master discerned that Wen Si had not returned to Kunlun Mountain for an extended period, even going so far as to request her own abdication, which surely indicated some underlying reason. However, he was taken aback to learn that she had been defeated by the forces of the demon clan. This was undoubtedly a source of profound humiliation for Wen Si herself. Had she not been so grievously injured and returned in such a state, she might have continued to conceal the truth from him. Chapter 68. Unable to find her, Mo went mad. The primordial celestial master had warned her 5 centuries ago that some matters ought never to be initiated. Yet, he was acutely aware that, over the years, Wen Si had never acted according to her own volition. He could only observe as she brought the seed of darkness back to the Jade Void Palace to nurture it. 5 centuries later, when the truth was finally revealed, Wen Si had not returned. Alas, her injuries must be treated, though the process of reassembling her shattered bones would be accompanied by pain comparable to the severest punishments in the celestial realm. Nevertheless, he could no longer dwell on such concerns and activated the array, directing a beam of radiant light toward Wen Si. At the moment, the white light enveloped her. Wen Si emitted a piercing scream, her eyes snapping open in a daze, followed by the ominous sounds of bones cracking. Each fractured bone slowly began to mend, but the intensity of the pain was unbearable for Wen Si, causing her entire body to convulse uncontrollably. This excruciating process would require the duration of an incense stick to complete, a torment she would have to endure. Moreover, while healing Wen Si, the primordial celestial master's consciousness detected the presence of an alien Wu Ji grass within her mind. Was it attempting to replace the missing roots of her emotions? He could not help but lament that her body had been so ravaged by the demon clan that her ascension to the celestial ranks seemed utterly impossible. The Wu Ji grass, a forced contract to substitute for her emotional roots, paled in significance compared to the shattered bones and superficial injuries. After the incense had burned down, the treatment concluded, and Wen Si's body gradually descended to the ground, her consciousness slowly returning. The brilliance of the white light was somewhat blinding, causing her to feel a touch of unease. Where was she? Your body has been tainted by the powers of the demon clan. Henceforth, you must cultivate with a tranquil heart. Those demons would be delighted to see you fall into the path of darkness, becoming one of their own. Wen Si gasped in shock. Her entire being trembled with increased intensity as she turned toward the source of the voice, only to behold the primordial celestial master's consciousness manifesting high above. His true self had long since ascended to the upper realms of the celestial world, in a place unreachable even by ordinary celestial beings. Yet he remained concerned for the Jade Void Palace, leaving a fragment of his consciousness in the mortal realm. However, without his physical form, his consciousness was incapable of managing the affairs of the sect. Thus, A celestial being was recommended by the celestial realm to oversee the sect on his behalf, namely the head of the Jade Void Palace. Yet, the immortals were reluctant to descend to the mortal world. Since the day when Si was born, she had been tasked with governing the Jade Void Palace. In her present state, all she desired was to abdicate. Regrettably, no one in the celestial realm was willing to fill her position. To them, ascending to paradise was the ultimate goal. Who would want to endure suffering in the mortal realm when they could revel in bliss? The primordial celestial master's consciousness revealed some undisclosed matters, deeming them a secret. During your absence, the elders and disciples have missed you dearly. Xianxia has declared that he would bring disaster upon the Jade Void Palace. For the first time, the consciousness of the primordial supreme being sensed such a complex array of emotions within her. Once her muscles and bones had mended, she resolutely sought to depart from this place, convinced that her presence would only endanger the innocent souls around her. The primordial supreme being's consciousness did not hinder her. Yet just as she attempted to soar away, she unexpectedly collided with an imperceptible barrier. Her internal organs felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Even if she could endure such excruciating pain, the barrier cast her back down, tumbling her once more into the tower. After several attempts, she managed to rise unsteadily, while the primordial supreme being's consciousness calmly noted that the heavenly realm had imposed a confinement, rendering her incapable of leaving this territory. Why? Wen Si could not comprehend. She had no obligation to guard this place. How could she be confined to Kunlun Mountain? The primordial supreme being's consciousness also struggled to grasp the rationale, for he was merely an aspect of the primordial supreme being, lacking the full understanding of his true form. His so-called corporeal body was nothing more than an ethereal spirit, leaving many matters beyond his comprehension. However, he was aware that her injuries required time to heal, advising her to recuperate within the tower, otherwise in her current disheveled state. How could she face the disciples of the Jade Void Palace? I must leave this place. What will become of the people of Liang if I am not here? More specifically, what will become of Xianxia? She realized she had erred in her intent to assist Xianxia, having inadvertently drawn attention to him. She had wished to protect him, yet the heavenly realm's retribution had descended with alarming swiftness. After stating what needed to be said, the primordial supreme being's consciousness sealed the tower, leaving Wen Si unable to even exit through the main door. She heard the consciousness declare, "In 10 days, the door shall open. Release me. I have made it clear that I cannot remain here." The primordial supreme being's consciousness ignored her pleas. To him, many matters were flawed from the outset. The decree from the celestial emperor to dispatch the celestial execution sect for battles was the root of the error. The god of time and rhythm, lacking commensurate strength, had unilaterally contracted the vermilion bird and forced it, despite its unproficient combat skills, to war on her behalf, an egregious continuation of mistakes. Attempting to harness the power of the demon gods for her own ends and entrusting it to Wen Si for nurturing was utterly preposterous. A being like Xianxia, a spawn of darkness, ought to be entrusted to Guanyin Bodhisattva for enlightenment. Yet time and rhythm had handed him over to Wen Si, who was still grappling with her own existence. While she was not cruel enough to mistreat Xianxia, her inherent coldness and lack of self-care rendered her incapable of guiding him. Now, everything had gone awry to an extreme that was painfully evident to all. During these 10 days, Wen Si had no recourse but to meditate and recover within the tower, refraining from any distracting thoughts in the presence of the primordial supreme being's consciousness. Unbeknownst to her, this sealing was intended to prevent Xianxia from locating her. Upon failing to sense her whereabouts, Xianxia was thrown into a state of panic, promptly making his way to the imperial palace of De Liang. When Xianxia beheld Xianxia appearing before him upon a cloud, a foreboding sense gripped his heart, intuiting that Wen Si was likely in peril. However, he was unafraid of this demon, boldly inquiring, "What have you done to Wen Si?" "That is a question I wish to pose to you as well. She belongs to this realm. Have you lost your senses? What kind of enchantment have you fed her, compelling her to fight for the Liang kingdom, even alarming the celestial realm?" I cannot bear to witness you inflict such harm upon her. Moreover, she is your revered master. Has she not nurtured you? Has she ever wronged you? On what grounds do you treat her so? She has never harmed him? What a farce! Xianxia scoffed, then unfastened his robe, revealing the gaping wound on his chest. Do you see this? This is what she inflicted. Each time, it strikes right at the heart. I still wish to ask her, why does she harbor such hatred towards me? This account remains unsettled between Xianxia and Wen Si. You must find her now. Speak honestly. Has she ever returned? Has she? Chapter 69. Xianxia arrived at the forbidden grounds of Kunlun Mountain. Look at your frenzied state. Have you considered that she might be terrified of you? Terrified of me? If she were truly afraid, would she dare to stab me so? Has she ever contemplated my feelings? Xianxia could certainly understand why Wen Si would strike him. If possible, he wished he could have the strength to stab Xianxia on her behalf. But have you considered her feelings? Xianxia laughed derisively. You understand nothing at all. What qualifications do you have to speak of my relationship with her? I have been with her for 500 years, fully aware of everything about her, while you have merely spent a few days in her company. What do you amount to? Yet Xianxia showed no sign of fear, gazing steadfastly into Xianxia's blood-red eyes. The more you press her, the more she will despise you. I may choose not to interfere in your matters, but I cannot bear to witness you harm her repeatedly. For a fleeting moment, Xianxia truly wished to strangle this mortal, yet he restrained his hand. He came to the mortal realm solely to find Wen Si, unwilling to commit senseless slaughter. Finally, Xianxia turned and departed, leaving Xianxia prepared for a desperate struggle, only to be taken aback when Xianxia suddenly took flight. Xianxia was acutely aware of his own insignificance. Not only could he not protect Wen Si, but he was also unaware of her current whereabouts. In the following 10 days, Wen Si herself could not fathom how she endured. In the past, she would have considered a 10-day retreat for healing a commonplace affair. Yet now she found it impossible to calm her restless heart. The primordial heavenly sovereign had merely mended her bones, but the internal injuries and bruises throughout her body required her own care. Yet she felt no pain. All she desired was to escape this place. She did not wish to depart without a word. At last, after 10 days, the tower door swung open. Wen Si staggered to her feet, leaning against the wall as she prepared to leave the tall edifice. However, just as she stepped beyond the threshold, a deep voice resonated in her ear. You have finally emerged. Wen Si's eyes widened. That voice belonged to Xianxia. In that instant, she instinctively recoiled 2 steps, hesitant to approach and confirm the source of the voice. Little did she know, Xianxia had been waiting here for 3 days. After leaving the Liang royal palace, he scoured the southernmost regions, searching from mountains to lakes, yet found no trace of Wen Si. Ultimately, he thought of one place, Kunlun Mountain. This is the place that Wen Si is most reluctant to return to. Xianxia had never considered this area either, but the divine being Changqing had compelled her to guard this position, which was indeed her designated duty. As dusk fell, he sees a young Taoist priest, demanding to know the whereabouts of their master. To his astonishment, the young priest revealed that the master was in seclusion, which implied that she had returned. Xianxia pressed for the location of her retreat, but the priest insisted, I do not know. If you do not release me, I will call for help. Xianxia chose not to intimidate him further, and instead searched the vicinity alone, yet found no clues. Just as despair began to set in, he recalled a nearby, forbidden area, and indeed, a new barrier had been erected there, arousing his suspicion. He decided to wait for several days to observe the situation. On the 3rd day, as the barrier dissipated, Wen Si emerged from the tower. Upon encountering Xianxia, she exclaimed, What are you doing here? Xianxia found her words particularly amusing, for this was the place of his birth and upbringing. Why should he not be here? In truth, he was intimately familiar with the environment, even aware that the essence of the primordial supreme being resided within the tower, and only Wen Si could approach this vicinity. What? Do you think I have broken the rules? Wen Si bit her lip, her gaze fierce as it locked onto Xianxia. Her wariness only intensified Xianxia's disdain, prompting him to step closer, blocking the entrance of the tower. Uncertain if the essence of the primordial supreme being was witnessing their confrontation, Wen Si felt a surge of trepidation at Qi Mo's piercing gaze. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do? I offer you a choice, here or in the thicket." Suddenly, without warning, Wen Si struck him with a resounding slap. In that instant, Qi Mo felt a momentary daze. Xianxia had often claimed that he was the one causing her harm, but who was truly inflicting pain upon whom? "You think I am hurting you? Very well. Then I shall embrace the role of the villain to the end. After all, there is no turning back now, is there?" With that, Qi Mo dragged Wen Si into the thicket, nearly forcing her inside. Soon, rustling sounds emanated from deep within the foliage. Perhaps it was too quiet. As Qi Mo pressed Wen Si against the trunk of a tree, he shouted, "Scream! Go on! Scream loudly, so they can hear you. Call the disciples of Yushu Palace to come and rescue you. Let them come and kill me." Yet, even as the entire tree threatened to break under the strain, Wen Si remained silent, her eyes vacant, occasionally rolling back without any signs of struggle. Her bones had clearly healed. If her limbs were broken, Qi Mo would have accepted it, but her perpetual indifference filled him with a profound sense of defeat, as if nothing he did, good or bad, mattered. Everything felt utterly futile. "Have you developed feelings for Xianxia?" Qi Mo seized the moment while Wen Si was still conscious, questioning her near her ear. She offered no response, as she did not comprehend what it meant to like someone. She had never experienced such feelings. This was a question to which she had no answer. However, to refrain from responding would result in being repeatedly hurled against the tree until the scene before her gradually blurred. In the end, Qi Mo dragged her into the tower. The moment she sensed being brought into the tower, Wen Si suddenly regained her awareness, struggling to escape, only to be forcefully thrown onto the statue of the primordial celestial emperor. He watched as Wen Si collided with the statue and then slowly slid down to lie helplessly on the ground, her eyes open, gasping for breath, devoid of any struggle. Regardless of whether he had witnessed her pitiful state, it brought him a sense of satisfaction. Yet, it was regrettable that she did not vocalize her plight this time, unlike before, which diminished the experience somewhat. Earlier, amidst the thicket, Wen Si had contemplated that if she were to lose consciousness again, she would bite her own tongue to ensure that no sound escaped her lips. After all, this was the Jade Void Palace, a place where such a wicked disciple should not be able to wreak havoc. Qi Mo had thought that Wen Si could endure far more than she did. However, to his astonishment, in mere moments, her eyes rolled back completely, not even fully closing, as she fainted away. He had presumed that after not seeing her for 10 days, her injuries would have healed, yet she appeared so fragile. Chapter Shaptazich, observing the scrapes adorning her face, evident that they had gone untreated for quite some time, though he harbored hatred towards her. Witnessing her in such a state evoked an inexplicable pang of sympathy within him. Thus, he summoned his magical powers, carefully tending to her wounds. While Wen Si lay there unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber, Qi Mo surveyed his surroundings, examining the lofty tower. According to the rules, he was not permitted to enter. Yet here he was, having breached the regulations, and wondered why no one had come to confront him. Did the consciousness of the primordial celestial emperor truly exist here? He gazed at the statue above, where he had carelessly tossed Wen Si, remnants of blood still staining the statue. Yet, still no deity emerged to chastise him. Emboldened, he became increasingly reckless. After tending to Wen Si's injuries, he propped her body up against the statue, then, without a hint of reverence, began to act wildly beneath the statue, justifying it as her fulfilling her duties as the demon empress. His actions exhibited a complete lack of respect, showing no regard for the primordial celestial emperor whatsoever. Time passed, and he eventually fell asleep, cradling Wen Si amidst a pile of grass, gently arranging her dark hair, fixated on her sleeping visage throughout the night. He contemplated not returning to the demon realm. Without her, it held no meaning. Moreover, the demons were utterly unruly, and dealing with them was a source of vexation. It was not until the following morning that Wen Si awoke amidst excruciating pain. She felt as if her bones had shattered once more. If she recalled what Xianxia had said, She was merely in pain, not defeated. Thus, she leaned against the statue to stand, and in that moment of rising, she was startled to discover that Mo had been sitting above the statue all along. "You, get down from there." Her exclamation alerted Mo to her awakening. "Awakened? Are you hungry? Would you like to eat some fruit?" Wen Si would certainly not indulge in the fruit he held. Thus she declined, stating, "I am not hungry." Oomph. A creature that could turn into a puddle of mush after 2 days without food was caught by me. Mo promptly threw an apple at her. But Wen Si's reaction was to step back 2 paces, allowing the apple to fall and land on the ground before her. Mo was instantly vexed. "Pick it up." "Oh, you want to pick it up?" Wen Si bent down to retrieve the apple, only for a sudden burst of flame to erupt from her palm, reducing the fruit to ashes just as Mo felt a flicker of relief. "You!" Mo exclaimed in annoyance. Yet, Wen Si appeared unfazed, apologizing lightly. "My fire was a bit too strong, and I accidentally burned it." With that, she stood and exited the tower. At that moment, Mo called out to her again. "Wen Si." She ignored him entirely, as if deaf. Mo, exerting all his patience, suggested, "Would you like to change into another outfit before returning? Is this attire presentable?" The next moment, Wen Si indeed halted in her tracks. It was the first time Mo had called her back. Yet she could not simply go back as she was. What would the disciples think if they saw her in such a state? That afternoon, Wen Si reappeared in the grand hall where the sect leader resided, adorned in an exquisite robe. The disciples of Yu Su Palace knelt on the ground, chanting, "Welcome back, sect leader! Welcome back, sect leader! Welcome back, sect leader!" Wen Si found no meaning in her return, yet confined to Kunlun Mountain due to her punishment. She had no choice but to compose herself and reclaim her position as sect leader. "During my absence, have there been any disturbances?" Elder Xianxia replied, "None at all." Wen Si then remarked, "In this time, I visited the Liang kingdom to provide disaster relief and save them from peril. Upon my return, I did not inform the Emperor of Liang. Elder Xianxia, please visit him on my behalf to reassure him." "Yes, until we meet again." At the moment she bestowed the longevity technique upon him, she had already resigned herself to the fact that she might not return for a century. However, she wished to leave no regrets behind, secretly hoping he could live a little longer, and that longevity technique was meant to aid him in transcending. "If there are no pressing matters within the palace, I shall take my leave. Notify me of any developments." She felt weary and longed for tranquility. Furthermore, she intended to properly nurture her health this time. Upon Wen Si's return to her chambers, she unsurprisingly discovered that all her belongings had been meticulously cleaned. She planned to bathe, but at that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. A matter regarding how Mo had nearly killed her several times in his quest for the truth. Thus, Wen Si rose and made her way to the storeroom in the courtyard. Without her command, nothing within the storeroom could be moved. Upon opening the storeroom door, she found only some ordinary weapons, along with an assortment of peculiar trinkets and various crafted ornaments. Of course, in an inconspicuous corner, Wen Si indeed discovered a dark green paper crane. In her memory, the paper crane was solely white. The existence of a dark green variant was beyond her comprehension. Yet, as she continued to peruse, she stumbled upon a substantial stack of paper cranes. It appeared she had unjustly accused Mo. She had insisted she had received nothing from him and claimed he was acting irrationally. However, it now seemed evident that he had indeed put forth considerable effort, though she remained baffled as to why she bore no recollection of these objects, not to mention the subsequent trinkets and ornaments. "So, you're finally willing to admit it?" Mo's voice resonated from behind Wen Si. She was unaware of when he had approached, nor did she wish to turn around and face him. At this juncture, what did it matter whether she acknowledged the truth or denied it? Mo's tone was frigid as he declared, "I seek only one truth, one answer. If you have time to spare, perhaps you should learn to observe the stars. Within a decade, the 3 realms shall face a great calamity, and you waste time here indulging in sentimentality." Mo had little interest in such matters. As the celestial master Changqing had observed, his temperament was somewhat juvenile, merely concealed by his fearsome exterior. "So what are you evading? Even if the heavens were to collapse tomorrow, I demand you clarify the facts this very night." Wen Si found his demands utterly tedious, retorting, "I was unaware you sent these items. From the very beginning, I had no knowledge of them. When they moved in, they never showed me, simply discarding them into the storeroom. I still have no idea what these things are." With that, she stood to leave. Seeing her attempt to depart, Chi Mo's fury escalated, and he slammed the storeroom door shut with a resounding thud. "In that case, Master shall not leave tonight. I will ensure you recognize each of these items." Should Wen Si dare to resist, the enclosed storeroom was ample, and Chi Mo was capable of the most deranged actions. Chapter 71. Wen Si's after-effects resurface, however. Wen Si harbored an intense loathing for the entire situation, vehemently rebuking Chi Mo, "If you dare to act unlawfully in my courtyard, you shall eventually face divine retribution." This assertion provoked Chi Mo's amusement. "I dare to act recklessly beneath the very eyes of the primordial celestial master. Do you truly believe I would fear your threats? Yet, it is amusing how you only regard me with such disdain, while every time I pin you against the wall, you appear quite willing." Silence. "This is impossible. You are nothing but a lunatic." Yet Chi Mo reveled in witnessing Wen Si's expression, as if she yearned for self-destruction. He refused to believe she was truly so principled. "So cast aside your pride. Allow me to enlighten you on what I have prepared for you all these years. Whatever you have prepared is of no consequence. I will not spare a glance." In the past, her ignorance had shielded her from their existence, but now, even a fleeting glance filled her with revulsion. Her words only served to further infuriate Chi Mo, who suppressed his rising wrath and retorted, "Very well. Then you shall provide me with an explanation for your past actions." "There is no explanation. Do not even think about it." Before she could finish, Chi Mo, consumed by rage, grasped Wen Si's throat, slamming her against the wall. He was nearly overwhelmed by her defiance, his voice quivering with intensity as he demanded, "Speak. You are nothing but a capricious madman. Do it if you dare. Strangle me like you did last time." She intended to threaten Chi Mo, who furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from exerting increasing force. For a fleeting moment, Wen Si genuinely wished to recall the circumstances that led to this, pondering why she had not responded to his affections, not even a trace. Yet as these thoughts crossed her mind, a sudden, excruciating headache engulfed her, rendering her nearly unconscious, her limbs twitching uncontrollably. Chi Mo, startled by her condition, immediately released her, letting her fall to the ground. Confounded, Wen Si could not discern the cause of her sudden pain. Whenever she contemplated the grievances between herself and Chi Mo, the agony in her head intensified. Observing her distress, Chi Mo ceased his interrogation, merely watching her writhe in torment on the floor until, with a final, anguished cry, she lost consciousness. Daring not to approach, he stood by, watching as she lay there, her eyes rolling, unable to fathom which part of her was failing, leading to her convulsions. He had inflicted too many wounds upon her. Only upon her fainting did he realize he had once again succumbed to madness and harmed her. How could this be? He had words to convey, a conversation to have, rather than relentless pushing her to the brink. Ultimately, Chi Mo opened the storeroom door, cautiously carrying Wen Si back to her chamber, where he remained beside her bed throughout the night. Initially, while in a coma, she would twitch involuntarily, but eventually she settled, appearing as if in a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to Chi Mo, Wen Si's musings had stirred the black grass within her, a substitute for her emotional roots. Yet no one understood why this entity suddenly began to torment her at that moment. The pain persisted for an entire day before it began to subside. And when Wen Si awoke, dawn had broken. Startled from her slumber, she found herself taken aback upon seeing Chi Mo asleep beside her, instinctively shifting away from the edge of the bed. This was not the first time he had occupied such a position. Why was she so alarmed? Silence. What nonsense are you uttering? As she regained her senses, Chi Mo's words nearly sent her head into another painful spiral. Nevertheless, he stubbornly lingered on her bed, apologizing, as if to imply that he was merely uneducated and had misused his words. He was clearly provoking her intentionally. Yet Chi Mo feigned indifference, suggesting that if she had pressing matters, she ought to attend to them, assuring her that he would not disrupt her life. He was merely there to check on her. Wen Si, infuriated, gritted her teeth. What kind of disciple would linger in their master's room to such an extent? If he insisted on remaining, she would simply refrain from resting in her chamber in the future. At that moment, a knock resounded at her door. Upon hearing the sound, Mo vanished from sight, allowing Wen Si to respond. The visitor was a disciple who, upon entering, saluted and informed her, "Master, you previously dispatched Elder Xianxia to inquire about the situation with the new emperor of the Liang Kingdom. I have just received an urgent message from him, dispatched at great speed." Wen Si gazed in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the response from Xianxia. She was uncertain whether Xianxia would hold her departure against her. Yet this was certainly preferable to a future where he remained oblivious to her whereabouts. "Leave now." "Yes." Once the disciple had retreated, Wen Si eagerly anticipated opening the letter. But before she could touch the envelope, she discovered it was ensnared by an unseen force. Turning around, she indeed found Mo materializing once more, his expression marred by displeasure. "Did you truly consider me invisible during my brief concealment?" To Wen Si, Mo's actions were nothing short of unreasonable. "Release it. What authority do you possess to meddle in this?" She was baffled by the nature of the punishment bestowed upon her by the celestial realm. Not only was she confined to Kunlun Mountain, but how could Mo intrude and wreak havoc? It was evident to her that Mo was seeking revenge. Yet, as her headache had not yet entirely subsided, she found herself unable to match Mo's strength, and the letter was swiftly drawn towards him. Upon seizing the envelope, Mo retorted sharply, "Return it to me." With a twitch of his lips, he replied, "If you continue to threaten me, I shall simply tear it apart, and no one shall see it." Wen Si thought him utterly deranged. However, Mo was merely driven by curiosity regarding the contents of the letter, and to his surprise, it was filled with affectionate inquiries. Gritting his teeth, he mused, "No wonder he could ensnare you in his charms. Even if I were in your place, I would be utterly bewitched. How is it that I refrained from eliminating him? I should have rid myself of this eyesore." He glanced at Wen Si's expression, predictably fierce. In his youth, he had pondered what he would do if his master were to bring home a suitor one day, but he never imagined that day would actually arrive. What astonished him further was that amidst the multitude of divine beings in the celestial realm, Wen Si had chosen a mere mortal, bestowing upon him the longevity technique. Should he practice this method, he would be spared from the tribulations of aging and illness. Yet if this were to be discovered, Wen Si would face heavenly retribution. Did his master intend to enter the execution platform of the Tianxing sect once more? Chapter 72. Ah Zi, how could you have such feelings? Wen Si, confess to me. Do you harbor feelings for him? As long as you speak the truth, I shall return this letter to you, otherwise. Mo tightened his grip, beginning to crumple the fragile paper, attempting to reduce it to shreds. Startled, Wen Si immediately responded, "I do not have feelings for him. He is merely my..." "Merely what?" After a moment of contemplation, Wen Si replied, "He should be considered a friend." To be precise, it was challenging for Wen Si to find someone with whom to forge such a bond. Everyone around her was merely a colleague, apart from her 3 elder brothers and her own master. Yet Mo remained unconvinced that their relationship was so simplistic. Does a mere friendship warrant the transgression of celestial laws to grant him the longevity technique? Such a grand gesture, and yet, as your foremost disciple, I have never received such a privilege. You have no need for immortality. What purpose does it serve you? Then grant me a precious token as well. Mo's shameless antics left Wen Si feeling somewhat amused. You have already taken from me my most cherished possession. What more do you desire? Mo was acutely aware of her words. What he had taken from her was her dignity, and it had occurred time and again. After enduring such losses repeatedly, Wen Si had grown numb. Reflecting on the matter, she had no intention of saying more. Noticing her sullenness, Mo felt a sudden pang of remorse. His tone softened unexpectedly. "Are we truly merely friends? Would you treat a friend with such kindness?" "Indeed," Wen Si replied tersely. She wished to disregard him. She could simply choose not to read that letter, unwilling to endure further humiliation for its sake. Thus, she rose, intending to depart. Unbeknownst to her, Mo had intended to return the letter to her, and seeing her about to leave, he hurriedly inquired, "Where are you going? That is none of your concern." She retorted. In truth, she had nowhere to go, yet she yearned to escape him, to flee this stifling place. With a swift push of the door, Wen Si leapt out of the room. Mo, left behind, found himself uncharacteristically at a loss. Wen Si surveyed the disciples on the summit of Kunlun Mountain, where time seemed to stand still, reminiscent of many years past. A group of disciples practiced swordsmanship in the air, and upon spotting Wen Si, they bowed, greeting her. "Greetings, sect leader." Wen Si replied, "Focus on your swordplay." "Yes." After completing her inspection, Wen Si returned to the council hall and sought Elder Xianxia, directly inquiring, "Have you encountered the person I instructed you about?" Elder Xianxia confirmed, "I have indeed met him." "And what did he say?" "The Emperor Liang, upon learning of your return to Kunlun Mountain, expressed his relief. He also urged you to eat regularly." The remainder of his message was conveyed in 2 lines, "which I have entrusted to a disciple for you." "Did you not receive it?" "I did, but I wish to inquire if there was any additional information." "How is the situation in Liang? Is everything well?" Elder Xianxia replied, "I have not inquired further." "You did not? Very well." Wen Si expressed her gratitude for the elder's efforts in making the journey. "You honor me too greatly," he responded. As evening descended, Wen Si had yet to return to her quarters. Instead, she sat in a secluded spot atop the mountain, meditating. She resolved never to return to her chambers. If Mo cherished that place, he could have it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wen Si remained absorbed in her meditation, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. It was only during her practice that she felt a sense of departure from this place. Even in her disorientation, not knowing where she was, it was far preferable to the notion of Mo still being near her. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ears, "Little sister." The exclamation jolted Wen Si back to reality. She opened her eyes, startled, and turned to locate the source of the sound. The figure before her felt almost surreal. "Third brother?" she questioned, a trace of doubt creeping in as she suspected Mo's trickery. "This cannot be true. Who are you truly?" Xianxia sighed heavily. "Has he truly reduced you to this state?" His tone did not suggest Mo's meddling. Yet Wen Si remained skeptical. "What brings you here?" "I received a letter this afternoon stating that you had returned to Kunlun Mountain and were sealed in this place. Initially, I doubted the authenticity of the letter, yet I was compelled to see you. I kept pondering, what if you had escaped from the demon realm?" Just a single sentence left Wen Si feeling a twinge of sadness. This person was indeed Xianxia. He was certainly not the heartless Mo. Wen Si then softly called out, "Third brother." "I'm here." Xianxia looked at her with deep concern. "Have you been well these days? Has he bullied you? Do you need me to stand up for you?" "No, I just want to ask third brother for a favor," she replied, causing Xianxia to feel a sense of trepidation. He immediately cautioned, "Let me make it clear, I won't assist you in any reckless endeavors." Wen Si shook her head, saying, "I will not seek death again." "Oh, what has brought about this change of heart?" To be precise, Wen Si now had someone she wished to see again. Even if this world resembled a living hell, how could she contemplate death when it would mean never seeing him again? Wen Si continued, "I cannot leave Kunlun Mountain at the moment. I wonder if third brother could assist the Emperor of Liang. I'm afraid someone might take advantage and attack Liang. The nation is in dire straits, and he lacks the strength to defend himself." Little did she know, her words left Xianxia utterly astonished. He was acutely aware that his little sister lacked emotional attachments. She did not form feelings for anyone. In her worldview, aside from duty, mission, and combat, even he, her third brother, held little significance. With a furrowed brow, Xianxia cautiously inquired, "What is your relationship with the Emperor of Liang?" "He is my friend," Wen Si asserted, feeling more certain this time. However, Xianxia was unconvinced. Just a friend? What else could it be? After a moment of silence, he almost believed she had overcome her emotional detachment, but it seemed there was still an emptiness. It was indeed astonishing that she would use the term friend to describe her relationship with another, especially a mortal. "Do you care about him?" "Yes." Wen Si replied affirmatively. "How peculiar," Xianxia remarked. Wen Si, puzzled, asked, "What's so strange about it? When did you ever develop feelings for a mortal?" "Third brother must remind you." For celestial beings to fall in love with mortals, they risk turning into stone. Are you not afraid of becoming a statue? Wen Si was perplexed by his words. Feelings? What feelings do I have? Dear sister, may I ask you to speak your heart? I am genuinely concerned for you. What is the matter with that mortal? Does Xianxia know about this? In Chapter 73, Xianxia returned to Kunlun Mountain to care for Wen Si. It's not much, really. It was just that time when Xianxia harmed me. Without fear of Chimo's wrath, came to my defense. A mortal, no less. One who had never practiced martial arts. I remembered him then. Later, upon learning of Liang's troubles, I wanted to help him, but unexpectedly fell ill in the palace. And he saved me. It was strange to think that such a frail mortal had saved her multiple times. Meanwhile, Wen Si was oblivious to Xianxiao's shock. He suddenly commanded her, "Stay right there." "What is it?" In the next moment, Xianxiao cast a spell to examine Wen Si's head and discovered, to his astonishment, that there was a celestial herb within her skull. "What is this celestial herb?" Xianxiao asked in disbelief, while Wen Si, feeling a severe headache, implored, "Don't touch it." Xianxiao initially intended to extract the peculiar celestial herb, yet upon witnessing Wen Ji's agonized visage, he was suddenly overcome with compassion and refrained from his actions. There she sat, helplessly slumped on the ground, and with that single tug he had made, she was already drenched in sweat from the pain. It dawned on Xianxiao that he had arrived too late. The herb would root itself within her body, eventually intertwining with her meridians, awakening sensations, and even stirring emotions. To remove it now would be akin to severing Wen Ji's tendons. What was Chimo's intent? To incite feelings of affection towards him? Xianxiao was certain this was yet another scheme of Chimo's. However, if this was indeed orchestrated by Chimo, then he himself had also faltered, as she had developed feelings for a mortal. Yet, such emotions must be extinguished. Otherwise, they would lead her to violate celestial decrees. Little sister, you cannot afford to encounter further troubles. You promised third brother you would rest here peacefully, did you not? A hint of complexity shadowed Xianxiao's expression. Wen Ji was unable to comprehend his intentions, but she was bound to remain here for her cultivation. In her moments of leisure, however, her thoughts wandered to the plight of Xianxia. Third brother, I am here. What troubles you? What does it mean to like someone? For 3 millennia, she had never contemplated such matters, which seemed utterly irrelevant to her existence. The relentless battles and her cultivation consumed all her time, leaving no room for such musings. Why ponder these things? With dawn comes a multitude of tasks awaiting us. Xianxiao had always advised Wen Ji in this manner, yet this time she retorted, I am currently at leisure. The Tianqing sect has expelled me and cast me into the mortal realm. Subsequently, I sought work in the Liang kingdom, only to be deemed a meddler. Now, I am forcibly sealed here, stationed at Kunlun Mountain. But you know, third brother, that Kunlun Mountain has always been a place where none dare to venture. I find myself with nothing to do. Then return to rest. It is late. Why do you not return to your chamber? What if you catch a chill out here? With that, Xianxiao grasped Wen Ji's hand, intending to lead her away. Yet, upon contemplating Chimo's presence in the room, she resolutely declined. Chimo is inside. I do not wish to go back. If he is there, then I shall help you drive him out. He dares to defy the heavens. With those words, Xianxiao escorted Wen Ji back to the room. Upon opening the door, he had prepared himself for a confrontation with Chimo, only to discover that he was not present. The room was empty, as Xianxiao stood in astonishment. Wen Ji's gaze instinctively fell upon an envelope on the desk. Chimo had left the letter there before departing. Startled, she rushed to open it. Unable to fathom why, despite meditating all afternoon, she could not bring herself to forsake this letter. She realized that she truly missed him, a sentiment she had never experienced before. Xianxin's handwriting was somewhat hasty, as he candidly penned his recent circumstances. He mentioned that he had been practicing the techniques she had imparted, and his strength had significantly improved. He expressed his desire to work even harder, so that should they meet again, he would possess the power to protect her. Fool, I truly do not require your protection, was the sole sentiment conveyed, with no further words to follow. However, this single utterance filled Wen Si with an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was her own inadequacy that had led to her confinement in this place. Third brother, can you assist me in escaping from here? Upon witnessing the expression on Wen Si's face, Xianxia could scarcely recognize his own sister. One must understand how Wen Si was perceived by the deities. When Feng Lianyi had once suggested that she could join the Feng clan and frequently visit Wudong Mountain to socialize with her kin, she had flatly refused. At that time, Feng Lianyi had pressed her for an explanation, and Xianxia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, had explained that she had suffered an injury during her first battle at the tender age of 200, resulting in a head injury. The imperial physician had examined her and found no significant harm, only that her emotional core had been lost, rendering her disposition somewhat aloof. Feng Lianyi had exclaimed in disbelief, "Why not seek treatment? And you say this first battle occurred at what age? Have you all lost your minds? There exists a contract. I cannot interfere with the affairs of the god of time and law. What about your master? Let your master handle it." Xianxia replied, somewhat brusquely. "And what of you? Must you all have a master? To put it plainly, he had no master and could not meddle in the trivial matters between any beasts and their masters. However, concerning the emotional core, it seemed even the god of time and law would not permit Wen Si to reclaim it. After mentioning this to the god of time and law, he found that indeed the deity advised against disclosing this matter to Wen Si. Nevertheless, Wen Si was aware of her injury, having experienced severe headaches at the time. Thus, the god of time and law instructed all imperial physicians to maintain a unified narrative, stating that she had merely injured her fire-based spiritual root and that the situation was not dire. With some rest, she would recover. Consequently, Qi Mo had somehow procured a divine herb capable of substituting for the emotional core, which utterly startled Xianxia. He then said, "If you wish to send a letter, I can assist you. But do you not realize that this is a decree from the deity? How could you entertain thoughts of sneaking away?" Seeing that he was unwilling to help her, she refrained from pressing further. Thus, in the days that followed, Wen Si spent her daylight hours in serene meditation, only glancing at the barrier when she returned to her palace in the deep of night. The barrier remained unyielding. She could not escape. Uncertain of how long she would be imprisoned, she had already guarded Kunlun Mountain for 3,000 years. Could the heavens not appoint someone else? Must she remain confined here? Yet, with no alternatives and no one to aid her, Wen Si could only silently retreat. She discovered, rather astonishingly, that being alone in the mortal realm was an exceedingly dull affair. Meanwhile, Qi Mo had been absent for several days. She did not know whether he had departed or was simply concealing himself. In any case, his absence allowed Wen Si at least to enjoy some peaceful slumber. Perhaps in her dreams, she could escape this place. Perhaps she might dream of wandering to the palace and reuniting with him. Wait! Suddenly, an idea struck her. If her physical form was sealed here, could her primordial spirit find a way to slip away? Chapter 74. I shall seize your tail feather, Azi. Wen Si then attempted to pluck a single tail feather, the vivid crimson plume soaring upwards. She employed her magical prowess to direct its flight, pushing the tail feather toward the exterior of the barrier. It succeeded. This feather could indeed venture outside. Could it serve as her proxy to return to the palace and catch a glimpse of him? As Wen Si contemplated, an unexpected shadow suddenly sprang forth. Seizing a tail feather and holding it firmly in hand, to her astonishment, Qi Mo appeared before her, having intercepted the feather. "Qi Mo, what are you doing?" Qi Mo spread his palm, fixating on the crimson tail feather that glimmered with a golden sheen, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. "Such a beautiful feather for my master. It would be a pity to discard it. Why not gift it to me? You." He was utterly deranged. Qi Mo tilted his head and questioned, "Could it be that this feather holds some special significance? Surely, my master doesn't intend to bestow it upon that mortal? What does it matter to you? Let it go." Qi Mo, having regained some composure over the past few days, was reluctant to hurt Wen Si again. Thus, he patiently remarked, "My master has gifted this feather to me and revealed your true intentions. Perhaps I could assist you." To Wen Si, this was clearly outright theft. Yet what could she do? If he desired the feather, she might as well concede. There was no need to engage in fruitless disputes. If you want it, take it. It's merely a feather. With that, When Si turned to leave, unwilling to cast another glance at Mo unbeknownst to her. Mo could scarcely tolerate her aloofness and indifference. As she turned away, he called out, "I have a way to take you out of here." In the next instant, Wen Si halted in her tracks. Mo, taken aback, could hardly believe he had managed to stop her once more. However, she did not look back. He added, "My purpose in leaving is to uncover how you can escape from this place. I now possess a solution." "What solution?" When Si finally turned her head. Seeing her reaction, Mo, filled with delight, countered, "What benefit do I gain from divulging this information to you? The feather is already yours, is it not?" Montak scoffed. "Are you dismissing me? A single feather is hardly sufficient." When Si, now eager to depart, replied, "Then what do you desire? Speak freely, but you must ensure my escape." "Why desire, my master will surely grant, correct?" "Yes." When Si hesitated, but for the sake of leaving, she swallowed her reluctance. In the next moment, Mo narrowed his eyes and declared, "I wish to hear my master's voice. This very night, should you call out, I shall reveal to you the means of departure." When Si gritted her teeth, unable to fathom how Mo could be so brazen, verging on madness. Yet, with no other choice, she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Before long, Mo had pulled Wen Si into the woods. This time, she offered no resistance, allowing him to act as he pleased, until she instinctively cried out. He relished her current demeanor, so obedient and compliant. Shortly thereafter, Mo brought Wen Si back to the room, concerned she might catch a chill outside. Once he laid her on the bed, Wen Si succumbed to slumber. He leaned close to her ear, whispering, "I shall not go back on my word. I will tell you that the barrier senses the demonic contract upon you, as long as it is transferred to another. You can achieve a golden cicada, shedding its shell, and escape this place." As the drowsy Wen Si heard these words, her eyes suddenly flew open, awakening from her stupor. He said that removing the demonic contract would allow her to leave. Does that imply, however, that Mo could anticipate what Wen Si was considering? Mo thus inquired, "But what will occur after the contract is dissolved? Do you truly believe I would still trust you?" She had repeatedly trampled upon his trust, and he was not a fool. He understood well that once he released her, no favorable outcome would ensue for him. "Then what is it that you desire? Speak freely." When Wen Si awoke, she found herself utterly immobilized, suffering greatly. Given her dire circumstances, she was willing to offer him anything, provided he could assist her in escaping this place. Mo, however, sought nothing in return, yet since she was willing to give, he accepted without reservation. He became increasingly audacious, and in his fervor, he inadvertently amplified his demonic energy. Wen Si's eyes widened in shock, and she emitted a cry of distress. From a distance, Xianxia heard her anguished scream and rushed towards the source, forcefully pushing open the door, only to be confronted with a most disgraceful scene. "Montak, are you attempting to betray your master?" Upon seeing Xianxia enter, Mo maintained his composure, responding, "Did I not inform my esteemed uncle? Si has long been my demonic queen. Ah, how remiss of me to forget to offer you a toast of joy. You are a beast. How could she ever marry you?" The gauzy curtain obscured Xianxia's view, and he did not dare to lift it, knowing full well that Wen Si would rather perish than allow anyone to witness her disheveled state. Before long, Mo emerged draped in a black robe, appearing entirely unruffled, and addressed Xianxia. "It was I who invited my uncle here. Even if you do not partake of the celebratory wine, a cup of tea would suffice. Si is tired now and has already retired to rest. Please do not disturb her." A cup of tea was presented to Xianxia, yet he showed no respect, crushing the cup in his grip the moment he received it. "Spare me your pretense. You have been bullying Si all along, haven't you?" Mo chuckled. "How can this be called bullying? It is merely that Si appeared frail during her time in the demonic palace, often presenting herself as delicate and frequently fainting without warning. I have been nursing her back to health." Xianxia was nearly driven to madness by his words. Did he truly think he was speaking sensibly? He knew that his little sister had fought valiantly over the years without succumbing to such frailty. What kind of injuries must she have endured to be so weakened? Noticing Xianxia's fury, Mo lowered his voice. "Please remain quiet. She is sleeping. I merely wish to share a drink with my uncle. If you continue this ruckus, get out of here. From this moment forward, I swear to remain by her side and will not allow you to harm her in any way. Seeing Xianxia's agitation, Qi Mo chose not to argue. If he wished to leave, then so be it. Once Qi Mo departed, Xianxia cautiously approached the bedside, lifting the curtain to find Wen Si utterly exhausted, her forehead glistening with perspiration. Even in slumber, she bore an expression of profound suffering. That beast Qi Mo. If he dares return, I shall surely kill him. Chapter 75. Come, accompany me to watch the sunrise. Wen Si, utterly exhausted, succumbed to slumber after enduring 2 consecutive nights of attendance. Yet, she sensed Xianxia's presence lingering beside her. Struggling to open her eyes, a blurred figure materialized before her. Third brother. Xianxia heard Wen Si's faint voice and promptly replied, "Little sister, I am here. I have done what I needed to do." Qi Mo's powers are sealed by at least 30%, if not more. He can no longer wreak havoc in the celestial realm. These words struck Xianxia's heart with profound anguish, prompting him to say, "Little sister, you must consider your own situation. Has he always treated you this way?" "Pretty much," Wen Si replied weakly. "I have grown numb to such matters." This conclusion terrified Wen Si. Had it not been for Qi Mo's sudden surge of demonic energy that forced her to scream in pain, she would have long since lost all sensation regarding such occurrences. Xianxia furrowed his brows, rendered speechless, unsure whether to offer her comfort or utter anything at all. He regretted the day he allowed Qi Mo to take her back to the demon realm without rescuing her in time. Wen Si, overwhelmed with fatigue, soon drifted back into sleep. That night, Qi Mo did not intrude upon her slumber. Having obtained the feather, he was in high spirits, seeking a secluded spot where he could admire it endlessly. Though it was acquired through force, Wen Si had promised to gift it to him. This was, after all, the first present she had ever given him, stirring an indescribable excitement within his heart. His extensive research into the barrier was not in vain. It was all for the purpose of discovering how to free her from this place. The following morning, Wen Si awoke and proceeded with her usual grooming before leaving her chamber. Despite her excessive exhaustion from the previous night, Qi Mo had spent considerable time here. He must inform her how to escape. Should he dare deceive her, she would not hesitate to strike him again. Thus, Wen Si sought out Qi Mo, only to find him seated atop a mountain peak, a place she had not visited in quite some time. Upon sensing her presence, Qi Mo paused, astonished, and turned to her, exclaiming, "You woke up so soon? Why not rest a little longer? You still haven't told me how to leave this place. How can I rest easy?" "That is a valid point." Qi Mo sighed, then added, "But it is rather early for you to come find me. I thought you were here to witness the sunrise. Do you remember how we used to watch the sunrise here together?" Wen Si often rose early to meditate, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, while Qi Mo would sit beside her, despite his kind not requiring such nourishment. He longed to accompany her in those moments. However, recalling this, Wen Si's tone turned somewhat cold. "You always insisted on following me. It was entirely unnecessary. I did not need to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, but I wish to watch the sunrise with you." "How was that unnecessary?" Qi Mo understood that unless he clarified his intentions, she would never grasp his feelings. Nor could he expect her to intuitively comprehend them, for she was oblivious to matters of the heart. "Come here." Qi Mo suddenly beckoned her. "Why are you so alert?" "Wen Si, come sit with me and watch the sunrise. The sun will rise soon." Wen Si found this request utterly tedious. In fact, his penchant for such monotonous antics was rather excessive. However, in her desire to leave this place, she refrained from opposing him over trivial matters. Thus, she settled beside Qi Mo, watching the distant sunrise. What initially felt like a perfunctory act unexpectedly brought a slight smile to Qi Mo's lips. Noticing the distance between them, he shifted closer, leaning against her as they observed the sun ascend slowly. Though Wen Si considered this gesture quite dull, she suddenly recalled that Sheng Yin had once told her that watching the sunrise at the seaside alone was rather uninteresting. It was far more delightful when shared with someone one cherished. Did Qi Mo harbor feelings for her? The thought, aligned with Sheng Yan's description, sent a shiver down her spine. How could he possibly grasp the meaning of affection? This was a question she herself had yet to decipher. Moreover, Chimo's notion of love seemed to entail her torment. At that moment, Chimo unexpectedly spoke, addressing her as master. I loathe that title. Do not call me that. Wen Si retorted. Yet I shall continue to call you so. You are indeed my master, he replied. Wen Si found this absurd. Whom did you learn such behavior from? Did I teach you? Matters of the heart, I have taught myself. Goodness. This was his method of self-education. Just then, the sunlight enveloped Wen Si and Chimo, casting a warm glow around them. In the embrace of this radiant light, Chimo turned to her and said, I know what you wish to hear. You must remain here for over 2 months more. When 100 days have passed, the barrier will reveal its first crack. We must execute the golden cicadas shedding before the barrier repairs itself. I understand the duration, but how exactly do we perform the golden cicada shedding? Chimo replied, this demonic contract must be transferred to another. That individual must belong to the demon race. Otherwise, she will not cooperate with us. Furthermore, once the task is complete, I must reclaim this contract. I cannot forge a contract with anyone else. In this vast world, I need you alone. How grand it was that only Wen Si, with her misfortune, was destined to be eternally entangled with him. While feeling repulsed, she was compelled to remain for another 2 months. How do you know all this? Who did you inquire of? Is the information reliable? Seeing her skepticism, Chimo retorted, if you do not believe me, so be it. After all, I heard your cries last night. Doubting me will only bring you misfortune. Indeed, her cries from the previous night had lingered in his mind, especially considering she had once been so reticent that she would bite her tongue to remain silent. Wen Si found it impossible to trust him completely, unaware that Chimo had also retorted, I do not know how I managed to trust you. Without the demonic contract, I would lose my hold over you. Who knows if you would not turn around and stab me like a hedgehog, then flee to a place where I could not find you. Such a thing was certainly within Wen Si's capabilities. Yet, Chimo resolved to assist her in departing from this place. For he understood all too well the torment that such confinement inflicted upon her. Moreover, he would not permit anyone else in this world to imprison her, save for himself. Chapter 76. Chimo, do you believe yourself to be innocent? As Chimo contemplated this, he was acutely aware that the one seeking to inflict suffering was none other than himself. He boldly inquired, do you dare to tell me? Should I dissolve your magical contract, would you turn around and shoot me? Wen Ji's lips twitched slightly, a clear indication that she understood the implications of his question. Will you not utter a few words to please me? Yet, Wen Ji's nature was one of unvarnished honesty. Perhaps she was incapable of subtlety. Having soothed you once, I have also been betrayed. Do you wish to experience that feeling again? It may be more straightforward to simply state what you desire, and we shall exchange it. Neither of us owes the other anything. Even if I were to kill you again, you need not resort to emotional pleas. Chimo wondered if she truly comprehended the chilling severity of her words. They were nothing short of heart-wrenching. Upon her utterance, Chimo fell into an unprecedented silence. No longer the incessant chatterbox he had been before. This silence afforded Wen Ji a measure of tranquility, prompting her to close her eyes and meditate atop the mountain. The dawn was fleeting, yet Wen Ji had not come to witness the sunrise. Chimo would later learn that a person devoid of emotional ties lacks many things. Unable to appreciate the beauty of the world, left only with duties and missions. Often, Chimo felt a pang of compassion for her. But such sentiments lingered only a moment in his heart, swiftly replaced by a desire for her to face the consequences of her actions. You habitually meditate here for an hour. I shall wait for you for that duration. Afterward, we shall stroll across the various peaks. Why should I accompany you? Chimo found her demeanor infuriating, compelling him to strike her to bring her to her senses. Do you not wish to leave this place? With merely 2 months remaining, should you not endeavor to please me a little? If I am in good spirits, I may be inclined to take the risk of dissolving the magical contract. In light of this, Wen Ji resigned herself to acquiesce. What Chimo did not anticipate was that she would not require the full hour. She swiftly completed her meditation and approached him, saying, Speak, Where do you wish to go? I shall accompany you. Anywhere is acceptable. I merely have a fondness for this place and wish to explore. Wen Si indulged his trivial desire and accompanied him to the peak of Yusu. Given that she frequently conducted her official duties there, she was quite accustomed to everything about it. In contrast, Mo, who might have been regarded as a demon to be vanquished had he come alone, felt considerably more at ease with Wen Si by his side. Despite the fact that she was someone who could betray him at any moment, he was content to remain in her company. Many disciples were engaged in their morning practices, reminiscent of Wen Si's earlier admonitions to him to rise early to study. While she had long since grown accustomed to this routine, Mo, filled with curiosity, observed, "Are the disciples at the peak preparing for tribulation? Indeed, when their cultivation reaches a sufficient level, they must undergo tribulation to ascend. This is the very purpose of their training here. Let us find a suitable vantage point to observe whether they can successfully ascend." In truth, Wen Si did not need to witness these events personally. In due time, an elder would inform her of the disciples' ascension. Yet, out of necessity, she found herself seated here today, accompanying Mo as he observed the disciples summon lightning for their ascension. Was he unable to summon the lightning? Why had there been no movement for such an extended period? Had he failed once more? Did he truly believe he could ascend? With so many people around, why was there no one to assist him? Wen Si was just about to request that he remain quiet for a moment when he began his endless soliloquy once more. If he were merely speaking to himself, it would be one thing, but seeing Wen Si lightly close her eyes and sit cross-legged without acknowledging him, he turned to her and remarked that sometimes he wished they could return to the past. If that day had not seen her inexplicably strike at him, would things have unfolded differently? Such meaningless hypotheticals should not be recalled. Mo gritted his teeth and demanded, "Then tell me, why did you seek to kill me?" This question had tormented him for far too long. He could not comprehend her unwavering decisiveness, disregarding their master-disciple bond entirely. Yet Wen Si merely chuckled softly and replied, "Since you remember so many trivial matters, how could you forget my solemn warning on the day I brought you back to Kunlun Mountain? I cautioned you to guard your heart and avoid straying onto the wrong path. Yusu Palace is a prestigious sect, should you fall into darkness. Do not blame your master for severing ties and purging evil." Mo recalled her admonition, but it had only been on the day he became her disciple. In the subsequent 5 centuries, she had never mentioned it again. After 500 years of silence on the matter, I assumed you would not be so heartless, at least seeking clarity on the reasons behind your actions. Wen Si laughed at his words, her tone turning cold as she remarked, "That is because I once trusted you. When you speak of others betraying you, do you not also betray them in turn?" Wen Si had long established her principles. She had never concealed anything from him. Instead, it was Mo who misinterpreted her intentions, believing that despite his egregious transgressions, she would spare him. Truly, he was beyond redemption. Before long, Wen Si glanced at the disciple undergoing tribulation and indifferently remarked, "It appears that the heavens have decreed that his time has not yet come. Today he shall not succeed in his ascension." With that, she intended to rise and depart. Mo, perplexed, inquired, "Master, do you not intend to offer a word of guidance?" "There is no need. These experiences are inherently his own. Failing once will teach him where he falls short." Wen Si then stood, preparing to leave, leaving Mo alone in contemplation. He could never comprehend her. To him, she was an embodiment of extreme indifference. Warmth, compassion, and mercy were concepts foreign to her. "I cannot fathom your actions. I have imprisoned you for such an extended time, and all I sought was a single apology." "An apology?" Wen Si abruptly halted, equally unable to understand Mo. "Do you believe it is unjust that you fell into madness and slaughtered hundreds of celestial generals? I did not provoke them. They struck against me." Wen Si found communication with him utterly futile. He was simply incomprehensible. Is the heavenly gate a realm accessible to the demon clan? After following me for so many years, do you not grasp this fundamental truth? 5 centuries have passed. Even a beast of magic ought to have attained wisdom by now. Moreover, it is a scandalous affair to assert that you were born with intellect. Mo awaited her response, yet the reply ignited within him a tremor of fury. If that is the case, he resolved to forsake all memories of the past. What of succumbing to the path of darkness? After embracing my demonic nature, I find myself more liberated than ever. And what of you? You have not truly lived even once. Your indifference toward death stems from your belief that life and death hold no distinction. Should you perish, another would take your place, rendering your existence utterly valueless. Chapter 77. Qi Mo incites Wen Ji's anger. This was the first instance of Wen Ji falling into silence for an extended period after Qi Mo's words. She suddenly realized that Qi Mo had matured over time. He was no longer the innocent child who would prefer to be hunted by mortals rather than indiscriminately slay the innocent. Do you believe that falling into darkness holds value? Just look at your grotesque visage after your descent. It is simply beyond redemption. Wen Ji no longer wished to cast another glance at him and stood to leave. Yet Qi Mo felt it was unjust. Since you feign indifference so carelessly, allow me to inform you. If you wish for me to dissolve our demonic contract, you must obey my every command without fail. Only when I am pleased will I consider granting you freedom. However, this time, Wen Ji did not pause in her stride and descended the mountain. Her demeanor once again diminished Qi Mo's pride, yet he pursued her nonetheless, insisting, "Where do you think you are going? Did you not hear my words?" Wen Ji replied coolly, "I have accompanied you here to Yusu Peak, and I have made my concessions. Is your notion of freedom nothing but shamelessness?" With that, she departed, unwilling to endure the cacophony of his tirade. After she had gone, Qi Mo realized that she had indeed gained the upper hand over him. He had intended to take her away, and he could not bear the thought of her remaining trapped here. Observing her anger, he refrained from pressing her further and only quietly approached her chamber later that night, casting a furtive glance within. If he were not to inexplicably appear at her bedside, she would surely sleep soundly, unaware of what she had discussed with Xianxia, who vigilantly guarded her room. At that moment, Qi Mo recognized that to approach her would invite trouble. After all, Xianxiao's prowess far surpassed that of Wen Ji's. A lesson he had learned all too well during their previous encounter on Kunlun Mountain, where he had been forced to flee in haste. Thus, Qi Mo chose to distance himself from Wen Ji and returned to the demon realm. During this interval, he had only ventured back once, to address the situation surrounding the demise of the 8 elders in the mortal world, a matter that had incensed him to the point of issuing a stern warning. Yet, the remaining elders expressed their dissent in the Grand Hall, asserting that their concerns were for the benefit of the demon realm. You have only just ascended to the throne of demon sovereign and lack experience. You must not retain the holy beast Zhuke as your consort. This poses a grave threat to our realm. With a resounding clap, Qi Mo struck the royal seat in fury, declaring, "Am I not the demon god, possessing the authority to choose my own queen? Think wisely, your excellency. Do not select that holy beast." The esteemed one believed that by sealing her spiritual power, he could tame her. However, the reality was that despite possessing merely 3,000 years of cultivation, she was still capable of vanquishing 3 elders. Once her wings were fully unfurled, she would ascend to the status of a true deity, endowed with divine essence. Qi Mo remained unconcerned. He understood Wen Si all too well. Ever since she was deemed flawed for lacking spiritual roots, she had been relegated to a position beneath the celestial ranks, making the prospect of obtaining divine essence and transforming into a true god seem implausible. Thus, he found it particularly vexing when even Qi Yin advised him not to become infatuated with a woman. Yet, who could comprehend that after gaining this demonic power, his desires had diminished to but one: to earn Wen Si's gaze with this newfound strength. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Qi Mo returned to the demon palace, summoning a servant to request a selection of concubines. The servant was taken aback, yet dared not protest, and promptly brought forth the cards. Qi Mo regarded the women Wen Si had chosen for him, uncertain whether to cherish the gifts bestowed upon him, despite the fact that these women had been randomly selected by Wen Si. Sheng Man was among them. Upon first seeing her, he had thought her somewhat agreeable and had thus allowed her entry. Before long, Sheng Man appeared before Qi Mo, respectfully greeting him. "Greetings, esteemed lord. Lift your head. Let me behold your visage," he commanded. Upon hearing this, She nervously raised her gaze to meet the countenance of the austere demon lord. Mo assessed her youthful beauty, finding it somewhat satisfactory. You also bear the surname Sheng? To his surprise, his inquiry left Sheng Man bewildered. The demon clans of the demon realm could be traced to two origins. One faction had always resided within the demon realm, while the other had originally dwelled among mortals before returning to the demon realm. The latter retained their human surnames, passed down through generations. However, Sheng Man did not comprehend his intent and questioned the relevance of his inquiry. My family's ancestors returned from the mortal realm. Hence we have always carried the surname Sheng, she explained, relaying her grandfather's words. Observing her timid demeanor, Mo felt a twinge of compassion and inquired, surely, your family must possess more than just you? I have an elder sister, she replied. Inform me of your family's location and remain here, he commanded. Mo's demeanor left Sheng Man perplexed, but as it was the demon lord's directive, she complied without hesitation. Before long, Mo departed from the demon palace, following the directions provided. To his astonishment, he discovered the location to be a desolate wilderness, even a neglected graveyard. Was this truly the dwelling of a minister's daughter? How could her clan reside in such a dilapidated place? Just as Mo pondered the absence of inhabitants, a murderous aura suddenly assailed him from behind. A white figure swiftly advanced towards him. What a surprise! An assassin. Mo swiftly conjured a defensive barrier to thwart the attack, and in that instant, he beheld the woman before him. With flowing silver hair and striking features, the moment her dagger failed to penetrate his barrier, she revealed 9 white tails, intensifying her assault and causing fissures to appear in his defenses. This woman possessed notable prowess. Yet, Mo had no desire to engage in a protracted skirmish. He similarly amplified his demonic energy, shifting from defense to offense. A dark purple force surged toward the woman, and the impact was so tremendous that it sent her flying. However, she landed gracefully on the ground, one hand bracing herself while the other tightly gripped a dagger. Originally wielding 2 daggers, she had clenched the second one in her mouth as she retreated, her beastly eyes filled with disdain. Mo then inquired, "Are you Xianxia, the sister of Sheng Man?" Xianxia glared at Mo, ire evident in her voice, and, if so, does the demon lord intend to bind me as well? Her obstinate temperament reminded Mo of Wen Si. Sheng Man was merely 400 years old, still just a young girl, and Mo found it difficult to take action against her. Yet, Xianxia was over 2,000 years old, belonging to the 9-tailed fox clan. Once all 9 tails were manifested, one was considered an adult. Mo stated, "Your sister was not chosen by me to enter the palace." Not chosen by you? How is that possible? Were you not the one to decide her fate during the selection ceremony? It was the Empress's decision. I now believe she is unworthy of being my Empress. Thus I plan to dissolve our contract. As for your sister, she remains in the palace, but I do not intend to let her leave. Mo's attitude only fueled Xianxia's fury. Had it not been for the fact that this man was ultimately a demon god, she would have sought vengeance for her sister's sake that very night. Chapter 78. Mo forcefully alters Wen Si's demonic contract. I see your expression. Are you somewhat dissatisfied? Xianxia scoffed. May I ask, in this demon realm, who truly submits to you? By status, you are indeed a demon god, but even if you were to kill me, I would still proclaim your existence as a disgrace to the entire demon realm. Such a fearless individual. She truly was unafraid of him striking her down. Yet, Mo was reluctant to commit needless slaughter. He felt isolated and helpless. Ascending to this position was never his intention, yet he longed to live a fulfilling life. He wished to marry Wen Si, have her accompany him to court, and teach him the intricacies of governance. But all of this was merely a fanciful dream. At this juncture, he could only force himself to adopt the shameless demeanor as Wen Si suggested. Your sister has just turned 400, correct? What does General Sheng think? Sending such a young girl? Is he perhaps trying to remind me of something? You are utterly shameless. Indeed, Xianxia was incensed. However, just as Mo anticipated, he had grasped her vulnerability. He boldly proposed, "Since you are unwilling for her to serve me, how about you become my empress instead? Are you mad?" Xianxia could hardly believe her ears. I have my own plans. If you agree, I shall release your restraints and take you away from here. After such a prolonged period, Mo discerned the circumstances surrounding Xianxia. She had been trapped in this graveyard. Xianxia clenched her teeth, and although she harbored resentment, she realized that if she did nothing, her sister might truly fall victim to this scoundrel. The thought was unbearable, so she reluctantly replied, I agree. Are you certain you have contemplated this thoroughly? This is the position of Empress, not something trivial. Do not lay a hand on my sister. Otherwise, even if I must shatter myself, I will drag you down to hell. This fox demon truly was full of rebellious spirit. In the next moment, Mo unleashed his power, lifting her restraints and escorting her back to the demon palace. In the following 2 months, Mo refrained from disturbing Wen Si at Kunlun Mountain. Even if he had gone, he would merely have encountered her cold demeanor, which would only lead to unpleasantness. It was far better to allow her to recuperate in solitude. He found it rather amusing that, when he was not by her side, she could eat, drink, and sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, after spending 2 months at Kunlun Mountain, Xianxia noted Mo's absence and said to Wen Si, Sister, I must return to Beihai. It has been too long away from the station, and I fear the heavens may not permit it. Third brother, I do not comprehend. Wen Si suddenly harbored a question. Since my birth, I have never been stationed in the south. I was brought to the Tianxing sect and appointed to oversee Kunlun Mountain. Yet I have scarcely visited the station. Was the previous holy beast, Zhu Ke, always stationed in the south? This was the first time Wen Si inquired about the former sacred beast, Zhu Quebec. She had to admit that her curiosity had been piqued by Mo, who had consistently questioned the truth of the claim that Zhu Ke perished after expending its energy in a cataclysmic conflagration against the demon realm. However, what perplexed Wen Si was that Xianxia appeared momentarily stunned by her question. Sister, why do you seek to pry into this matter? I do not understand. You have lived for tens of thousands of years. Is she not also your sister? Wen Si sensed that Xianxia was concealing something from her, but her previous disinterest in such matters left her unaware of why she now felt compelled to inquire. Xianxia gently stroked her head and, with a troubled expression, apologized. I cannot share these matters with you. It is the decree of the heavens. We must focus solely on our own duties, and that is sufficient. Though he refused to divulge the information, Wen Si could not compel him. Yet she distinctly felt as though her existence was shrouded in confusion. After experiencing several headaches, her mind began to clear. As autumn leaves fell and the first snow arrived, Wen Si returned to the vicinity of the barrier, clearly sensing its diminished strength. Nevertheless, when she attempted to leave, she found herself still unable to escape the barrier. It has been stated that as long as your demonic contract remains, you can never leave. At that moment, Mo's voice echoed in her ears. Wen Si realized that with the 100 days approaching, Mo should be returning. Although he had insisted she treat him well before the 100 days arrived, he had not shown himself at Kunlun Mountain since their quarrel. I suppose you still possess some conscience, remembering our agreement, she remarked. What kind of talk is this? I am no deceiver. I shall fulfill my promise to the master. Mo replied, however, before that, I must introduce you to someone. Who? Wen Si was uninterested in meeting anyone. She merely wished to know how she could escape from her current predicament. In the next moment, a figure clad in white appeared behind Mo. Upon closer inspection, Wen Si discovered that the newcomer was a silver-haired woman, possessing an alluring beauty and a hint of cunning in her expression. This is Xianxia, Mo introduced. I am a 9-tailed fox, Xianxia. After tonight, I shall become the new demon queen of the Lord. Xianxia was indeed flawless in every aspect, embodying the innate beauty of her lineage. Wen Si teased, it seems you have come to your senses, realizing what kind of woman you should spend your life with. Mo clenched his teeth, a surge of irritation igniting within him as he contemplated the urge to strangle her. In the next moment, he unleashed his power, directing a formidable force straight towards Wen Si's chest. Caught off guard, Wen Si, who had previously been nonchalant, was abruptly struck by this overwhelming energy, causing her to feel as though her very essence had been hit. Xianxia watched in astonishment as Wen Si, who had just responded coldly to Qi Mo, suddenly gasped in shock, her feet lifted off the ground by a surge of white light, only to be drawn back towards Qi Mo's grasp. As Qi Mo hoisted Wen Si by her collar, Xianxia noticed an ominous purple-black mark appear on her chest and instinctively reached out to seize the demonic contract. With your hands? Xianxia was taken aback. Yes, with your hands. She reluctantly pulled at the contract, and to her surprise, Wen Si began to convulse violently, her eyes rolling back. Qi Mo, accustomed to her distress, knew that she only reacted this way when the pain reached its peak. Despite her suffering, she remained silent, much to Qi Mo's annoyance. Ignore her. She won't die. Just retrieve the contract. In a bid to protect her sister, Xianxia found herself with little choice. Resolutely, she tugged at the demonic contract, and with each pull, Wen Si's convulsions intensified until, in a fleeting moment, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Shall we continue? Continue. Chapter 79. Wen Si faints and is sent back to the palace. The master truly possessed a heart of stone. Despite Wen Si's agony, he did not even flinch. Have you finished? If Qi Mo did not require her to replace Wen Si in this ceiling, he would never tolerate her repeated insolence. Moreover, the binding of his contract will be excruciating. Be prepared. Xianxia found his words laughable. Without hesitation, she seized the demonic contract and integrated it into her being. The entire process was swifter than Qi Mo had anticipated, and she did not even furrow her brow. Then, with a disdainful tone, she remarked, "Perhaps the master is unaware that contracts between demon clans are devoid of pain. Her suffering is due to the absurdity of a contract being formed between the demon and celestial realms, which the heavens do not permit. Hence, her torment." Xianxia observed Wen Si collapse lifelessly on the ground after the contract was removed, acutely aware of the unimaginable pain she had just endured. "So, do you think you are being harsh on her?" Qi Mo felt a twinge of guilt at her words. He hastily lifted the motionless Wen Si, quickening his pace as if fleeing, and effortlessly crossed the boundary. He changed the subject, asking, "Can you still come out?" Xianxia replied, "Perhaps I must stay here for a while on her behalf, but remember, I am not like those ignorant demon clans. I know precisely how to ensure this contract remains with me eternally. Therefore, I implore you to exercise restraint and remember the covenant we share." Their agreement was rather straightforward. Firstly, to ensure that Xiangxia's young sister could live a life of opulence, and secondly, to bestow upon Xiangxiu the power to ascend as a nine-tailed celestial fox. Over the past 2 months, Qi Mo has meticulously fulfilled both stipulations, which is why Xianxia consented to accompany her here in place of Wen Si. Qi Mo had never encountered such a heedless woman. She incessantly spouted words as if reprimanding a child. However, the veracity of her statements left Qi Mo with no room for rebuttal. For instance, the agony inflicted upon Wen Si by the dissolution of their magical contract rendered her in a state of continuous convulsions at Qi Mo's hands. Yet what could he do? He was unable to transfer his energy to her and could only allow her to find a place to recuperate. Especially now, as the demon elders harbored a deep disdain for Wen Si, wishing nothing more than to eliminate her while she was devoid of a magical contract. For a fleeting moment, Qi Mo pondered where to take her after leaving Kunlun Mountain that would be deemed safe. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that if it were her wish, she would desire to return to the Liang kingdom. Suddenly recalling Xiangxia's derision, he resolved to escort her back to Liang to seek out Xiangyan. After all, no mortal could live beyond 100 years. He would not lack the magnanimity to allow such a triviality to deter him. Thus, Qi Mo believed he had performed a commendable deed, and under the cover of night, he carried Wen Si to the palace of the great Liang. At that moment, the realm of Liang was enveloped in a heavy snowfall, the picturesque scene evoking memories of the time he and Wen Si spent on the snowy mountains. He had indeed acted out in anger when Wen Si fled, often burying her in snowdrifts and leaving her to freeze. However, now he felt an urge to act with kindness. Before long, Qi Mo appeared outside Xiangyan's chamber, intending to enter, but after a moment's reflection, he opted to politely knock on the door. At that time, Xiangyan was not within his chamber, but rather engaged in meditation in a hidden chamber beneath it. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he immediately emerged, alert, and inquired about the identity of the visitor. Mo replied that since he was not asleep, he should simply open the door. Such an unreasonable tone. Was that the demon lord? Xianxia felt a pang of anxiety. His first instinct was that the demon lord had returned to provoke him, potentially harboring intentions to silence him. What do you want? He Montak, noticing that the door remained shut, could no longer contain himself. He was incapable of maintaining the facade of a good person for even a quarter of an hour. With a decisive gesture, he unleashed a burst of energy, reducing the entire door to splinters that scattered across the floor. In the instant the door vanished, Xianxia beheld the fierce countenance of Mo and the unconscious Wen Si upon his back. Sister Wen Si, how could she be? Do you not inquire how I brought her out? The world is indeed merciless. He had exerted tremendous effort to devise a means of her escape. Yet no one seemed to care. Each person regarded him as if they had encountered a tyrant. Just as he was about to retort, Wen Si stirred once more, her body convulsing unexpectedly, as if some nerve had misfired again. Mo chose not to stoop to their level. Instead, he coldly inquired if there was a method to alleviate her pain. He suddenly recalled the day he forcefully bound Wen Si with a contract. She had cried out in pain and soon fainted, plunging into the sea. At that moment, he had not considered her feelings, but now he wished to alleviate her suffering. However, Xianxia replied that when she was in pain before, he had used white wine for relief, for mere mortals like them possessed no miraculous elixirs, only the simplest remedies. Thus, he decided to fetch the white wine. Xianxia hesitated, acknowledging that she could not endure strong liquor. At worst, she could sleep for 2 days. That would be better than her current state. With reluctance, he procured the white wine once more. But this time he administered a small amount, wary of intoxicating her again. Mo observed as Xianxia carefully fed her while gently wiping her mouth, raising a brow in skepticism. Why not simply pour it down her throat? Is all this fuss truly necessary? Did Xianxia not realize his own brutality? Fortunately, before long, he had finished feeding Wen Si the white wine. Indeed, after consuming it, her condition seemed to stabilize. Her once furrowed brows relaxed, and her expression became much more serene. Mo turned to leave, but Xianxia, bewildered, hastily inquired, "What exactly is going on? After you rescued her, you simply hand her over to me?" Mo had no choice but to explain that she had nowhere to go. The celestial realm sought her life, and the demon realm offered no refuge. She came seeking you herself. I merely fulfilled her wish. Xianxia was taken aback, questioning whether the person before him was truly Mo. Yet before he could voice his doubts, Mo departed. He understood that even if he had not brought Wen Si here, she would have found a way to return. So it was perhaps better to allow her to recover slowly. After all, he was uncertain how releasing the demonic contract would affect her. Xianxia soon had to attend court, leaving Wen Si to rest upon his dragon bed. Gazing at her sleeping visage, he marveled in disbelief. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. What has transpired? You returned secretly, unafraid of divine retribution. Chapter 80. He agrees to Wen Si being with Xianxia. Xianxia understood why Wen Si had been imprisoned on Kunlun Mountain. It was a punishment decreed by the heavens, and she should have remained there for at least a century. Her sudden appearance now filled him with concern for her well-being. Under the influence of the white wine, Wen Si felt a pleasant haze enveloping her. She recalled Mo's unexpected return, and before she could grasp the full story, he had triggered her demonic contract. The pain inflicted by the contract was unbearable. Even a fleeting manifestation would leave her gasping for breath. When he suddenly invoked it, the agony caused her to faint almost immediately. After that, her consciousness faded into darkness. Now, however, she felt significantly lighter, able to breathe freely, and this long-lost sense of relief brought her comfort, allowing her to sleep more soundly. When Xianxia returned from court, he found Wen Si still asleep and approached her to assess her condition. She bore no injuries, suggesting that Mo had not been excessively harsh with her. If you feel any discomfort, remember to inform me. In a moment of daze, Wen Si heard Xianxia's voice. She wished to express that she felt no discomfort. Wait, This voice, when Z suddenly realized it was not Mo. She hastily forced her eyes open. Upon doing so, the figure before her was beyond her belief. Xianxia? Recognizing the weakness in her voice, Xianxia comforted her, assuring her that the demon lord was absent. Take your time to recover. Do not rush to rise. Wen Si, bewildered, inquired about her current situation. Where am I? You are in my royal palace, came the reply. Wen Si found this impossible. Could she be trapped in a nightmare? She had previously attempted to escape Kunlun Mountain in her dreams, but had never succeeded. Was it possible that she was dreaming now? Yet this dream felt far too vivid, and she feared disappointment upon awakening. Nevertheless, even if it were within the demon palace, it mattered little. Xianxia was taken aback, unsure of her nonsensical ramblings, and promptly clarified, "This is not the demon palace. This is the imperial palace of De Liang. Your demon lord apprentice brought you here," and then departed. As these words settled in, Wen Si's eyes widened in astonishment. This was not a dream. After surveying her surroundings, it was indeed the De Liang imperial palace, and the figure before her was unmistakably Xianxia. Wen Si forced herself to sit up, despite Xianxia's insistence that she lie back down, advising her not to exert herself if she felt unwell. "I'm fine. The pain has subsided," Wen Si insisted. The manifestation of the demon contract had caused her immense suffering, but thankfully that torment had passed. Yet at that moment, Wen Si suddenly realized the demon contract on her chest had vanished. She recalled the events leading up to her fainting spell and surmised that Mo had likely severed her contract. This long-lost sensation of freedom left Wen Si momentarily stunned, her arms supporting her trembling body. Xianxia, alarmed, thought she was unwell again, rushing forward to inquire, "Sister Wen Si, are you all right? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" In the midst of Xianxia's questioning, Wen Si abruptly grasped his hand, startling him into a blush. With a serious tone, Wen Si stated, "The demon contract should be lifted. Previously, any man I touched would be incapacitated by the contract, but now it appears to be without effect." Unsure of this outcome, she placed her hand on Xianxia's handsome face for another test. There was no discomfort, save for slight warmth. "Xianxia, what is the matter? Are you feverish?" Xianxia nearly turned crimson, thinking how she could act so suddenly. He hadn't even had the chance to prepare himself. After 100 days apart, she remained the same naive Wen Si, easily leading one to transgress unwittingly. Finally, Xianxia suggested, "Perhaps you might remove your hand for now. I will try a few other places. Do not test any further. If you touch me again, I may lose control." There were some things he simply could not articulate. Only after Wen Si confirmed the absence of the demon contract did she recall Mo's mention of a Fox Clan woman, claiming she would become the next demon empress. Goodness, had he finally found a new love outside and chose to release her? Mo had departed? Upon his arrival, he departed without lingering even for a moment. Aside from the possibility that, as Wen Si had conjectured, he had taken a new romantic interest, no other speculation could elucidate the bizarre phenomenon of Mo abandoning her so abruptly. Concerned that this solitary man and woman might incite some trouble, Xianxia inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare some food for you?" "Indeed, I relish whatever the emperor prepares." Before long, Xianxia found himself hastily fleeing, turning back to instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare dishes that she favored. He watched from a distance as Wen Si earnestly savored her meal, and he could not help but ponder his own merits. How can a migratory bird, once freed, choose to return, especially in his eyes? Wen Si was a rather naive woman when it came to matters of the heart. She had scarcely experienced anything and was easily deceived. Her current state was perilously precarious. Meanwhile, after confirming that Wen Si had regained consciousness, Mo departed from the capital entirely. Yet unexpectedly, as he reached the outskirts of the city, a white fox stealthily trailed behind him. Mo, somewhat irritated, unleashed a surge of power toward the fox. The white fox swiftly evaded the attack, leaping onto a tree, and addressed Mo, "Why are you alone? I had assumed you were frolicking with that Zhu after leaving the barrier." Mo was taken aback. He turned his head to find this little white fox recklessly standing before him, nonchalantly stating, "It seems you have not been faring well in the mortal realm. Had I not followed you, you might still be oblivious. Xianxia, how did you come here? You should be confined within the barrier, as I distinctly altered the contract." Yet Xianxia replied breezily, "My true form cannot emerge, but my primordial spirit can. Our clan of nine-tailed foxes excels at inhabiting the bodies of mortals. Look, master, what do you think of this, guys?" Suddenly, she produced a captivating young woman from an unknown source, and, before Chi Mo's eyes, possessed her body. Although Chi Mo felt a twinge of immorality about this act, he had witnessed too many demons engage in such behavior before. What will happen to her? She merely sleeps for the time being. Once I vacate this body, she will awaken promptly. Is it your intention to remain in this young woman's form henceforth, publicly presenting yourself as my demonic consort? Precisely. Chapter 81. Wen Si desires to sleep with Xianxia. Were you not quite averse to me? What has prompted your sudden agreement to become my consort? Xianxia's lips curled into a sardonic smile. I am one who acts on a whim. Initially, I found you quite detestable, but now you seem rather pitiable, evoking a sense of sympathy. Impudent. Qui Montag was instantly incensed. This fox demon had always overstepped her bounds, but her brazen words now seemed to disregard his authority entirely. With that, Chi Mo's eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, and he reached for Xianxia's neck. Yet Xianxia calmly remarked, "Do you truly believe I fear you? The demonic contract is in my possession, and my true form is not here. Should you destroy this body, I shall simply seek another host. So, master, do as you please." Chi Mo felt an overwhelming urge to lose his sanity, contemplating the destruction of her corporeal form. Yet, he was suddenly reminded of the words spoken by Wen Si, who had long warned him, "If you fall into the path of darkness, do not blame me for severing our master-disciple bond to eradicate evil." The notion of falling into demonic ways and slaughtering. Was he truly innocent? He abruptly regained control, halting his advance, his hand poised perilously close to Xianxia's neck. However, Xianxia did not flinch, nor did Chi Mo strike. "Thus, I declare I have changed my mind. I have come to understand the nature of your being. Previously, the demon realm had suffered a devastating blow from Zhu Ke, primarily due to Qi Yan's brutality as he led the demon clan to wreak havoc among humans. Now, your existence heralds a turning point for the demon realm." Xianxia was uncertain whether Chi Mo grasped the implications of her words. Yet the faint possibility compelled her to stand by him. After a moment of silence, Chi Mo reflected on his intentions to manage the demon realm effectively. Though much of his time had been consumed in a battle of wits with Wen Si, ultimately failing to retain her. She was likely enjoying a pleasant life with Xianxia now, just as Chi Mo had envisioned, within the opulence of Xianxia's palace, where Wen Si no longer rose early for practice, indulging in leisurely slumbers. When Xianxia returned, he would take her to the pond in the imperial garden for fishing. As winter enveloped the realm, the pond had frozen over, yet Xianxia insisted on demonstrating ice fishing for Wen Si. Indeed, without her lifting a finger, a koi from the depths had taken the bait. "How is this possible?" Wen Si exclaimed in astonishment. I suppose you've never seen this before?" Xianxia had never showcased such prowess before any young lady, except for Wen Si. He was eager to display the talents that labeled him the capital's most extravagant scion. "By the way, do you enjoy watching performances?" "Watching performances?" Wen Si appeared perplexed by his inquiry. "The day after tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday. There will be a grand banquet, and I shall bring you along to join the festivities." Xianxia added hastily, "Of course, I shall ensure your safety this time. You shall not be forced to drink the Empress Dowager's wine." Although Wen Si remained unaware of any troubles that might still plague the Liang kingdom, she discovered that every moment spent with Xianxia made her realize the myriad of fascinating experiences this world had to offer. She sensed that in Xianxia's eyes, she was not a sacred beast burdened with heavy responsibilities, but rather an entity no different from the ordinary mortals. At the Empress Dowager's birthday feast, Xianxia chose a seat for Wen Si, far removed from the court officials to spare her from obligatory toasts. Only after the toast segment had concluded did he invite her to sit beside him to enjoy the opera, The West Chamber. This form of entertainment had become commonplace for mortals, especially for Xianxia, who was required to accompany the ladies of the court yearly. Yet for Wen Si, it was her first encounter, and even Xianxia was taken aback by her rapt attention. In a moment of curiosity, he inquired, "Would you like to snack on some sunflower seeds?" "Snack on what?" Wen Si replied, clearly bewildered. It seemed Xianxia had overestimated her familiarity with such pastimes. Thus, while Wen Si immersed herself in the performance, Xianxia personally cracked open the seeds, eventually presenting a platter of kernels to her with a proud introduction. "This, freshly fried. We mere mortals delight in indulging in such treats while enjoying a performance. Is that not sunflower seeds?" "Indeed, that is precisely what it is. No mistake there." As Xianxia observed Wen Si savoring the seeds, he could not help but exclaim, "You must never partake in card games in the celestial realm. Playing cards is a pastime reserved for the divine. In my daily life, seldom engage in such activities. Fear not, in a few days, I shall teach you how to play." If one ventures into the mortal realm without even having played a game of Pai Gao, it would indeed be quite dull. Upon hearing this, Wen Si suddenly paused, recalling Qi Mo's assertion that she had never truly lived. There seemed to be some truth to it. As she watched the West Chamber, Wen Si found herself captivated, particularly by the unconventional couple who defied societal rules to steadfastly choose one another, which greatly broadened her perspective. After the performance, she could not help but inquire, "Is this story based on real events?" "It is a fabrication," he replied. "But as long as you find joy in it, that is what matters. This troupe is quite renowned. My mother has always held them in high regard, and their performances have consistently been commendable. Indeed, it was splendid." This was her first encounter with such theatrical art, and she found it rather intriguing. Having been constantly engaged in battles, living each day on high alert, she had only heard whispers of the celestial beings frequently hosting banquets to watch plays. Yet she had never truly grasped what such performances entailed. Upon returning that evening, Xianxia escorted Wen Si back to her designated chamber. After returning, she bathed in the hot spring, immersed in contemplation of questions she had never considered before. It dawned on her that she had never genuinely lived, not even for a single day, previously indifferent to such notions. It was only after experiencing the celestial realm's treatment and realizing she no longer needed to guard its every blade of grass that she recognized her life could perhaps begin anew. Meanwhile, after orchestrating a birthday banquet that pleased the Empress Dowager, Xianxia returned to the palace only to be met with a throbbing headache. He needed to retire to bed for a proper rest, as he would have to rise early for court the next day, with a myriad of unresolved matters awaiting his attention. However, just as he lay in bed preparing to drift into slumber, a sudden knock echoed from the door. "Who is it? At this late hour, who dares disturb the sovereign?" To his surprise, he soon heard a familiar voice. "May I come in?" Upon recognizing Wen Si's voice, Xianxia sprang up from his bed. "What is the matter? What has happened? I cannot sleep alone. I wish to join your majesty in slumber." Taken aback by her words, he nearly choked. Where was his wooden fish? He urgently needed to strike it a few times, lest his composure falter. Chapter 82. With Qi Mo present, Wen Si shall encounter nightmares. "If you cannot sleep, let's go to the rooftop and stargaze." "I do not wish to stargaze tonight, nor do I desire to ponder. I simply wish to experience that exhilarating feeling of breaking the rules." Breaking the rules? Xianxia suddenly realized he perhaps should not have brought her to the performance. "No, that play is a fabrication. Do not take it to heart. Rules are not meant to be broken." Especially, before he could finish his sentence, the grand door of the chamber suddenly swung outward, crashing to the ground in two shattered halves. Wen Si was just about to inquire whether the door had been hastily repaired after breaking. It seemed rather flimsy. Nevertheless, since the door had already shattered, she boldly declared her entrance. Xianxia had not rested for several days, and he had intended to enjoy a good night's sleep that evening. Instead, he found himself gazing at Wen Si, who had fallen asleep on his bed. Whether it was the familiar scent or the comfort of having slept on his dragon bed for several days, she lay there and drifted into slumber. As before, she had come dressed in a nightgown, and Xianxia, caught off guard, could not help but glimpse what he ought not to see. Yet, he was unable to restrain his wandering gaze, often becoming lost in the sight of her peaceful visage. His heart incessantly signaled the need for rest. Yet his mind remained alert and devoid of sleepiness. With a sense of resignation, Xianxia returned to his bed, only to realize that she had tugged away half the bedding. Well, if this is how she prefers to sleep, so be it. He could only wonder if Qianmo would suddenly appear to take his life. Unbeknownst to him, Qianmo was lurking nearby, observing everything within the chamber. The absence of a door allowed him a clear view from his perch on the eaves. Initially, he intended to ascertain the nature of Wen Si and Xianxia's relationship, but the scene before him left him feeling a pang of distress. Xianxia had accompanied Qianmo back to this location and teasingly remarked that he had promised to make it up to her and allow her to enjoy a few good days. Had it only been 2 days, and he could no longer maintain his composure? Qianmo insisted that he had already severed the contract with her. Yet, that did not alter the fact that she was still the person he cared for most. Gritting his teeth, Qianmo impatiently retorted, "Would it kill you to say a little less?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia fell silent, instead focusing on the sight of Xianxia. Unable to withstand Wen Si's embrace, cautiously rolled off the bed to pour himself a cup of tea to calm his nerves. "When you initially kept my sister, are you certain it had nothing to do with this fellow?" Xianxia's words piqued Qianmo's alertness. Could it be that there was a connection between them? Of course, there is. Qianmo replied. Among the demon court officials, those who bore surnames were generally bound by contracts with the noble families of the human realm. Much like the Shang family, thousands of years ago, they did not ascend to the throne by mere fate. Rather, they acquired their power through a pact with the nine-tailed fox clan, a legacy passed down for generations. However, their ancestors later dissolved the contract with mortals, severing any ties thereafter. As for the reason behind the dissolution, Xianxia was unaware. Yet, in a certain sense, she and Xianxia could be considered kin, related by blood. Qianmo refrained from speaking further. He too was uncertain of Wen Si's intentions in selecting these women. He then observed as Xianxia carefully donned his attire before silently making his way to court. In the next moment, Qianmo smirked mischievously, leaping down from the eaves and directly entering the chamber. Wen Si lay deeply asleep on the bed, a fact that perplexed Qianmo. Whenever he was absent from her side, she seemed to sleep soundly, yet in his presence, she was plagued by nightmares. Curious, he decided to see how she would react if he suddenly appeared beside her pillow. Thus, Qianmo stealthily slipped under the covers, lying beside Wen Si. He was different from Xianxia. He had grown accustomed to observing her sleeping visage. Over the course of the past 5 centuries, he had gazed upon her countless times. And even during the 49 days within the lotus pool, it had been enough to wear on him. Indeed, upon Qianmo's appearance beside Wen Si, she could faintly sense the overwhelming aura of the demon race, particularly that of Qianmo, a presence she was all too familiar with. As Wen Si drowsily opened her eyes to ascertain the situation, she was taken aback to find Qianmo, with his blood-red eyes, lying beside her, fixated on her and inquiring if she had awakened. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed, recalling vividly that this was Xianxia's chamber. How could he be sprawled across the dragon bed? Qianmo, with a dismissive click of his tongue, remarked that there was ample space on the bed and questioned if his desire to occupy it was problematic. Naturally, Wen Si was skeptical that he would relinquish her so easily. However, since he had arrived, she resolved to leave. She propped herself up, intending to bypass Qianmo and exit the chamber. Yet, as she sat up, he swiftly grasped her and pulled her back down, subsequently flipping over to position himself atop her, rendering her breathless. "Get off me," she demanded. Qianmo tilted his head and mused. If it were that mortal in this position, would you not be so insistent on driving him away? To Wen Si, his behavior seemed patently absurd, as he was acutely aware that she did not wish to see him. Therefore, she exerted more force and kicked Qianmo off the bed, scolding him to leave at once. Despite her defiance, Qianmo felt an overwhelming urge to pin her against the wall to make her realize her own sentiments. Yet, more than that, he craved to be a nightmarish presence in her life. Thus, upon her words, he vanished from her sight, as if to concede her demand. Yet he remained an inescapable specter in her life. Once he departed, Wen Si felt a sudden pang of anxiety. sensing that Mo lurked in some shadowy corner of the room, observing her. In a moment of resignation, she donned a robe and lay back down to sleep. However, just as she settled, the bed curtains fell abruptly and the candles within the room extinguished. This was undoubtedly Mo's doing, yet she was uncertain of his intentions, only to find herself dreaming once more, this time of Mo suddenly appearing before her and unceremoniously casting her into a water prison. In her dream, Mo held her head beneath the water, forcing her to struggle for breath. Bubbles rose to the surface as she gasped for air. But Mo refused to release her, and eventually, her vision darkened as she sank into unconsciousness. Wen Si's sister. Wen Si's sister. The next sounds that reached her ears were the anxious calls of Xianxia. He was bewildered. When he had left, she had been perfectly well, yet upon his return, she was ensnared in a nightmare, mumbling incoherent phrases. The only recognizable words were her pleas to Mo to let her go. What could possibly have transpired? Why had she dreamt of Mo again? Everything had seemed fine just days prior. Mo's actions were deliberate, since she detested him so deeply. He resolved to vex her intentionally. Chapter 83. He enjoys appearing by her pillow in the depths of night. How could you bully her again? Xianxia remarked, shaking his head. Did we not agree to make amends and let her enjoy some peaceful days? I have not harmed her. She dreamed of me herself. Surely, she cannot blame me for that, Mo retorted. After causing a ruckus, he departed the palace with Xianxia. In Xianxia's eyes, even if this man had turned to darkness, he retained an air of childishness. It could be said that Wen Si's teachings were not entirely in vain, for within him lay a trace of righteousness. Yet, the nature of demons is inherently reckless and wild, beyond the constraints of any rules. Are you leaving just like that? Will you not return to see her? Mo smirked. Once this mortal attends court, I shall return to seek her out. For now, let us wander the mortal realm. Accompany me as I explore. Me? Are you certain? You are now my demon queen. What is inappropriate about joining me on this excursion? While she had no objections to wandering, Xianxia hoped he understood her pragmatic nature. Her calculations centered on tangible benefits. For instance, Mo needed to transfer a portion of his power to her through their demonic pact daily, power that the time law had long sought to seize. Since Xianxia's association with Mo, her strength had significantly increased. This was the kind of consideration a mature demon ought to contemplate. Emotions were the least useful of commodities. Thus, she regarded both Mo and the yet-to-be transformed Wen Si as rather naive. After their departure, Wen Si awakened from a nightmarish reverie, the haunting dreams terrifying even to her. She feared succumbing to darkness. Even more so the prospect of reliving those days within the demon palace. You are awake? Did you have another nightmare? After a prolonged moment of catching her breath, Wen Si felt her heartbeat gradually stabilize. She disregarded Xianxia's inquiry, rising to the door to survey her surroundings, calling out loudly, Mo, if you possess any courage, come forth. What is this cowardice in hiding? Step out and face me. She could scarcely fathom that Mo would choose to materialize beside her pillow in the dead of night. His audacity knew no bounds. Yet, Mo had already distanced himself, unable to respond to her outburst. Unbeknownst to her, Xianxia had already surmised that Mo would not depart so easily, and he inquired with concern, if he is not left, what do you plan to do next? Do not worry. Once the demonic pact is severed, he cannot harm me. His petty antics are of no consequence. She reflected that even kicking him off the bed had been too gentle, for he had vanished without a trace after provoking her. However, she did not wish to involve Xianxia in their troubles. Thus, she suggested, as she often did, let us speak of something else. How about reviewing today's memorials? Perhaps I can assist you in some manner. You helped me resolve the calamities within the Liang Kingdom last time. I'm already very grateful. Such trifles, I do not wish to trouble you with. Among friends, there is no need for such formality. Wen Si's response left Xianxia momentarily stunned. She actually regarded him as a friend. This shift in their relationship left him feeling both surprised and honored. As Wen Si glanced at the day's memorial, she discerned that the issues raised by the ministers all pointed to a singular concern, the national treasury. Did this imply a shortage of funds? Xianxia refrained from disclosing the truth to her. For men, the inability to produce money from their pockets was a matter of great embarrassment, and he did not wish for Wen Si to be aware of such matters. Presently, he had also borrowed some funds from allies, which would be repaid once the taxes were collected. But how much tax would he have to impose on the common people? This method seemed rather untenable. Xianxia was troubled by this predicament, having inherited such a dire financial mess, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Unexpectedly, while pondering how to assuage Wen Si's concerns, she suddenly opened her palm, revealing a gold ingot that materialized before her. Xianxia was taken aback. He heard Wen Si inquire, "Is the money of mortals shaped like this?" She appeared quite nonchalant, unaware that Xianxia was frozen in astonishment. You can conjure money?" He stammered. "This is a celestial technique, quite simple," she replied. "Even the most inept deity can turn stone into gold. I merely do not require stones." Yet, Wen Si did not reveal to Xianxia that such acts were forbidden by heavenly law. If immortals were to freely conjure mountains of gold from mortals, chaos would ensue on earth. However, having already fallen to such a predicament, what did it matter if she transgressed heavenly mandates? She increasingly found these celestial regulations rather tedious, especially after hearing in the West Chamber that rules are made by man, and certain rigid customs ought not to exist at all. Thus, she straightforwardly declared, "Speak. How much is lacking? I shall replenish the national treasury for you, so you need not burden the common people excessively." Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt an overwhelming urge to bow before her. With but a flick of her fingers, the treasury's vault was filled with gold. In his astonishment, he even pinched himself to verify it. Pure gold indeed. "Sister Wen Si, might you teach me this art? It is truly remarkable." Wen Si shook her head. "It is not that I do not wish to teach you. Performing celestial arts requires divine status. My divine rank is considerably lower than that of the higher deities. Yet in terms of celestial techniques, I am not inferior to them." This perplexed Wen Si. Truth be told, her divine status was so negligible it was almost overlooked, and she could never ascend to the ranks of the immortals. Still, she could not articulate why her foundation surpassed theirs by such a significant margin. How wonderful! These ravaged areas can be rebuilt, and the losses of the people can be compensated. Losses? Suddenly, Wen Si recalled that her skirmishes with the 8 great elders had already devastated vast tracts of land, not to mention the fields and crops. These demonic entities had been unleashed by Qi Mo, and all of Qi Mo's actions stemmed from her misguided teachings. Thus, it was only fair that she face punishment. Once Xianxia acquired the funds, he swiftly set about addressing these pressing matters. The affairs were urgent, with courtiers pressing him daily. He even had to inform Wen Si, "Wait for me to finish my duties, and then I shall return play with you. I still wish to teach you how to play Pai Gao. Go on, attend to your affairs." With that, Xianxia hurriedly attended to state matters, so much so that he did not return even by nightfall. Left alone in her chambers, Wen Si resolved that since she had already made an exception by using celestial techniques, there was no need for her to maintain her reserve any longer. She then transformed the wood from the courtyard into door panels and moved them to the entrance of her chamber, pondering how to resolve the issue of the damaged door. Alas, her master could even repair doors. This was indeed the first time she had witnessed such a thing. Just as Wen Ji was engaged in her task, Qi Mo's voice once again echoed behind her. Wen Ji intended to confront him, yet he had the audacity to appear uninvited. "Qi Montak, did you break this door?" After a day of frolicking outside, Qi Mo returned in the evening only to be reprimanded upon seeing her. He dismissively replied, "This door was dismantled by me." "What of it? Do you have an objection?" Chapter 84. He is indeed troubled, seeking to bully her. "Are you out of your mind?" Wen Ji retorted, turning to question Qi Mo, "Why did you dismantle someone else's door?" Qi Mo, with unabashed confidence, declared, "I knocked on the door, but when he refused to open, I had no choice but to force it." Indeed, the demon clan was utterly unreasonable. Wen Ji chose to ignore Qi Mo, using her celestial powers to reinstall the door panels, while Qi Mo jested, "Master, you seem to lack memory. Previously, you were punished for violating heavenly rules, and now you've just sneaked out to use celestial magic again. So, does your earlier emphasis on discipline not apply to yourself? Wen Si scoffed, what good is my example? Will you follow suit? Since you won tea, it is unnecessary for you to concern yourself with my actions. Xianxia was genuinely surprised to discover this audacious side of Wen Si. He dared to speculate that, given the repeated cruelty she faced from the celestial realm, she must possess some sense of awareness. With this in mind, Xianxia attempted to console her. All right, master, do not be angry. I went out shopping today and brought back some delightful items for you. Take it away. I have no need for it. Before Xianxia could even mention what he had brought, Wen Si promptly rejected him. How could Xianxia manage to maintain a cordial relationship with her? Wen Si, must you be this way? To be honest, Wen Si did not wish to see him at all. It was already a blessing that they had not clashed. Yet he still demanded more from her. Wen Si disregarded him and, after repairing the door, prepared to return inside. However, just as she was about to enter, Xianxia unleashed a surge of power, shattering the two wooden panels before her eyes. Witnessing the splintered remnants of the door, Wen Si was infuriated. Xianxia, how much longer will you persist? It was you who failed to appreciate my efforts first, Xianxia retorted, equally exasperated with her. He approached her, forcefully pinning Wen Si against the wall. Caught off guard, she braced herself for some untoward action. To her surprise, he produced a candied hawthorn skewer and presented it before her. During my outing today, I encountered a vendor selling candied hawthorns, bought one, and found it delectable. Hence I purchased another to share with you. Wen Si found little sentiment in this gesture, instead questioning, did you not have a new demon queen? Why didn't you buy for her? She claimed she did not like them. Neither do I. Xianxia, with utmost seriousness, replied, but I wish for you to try it. It is truly delicious. With that, he plucked a candied hawthorn from the skewer and unceremoniously shoved it into Wen Si's mouth. In Wen Si's eyes, this object was both sour and hard, and it made her throat feel uncomfortable. However, she refused to eat it, prompting Xianxia to grip her chin firmly, as he consistently forced her to swallow the candied hawthorn. I merely wish to bring you something. If you accept it, I shall take my leave. If you refuse, I shall not depart. Wen Si couldn't fathom how such an unreasonable person could exist. After she reluctantly swallowed the candied hawthorn, she was seized by a fit of coughing. Xianxia, ever considerate, offered her a cup of water, inquiring whether he should drink it himself or feed it to her. Forget it. I shall drink it myself, she decided, aiming to avoid provoking him and hoping to send him away quickly. To her astonishment, after she finished the water, Xianxia produced a stunning ice blue gown, exclaiming that he had seen it while shopping and thought she would look splendid in it. For a fleeting moment, Wen Si yearned to return to Kunlun Mountain. Had she known she would be so entangled, she would have resisted more fiercely. Why haven't you purchased garments for your new demon queen? Xianxia replied that she only liked white clothes, eschewing anything overly extravagant. But I also favor white and dislike this. Yet, for the past 5 centuries, he had meticulously remembered the garments worn by his master at various gatherings. Your master would surely appreciate this one. With no other options, Wen Si reluctantly returned to her room to change into the gown. Once adorned, she realized how stunning it was. The fabric was sheer, exposing her arms and legs. Xianxia, are you serious? I'm quite serious. You wore such attire in front of that mortal last night. Heaven knows how many times that mortal slipped out for tea in the middle of the night. Xianxia further questioned, are you truly serious? What I wear in front of him is none of your concern. Xianxia noted Wen Si's growing double standards. What was acceptable for Xianxia was not permissible for him. Determined to press the issue, Xianxia strode to the bedside, pinned Wen Si against the wall, and then drew the bed curtains. Only Xianxia remained on the eaves, listening to the intermittent sounds from within, and shook his head in exasperation. Xianxia truly lacked the understanding of subtlety. As things stood, Wen Si would no longer allow him entry, even though she had seen his good intentions while accompanying him shopping. Xianxia cast a glance at the intense scene inside, clicked his tongue, and proceeded to check on his cousin, who had ascended to the throne. Although Xianxia had previously been a wastrel, he had matured significantly since becoming emperor. At least from Xianxia's perspective, he was far more mature than Xianxia. even taking the time to reassure officials and citizens while addressing construction issues. Yet, unbeknownst to him, like his ancestors, he was on the brink of national demise, resorting to forbidden powers. Both the contract Spirit Fox clan and the acquisition of the sacred beast Zhu Ke were considered taboo. Upon returning to the eaves, Xianxia discovered that tranquility had returned to the room. Wen Si had long since fainted from exhaustion, yet Mo had no intention of leaving. As long as Xianxia remained absent, he intended to linger. Xianxia shook his head in resignation and chose to keep him company on the roof. She merely lamented that Mo had chosen her to be the demon empress, deeming it a wise decision, for only someone like her, who prioritizes self-interest, could remain unfazed by such circumstances. She even jested from the rooftop that her age was not significantly greater than his, still a young maiden, unaccustomed to such experiences. Mo clarified that he had not bullied her. Indeed, those actions hardly constituted bullying. He truly managed to amuse her. However, I must caution you. The more you behave this way, the more she will be drawn to that mortal. You may possess a mere shell, yet she has captured his heart. In Mo's perspective, there is little distinction between the two, considering he had endeavored for 5 centuries. Her heart was unattainable, forever beyond his grasp. Yet, he relished lingering by her side, irrespective of her demeanor or the dismal outcome. He had no desire to depart. If you do not leave soon, dawn will break, and that mortal will return. Chapter 85. To evade Mo, accompanying Xianxia to aid disaster relief, I nearly forgot. With Xianxia's return, I must take my leave. But why should I? Mo gazed at the slumbering Wen Si beneath him, a wicked smile suddenly gracing his lips. Each time he departed, he felt compelled to leave her with a surprise. With that thought, Mo leaned down and kissed Wen Si's neck. This scene left Xianxia waiting outside, utterly astonished. What are you doing? Mo grinned mischievously. She'll find out when she awakens. With that, he departed with Xianxia. Shortly after Mo's departure, a blinding ray of sunlight illuminated Wen Si. Her eyes fluttered open slightly, despite her fatigue rendering her too weak to rise. The glaring light compelled her to pry her eyes open. That scoundrel had returned. Not only did he come, but he also forced her to consume an excessively sweet hawthorn, even disregarding her protests. The thought of it jolted Wen Si into full awareness as she rushed to the bronze mirror to inspect herself. Upon noticing the vivid red mark on her neck, she nearly cursed aloud. Mo, are you out of your mind? This mark was impossible to conceal, and she had to hasten the circulation of her internal energy to eradicate it. Thus, Wen Si seized the opportunity, before Xianxia's return, to practice her spear techniques in the Imperial Flower Garden at dawn. Her spear skills were typically exquisite, yet seldom showcased. This time, however, she broke her own precedent. With a silver spear in hand, she leapt into the air, the weapon tracing a crimson arc against the morning light, appearing all the more resplendent. Unbeknownst to her, Mo had not ventured far. He wished to observe Wen Si's reaction upon realizing he had intentionally let Xianxia know of last night's events. To his surprise, she chose to express herself through a once-in-a-century display. In truth, Mo had once tinkered with the silver spear in Wen Si's possession during their childhood. Discovering it weighed over 40 pounds, nearly crushing him, the young Mo firmly believed that Wen Si could not wield such a spear herself, which was why she employed the divine spear technique to make the spear fly on its own. Yet, witnessing her deft movements as she danced with the spear, effortlessly leaping into the radiant sun, Mo found himself rooted in place, entranced by her fluid grace, nearly lost in admiration. As Mo remained transfixed by the graceful figure in the air, the next moment, Wen Si unexpectedly descended from the heights, wielding a silver spear and charging towards him with formidable force. The assault came so suddenly that Mo, in his astonishment, could only react instinctively by raising his hand in defense. However, Wen Si swiftly dismantled his protective barrier, and the tip of the blazing spear thrust directly towards his chest. Mo made no move to resist, yet, to his surprise, the spear halted the instant it touched his chest. The tip pressed against him as Wen Si glared menacingly. Before Mo could utter a word, She vociferously demanded, "Chiemo, is this intentional? Sleeping is one thing, but leaving a mark? Aren't you pushing your luck?" Unbeknownst to her, had she thrust the spear down, as an immortal, he would have emerged unscathed, albeit enraged. Yet she refrained, leading him to genuinely commend his master's spear work, exclaiming how splendidly it was wielded. Silence. Did he think Wen Si wished to kill him? She understood that such a divine weapon could not vanquish him. Striking would be futile. Yet this very thought was infuriating. The mark had already vanished, master. Do not be angry. As Chiemo spoke, the spear advanced an inch, causing him pain. In the next moment, Wen Si shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave. Xianxia had yet to return to the palace, and was unaware of what transpired within. His absence implied that Chiemo had no intention of departing and was prepared to continue his mischief. Thus, Wen Si took the initiative to approach the court, where she found Xianxia ready to leave the palace. Upon seeing her unexpectedly before him, he felt a pang of guilt. "I intended to speak with you shortly. You should remain in the palace for the next few days, as I must journey to Jiangnan to oversee disaster relief personally." Wen Si resolutely replied, "I shall accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Xianxia was perplexed. What merit did he possess to warrant such dedicated help from a celestial being? "This is no mere outing, precisely because it is a serious matter that I wish to join you." Since Chiemo lingered in the palace, she would simply depart. She could not avoid him, nor would she cower. Thus, that afternoon, the carriage set forth, and to evade Chiemo, Wen Si suggested sharing a carriage with Xianxia. She was now unrestrained and free to act as she pleased, leaving Xianxia astonished yet unable to decline. Ultimately, as they sat together in the carriage, Xianxia remarked, "We are heading to the disaster-stricken areas. Previously, I lacked funds, but now that I have resources, I must inspect the reconstruction efforts." He felt compelled to express his apologies regarding the calamity. Had I not traveled to the Liang Kingdom, the demon realm would not have pursued, and this situation would not have arisen. Before she could finish, Xianxia interjected, "How could this possibly be your fault? You should have fled long ago. I am delighted you escaped from him. How could I blame you?" At times, Wen Si feels that Xianxia's presence is almost surreal. Despite the trouble she has caused him, he never seems to hold her accountable, nor does he ever express discontent. In stark contrast, her interactions with Chiemo are fraught with animosity, as they frequently hurl the most venomous words at one another. This thought suddenly weighs heavily on Wen Si, leaving her feeling exhausted. Whether it's due to the morning's gun practice or the fatigue from the previous night, she cannot tell. "I am tired," she states candidly. Upon hearing this, Xianxia urges her, "Then you should take a nap. The carriage is a bit bumpy. Will you be able to sleep?" Wen Si mumbles an agreement and soon curls up on the seat, drifting into slumber. Xianxia blinks in surprise. It seems that only someone utterly fatigued could sleep through such tumultuous motion. As he ponders, an unexpected commotion arises from the front of the carriage. A neighing horse signals distress, and the horse pulling their carriage begins to rear back with alarming speed, causing Wen Si to tumble from her seat. "Sister Wen," Xianxia exclaims, intending to rouse her, but she remains blissfully unaware, still lost in her dreams. Dumbfounded, he quickly lifts her, opting to cradle her in his arms and place her on his lap to prevent her from falling to the ground. However, just as he contemplates the situation, a violent jolt shakes the carriage again. If not for Xianxia's quick reflexes in catching Wen Si, she would have surely met the floor once more. Yet, he is perplexed by the unfolding events. What is happening with the convoy? He inquires. The soldiers, overwhelmed, respond, "Your Majesty, there is a ferocious beast ahead. Though we cannot ascertain what it is, we must retreat." "What beast?" Xianxia wonders, troubled. The mountain path they traverse means that retreating would require a detour. He had previously gathered information indicating that an alternative route would necessitate traveling by water. However, after the recent floods, the waterways are treacherous, posing even greater risks to their 1,000-strong contingent. "Surely, we should be able to handle a mere beast," he thinks. The soldiers clarify, it is a magical beast. Upon hearing this, Xianxia gently lays Wen Si back onto the seat and moves to assess the situation. Before him, a frenzied black bear with crimson eyes wreaks havoc. This land, once tranquil, has become increasingly plagued by such magical creatures. While they had existed before, they had at least shown restraint. Now, they have grown audacious and brazen. What should we do? Xianxia glances back at the deeply sleeping Wen Si. He has neglected her care over the past few days, unaware of the source of her exhaustion. Yet for a fleeting moment, he considers waking her. If she were to confront this beast, a mere flicker of divine fire would suffice. However, he hesitates, reluctant to disturb her peace. He also feels a twinge of fear, fearing an addiction to relying on powers that do not belong to him. He has depended on her strengths to defeat Sheng Bing, ascend to the throne, fend off external threats, enrich the treasury, and manage disaster relief. This time, he desires to face the challenge alone. Take good care of her. Do not let those beasts disturb this carriage. As the words fell, Xianxia leaped forward, charging towards the crimson-eyed black bear. The soldiers had not provoked the creature. Merely stepping onto its territory sparked a ruthless slaughter, sending the soldiers retreating in shock. Yet the bear remained relentless, determined to annihilate them all. Consequently, Xianxia, wielding his long sword, executed a swift maneuver to position himself before the ferocious beast. For the past 3 months, he had diligently practiced the longevity technique imparted by Wen Si. This skill not only significantly enhanced one's power in a short span, but also facilitated ascension to immortality. As he silently recited the incantation, intricate gestures flowed from his fingertips, and soon a verdant array materialized behind him, unleashing an endless volley of swords toward the crimson-eyed bear. Initially, the bear attempted to defend itself, but upon realizing the futility of its efforts and suffering wounds from the piercing blades, it turned to flee. However, the array had already locked onto its target, and countless swords swiftly pierced through it, transforming the formidable creature into a spiked carcass, collapsing into a pool of blood. Was it truly dead? This marked Xianxia inaugural attempt at battle with such techniques. Even as a novice, he had achieved the prowess of a practitioner with over a decade of cultivation. One could only marvel at the magnitude of the gift bestowed upon him by Wen Si. Let's proceed, Xianxia commanded, seeing the beast slain, and urged his team to venture deeper into the forest. Yet, as they stepped into the thicket, they were astounded to find over 20 crimson-eyed black bears advancing towards them. This was indeed a clan. What an absurdity! By what right did these fiends settle in the mortal realm? Once more, Xianxia invoked his technique, but as the array activated, the multitude of bears surged in from all directions. Lacking combat experience, he faltered, shifting his focus from offense to defense. With a thunderous roar, one of the bears shattered his defensive barrier and charged at him once more. In a moment of desperation, as he attempted to summon the array anew, the blazing spear, Zhiling, suddenly emerged, piercing through the bear and then veering to strike at the others. The bears, sensing the overwhelming power of the divine flame, scattered in panic. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. Inside the carriage, Wen Si lazily stifled a yawn, appearing still half asleep. However, the commotion outside had reached an unbearable level. She lifted the carriage curtain and remarked that such matters should be entrusted to her next time. Xianxia felt a twinge of embarrassment for his lack of skill, apologizing for the spectacle he had unwittingly created. In truth, you have grasped it quite well, she reassured him. But facing such a multitude of beasts can easily lead to chaos. Xianxia was taken aback by her praise, for he had deemed his performance utterly dismal. He explained, I did not wish to disturb you. If you are weary, you may continue to rest. But do call for me if you require assistance. Do not exert yourself alone. She mused that had it not been for Qi Mo's bizarre actions the previous night, she would not be in such a disheveled state. Seeing her intent to return, Xianxia, concerned she might stumble again, joined her in the carriage. Wen Si showed no hesitation in resting her head on his lap. She was unfazed by Qi Mo's accusations of hypocrisy, finding great comfort in this position. However, she reiterated before falling asleep that if they encountered such situations again on the road, they should not hesitate to call her, treating those occurrences as her summons, so as not to feel they were disturbing her. No, such matters require reason. It is not your fault. How could you bear the blame? Reason? Wen Si suddenly found it amusing. The celestial realm does not adhere to reason even when meting out punishment, and you, a mere mortal, still cling to such notions? You may not be aware of the multitude of sins I have shouldered since Chi-Mo became a demon. Truly, when one is plagued by many lice, one does not itch. When one is burdened with debts, one does not worry about two more. She was acutely aware that she had violated heavenly laws, having repeatedly transgressed them when she chose to return to assist Xianxia. But what could be done? She had grown utterly numb to these matters. Xianxia was uncertain how to respond to her words, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Fortunately, she did not seem to expect a reply, and soon fell asleep again. It was only during the night that they gradually traveled south along the river, entering the disaster-stricken areas. Upon seeing the victims in the distance, Xianxia wished to investigate the situation, but just as he was cautiously attempting to do so without alarming Wen Si, she suddenly seized his hand. Startled, Xianxia heard Wen Si caution him that the victims were not rational beings, and to approach recklessly would result in being consumed by them. You, the new emperor, possess no experience. It truly raises concerns. I merely wish to venture out alone. Wen Si opened her eyes and reminded him that while the intention was noble, should anything happen to him, the great Liang would be left without a successor. Ultimately, it was Wen Si who accompanied him outside. As expected, the moment Xianxia emerged from the carriage, hundreds of victims surged forward, causing him to retreat back inside in astonishment. In the end, Wen Si merely waved her fingers, and a crimson barrier instantly appeared around the carriage, blocking the victims. Remember, even if the outside world is filled with wailing, and some are bowing with deceased children, you must not disembark. Xianxia inquired if she meant that human nature should not be underestimated. At times, he found her somewhat oblivious, yet in critical moments, she seemed remarkably lucid. This individual truly left Xianxia perplexed. Chapter 87. Parting in this manner is quite acceptable, observing Wen Si's calm demeanor amidst the chaos before them. Xianxia could not help but envy her, remarking, "If I were as formidable as you, might I not be able to dismount the carriage?" Wen Si noticed that Xianxia had referred to her as formidable more than once, and she did not quite comprehend it. Thus, she stated in the celestial realm, "I cannot be deemed powerful, nor have I ever considered myself strong. You should regard me as you would an ordinary mortal." She did not speak these words out of humility or modesty. In her view, if she were truly formidable, defeating Chi-Mo should be a trivial matter, rather than either being casually throttled by him or repeatedly subdued to serve him. If she were genuinely powerful enough, she would certainly have a way to return to her master, rather than wandering in the mortal realm. However, just as Wen Si was enveloped in a melancholic reverie, she suddenly felt a large hand gently caressing her strands of hair. In astonishment, she gazed at Xianxia, only to find him resting his hand atop her head, softly patting it as he remarked, "You two, there is no need to compare yourself with those celestial beings. In my eyes, you are already exceptional." Wen Si stood frozen in place, for it had only been her master who relished in tenderly stroking her head and grooming her tail feathers. This was the second instance in the world where someone had so openly touched her head. Yet, strangely, she found herself rather fond of this sensation. Xianxia's excursion into the realm of mortals, where he sought to aid the victims of calamities, was initially intended to last just 15 days. However, the circumstances proved far more dire than he had anticipated, leading to an extended absence of 3 months from the capital. During this time, several court officials sought an audience with him, but Xianxia, preoccupied with the restoration of the Great Liang, set aside trivial matters for the moment. Naturally, this endeavor required Wen Si to employ her celestial powers. Otherwise, the restoration of the ravaged land would be an insurmountable challenge. They remained in the wilderness until the onset of spring. Curiously, throughout these 3 months, Chi-Mo did not intrude upon Wen Si. Could it be that, having severed their contract, he could no longer locate her? How splendid that would be! If he could not find her, he would hasten to return to the demon realm with his new demon queen, never to cross paths with her again. Unbeknownst to her, Chi-Mo had indeed returned to the demon realm, but not due to an inability to find Wen Si. Rather, it was prompted by the recent trials held by the Tianxing sect which resulted in the execution of the remaining elders on the guillotine. These elders were esteemed figures within the court, and the kin of the revered elder Xianxia had become incensed, preparing to wage war against the Tianqing sect, a force that could not be easily quelled. Consequently, other elders' families also expressed their outrage. On what grounds did the Tianqing sect execute them? They had not violated any laws. They were merely in the mortal realm in pursuit of Wen Si. Did the Tianqing sect claim that Wen Si's expulsion was a mere pretense? She was no longer affiliated with the Tianqing sect. Why then could they not seek retribution against this sinner? Had it not been for the uproar surrounding this matter, Qianmo would not have returned, and certainly not after a span of 3 months. Upon his return, the only solace for the denizens of the demon realm was the fact that he had dissolved his contract with Wen Si. And the new demon queen was the nine-tailed celestial fox, Xianxia. Upon her return to the demon realm, Xianxia was embraced by throngs of demonkin, a spectacle that left her somewhat disoriented, for she had previously been a forsaken daughter imprisoned in a graveyard. It was precisely because of her harrowing experiences that she had forged a character that was both lucid and composed. After returning to the demon realm, she did not hesitate to remind him, "Now you understand how much your former demon queen was despised, do you not? Actions that disregard public sentiment yield no benefits for either of us." The injuries she sustained, including her imprisonment on Kunlun Mountain, were the consequences of that obstinate decision. Qianmo was reluctant to acknowledge this, yet Xianxia had hit the nail on the head. His dissolution of the contract with Wen Si stemmed from a desire to protect her from the machinations of the demon elders. The last time Wen Si was cast into a whirlpool at the bottom of the sea by the time Qianmo discovered her. She was ravaged by a host of sharks, her body marred by wounds and her bones shattered. This was not a sight he wished to behold. In a fleeting moment, Qianmo felt a sense of helplessness, as if he were grasping at a lifeline. He turned to Xianxia and inquired, "Are you willing to assist me in managing the court?" Xianxia chuckled. "What is this? Have you realized your own inadequacies? Or have you suddenly awakened to the notion that my words carry some merit? Not merely some merit. Every word is the essence." Ki Montauk insisted. "You need only respond with a simple yes or no, and feel free to state your demands." This proclamation sparked a glimmer of progress in Xianxia. "Your aura has returned. Previously, your approach was marked solely by brutality, lacking any practical substance, revealing a certain naivety. Yet, you concealed this childishness with sheer force, which is why it is no wonder that the Lady Wen Si has little regard for you." Qianmo refrained from retorting, finding himself unusually tolerant of her sharp tone, as he sensed her intellect upon their first encounter. "Ask for whatever you desire. I shall not shortchange you." Xianxia smirked slightly. "You flatter me. But as long as you allow me to become the demon empress, this is not merely jest. Managing the demon realm is indeed within my purview. Furthermore, I have mentioned to you that seeking me out was a wise choice. Having been imprisoned in the graveyard for a century, there are many I wish to rectify. In a certain sense, this constituted a valid contract. Qianmo required Xianxia's assistance in governance, while Xianxia sought Qianmo's influence and power. In contrast, the pact between Qianmo and Wen Si resembled more of a farce. They had not seen each other for 100 days, and Qianmo's circumstances remained unknown to him. However, Wen Si thrived alongside Xianxia, enjoying a life of comfort. As spring approached, Xianxia, having resolved the various predicaments, returned to the capital with Wen Si. Along the way, he inquired, "Do you wish to try some candied fruits? I am not fond of sweets, Your Majesty, but I appreciate your kindness." "You do not enjoy sweets?" "I assumed all young ladies did. How about the light and delicate cloud cakes?" Wen Si shook her head. "I have never tasted them." Thus, Xianxia dispatched a eunuch to procure a package of cloud cakes, instructing the vendor to ensure they were not overly sweet. During the eunuch's absence, Wen Si suddenly recalled the miscreant who had twice forced her to consume candied hawthorns. She questioned, "If Your Majesty were to favor a particular delicacy that I do not enjoy, would you compel me to share your fondness for it?" "Huh?" Xianxia was perplexed by her question, momentarily doubting himself. "Do I appear to be such an unreasonable person? I merely assumed young ladies have a penchant for sweets. If you do not like them, please do not force yourself. I have said, you may simply share with the servants. there are plenty eager to partake. Thus, in Chimo's absence, she felt particularly fulfilled each day. Even contemplating that life was quite agreeable, resolving never to seek death again. However, upon returning, I must devise a way to placate the situation. The Empress Dowager has already learned that we have been together for 3 months and is intent on making you my empress. Chapter 88. The Celestial Realm discovers Wen Si's escape. Recalling this matter caused Xianxia a headache, and Wen Si, realizing the absurdity of the situation, remarked, "Did you not explain my identity to her properly? The Empress Dowager is aware of your celestial nature, and it is precisely due to this understanding that she wishes for you to remain within the grand palace of De Liang. She has urged this matter numerous times, for De Liang has no heir." This sentiment caused a flicker of unease within Wen Si, as it inexplicably reminded her of Chimo's previous insistence on her bearing his child. However, how could a divine beast conceive? Such a notion was utterly foreign to her, and she was at a loss regarding the mechanics of such a birth. Yet, Chimo was undeterred, forbidding her from consuming any contraceptive concoctions and insisting repeatedly on her presence in his chambers, to the point of madness. Contemplating these memories, Wen Si felt a wave of physical discomfort, prompting her to candidly express, "You might as well inform her that I am the divine beast Zhuke. How could I possibly become the Empress of Liang like a mere mortal? Do not. You mustn't divulge such information to her. Are you not aware that the 4 sacred beasts are revered as deities on earth? If she were to discover my connection with the divine, it would surely compel you to safeguard Liang even more fervently." Though Wen Si had committed many transgressions against the celestial laws, marrying a mortal would be an act of utter defiance. Yet, she recognized her inability to pursue such a path, not due to a lack of desire, but rather an understanding of its impossibility. The thought of marrying Chimo filled her with reluctance 1,000-fold. Yet the prospect of being wed to Xianxia evoked no such resistance. Curiosity seized her, and she inquired, "If we were to disregard these regulations, would you still evade this marriage?" Taken aback by her sudden question, Xianxia's face flushed, for he had never dared to contemplate such a matter. Why had she posed this question? It was a peculiar thought that had crossed her mind, and she recalled that Chimo had once asked her a similar query, to which her reply had been that such hypothetical musings were devoid of significance and a waste of time. She imagined that if Chimo were aware she would entertain such thoughts, it would surely infuriate him. Xianxia responded, "Even in the absence of celestial laws, would being with me not hinder you? Not at all. I find myself with nowhere to go, merely wandering aimlessly in this vast world. If there is but one person willing to accept me, I shall consider myself exceedingly fortunate." These words left Xianxia at a loss for a reply. However, such sentiments did not require a response from Wen Si. She had merely unwittingly learned to articulate her feelings. At least since being with Xianxia, she had become more loquacious, unlike before when she would remain silent for prolonged periods. Before long, fatigue overtook Wen Si once more. During these days spent in Xianxia's company, she had often indulged in leisurely slumbers, lying upon his lap whenever she felt drowsy. When he inquired about her fondness for such a position, she revealed that as a child, she found comfort in reclining on her master's leg, a detail unknown to outsiders. Upon returning to the palace, a eunuch inquired if Xianxia wished to meet the Empress Dowager first. He replied, "I shall first escort her back to her chambers and then visit the Empress Dowager. Please inquire what preparations are required on her end, but do not disturb Miss Wen. She has accompanied me on this journey and deserves to rest." With that, Xianxia carried Wen Si back to her quarters. The Empress Dowager had long since placed spies within the entourage. How could she remain unaware of the extent of their relationship? She then questioned the reporting eunuch. "Has His Majesty returned the girl, Wen, to the palace?" "Indeed, Your Majesty." His Majesty indicated that he would come after ensuring Miss Wen's comfort. Empress Dowager Chen sipped her tea and sighed, remarking that after spending so long in the palace, she found it rather disconcerting to call someone girl. She awaited the arrival of the emperor to discern his intentions. However, she was taken aback when Xianxia, during a visit, candidly informed her that a union with Wen Si was unattainable and implored her not to cling to the matter. "You unfilial son," she retorted. "I have previously told you that the entire Great Liang was preserved by her. Surely she deserves a rightful title." "Mother, you are mistaken. Miss Wen has always regarded me as a friend." He wished to be honest with the Empress Dowager, yet this was the reality. He understood that, given Wen Si's perspective on relationships, their connection remained purely platonic. "Is it that practitioners of the Tao cannot marry or bear offspring?" she exclaimed. "Surely. It must be your inadequacies. I shall oversee you in the coming days to discern your shortcomings." How could Sheng Yin convey this to her? His shortcomings in this matter were dictated by the heavens. If he dared to take Wen Si as his bride, it would be tantamount to defying celestial order. Unperturbed, the Empress Dowager dispatched envoys to Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace the next day to inquire of the elders about the true situation concerning Wen Si. The elders had heard whispers of this, but were hesitant to speak. Yet the Empress Dowager's inquiry stirred the celestial attendants left by the primordial lord in Yushu Palace. The leading attendant, Bai He, who had been in seclusion, upon learning of the matter, inquired about the marriage. "What is this situation? When did the sect master develop such inclinations?" Unbeknownst to the celestial beings, during this period, sect master Wen had found a profound connection with the emperor, and we too wished to facilitate their union, yet we were uncertain of her reservations. If there were difficulties, we implored her to disclose them. They could not fathom that Bai He was not allied with Wen Si. Rather, he was monitoring her from the mortal realm. In the past, there had been instances where sects sought to propose to Wen Si, but she had invariably declined. Yet, this was the first time someone had spoken of a mutual affection. Bai He responded, "We must confirm this matter with the sect master. Our Yushu Palace cannot abide any rumors." A eunuch in the entourage replied, "If it is mere rumor, we need not make this journey. We have come to inquire if the Taoist sect forbids marriage. If not, we hope the sect will not impede it." Little did they know, upon hearing these words, Bai He's countenance darkened. For 3 millennia, he had understood Wen Si's character and would not wrongfully accuse her. Yet if she were truly to commit any shameful act, he would not spare her. Thus, in a turn of events no one anticipated, an absurd tale was relayed to the celestial realm by Bai He, who demanded that the heavenly authorities scrutinize Wen Si's recent conduct. Upon reporting this to the celestial realm, the divine figure Xianxia was the first to question, "Is it not the case that Wen Si has been forcibly confined at Kunlun Mountain to guard Yushu Palace? How could she marry a mortal?" Bai He replied, "She has not been at Kunlun Mountain for 3 months. Previously, I heard she was aiding the new emperor of the Liang in establishing his territory. Yet, who could have imagined such a scandal would arise? If the circumstances are true, according to heavenly laws, such a traitor must be brought to the execution platform and transformed into a stone statue as a warning to the world." Chapter 89. Do you really wish to drive her to her demise? Who could have anticipated that Bai He initially sought to investigate whether Wen Si had indeed become embroiled in scandal with mortals? Yet, to the celestial being Xianxia, it was already utterly outrageous that Wen Si had not graced Kunlun Mountain for 3 months. Had she not been forcibly confined there? How had she managed to escape? His magical restraints had evidently not faltered. How could she have eluded him? Bai He explained that she had employed the art of the golden cicada to find an avenue of escape, cleverly obscuring the barrier while leaving behind her demonic contract at Kunlun Mountain. However, it was noted that she seldom resided there, and her whereabouts were beyond their purview. Yet, should she engage in misconduct among mortals, they would undoubtedly take action against her in the name of the primordial celestial venerable. What a revelation! In light of this, Wen Si's transgressions seemed to multiply. A being so previously diligent in adhering to the rules had suddenly become so brazenly defiant of the law. The only rational explanation they could conjure was that prolonged association with the demonic realm had led her to this sordid state. They resolved to investigate the happenings in Kunlun Mountain. The celestial being Xianxia insisted on delving into the matter, and indeed, in the most secluded corner of Kunlun Mountain, they discovered a white fox imbued with a demonic contract. This was none other than Wen Si's substitute. The celestial being Xianxia, enraged, demanded to know why such an abomination still lingered in Kunlun Mountain, questioning why it had not been eradicated. Bai He sighed, explaining that they truly had no justification for its extermination, as its powers were steadily growing, albeit not in a malevolent direction. This was not merely a demonic fox, but a creature that had attained the level of a nine-tailed celestial fox. Without needing further elaboration from Bai He, the celestial being Xianxia discerned that despite the fox's utilization of magical power, it was on the path of celestial cultivation. A demonic entity pursuing enlightenment was regarded as benevolent, and the primordial celestial venerable had previously imparted that such beings should not be indiscriminately slaughtered. The celestial being Xianxia could not help but reflect on the creature's remarkable clarity of thought. Had it been a mere demon cultivator, it would have long since met its demise. Thus, the barrier was deemed unnecessary, and the celestial being Xianxia proceeded to dissolve it. In the instant the barrier vanished, the nine-tailed celestial fox swiftly departed from Kunlun Mountain. It seemed this creature had awakened its intelligence, appearing far less detestable than before. Meanwhile, Xianxia was at the demon palace, accompanying Sheng Man as she savored candied hawthorns. After a trip to the mortal realm, she had successfully memorized the recipe for these treats and had instructed the imperial chefs to replicate them. Sheng Man had taken a great liking to them. Observing her sister's innocent and carefree demeanor, Xianxia remained convinced that Qi Mo possessed a sense of morality. If he were to harm even a three-tailed child, he would truly be devoid of all conscience. Man, play by yourself for a while. I have important matters to discuss with the Lord. Sheng Man, understanding, replied, Sister, you go attend to your affairs. I will behave myself here. Gently stroking Sheng Man's head, Xianxia approached Qi Mo, who was deep in meditation. I sensed the barrier's disappearance, she remarked, and I have now retracted my true form. I shall soon return this vessel to the mortal realm, but you must remain vigilant. They have discovered Wen Si's escape. For Xianxia, this was fortuitous news. After assuming Wen Si's identity for over 3 months, she was finally on the verge of liberation. For Wen Si, this marked the onset of a calamity. She had already transgressed divine laws and faced punishment from the celestial deities. Now, as she evaded her sentence, her actions had once again drawn the attention of those divine beings, and her fate appeared grim. However, Qi Mo remained remarkably composed. What did it matter if she had escaped? What state had she been reduced to? Neither the celestial realm nor the demonic world welcomed her, and he was at a loss as to where he could possibly hide her. Had it not been for Qi Mo's desperate circumstances, he would never have allowed Wen Si to reside in the imperial palace of Dalian, sharing a bed with that mortal each night. The celestial beings were not only persecuting Wen Si, they were also cornering him. Xianxia sensed Qi Mo's anxiety and helplessness and gently reassured him, suggesting he follow her advice and observe how events would unfold. Little did they know, while they conversed, a frenzied group of demons surged towards the deity Xianxia at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, shouting, Shameless deity, return our leader. Xianxia stood frozen, taken aback by being surrounded by demons for the first time. You wretched beings! He immediately unleashed his powers, and within moments, hundreds of demons were reduced to ashes. He knew these were the kin of the elders who had been executed, but he remained unaware that this insurrection had been proposed by Xianxia. In her view, the demonic realm also required a cleansing. It was high time to eliminate those who were oblivious to their own demise and merely hampered progress. This included the unruly elders. Those who wished to perish could venture forth to do so, for this was not incited by them, but rather a remnant of previous conflicts. After dealing with the demons, Xianxia did not hold Qi Mo accountable. He merely considered these kin to be ungrateful and thus decided to eradicate them entirely. By the way, where was the deity shill? Was Wen Si, this wretched creature, simply pretending to be blind after committing such grave offenses? The White Crane boy was oblivious to the celestial realm's affairs, which fell beyond his jurisdiction. His only concern was to oversee whether Wen Si was neglecting her duties and tarnishing the reputation of the Jade Void Palace. He had no interest in other gossip. Meanwhile, as Xianxia furiously sought out Shill at the Tianqing sect, the steward informed him that Shill had descended to handle the demonic uprising, which, in simpler terms, meant that the demons were not just a few disgruntled clans in response to the execution of the elders by the Tianqing sect, but rather dozens of clans. Unable to locate Shil, Chongqing returned, seething with frustration. After his departure, the steward immediately instructed the elder to relay the situation to Shil, adhering to the protocol established after Wen Si narrowly escaped execution. That evening, while Shil was purging the remnants in the mortal realm, he learned that Wen Si had been sealed by Chongqing in Kunlun Mountain, and upon discovering that she had escaped once again while bearing multiple charges, he was suddenly struck by a wave of suffocation. How could this be? During her time in the celestial realm, the deities had tormented her in every conceivable way, and now that he had placed her in the mortal realm, they still pursued her relentlessly. In his heartache, Shil felt an urge to catch a distant glimpse of Wen Si. Bound by their contract, he knew her whereabouts. He sensed that she remained in the imperial palace of Liang, truly driven to the point of having nowhere else to turn. At that moment, Shirlu arrived outside the capital, pausing briefly atop a high tower. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Si, who was peacefully slumbering on the dragon bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She evidently sensed Shirlu's presence. Though it felt surreal, she immediately sprang from her bed, donned a cloak, and soared towards the direction of the capital. This was the first time she had departed in such haste, awakening Sheng Yin without even a word of farewell. Sheng Yin promptly rose, peering cautiously outside. What could have transpired? Chapter 90. The celestial god Chongqing continues to pursue Wen Si. Sheng Yin quickly followed suit. Despite Wen Si's incredible speed rendering it nearly impossible to catch up, his concern for her safety compelled him to pursue. To his surprise, he discovered that under the influence of the Chongqing Ju, his agility had significantly increased. Although he could not match Wen Si's velocity, he managed to keep her in sight. It was later revealed to Sheng Yin that, although Wen Si was Qi Mo's mentor, many of her advanced skills had not been passed down to him. She expressed her disbelief at what the demonic realm might do with such power, thus teaching Qi Mo only the foundational techniques of the Yushu Palace. Moreover, she imparted more compassion and benevolence, offering Qi Mo a chance. Had he maintained his composure and not succumbed to darkness, she would have shared some celestial spells with him. Regrettably, he never reached that day. Conversely, with Sheng Yin, she was eager to bestow her most formidable skills upon him, entirely unconcerned about the potential misuse of such power. Consequently, Sheng Yin harnessed this newfound strength to pursue her relentlessly. Upon reaching the outskirts of the capital, Wen Si ascended one of the twin towers. The tower's towering height prevented Sheng Yin from following her. He looked up to see Wen Si standing atop one of the towers, while atop the other stood a seemingly youthful girl. Sheng Yin was taken aback. Was that not a child? How could she stand so high without fear of falling? No, something was amiss. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure that left him breathless. This aura signified that mortals could not approach. Thus, this child must also be a deity? Above the tower, Shirlu was enveloped in moonlight, completely unprepared for Wen Si's pursuit, as she had merely wished to sense the surroundings from afar. At the moment their eyes met, Wen Si, unaware of her current appearance, found herself at a loss for words, while Shirlu grappled with the reality of Wen Si's predicament and how to confront her. After a moment of silence, it was Shirlu who broke the stillness, stating that during her journey, she had observed significant changes in the land. The mountains and rivers had completely restored themselves. Such rapid restoration was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Wen Si replied, "What I have done, surely, does not violate the heavenly decree." Her words pierced Shirlu's vulnerabilities with the precision of a steel needle. With a resigned smile, Shirlu responded, "I believe not." She wished to convey that the celestial beings of the heavenly realm were unreasonable. Even if they interfered with the fates of mortals, they would still come seeking retribution. However, Wen Si was content, declaring that it was sufficient. As for the opinions of others, they were of no consequence. At that moment, Shirlu's taut heartstrings felt as if they had been shattered. She had initially intended to disregard Wen Si's affairs, yet she could not help but exclaim, "Can you not express a hint of displeasure? You are at a disadvantage like this, even if it is merely to voice your dissatisfaction towards me." Dissatisfaction? Wen Si remained perplexed. Why should I harbor any resentment towards you? Was it not I who orchestrated all of this? Surely, You must be aware of that. Do you not feel any discontent regarding my judgment that expelled you from the Tianqing sect, banishing you from the celestial realm for eternity? It was precisely because of these matters that Lu found herself at a loss on how to face Wen Si. Yet at this moment, she would prefer Wen Si to unleash her anger upon her, rather than witnessing her docile acceptance of such circumstances. However, Wen Ji's response struck her like a heavy blow to her heart, leaving her breathless. I have never blamed you. Regardless of your decisions, I have felt no dissatisfaction. If I were to express any sentiment, it might be a sense of sorrow akin to homelessness. In that fleeting moment, Lu yearned to disregard all consequences and shatter the heavens to vent her pent-up frustration for Wen Si. Although she had maintained her composure, fearing to approach Wen Si, she could no longer restrain herself. Suddenly, under the moonlight, she leaped over the tall tower and, before Wen Si could react, she embraced her tightly, weeping unabashedly. This marked the first time in a long while that Wen Si witnessed her typically fiery master weeping freely. Wen Si then whispered in her ear, I know you did not intentionally abandon me. That understanding is sufficient. Moreover, I truly do not blame you. My time in the mortal realm has been rather pleasant. Now that the demonic pact has been dissolved, I no longer have any ties to the demon realm, and the elders of the Tianqing sect need not use this matter to trouble you. Such words only deepen Lu's heartache. You are far too understanding. That is why they have bullied you so. I wish you could confront them like Xianxia and teach them a lesson. But what good would that do? The current state of the celestial realm cannot be resolved merely by venting anger. Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned? In less than a decade, calamity will descend. Though the celestial realm has yet to face its tribulations, I have already endured the calamity of the mortal realm. Wen Ji's emotions were far more stable than Lu's, as they had been for over 3,000 years. At this juncture, Wen Ji took the initiative to introduce, allow me to present to you my friend from the mortal realm, who has been caring for me during these days. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the astonished Xianxia, who stood below the tower, dumbfounded by the scene before him. When Xianxia witnessed the girl suddenly leaping towards Wen Ji, his mind raced through the few texts he had read. He could not comprehend their relationship, just as he had struggled to understand her connection with Xianxia. Master and servant? Sisters? Or lovers? No, he could not indulge in such fanciful thoughts any longer. The more he pondered, the more absurd it became. The next moment, he heard Wen Ji introduce, She is my master, the deity Lu. Indeed, once again, Xianxia found himself utterly astonished by this little creature, which truly possessed divine qualities. He hastily bowed to Lu, exclaiming his respects to the esteemed deity. Upon noticing the presence of mortals below, Lu adjusted her demeanor and gracefully perched upon Wen Zi's shoulder, adopting a slightly haughty air. Observing this unabashed display, Xianxia could not help but question whether the relationship between deities was genuinely as simple as that of master and servant. After all, in the mortal realm, such familiarity was unheard of. Since Lu had already arrived, she candidly informed Wen Si of her escape, indicating that the esteemed Chongqing deity was aware of her situation and might seek to act against her once more. She inquired about Wen Zi's plans. Unfazed, Wen Si acknowledged the threat, recognizing that there were indeed those in the celestial realm who sought her demise. Moreover, they understood that her death would not disturb the balance of the three realms, as the heavenly Tao would simply recreate the sacred beasts to restore equilibrium. Yet, Wen Si found it perplexing that, if they intended to hunt her down, they would not adhere to celestial protocol. If they could execute her openly, why had the Chongqing deity not acted decisively before? Why the repeated provocations? Chapter 91. What is my purpose in seeking her out? To invite rebuke. The reasons behind this were too delicate for Lu to elucidate to Wen Si. Throughout history, only those of exceedingly high divine status had the privilege of forming contracts with sacred beasts, who, in turn, would acknowledge such masters, a mutual selection. However, Lu had set a troubling precedent by binding the contract with Wen Zi's blood before her birth, leading to an automatic allegiance upon her arrival. The loyalty that Wen Si exhibited exceeded Lu's expectations, inciting discontent not only from the Chongqing deity, but also from other celestial beings. If Shirlu could take shortcuts, why could they not eliminate Wen Si and then, like Shirlu, wait for an unhatched beast egg? This would allow anyone to forge a contract with a sacred beast. Thus, Wen Si remained oblivious to the calamity that befell her. Meanwhile, Xianxia, observing their nostalgic exchanges atop the tower, suggested, since the deities have descended to the mortal realm, shall we return to the palace for a visit? As a guest, I must extend my hospitality. Shirlu replied without hesitation, very well. I shall partake in a meal before departing. With that, she leapt into Wen Si's embrace, who adeptly held her as they descended to the ground. Xianxia, in disbelief, silently pondered whether such riding was customary, questioning if one could remain in their true form while seated. With an air of displeasure, Shirlu remarked, "What are you muttering about? I can hear you." Xianxia gasped in surprise, suddenly refraining from further remarks. Upon returning to the palace, Xianxia dutifully arranged 100 dishes and politely addressed Shirlu. "Esteemed deity, please enjoy at your leisure. This is a custom of Dalian." To his astonishment, Shirlu, markedly different from Wen Si, replied, "This custom is quite acceptable." Without further ado, she began to feast ravenously. Before Xianxia could react, the entire spread of over 100 dishes was devoured, while Wen Si remained by her side, untouched. As if that were not enough, Shirlu eagerly called out for wine, exclaiming, "How can one host guests without fine wine?" Xianxia erred in treating this divine being with the same attentiveness he had reserved for Wen Si. Thus, Shirlu began to consume wine in copious amounts, bluntly inquiring, "You rascal, hasn't he, my dear Si, helped you quite a bit?" Xianxia replied honestly, "She is akin to his second mother." Shirlu took another sip and chuckled, "Si, since he has said as much, perhaps you should call him son." Wen Si, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, "Let us not jest about that. It's far better than being discovered by the celestial realm for an inappropriate relationship. From now on, you can call him son, and he will refer to you as mother. And that would establish a solid connection, wouldn't it?" Noticing her slight inebriation, Wen Si quietly explained, "My master is simply of that temperament." Xianxia, perceiving the discomfort, forced a laugh. Shirlu, catching their hushed murmurs, slammed his cup down and stated earnestly, "So what is next? Do you intend for Si to do more? I'll tell you this. If you engage in actions that defy the celestial order, it is Si who will bear the brunt of the consequences, not you. Do you understand?" The irate divine being intimidated Xianxia into silence, prompting a timid response, "As long as I am in power, I shall strive to revive the great Liang and ensure the populace thrives." To his surprise, Shirlu banged the table and exclaimed, "You are practically wishing for Si to suffer. Let me be clear. You are not the overlord of the 7 nations, so keep your head down. If you provoke the Jiang kingdom, do you expect Si to come to your aid again?" Xianxia, puzzled, asked, "And what if that were the case? Do you know who resides in the Jiang kingdom?" "That rogue, the sorcerer Wen Luo, who stole the sealing incantation of the great Thunder Sound Temple, and the former demon Empress Qingji. Those two have just escaped from the Heavenly Journey sect and recently participated in the conflict with the elders in Si. Mark my words, do not provoke them. No beast clan in all 3 realms can withstand the sealing spell of the great Thunder Sound Temple." In essence, Shirlu wished to prevent Wen Si from taking action. She desired only for Wen Si to remain here. Nurtured without the threats of divine retribution or Qi Mo's entanglements, this was already more than satisfactory. Wen Si understood that Shirlu's visit was a cautionary one, and thus replied, "I understand. I will endeavor to let him handle matters himself. This rascal must learn to resolve issues independently. Why has the Liang kingdom languished for a century? Because it lost its covenant with the demon clan. Now all efforts at revival hinge on Si. Isn't it enough that the Fox clan nearly faced extinction 1,000 years ago? Must we repeat the same mistakes and endanger Si again? I'm acutely aware of this." The furious divine being reprimands left Xianxia in a state of stunned silence. Just as he contemplated asking if the divine being wished to rest for the night, Shirlu interjected, "I did not come to the mortal realm for repose. I intend to eradicate the remnants of the demon clan responsible for this upheaval and then return." Upon seeing her readiness to depart, Xianxia immediately performed a deep bow. To which sure LV solemnly addressed Wen Si. Even though calamity looms near the mortal realm, I hope you prioritize your own safety. Your current situation is perilous. Do not entangle yourself further. With that, sure LV departed without lingering for a moment longer. Though this divine being had a tempestuous temperament, Xianxia understood the wisdom in her words. He had faintly heard that the Liang kingdom had thrived millennia ago by nurturing the fox spirits. Now, he was indeed treading a familiar, treacherous path. After Shil's departure, Xianxia expressed to Wen Si his profound gratitude for the divine advice, pledging to revive the great Liang through his own efforts. His notion of self-reliance manifested in the following month, during which he refrained from confiding in Wen Si about numerous memorials, determined to handle matters independently. Although Wen Si remained concerned for him, she chose to step back unless circumstances demanded urgent intervention, allowing him the autonomy to navigate his challenges. Yet, she could not help but notice her double standards. Mo, equally a Na'vi new monarch, had repeatedly sought her assistance in governance. But she not only declined to help him, but secretly wished for him to be undermined by ambitious ministers, hastening his removal from the throne. It had been quite some time since she last saw Mo, and while she was unaware of his life in the demon realm, the recent turmoil suggested his utter failure. Was he incapable of managing these factions? How could he permit them to roam into the mortal realm, only to be slain by the divine? Particularly given Shil's efficiency in exterminating the demon clan. Within 10 days of descending, the rebellious demons were eradicated. Simultaneously, Xianxia relayed this information to Mo, who was engrossed in secluded training. Indeed, it seemed that intervention by the celestial deity was necessary to resolve the situation. Those who dared to defy were vanquished, and the remaining ones were made examples of, allowing for a renewed decree forbidding demons from leaving their realm to cause unrest, as they had witnessed the consequences. Upon hearing this, Mo exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks for what is within my duties, Xianxia replied, leaning against the window while inquiring from outside. It's you who, during this time apart from her, has chosen to alleviate your torment through cultivation. This is quite heart-wrenching. Perhaps you should occasionally venture into the mortal realm to see her. Why should I concern myself with her? To provoke unpleasantness? Or to invite a scolding upon myself? Chapter 92. Mo struggled to suppress the urge to summon thunder against her. Perhaps you are afraid? One day, the master you have secretly adored finds affection in another, even to the point of discussing marriage. Such a realization is more terrifying than suddenly acquiring a stepfather. Mo remained silent, though Xianxia seemed to read his thoughts as if she were a parasite within him. He had contemplated the possibility of this day when his master might fall for someone else. He could neither tolerate nor accept it. Yet, to slay this person and bring despair to Wen Si was a notion he could not entertain. It was less painful than the thought of never seeing her again. Go see her if you wish. This method of cultivation, fueled by resentment, I have experienced. It will only lead to madness. It is better to sort out your emotions. Suddenly, Mo opened his eyes, his crimson beast-like pupils fixating on the unyielding Xianxia. What is your origin? Why have you not disclosed it to me? Accompany me to the mortal realm, and I shall reveal it along the way. Mo thought, this woman truly knows how to wear on one's patience. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Xianxia's request, joining her in the bustling marketplace of the mortal realm, a place he despised. However, Xianxia insisted that the vitality of this atmosphere was something to cherish. Each visit, she would curiously explore every stall, even pausing by a basin on the ground to observe the goldfish. Have you never seen a fish? The fishmen of the demon clan are hardly sufficient to capture her interest. They even remain seated, refusing to depart. Xianxia, resting her chin in her hand, remarked with leisure that the fish here differ considerably from those back home. These creatures are domesticated, drawn near by the sight of humans, seeking crumbs of bread. Montak, however, saw no allure in the spectacle. Yet, he waited patiently outside until Xianxia had her fill of observation before accompanying her away. Xianxia couldn't help but express, if only you exhibited such patience with Miss Wen Si, perhaps your relationship wouldn't have devolved to its current state. Montauk replied coldly, "You are not the same as her. In what way are we different? Are we not both young ladies? Young ladies favor stable and composed gentlemen. Might you consider altering your habit of grasping her by the throat? Or do you derive pleasure from witnessing her gasping for breath? What of it if I do?" Mo was stirred by her words, his emotions slightly ruffled. "Pray tell, what is your true background?" "My father is a general under Yan, who once followed him in wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. It is said that our ancestors suffered betrayal at the hands of mortals, leaving the Fox clan steeped in resentment. Yet, I understand that the three realms abide by their laws, and I endeavor to guide my clan towards peace. Alas, I cannot quell their fury and was ultimately suppressed in a mass grave. But I harbor no resentment towards anyone, lacking power, such as the inevitable outcome. Is that so? I am not well acquainted with General Xiang. Didn't the last assassination attempt teach you a lesson? You may possess strength, but you fail to command respect. Most court officials are remnants of Qi Yan's faction. To them, you are nothing." Mo felt a sense of gratitude towards her for sharing such unvarnished truths, preventing him from being entirely deceived. Yet, her words were merciless, leaving him feeling cold and helpless. He had vowed never to see Wen Si again. But Xianxia insisted on dragging him to meet her, asserting that even if he were to witness the most unsightly scenes, he must learn to confront them. Moreover, it would serve as an opportunity to temper his temper. Unbeknownst to Mo, since the last warning from the celestial law, Wen Si had intensified her supervision over Shang Yan's training. In essence, she personally instructed Shang Yan in techniques that even Mo, her foremost disciple, had yet to master. The Eternal Life technique was originally a sword technique. After Shang Yan descended from the court, Wen Si took it upon herself to demonstrate moves, employing the blazing feather spear to hone Shang Yan's responsibilities. However, she was judicious, refraining from using any celestial techniques, relying solely on the level of a mortal spear mastery. Shang Yan recited his mental mantra, deftly manipulating his fingertips, summoning a formation behind him, wherein countless swords surged forth towards the blazing feather spear. Yet, his sword formation could not suppress the spear, and he could only watch helplessly as it advanced towards his crown, mere inches away from piercing his skull. Wen Si then said, "Do you see clearly? There is not a spark of fire at the spear's tip. This is merely ordinary spear technique. If I were to truly engage you with a spear, who knows what injuries you might sustain?" Under the intense pressure of the spear's tip, Shang Yan felt beads of sweat cascade down his back. He boasted, "Sister, your spear technique is remarkable. How could I concede? Do you dare to concede? Do you believe I won't cleave your skull?" Observing his utterly unremarkable demeanor, Wen Si's temper flouted instantly. "Strike." If we speak solely of teaching, devoid of friendship, Wen Si's approach towards Shang Yan is indeed ruthless. After several encounters, she brings Shang Yan to the ground and forces him to rise again. Covered in dirt and bruises, Shang Yan cannot help but inquire, "Is this how you taught your demonic disciple? I never instructed him in such ways. Had I imparted this technique to him, he would have possessed yet another method to betray his master." That makes sense. Today, I have attained a profound understanding. Little did he know, the concealed Mo from a distance truly wished for Wen Si to realize whether he could indeed unleash 1,000 swords through the heart. "Xianxia, I instructed you not to let me see her. Why had you brought me here?" Xianxia calmly replied, "Control your temper. The emotions of an adult demon should not be displayed openly, unlike a young brother." As she spoke, Xianxia deliberately cast a flirtatious glance at him, emphasizing the term young brother. Mo felt a seething anger brewing within him. True to his nature, he would have already confronted Wen Si, perhaps pinning her against the wall in a fit of rage, and if she dared to argue, he might unleash a few bolts of heavenly lightning upon her. However, to Xianxia, this was merely impotent fury. Resorting to violence would not resolve the issue. Perhaps Wen Si could not defeat Mo, who was empowered by demonic divinity, but she would surely harbor resentment towards him, rendering his current confrontation with her futile. Unexpectedly at that moment, the blazing spear hovering before Shang Yan suddenly halted and began to tremble violently. Clearly, Wen Si had become somewhat distracted, once her focus wavered. The spear would remain on standby. Surprised, Xianxia asked, "Sister Wen Si, is something the matter?" The next instant, Wen Si abruptly withdrew the spear and leaped onto the rooftop, shouting, "Come out! Hiding and lurking is nothing of substance." From a distance, Xianxia was taken aback. "Did you not conceal your presence?" Qi scoffed. "Has she ever taught me how to conceal my aura?" Regardless of Qi attempts at stealth, it was of no consequence to Wen Si. Today, he realized the reason. She had never sincerely taught him any techniques, not even a single one. Chapter 93. Ancestors. I implore you, cease your conflict. Yet, before Xianxia could caution Qi against recklessly revealing himself, Wen Si had, unbeknownst to them, appeared behind Qi, mocking him. In a mortal realm, concealing one's presence is a survival skill for demons. If you cannot even master such a simple skill, is it not your own fault? Qi gritted his teeth, turning to see Wen Si atop the rooftop, brandishing her spear at him. At that moment, Xianxia joined Wen Si, noticing both Qi and a female figure present. He recognized Qi, but the sight of the woman instilled a sense of wariness within him. "Who are you?" Upon seeing Xianxia did not display a menacing demeanor. Instead, she revealed her 9 tails, looking down upon Xianxia from her elevated position. Instantly, Xianxia stood in shock, realizing something significant as he heard Xianxia respond, "Now do you recognize me?" In the midst of their conversation, Xianxia retracted her 9 tails and turned to remind Qi, "We are not here to cause trouble." Qi scoffed, declaring that he had no intention of causing trouble. He merely wished to spar with the newly accepted disciple of his master. "What madness are you spouting? When did I take him as a disciple?" However, Qi teasingly tilted his head and suggested, "Could it be that I have never been mad, but rather that master has been deceiving herself all along?" Wen Si solemnly replied, "I have long told Xianxia that I will not acknowledge any disciples, be it you or him." In Qi eyes, this was typical of Wen Si. Faced with undeniable facts, she simply refused to accept them. Thus, he would not hesitate to take the initiative. In the next moment, a magical formation appeared behind Qi, from which he drew a long sword and pointed it at Xianxia. This is the Taoist technique of the Yushu Palace. To claim that Master has taught nothing in the past 500 years would be unjust. However, this technique is surely inferior to what you wield. So, junior brother, do your utmost to display your skills. Even if you were to slay me, I would accept it. Neither Wen Si nor Xianxia wished to provoke this inexplicable madman. Xianxia explained, "She truly has not taken me as a disciple. She has no desire to accept any more students. Surely you must understand the reasons behind this? Is she not known for her contradictory nature? Can her words be taken seriously?" With that, Qi unleashed a wave of sword energy toward Xianxia. Yet, Xianxia discerned that Qi was indeed utilizing Taoist magic, not demonic power. Promptly, Xianxia launched a sword formation, employing the technique of 10,000 swords piercing the heart. To his astonishment, however, these swords had no effect on Qi. Indeed, the demonic beings were immortal. If even Wen Si could not vanquish him, how could he hope to prevail? After witnessing the ineffectiveness of his attack, Qi sneered, "Is this how it ends? How unremarkable. Junior brother, perhaps you should observe my own 10,000 swords piercing the heart technique." Wen Si had been certain that Qi would not possess this technique, but her certainty only served to infuriate him. Thus, Qi summoned dozens of sharp swords from the magical formation and unleashed them upon Xianxia without hesitation. Boom! Just as the attack was about to strike Xianxia, Wen Si suddenly appeared directly in front of him, using her power to halt the swords. And in the next instant, she sent them hurtling back toward Qi, caught off guard before he could unleash his demonic power. Qi found himself injured by his own attack. In that moment of pain, his fury ignited, and he summoned a bolt of heavenly lightning to strike Wen Si. Should Wen Si evade that bolt, it would undoubtedly strike Xianxia, compelling her to divert her efforts to dissipate the lightning. Boom! Another thunderous explosion resounded as the bolt of lightning detonated above Wen Si, leaving her unscathed. Ironically, the very technique of summoning lightning was one she had taught him. In his youth, Mo had delighted in watching their peers summon lightning to transcend tribulations, and Wen Si had instructed him in the art. However, after the truth came to light, Mo discovered that Wen Si could not withstand the lightning, leading him to repeatedly summon it against her. Thus, in her eyes, it was prudent not to teach Mo any further techniques, as he had become ruthless after succumbing to darkness. Mo, do you still perceive my power as being at the level it was when you sealed it? Mo knew well that his lightning could no longer subdue her, yet he still attempted to justify, I was merely sparring with junior brother. If master intervened and was accidentally harmed, whose fault is that? Xianxia could no longer endure the situation. Who among them spoke a single truth? It was evident that he intended to harm her. Fortunately, Wen Si had fully regained her strength. Otherwise, she would have been struck down. Yet, Wen Si now refrained from engaging him further, coldly commanding him to return to his infernal realm. I have no desire to see you, even for a moment. Mo gritted his teeth, deeply loathing her attitude. Although Xianxia had advised him to temper his demeanor, her aggressive stance made restraint impossible. Was he to simply swallow his indignation? However, at that moment of stalemate, Xianxia approached with a calm smile, remarking, Mo, my dear brother, you are rather hot-headed. I couldn't keep him in check. I hope you want to hold it against me, dear sister. Wen Si recognized her as the newlywed demon queen of Mo, her stunning beauty leaving a lasting impression on Wen Si. Xianxia continued, assuring that she would guide him well in the future, and that there was no need for conflict. Considering that the kingdom of Jiang had already issued a warning, why not join forces to address this menace and eradicate the root of the problem? Only then could the other 6 nations usher in a true era of peace. If Wen Si's initial impression of Xianxia was one of unparalleled beauty, her subsequent impression revealed a shrewd negotiator. She adeptly diffused the impending conflict, providing a way out for both Wen Si and Mo. Wen Si was unwilling to engage in endless combat, while Mo felt merely humiliated by her provocations. Yet, it was often individuals like her that made Wen Si wary. Wen Si pointed her silver spear at Xianxia, demanding, "What are your true intentions?" Unbeknownst to her, this action further incited Mo's ire. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xianxia, exclaiming, "What is it? Do you still intend to strike her?" It was the first time when Ji witnessed Mo shielding a woman. It was truly an astonishing sight. She then remarked sarcastically, "It seems your relationship is quite affectionate. You certainly have a choice in your female companions." Seeing the tension escalate so easily, Xianxia quickly intervened, suggesting they discuss matters concerning the kingdom of Jiang instead. The kingdom of Jiang has already dispatched factions to Liang to gather intelligence, and has increased the number of spies. If we do not address this promptly, His Majesty will find himself in a precarious position in the future. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Si was unaware of this development and immediately inquired of Xianxia. "Is this true?" Xianxia replied that he had indeed heard of the kingdom of Jiang's reconnaissance efforts, but deemed the situation not severe enough to warrant discussion. Especially considering that night, he hesitated, unsure if he should disclose the warnings he had received in front of others. However, when he spoke half of it and fell silent, Mo, displeased, interjected what happened that night. "Were you not resting, or was there something else to attend to?" Chapter 94. Do you take pleasure in slandering her? For a fleeting moment, Wen Si genuinely comprehended the phrase that extreme silence can lead one to laughter and frustration. And Mo was the greatest folly of all. Mo, your own depravity leads you to assume others are as base as you? Can you not exhibit a shred of dignity? Yet Mo bluntly exposed the absurdity, questioning a lone man and a woman alone in a room. And you ask if I have any shame? By the way, I recall hearing in the early days at Xianxia sect that the relationship between the master and the sect leader was far from innocent. In retrospect, it seems the master was quite indiscriminate. Enough. Even Xianxia could not tolerate such words. Do you take such delight in slandering her? That celestial being, Xiyu, is but a child. How could this be true? Mo nearly laughed at the absurdity of it all and reiterated, I have stated before that you do not understand her at all, and there are many aspects of her you remain oblivious to. even if you do not trust her. You should be aware that I must attend court at the hour of the rooster. How could I possibly have the energy to engage with her? Do you think I do not have my own duties to uphold? If you are incapable of managing your own affairs, perhaps you should reflect upon your own shortcomings, rather than assuming all men in the world are like you. The extent of Qi Mo's outrageousness far exceeded Xianxia's expectations, prompting Xianxia to grasp Qi Mo's arm and exclaim, "Master, where is this conversation headed?" Yet Qi Mo, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I demand them to speak the truth. 4 or 5 centuries, has Wen Si ever uttered a single honest word to me?" His bold assertion undeniably enraged Wen Si, who positioned Xianxia behind her, casting a frosty glare at the lunatic before her, and coldly replied, "Very well. If you wish to hear the truth, I shall disclose it, just as you have surmised. We have not engaged in any honorable endeavors at night. What I have done with you, I have done with him. Do you take issue with this?" Xianxia's 6-month-long purity was thus compromised in this moment. He realized that when Wen Si was truly incensed, she would not hesitate to bring Qi Mo down with her. Since Qi Mo accused her of having never spoken a truth in 5 centuries, she resolved to embrace that notion, no longer intending to explain herself to him, as he would not heed her words. It was better to indulge his madness and let him spiral into chaos. Indeed, upon receiving this revelation, Qi Mo's breath quickened, and even with Xianxia supporting his shoulder, he could not be restrained. Thus, Xianxia opted to communicate with Wen Si. "Sister, you need not stoop to his level. If possible, we wish to join forces with you both to resolve certain pressing matters." Wen Si, accustomed to conversing with ordinary individuals, responded in kind. "It is said that no one seeks an audience with the emperor without cause. Pray, share your intentions, Miss Xiang." In truth, there was little ulterior motive. Qi Mo had sought me out, and I was more than willing to assist him in managing the demon realm. That when Luo caused you harm last time has also implicated the elders of the demon realm. It will be prudent for us to collaborate to dismantle the sealing spell of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which would be advantageous for all parties involved. Wen Si, ever vigilant, inquired, "What do you intend to do without that sealing spell?" Xianxia, composed and untroubled, replied, "The Liang kingdom wishes to develop, and sister desires to be free from the constraints of spells. That is sufficient. As for my demon kin, should any troublemakers arise in the future, you will be able to deal with them, will you not? Just as you confronted those elders last time, had it not been for Wen Luo's interference. You would not have been defeated." She struck a chord. The most grievous beating Wen Si endured occurred when she had to withdraw all her magical abilities to evade that sealing spell. She watched, having narrowly escaped, as the counterfeit monstrosity was drawn into the formation and disintegrated. Thereafter, who would dare provoke Wen Luo? Recognizing her sincerity in negotiation, Wen Si acquiesced, allowing Xianxia to prepare 2 rooms for them. Qi Mo corrected her. "1 room will suffice." Expecting this to provoke Wen Si, her response remained cold and indifferent. "As you wish." Qi Mo gritted his teeth and deliberately grasped Xianxia's hand, declaring, "We shall take our leave." In her heart, Xianxia understood the meaning behind Qi Mo's actions, yet she skillfully played along, deliberately drawing closer to him. Qi Mo's younger brother had once again acted out of line. With a playful tone, Xianxia leaned on Qi Mo's shoulder and whispered, "You've chosen the right person again this time. When it comes to flattery, no one excels like our Fox clan." Wen Si initially believed she was indifferent to such scenes, but for some inexplicable reason, despite walking ahead of them, she found the sight quite unbearable. Thus, she instinctively quickened her pace. Xianxia realized that Qi Mo was merely trying to provoke her, so she softly inquired, "Is the esteemed one satisfied?" Qi Mo's silence indicated his tacit approval, prompting her to suggest they endure the charade for the night and that he mustn't seek her out. "I understand," she added. That night, Xianxia mentioned that Wen Si's room had an adjacent vacant chamber. However, Qi Mo proposed that there was no need for such complications, asserting that since the master had already taken the little disciple to reside with him, the spare room should be left for him. Seeing Wen Si's lack of objection, Xianxia chose not to dispute the matter. Yet, Upon returning to the palace, he could no longer contain himself and began to express his grievances to Wen Si, lamenting, "I am truly exhausted. What manner of person is this?" Wen Si remained composed and replied, "Is this your first day meeting him? My heart aches for you. You've been with him for 500 years. How have you managed?" At the mention of this, Wen Si chuckled softly. 500 years ago, he was not like this. Nor was I. And our relationship was certainly not what it is now. What was he like before? I'm not concerned. What about you? Tell me. Wen Si found it curious, as she was unaware of when she had changed, yet she distinctly remembered her former self. In the past, I was merely an instrument of slaughter. I felt no need for Tilu to apologize. I believe it was my fate to fulfill such roles. To die in battle when the time came. Everything was merely a task and a mission, including Chiemo. As she spoke, Wen Si felt a twinge of doubt. But I cannot discern when it was that I no longer wished to live such a meaningless existence. I yearned to discover the significance of my existence, as well as the meaning of life that Xianxia spoke of. Xianxia sensed her earnest effort to reshape her understanding and encouraged her. Isn't that a delightful endeavor? You can now discover countless delectable and entertaining experiences in this world. I had even thought of teaching you how to play Paigio. Once peace is restored, I wish to take you to listen to stories, to enjoy tea, and to visit Jiangnan. Just the thought of it is enough to inspire splendid dreams. However, Wen Si raised her hand to signal him to bring forth the hidden memorials he had not shown her. The kingdom of Jiang has sent people into the borders of Liang, and I was completely unaware. Xianxia explained, "Did I not say that I must grow independently? You are still far from managing affairs on your own. For now, I must oversee you. If you continue to hide memorials, I might just govern from behind the curtain in the future." This was yet another fact that could incite Chi's ire. He had once earnestly pleaded for her to accompany him to court, but Wen Si had consistently refused. Fortunately, with Xianxia assisting him in governance, she could hardly imagine the chaos he would have faced managing the demon realm alone. Chapter 95. The White Crane Youth conducts a midnight inquiry into Wen Si. Meanwhile, Chiemo, residing in Wen Si's chamber, struggled to contain the simmering anger within him. Xianxia discerned that his emotions were evidently stirred by Wen Si's earlier remarks. This younger brother of hers, in his vulnerability, evoked a certain endearment within her. Of course, this sentiment was limited to the Chiemo who refrained from unleashing